Chapter 1. The Apocalypse is Upon Us. Host scan completed. Chen Guang, pure bloodline, descendant of Yin and Huang, heir the dragon. Evolution system successfully bound. In his sleep, Chen Guang heard a series of irritating mechanical sounds that he wanted to open his eyes, but no matter how hard he struggled, his body would not move an inch. This was not a nightmare, it was a horrific nightmare that in the dream. He stood in a ravaged city, surrounded by countless zombies, clawing and gnashing their teeth, their faces twisted in rage. In the air floated an indescribable, overwhelming, and obscuring Cthulhu-like monster. Chen Guang suddenly woke up from his dream. He gasped greedily, for the murky air of the nightmare had been too terrifying. The most frightening part was the striking resemblance between the dream and reality. Chen Guang reached for his phone to search for evening news updates. Zombie virus outbreak in Huagua. Countdown to the apocalypse begins. Damn Chinese, ruining the world. There were still rampant rumors and accusations being hurled at the Chinese. Chen Guang angrily tossed his phone aside, wanting to get up and find some water, but after just a few steps, he heard chaotic sirens and the sounds of cars crashing outside. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion shook the ground violently. Chen Guang quickly hid under the window, peeking out at the chaotic street. The night streets were filled with blaring sirens as police cars sped by, knocking over frantic humans. All of Europe had descended into utter madness. Everywhere there were acts of vandalism, looting, and arson. Guns were brandished openly, and chaos reigned, with robberies and murders happening in plain sight. The once great European empire had descended into such disorder. Law and order had completely vanished in this country. Bullets flew, and smoke filled the air. Madmen shot recklessly. Stray bullets shattered the glass of Chen Guang's apartment. Crazy. Completely insane. Chen Guang stumbled toward the bed, grabbing his phone to dial the embassy for help. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking at the door startled Chen Guang. Who is it? Chen Guang asked nervously. You yellow-skinned monkeys, get out. Get out of our country. It's your fault you brought the virus here. Hurry up and leave. You're not welcome. The person knocking was the landlord, a woman in her 50s, a typical European landlady. She was usually easy to talk to. During his study abroad, Chen Guang had gotten along well with her and would often bring her local specialties when he returned from home. Everything had turned out this way because of the absurd rumors online, claiming that the virus from Huagua had swept across the globe, ruining the world. Infected individuals convulsed and were untreatable. The scariest part was that after death, they would resurrect as mindless zombies, attacking anyone they saw. At first, Chen Guang thought it was nonsense, a zombie outbreak. The end of the world, how could that be possible? But in recent days, the rumors had escalated, with various news flying around, leading to extreme panic throughout Europe. The origin of the virus was unknown, but according to European news reports, it was said to have originated in Huagua and spread to Europe through international students, which had led to a surge in anti-Chinese sentiment across Europe. Unfortunately, Chen Guang was one of those international students, just 6 months away from graduation, caught up in such turmoil. Landlady, can you give me a few days' grace? Letting me out now would be sending me to my death. Chen Guang pleaded at the door, hoping the landlady would show some leniency. Get out of my house right now. Don't cause me trouble. The landlady's attitude was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. And, oh, landlady, you know how chaotic it is outside. Going out now. Click. Before he could finish his sentence, a familiar sound of a shotgun being loaded came from outside the door. That sound was all too familiar. Having studied in Europe, it was almost second nature. No way. Chen Guang instinctively leaped away. Bang! The next second, a deafening gunshot echoed through the room as the door was shattered to pieces, smoke filling the air, the acrid smell wafting toward him. Just leave. You don't have to shoot. Chen Guang shouted angrily, wanting to argue with the landlady. But when the door swung open and he saw the landlady's face, his heart sank. The once-kind old lady now had a twisted face, veins bulging, capillaries covering her entire face, and most terrifyingly, her blood-red eyes looked as if she had crawled out of hell. The landlady tilted her head in an extremely terrifying manner, her mind clearly gone, muttering, Get out! Get out! It's your fault for bringing the virus and infecting me. It's all your fault. As she finished speaking, the landlady suddenly raised her gun, not aiming but simply pulling the trigger. Damn! Chen Guang instinctively bent down to dodge. Bang! The shotgun unleashed flames, shattering the glass behind Chen Guang into a million pieces. The shock of the gunfire left Chen Guang stunned. Sitting on the ground, staring at the broken window, death had never felt so close. A wave of fear washed over him. "Don't shoot. I'm leaving right now." But at this moment, the landlady had already lost her sanity. She turned the gun to aim at Chen Guang. "It's all your fault. You brought the virus. This is bad." Chen Guang felt that his time was up. He would surely die here. Click. But luck was on his side. The gun clicked empty. She had no bullets left. Chen Guang didn't know where he found the courage, but he leaped up from the ground and lunged at the landlady, gripping the shotgun tightly. "Give it to me." The idea was good, but when he pulled with all his strength, he found he couldn't budge it. Their eyes met, an incredibly awkward moment that I was just joking. He tried to lighten the awkward atmosphere, but the next second, the landlady's eyes lost all focus, and she suddenly opened her bloody maw, lunging at Chen Guang. "What the hell?" Chen Guang instinctively backed away and stumbled to the ground. Since he was still gripping the gun, the landlady fell with him. Her huge mouth was inches from Chen Guang's face, and he instinctively raised the gun to block her bloody teeth. Crunch, crunch. The landlady bit down on the gun like a dog gnawing on a bone, desperately tearing at it, her mouth smeared with blood and flesh. She really turned into a zombie? In his panic, Chen Guang accidentally grabbed a shard of glass from the ground, and without thinking, he jabbed it toward the landlady's neck. Thud. Blood sprayed out. Despite this, the landlady continued to gnaw for another half a minute until she finally bled out and died. "I've killed someone." It was Chen Guang's first time killing, nearly driving him to madness. Even more horrifying was that the landlady's corpse erupted with a brilliant red light. A card with the words Power 5 eerily floated in the air. Chen Guang rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. The red card was still there. Am I going crazy too? Chapter 2. There is always a way out. Chen Guang could basically confirm that the red card floating above the corpse was real. If this was happening, it wasn't because he was mentally unstable and seeing hallucinations. He must be crazy. To verify this guess, Chen Guang reached out to grab the red card. Ding. With a crisp sound, the red card disappeared without a trace. "I'm not crazy. I'm saved." Just as Chen Guang convinced himself, he heard a mechanical voice from the system directly enter his mind. "Power gained. 5. What the hell?" A line of virtual text projected onto Chen Guang's retina left him filled with confusion as he rubbed his eyes desperately. "What is happening to me?" Ding. A crisp sound on a virtual screen suddenly appeared before Chen Guang. Personal attribute panel. Host, Chen Guang mythical level talent. Combat power, 71. Strength, 11. Speed, 2. Reaction, 1.1. Mental strength, 0.1. Remaining points, 5. This. Could it be a system? Chen Guang suddenly felt short of breath, never having dreamed that one day he would actually receive the recognition of a system like in novels. Especially seeing the words mythical level talent. This is so cool. With the system support, even amidst an apocalypse with zombies rampant, Chen Guang felt he could walk with confidence. Without hesitation, he allocated all his remaining points. Strength, 16. An unprecedented feeling filled his body. The fatigue vanished, replaced by a sense of power coursing through him. His anxiety from killing someone was swept away, replaced by excitement and joy. Mythical level talent, Looking at the personal attribute panel again. His combat power had actually reached 96, a significant increase. "I'm amazing," buzz. Just as Chen Guang was studying the system, his phone vibrated, interrupting his excitement. It was a text message from the embassy, emergency notification. Recently, the situation in Europe is chaotic. All Chinese nationals are advised to take immediate precautions and gather in Chinese community areas. Tomorrow morning, we will send people to assist and ensure the safe evacuation of Chinese nationals. The next second, the Chinese chat group exploded. Chinese students were chattering nonstop. "There's crime everywhere outside. How can we gather? The apocalypse is not a rumor. I saw people on the street turning into zombies. It's terrifying. I'm scared. Don't scare me." Amidst the chaotic chat, one message stood out. "Everyone, stop talking. Listen to me. All Chinese students gather at the gym." The student council president's message interrupted the chatter and quieted the noisy students. Next, the chat group was filled with various mentions and private messages, with male students saying they would protect the girls, and some mention bringing weapons like baseball bats. Chen Guang paid no more attention. He was also preparing to leave his rental and head to school, to gather with the international students. After all, humans are social animals, and among the international students, there were Chen Guang's classmates, friends, and brothers. Most importantly, among Chen Guang's female classmates, there was one named Jiang Li, whose father was a diplomat at the embassy. Buzz. A private message from Jiang Li. I'm coming soon. After replying with a single message, Chen Guang quickly found his backpack and packed some food and water. He changed into a leather jacket, put on a mask, picked up the landlady's shotgun, and got ready to head out. As he passed by the landlady's door, Chen Guang paused and peeked inside. It was empty and desolate. The landlady provided a shotgun, but didn't supply any ammunition. Consider this compensation for my mental distress. Chen Guang entered the room and began rummaging through drawers, finally finding a box of bullets. A double-barrel shotgun is a type of hunting gun that can only hold 2 shells at a time, and it should only be used for life-saving situations. The element of surprise works. Best at IT was midnight. Outside was an endless darkness, with crime rampant on the streets, car chases, robberies, murders, and chaos. Hiding at the door, Chen Guang could clearly see under the streetlight a few bloody zombies gnawing on a person, tearing them apart, blood splattering everywhere, even exposing bones. Chen Guang shivered, silently calculating. The distance from his rental to the school was about 2 blocks, roughly 2 kilometers if he took the main road. Encountering robbery, gunfire, or a zombie attack was highly likely in comparison. The alleys were relatively safer. No longer thinking too much, he burst out the door and dashed into the dark alley, sprinting through the narrow paths. After running a few steps, he suddenly heard a woman's cries for help. Help! No! Please, don't do this to me! Accompanied by the raucous laughter of several men. Chen Guang crouched down, hiding behind a trash can, cautiously observing ahead. About 50 meters ahead, a group of evil men was scheming against a woman. Fuck! A bunch of beasts! Chen Guang looked around. Wanting to get to school, it was an unavoidable route. What do I do? Carefully observing, he could discern in the faint light that 3 men were indulging in their depravity. The woman's desperate cries stirred Chen Guang's compassion. With 2 shells in his double-barreled shotgun and 3 men to deal with, it was worth a fight. He would take them down. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out the shotgun, loaded the shells, and cautiously moved forward. Ha! This feels great. The 3 men were rampaging and completely unaware someone was approaching. 0.5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Getting closer, Chen Guang could even see the naked woman, her makeup running from tears, her hands held by the men, struggling futilely, only able to cry and plead. Please, let me go. Saw 0.2 meters. Nervous, Chen Guang could feel his heartbeat in his throat. Time to act. Click. Boom. Flames erupted. The shotgun fired, blowing the assailant's head apart. Click. The roar of death echoed again. Boom. The deafening sound. The grotesque orange flames illuminated the entire dark alley. The second man's head exploded, and he collapsed to the ground, dead. The third man drew a gun and aimed, showing no hesitation, and fired. Chen Guang quickly dodged, then heard the deafening gunfire and felt the heat of a bullet grazing his scalp. Bang, bang, bang. This was a revolver with 5 bullets, and in the blink of an eye, he fired all 5 shots. Chapter 3. Zombie slaying equipment. Fortunately, the dimly lit alley provided cover, and with Chen Guang's agile movements, he dodged left and right, using his double-barreled shotgun like a club, swinging it around with force. Bang! With a swing of the stock, the shooter's head tilted, and he wobbled before collapsing to the ground. The woman who had been tormented was in a panic, scrambling to her feet, clawing at the air, and turning to run. Chen Guang only felt a flash of a smooth body pass before his eyes, and hurriedly reminded her, shouting, I'm not a bad person, hey. Put on your clothes before you run. The woman did not listen at all, screaming like crazy. Chen Guang wanted to call out to her, but just then, a flash of green light caught his eye. Looking down, he was surprised to see a green card popping out. Obtained a madman's dagger. Chen Guang was taken aback, and a piece of equipment card was revealed. Madman's dagger, green equipment. All attributes 5, special note, a dagger infused with dark matter energy. Use this equipment. Yes, no. Chen Guang did not hesitate to select yes. Immediately afterward, the dagger card was embedded in his personal attributes page. The dagger transformed into a physical entity, and as he held it in his palm, Chen Guang felt a surge of power, as if a rush of adrenaline had taken over him. This feeling was akin to the exhilaration of a climax. It wasn't just a physical sensation. Both his spirit and senses experienced a significant enhancement. His hearing and vision underwent a qualitative leap. To put it in practical terms, the dark alley didn't seem so dark anymore. Just as Chen Guang was feeling the changes brought by the dagger, he happened to see a woman running out of the alley, who encountered two people in police uniforms. The woman was chattering excitedly, gesturing wildly as she reported to them, and he could vaguely hear her words. "There's been a murder inside. Oh my God." Chen Guang spat out fragrant words, realizing too late that he shouldn't have rescued this bitch. In chaotic times, it's better to kill the saintly maiden first. This saying turned out to be absolutely true. Seeing them running over under the woman's lead, Chen Guang didn't want to clash with the enforcers. Once entangled, it would be hard to explain. Looking around, he spotted a fire escape above, quickly rushed forward, and leaped up the wall, easily flipping onto the second floor. The feeling of having all attributes increased was exhilarating. The enforcers were getting closer, and without time to think, Chen Guang hurriedly opened the window and climbed in. The woman led the enforcers to the scene, pointing out the three men who had bullied him, but the enforcers, armed with flashlights, searched around and couldn't find the culprit. At that moment, one of the enforcers began to twitch oddly, looking terrifyingly mutated. The next second, the out-of-control enforcer lunged at the woman. The woman, who had just escaped, hadn't recovered yet and was tackled again, screaming in fear. The other enforcers did not intervene, but instead laughed unrestrainedly on the side. Chen Guang was hiding on the second floor, watching this scene, and secretly cursed. No distinction between right and wrong. You deserve to be bullied. Just then, he suddenly sensed that the bedroom door opened. A woman in pajamas walked out from inside. Chen Guang quickly explained, "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." Before he could finish his words, the woman in pajamas lunged at him with clawing hands, letting out a chilling roar. Hungry. In the faint light, he could see that the woman's face was covered in blue veins and black capillaries. All over her face, combined with her clawing expression, she looked truly terrifying. A zombie! Chen Guang felt a sudden panic. He instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. However, it seemed as if the world had slowed down. The zombie's movements appeared to Chen Guang like slow motion. Chen Guang just slightly turned his body and easily dodged the zombie's attack. "I become stronger." Chen Guang was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he plunged the dagger into the zombie's head. With a splatter of congealed blood, the zombie fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Chen Guangman was eagerly anticipating, seeing that the zombies remained unresponsive, not dropping any equipment or tribute cards. Don't all zombies drop equipment? After pondering for a moment, Chen Guang decided to let it go and not linger any longer. It was important to gather at the school. With a significant boost in attributes, Chen Guang made his way through the obstacles to arrive outside the school. Without further ado, he jumped into the school, where zombies were everywhere on campus, mostly mutated students, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. So many? Chen Guang quickly hid and observed in secret. Most of the zombies in the school were classmates who had mutated, and he even saw the school's well-known social butterfly. She was disheveled, covered in blood, with her neck bitten to a pulp, her face contorted, head drooping, and her body stiff as she wandered around the campus. She tilted her head as if she had discovered something, sniffed the air, and suddenly let out a roar. Hungry. The zombies wandering nearby seemed to receive a signal and collectively rushed towards Chen Guang. What's going on? How did I expose myself? Chen Guang got up and ran. But as he ran, he realized that the speed of the socialite zombie was very fast, even surpassing his own speed. With a slash, he took down a zombie blocking his path, all the while mumbling to himself. What's going on? In front of him was an obstacle, and behind him was a large group of pursuers. The gap between the two was closing rapidly, and it was clear they were about to catch up. Chen Guang quickly came up with an idea, turned, and ran towards the steps, with the zombies closely following behind. At the critical moment, he turned at the right time, leaped into the air, and jumped over the railing. They are still chasing. Chen Guang was stunned. Aren't zombies supposed to be mindless? Hungry. She fell to the ground, baring her teeth and roaring, her body moving oddly like a spider as she crawled a few steps and lunged at Chen Guang with incredible speed. I'll fight you. One-on-one. Chen Guang tightened his grip on the dagger and charged forward. Thud. The dagger pierced through her body, but she continued to bite fiercely. Just as she was about to sink her teeth into Chen Guang's neck, he kicked her away several meters. This socialite was clearly different. Her strength and speed were unlike any other zombie, stronger than all the ones he had encountered before. Hungry, she didn't give him a moment to think and lunged at him again, claws outstretched. Who's afraid of whom? Chen Guang made a powerful strike, the socialite zombie, aiming straight for the vital point. With a puchi, the knife pierced through her forehead, killing her on the spot, and there was no more movement. Chen Guangda was panting heavily, thinking to himself that it wasn't easy. A flash of purple light appeared, and a dazzling purple card materialized out of nowhere. Another shade of purple? Chen Guang picked up the card and focused his eyes, his gaze shining brightly. Purple passive skill card, true, I can identify all things in the world. The effort he put in was worth it. He did not fight for nothing. Use it immediately? The card disappeared, and the next moment, the system popped up the personal page. Host, Chen Guang, mythical level talent. Combat power, 171. Strength, 16.5. Speed, 2.5. Reaction, 1.5. Mental strength, 0. 1.5. Passive, Descendant of the Dragon, Golden Legend. Skill trait. Not unlocked yet. Passive, true, I can identify all things in the world. Skills, none. Rage skill, none. Special equipment. Madman's dagger. Closing the system page, the world in Chen Guang's eyes changed dramatically. Chapter 4. Worse than a beast, everything in sight had clear explanations, such as composition, production date, etc., all displayed in digital form. With this new passive, Chen Guang felt a bit unaccustomed. Turning to look at the zombies clawing at the fence outside, he saw a row of labels on their heads. Primary mutated zombie, so they have levels too. It seems I need to study how to distinguish them. Buzzing just as Chen Guang was pondering, his phone suddenly buzzed with a vibration. It was a message from Zhongli. While jogging, he clicked to check, his eyes widening. Help! Chen Guang, come save me. Not good. Something has happened. Chen Guang threw his arms open and ran towards the gymnasium. At this moment, the gym was surrounded by countless zombies, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, completely sealed off, with at least hundreds or even thousands. What to do? How can I get in? Dealing with one at a time was manageable, but facing hundreds or thousands of zombies at once left Chen Guang in a dilemma. As he ran, Chen Guang also noticed the characteristics of the zombies. They were visually impaired but had keen hearing. Got it. Chen Guang used a large tree as bait, climbed up, tied his phone to it, and then ran far away. After dialing the number, a series of ringtone music echoed through the night sky, carrying far into the night. A portion of the zombies were attracted by the music and all rushed towards the tree. Chen Guang took the opportunity to act, quickly arriving at the bottom of the gymnasium. He repeatedly kicked off the wall, flipped himself up to the second floor, and continued to climb up the outer wall, arriving at a window where he could see the scene inside the gymnasium. At the same time, he witnessed a scene that made his heart ache. Inside the gymnasium, many survivors had gathered, including Chinese international students and many local European students. Usually, European students were very hostile towards their Chinese peers, and now, with zombies rampant and law and order and chaos, they were even more reckless. Their inner evil was magnified infinitely. Some violently beat male students, while others, like hungry ghosts, were committing inhumane acts against female students. At this moment, the Chinese international students were suffering persecution. Any male student who resisted was beaten badly. Some weak-willed individuals, desperate to survive, begged European students for mercy, but it was futile. The more they begged, the harder they were beaten. A few Chinese traitors even sided with the Europeans, persecuting their fellow countrymen. Whoever is whining, this is the apocalypse. You all saw the zombies when you came here. If you don't want to die, just listen obediently. Take off your clothes. Don't make me say it a second time. The one shouting was Huang Xian, a well-known rich second generation. His father, Huang Ju, was a multinational businessman who spent money to send him abroad for studies. But he spent his days flirting and causing trouble everywhere. You sell out your ancestors for glory. You beast. How can you, as a Chinese, face your ancestors? I spit. If he dares to scold me, beat him to death. Killing him counts as my victory. Huang Xin seemed to have been poked at a sore spot and started punching and kicking those who resisted. The female students were terrified, cowering in corners and sobbing. On the stands, on the basketball court, and many other places, female students were being violated and trampled by European students. Such blatant and reckless behavior frightened the naive female students greatly. After getting tired of beating, Huang Xin arrogantly turned to look at the female students. Those who don't want to die, come forward. Still not undressing, huh? Get to it. Huang Xian's lackeys grinned and stepped forward to take action. Ah, you bunch of bastards. This is against the law. You have no humanity. Are you even human? The cries and shouts formed a chorus, shaking the heavens. Against the law? What has the world turned into? So what if it's against the law? Living one more day is one more day. Huang Xin viciously started to act, ripping the clothes of the resisting female students to shreds. Just then, one of the lackeys suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, you dare bite me. The focus shifted to Jiangli. She came from an official family. Her father was a diplomat, and she had been raised in privilege, never having experienced such suffering. You beasts, lackeys, it's better to kill than to insult. Before Jiang Li could resist, several rich second-generation boys grabbed her and pinned her to the ground, making her unable to move. Let go of me, you bastards. Jiang Li was still struggling desperately. Huang Xin's eyes gleamed with malice. As a playboy and a hungry ghost, he had long had his eyes on Jiang Li. He never had the chance before, but now he would have his fun first. I'll take the first shot. Huang Xin, you bastard. My dad is a diplomat. If you bully me, my dad won't let you off. Still bringing up your dad? Don't be delusional. I'll have my fun with you first, and when I get the chance to see him, I'll tell him you were eaten by zombies. What can he do to me? Hearing Huang Xin's words, Jiang Li fell into deep despair. It's best if you obediently let me have my way. Don't forget how tragic those few people were when they were eaten by zombies on our way here. Jiang Li continued to struggle, desperately resisting. If you don't cooperate, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Jiang Li instantly broke down, tears streaming down her face. She wasn't praying for a hero to come to her rescue. She only hoped to avoid such great humiliation. Just at this moment of despair, suddenly, a figure broke through the window. It was Chen Guang, descending from the sky. In Jiang Li's desperate eyes, a glimmer of hope reignited. Chen Guang's body was still in midair, yet to land, as he aimed his double-barreled shotgun and pulled the trigger in one swift motion. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed like thunder in the vast gymnasium. The thugs who were tearing at Jiang Li's clothes were caught off guard by the sudden shot, scattering in all directions. Chen Guang landed, pulled the gun's bolt back, and raised his hand to aim at the traitor Huang Xin. Bang! Unfortunately, a stumbling lackey, fleeing for his life, just happened to block in front of Huang Xin and took the bullet instead. Snap! The male student who was shot had his head exploded on the spot, his brain splattering like a watermelon, covering Huang Xin in blood. Ah! Huang Xin was terrified by this horrifying scene, falling to the ground in shock. Jiang Li stumbled and was about to lunge at Chen Guang. Help! Save me! This gave Huang Xin the opportunity to grab Jiang Li, pressing a sharp dagger against her neck. Don't move. If you shoot again, I'll kill her first. Huang Xian's voice trembled. After all, being aimed at by a gun would make anyone flinch. Chen Guang aimed the gun with one hand, his eyes filled with unexpressed anger. Chen Guang, we're just messing around. Don't be impulsive. Huang Xin tried to argue, deliberately stalling for time. Messing around? If I shoot you, that's also messing around. The lives of Jiang Li and her classmates were in someone else's hands, especially since the shotgun was out of bullets. Less talk. Put down the gun, no. Give me the gun. Huang Xin was very wary of the gun and thought of using a person to trade for it. With the gun, he would still be in control. Give me the gun, and I'll let her go immediately, otherwise I'll stab her to death right now. Huang Xin threatened again, shouting. No. Chen Guang, save me, I don't want to die. Jiang Li cried, her tears streaming down her face. If you dare to touch her, I'll shoot you dead. Chen Guang's eyes were bloodshot, locked in a standoff with Huang Xin. However, at that moment, the European students surrounded them, gathering towards this side, shouting loudly and drawing their guns in confrontation. Put down your guns. Who told you to shoot? Who are you? Chen Guang does not indulge them. He stands off against these European classmates with guns, creating a Mexican standoff where neither side backs down. Chapter 5. A Massacre. Come on, at worst we die together, shoot. Countless gun barrels are aimed at Chen Guang, but he remains unfazed. Chen Guang, I advise you, this is the end of the world. There's zombies outside. There's no need for us to fight to the death over a woman. It's not worth it. Let the classmates go, and we won't interfere with each other. Chen Guang still held his gun firmly, unwilling to budge. Don't talk to me about conditions. There's zombies outside, and the only way to survive is to cooperate. As long as you hand over your gun, you can have your way with the women here. How about it? Among the female international students present, many had already been bullied, and upon hearing Huang Xian's words, they showed expressions of shame and anger, lowering their heads and sobbing. Jiangli also reacted strongly, staring intently at Chen Guang, fearing he would agree to the conditions set by these beasts. I am a human, not a beast. Chen Guang's attitude was resolute. He was not a scoundrel like Huang Xian, who had a pretty face but a heart of a beast. He would never take action against his fellow women in times of crisis. Chen Guang, don't overstep your bounds. The world has changed. Preaching benevolence and morality is useless in the apocalypse. People like us can live well. Huang Xian's smile twisted more and more. In these days, he had become infatuated with the lawless world. Having the power of life and death over others, he could take any woman he wanted. After living for over 20 years, he had never felt as good as he did now. Previously, he was just a wealthy second generation, idling away, waiting for death, feeling that living was worse than dying. But after the apocalypse broke out, everything changed. He could do whatever he wanted, living without rules. This was the freedom he desired. Just as Huang Xian was being arrogant and domineering, he suddenly felt a slap on the back of his head. What are you talking about? The one who hit him was a tall, strong black classmate who was an athlete. As Huang Xian was about to explode in anger, he saw the black man and immediately backed down. It's nothing. We are negotiating. Negotiating my ass. The black classmate shouted. I see you're quite a man. I'll give you a chance. Hand over your gun and join us. You want my gun too? Chen Guang looked at the black man, his face showing confusion, as if he hadn't heard clearly. Yes, give me the gun. I'll cover you. The girls here can be played with at will. The black man smiled wickedly, his large white teeth very dazzling. Chen Guang looked around coldly and sneered to himself, then handed the gun to the black man. If you want it, take it. Chen Guang smiled innocently and brightly. The people around thought Chen Guang would rather die than submit, but they didn't expect him to actually compromise and hand over the gun. Even Huang Xian was cursing in his heart. It turned out he was also someone who was tough in his own territory. They should have taken him down together just now. A man from the European gang came over and reached out to take Chen Guang's shotgun, but he couldn't pull it. Then he inevitably applied more force, turning his face red. Fuck, let go, do you believe I'll kill you? With all his strength, his face turned purple, but he still couldn't move an inch. Suddenly, warm blood splattered everywhere as the European's neck was completely sliced open, blood spraying all over the place, creating a shocking scene. Chen Guang kicked him in the chest, and at the moment he pulled out the dagger, blood was still gushing out. Blood splattered everywhere as he fell to the ground, his neck severed, his head tilted to one side, hanging limply, and blood continued to flow down, staining the ground red. Yet those eyes remained wide open, as if still questioning everything that had happened. Do you dare to kill? The European students finally regained their composure from the shock. Kill him for me. The already tense atmosphere escalated again, with all the European gang members raising their guns to aim. However, Chen Guang did not intend to passively take the hits. He had long observed everyone through his insight, and the breakthrough was on the right side. He tossed the double-barreled shotgun, which had no bullets, towards Lu Xian and quickly turned to attack the person behind him, slitting their throat and grabbing their gun while turning. Huang Xian instinctively went to pick up the gun, and as the dagger separated from Jiang Li's neck, he had not yet had the chance to feel excited when he looked up. Bang! The first bullet pierced Huang Xian's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. But in the next second, Chen Guang charged forward with unstoppable momentum, firing several shots at Huang Xian. Bang, 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 bang. 3 shots hit him, and 1 shot blew his head apart, striking him in the forehead, killing him instantly. The European students were dumbfounded, although they had guns. Killing someone without blinking an eye was too brutal. Many were terrified by the gunshots, losing the will to resist, and all retreated, avoiding him. After witnessing Chen Guang shoot and kill, they jumped around in panic, covering their heads and fleeing. Their earlier courage and arrogance completely vanished. Human nature is like this, not daring to face zombies, not daring to confront humans who are even more ruthless than they are. If they can't fight back, they run, and if they can't escape, they surrender. This is the inherent cowardice of Europeans, ingrained in their nature. Chen Guang, Astarla Jiang li Sudan li Ugja Sheng Guan. In the midst of battle, if someone were to shoot at him, there would be no way to dodge. Let's go hide. Brother Guang, you finally came. Wu. A short, chubby man with a face full of bruises rushed over, hugging Chen Guang tightly. If you hadn't come, I would have been beaten to death. Wang Fatty. Get off me, are you disgusting? Wang Fatty, whose real name was Wang Zhangwo, was also one of Chen Guang's closest friends, a true buddy. Brother Guang, look what they did to me, my eyes are all swollen. Just as they exchanged a few pleasantries, gunshots suddenly rang out from upstairs, followed by a series of horrific screams. Zombies, someone has mutated, run. The European gang members who had just run upstairs stumbled back down again. Chen Guang was stunned for a moment and shouted, everyone, quickly leave and find a room to hide. The students, regardless of pleasantries, rushed towards the conference room on the first floor, both male and female Chinese students stumbling over each other. One after another, they rushed in, closed the door, and worked together to move tables and chairs to block the door, sweating profusely. The screams and gunfire outside were incessant, especially the horrific cries that sent chills down everyone's spine. Some female students with poor psychological resilience huddled in the corner, sobbing softly. This crying brought everyone's spirits down significantly. Chen Guang tried to make conversation and asked, when will your dad come to pick up the international students? Jiang Li said anxiously, tomorrow morning, around 8. Chen Guang calculated the time. It was around 4 a.m., and there were still 4 hours until 8 a.m., whether it was a blessing or a curse. If it was a curse, there was no escaping it. You all stay inside and don't open the door for anyone, he said as he prepared to climb out the window. Jiang Li anxiously reminded him that it was indeed dangerous outside, but for Chen Guang, danger also came with opportunities. Without further ado, he climbed out. Chapter 6. Strength surge. When Chen Guang came out, he happened to see a few wealthy Chinese second-generation individuals hiding here and there. Chen Guang had no time to pay attention to them. Being infected was just right. Killing them might give him a chance to drop some cards. Holding a dagger, he strode toward the staircase like a moth to a flame. As he reached the corner, he saw a black man stumbling and falling, immediately followed by a completely naked female zombie pouncing on him. The major artery was torn open, blood splattered all over the wall, and the black man screamed in agony. Chen Guang did not rush forward, but instead focused on observing the female mutant. The identification results showed that the female mutant belonged to a Tier 1 mutated organism, and she must have suffered inhumane torment before the mutation. Chen Guang rested her chin on her hand, which reminded her of a social butterfly. It seems that the opportunity for mutation should not only come from losing one's sanity. Despair may also lead to mutation. Uft. Chen Guang pierced its temple with a dagger. The female mutant died on the spot, and the black student was not much better off, with blood lying all around. As expected, only a headshot could kill a zombie. Help me, help me. The black student clutched Chen Guang's pant leg, whispering for help. Chen Guang looked at him and sarcastically said, you deserve it. This is called being trapped by your own cocoon. There's no saving you now. I'll send you on your way to spare you from further torment. No. Even if I turn into a zombie, it's still living. I don't want to die. The black man spat blood, pleading in desperation. Get lost. With a swift motion, Chen Guang ended his life, a flash of red light appearing. Lucky star. First time getting a skill card. Lightning flash skill card, but it requires 10 points of mental strength to use, so I can't use it for now. I'll need it sooner or later, so I'll save it for later. Chen Guang stopped thinking too much and stepped upstairs. At this moment, the upper floor was filled with screams, and the horrifying cries were everywhere. Some people were bitten to the point of being unrecognizable, the virus quickly spreading through their blood vessels to their entire body, with the wounds showing a strange black-red color. During the mutation, their faces gradually became hideous, their features twisted, presenting a terrifying visage that was hard to look at. Chen Guang was not so kind as to save people. Instead, he quietly lurked and observed the attack patterns of the zombies. Chen Guang is a top student, and his strength lies in analyzing before taking action. Through multiple observations, he discovered that there are two states after being bitten: the mutation phase and the fully mutated phase. During the mutation process, the combat power of zombies is inconsistent, fluctuating high and low. However, the combat power of fully mutated zombies is fixed. The average combat power of first-tier zombies hovers around 30-50. Zombies with combat power below 50 are those who were severely injured before mutation, missing arms or legs, with varying combat power depending on their injuries. However, through numerous observations, Chen Guang has not yet found data on social butterflies, which are zombies with combat power above 100. After conducting his research, the entire gymnasium had suffered significant casualties among European students, and those who were supposed to mutate had already done so. Chen Guang began his hunting operation. He charged out, taking down one zombie with a knife at a time. With a stab, he dispatched a naked female zombie. In the past, such unclothed women would attract men's attention, but now, having mutated into an ugly monster, they were truly a sight too hideous to behold. It was disgusting. Chen Guang no longer hesitated and continued to kill mercilessly. During this time, attribute cards kept popping up, and with a significant increase in attributes, killing zombies became easier and easier. However, the number of attribute cards became fewer and fewer. Later on, even after killing a dozen, not a single card dropped. After clearing out most of the zombies, Chen Guang sat down in a clean spot in the corridor and opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Chen Guang, mythical grade talent. Combat power, 431, strength, 56, 5, speed, 7, 5, reaction, 1, 1, 5, mental strength, 7, 1, 5, passive, descendant of the dragon, golden legend, skill trait. Temporarily unlocked. Passive, eye of truth. Can identify all things in the world. Skill, none. Rage skill, none. Special equipment. Madman's dagger, combat power had soared to over 400, equivalent to 20 times that of a normal person. However, what excited Chen Guang even more was that his mental strength was sufficient. So he tried to equip the lightning skill card. Taking out the card, he embedded the skill. Skill, lightning, releases 100, 000 volts of bioelectric energy upon activation. Looking at his combat power again, incredible, it had surged even higher. Combat power 631 in his excitement. Chen Guang felt a bit confused. But how exactly does this lightning work? With a thought, Chen Guang suddenly emitted a strong electric arc that spread outwards. In an instant, the lights on the second floor flickered frequently, affecting the entire gymnasium's power system. After 7 seconds, the personal attribute panel displayed. Mental strength, 7, 1, 5, in red. And a countdown appeared, showing 159, 58, decreasing every second. The power was considerable, but it required a 2-hour cooldown after use, which seemed rather impractical. Just as Chen Guang was mumbling to himself, he accidentally heard a barely noticeable gasp from a woman not far away. Chen Guang quickly assumed a defensive posture and looked in the direction of the sound, which seemed to be coming from a storage room not far ahead. Chen Guang quickly approached and arrived at the door of the storage room. The door was locked, and there were bloody handprints on the door. Because it was locked, the zombies couldn't get in. With a swift motion, he cut the lock. He kicked the door open. Inside the storage room, 2 women screamed in terror. Upon closer inspection, the 2 women were huddled in the corner, completely naked, trembling and embracing each other, their faces filled with fear. Chen Guang recognized these 2 women. They were well-known figures at the school, both European female students who had achieved honors in sports. The blonde beauty was named Phil, a gymnastics major who had won a gold medal. The other, with brown hair, was named Ellie, a swimming major who had participated in the Olympics. Both were athletic stars, and before the apocalypse, they were the school's star students. However, the fact that they were imprisoned here indicated that they had suffered inhumane treatment. The current Chen Guang was not the same as before. He no longer judged people by their appearance, but rather by whether they were mutated. When he activated his identification, Both women were marked as normal human, which made him retract his murderous intent. However, in the eyes of the two women, Chen Guang, covered in blood, seemed even more terrifying than the zombies. "Don't come over, you devil. Go away, go away." The two women desperately crawled under the table, their movements large enough for Chen Guang to see their privacy clearly. "Don't be so scared. I'm a normal person." Chen Guang was also a bit at a loss. Zombies were easy to deal with. He could just kill them. But facing two completely naked, beautiful women, Chen Guang, being a man, couldn't help but blush. Chapter 7. A snake without a head cannot function. The two women, seeing that Chen Guang still had his wits about him and wasn't like a zombie, exchanged anxious glances and nervously asked, "You're not a zombie, so why are you covered in blood?" Chen Guang tilted his head, tried to avoid looking at the two of them. "The blood on me is from the zombies. It's temporarily safe outside. Come out." Chen Guang finished speaking and turned to leave. After all, there was still a battlefield to clean up. The European students were all dead. Who knew if there were any good things left? After Chen Guang left, the two women trembled as they walked out from the corner, pushing and shoving each other, cautiously making their way to the door. However, when they saw the bloody scene outside, they both instinctively started to vomit. Chen Guang shook his head and sighed. Women are just trouble. He returned to the changing room, casually grabbed a few pieces of clothing, and walked over to the two girls, tossing the clothes to them. "Put these on. It's better than being naked." It took the two girls a moment to adapt to the bloody corridor, and they stumbled to pick up the clothes and start changing. Fayer was quick and managed to put on a male rugby sweatshirt, a t-shirt style, which concealed her athletic figure, though it couldn't completely cover it. Ailey wasn't so lucky. She only got a baggy basketball shirt that covered her knees. But with a little movement, the waves could be seen from under her armpits. The two girls didn't care. Having clothes to wear was better than nothing. They gathered their courage and approached Chen Guang from behind, speaking in unison like a duet. "Can you protect us? We could do anything for you." Chen Guang was still cleaning the battlefield when he heard the two women say this, and he helplessly stopped what he was doing. "You Europeans really rely on others for everything. We Chinese have a saying, rely on the mountain and the mountain collapses, rely on the water and the water flows away. Only by relying on oneself can one live well." Phil was a bit unhappy. "You men are all the same, inconsistent in word and deed. Who knows what you're really thinking?" Ailey gently tugged at her and said in a soft tone, "That's not what she means. This is the apocalypse. We are women, inherently at a disadvantage. If possible, we can make a deal." Chen Guang casually picked up the baseball bat, and the two girls were so frightened that they quickly stepped back. Chen Guang threw the baseball bat at the feet of the two. "You deserve to be bullied. Only by becoming strong can you live a wonderful life." Chen Guang turned around and left. "If we want to survive, we need to quickly clean up the battlefield and find usable items. When the rescue team arrives, we can fight our way out together." The two women were stunned for a moment, then exclaimed with joy, "Is it the Eagle Sauce's Marine Corps?" Chen Guang rolled his eyes and said with righteous indignation, "They're the great soldiers of the people of Huagua." After saying that, he ignored the two disappointed women and continued to clean up the battlefield. The equipment dropped by the zombies could directly appear in the system warehouse in card form, but the guns picked up randomly could not be transformed into cards no matter what. Chen Guang doesn't quite understand the difference between the two for now. There have been quite a few gains recently. All the European sports students upstairs are dead, leaving behind a large amount of equipment, firearms and ammunition, steel baseball bats, rugby sticks, and javelins, all of which can be useful. After scavenging most of it, he looked at the two women who were surprisingly wearing rugby protective gear, fully armed, and even wearing rugby helmets. Chen Guang felt an overwhelming sense of emotion inside and said, "Take the good stuff and come with me." One of the two women was holding a bundle of weapons, while Chen Guang's backpack was filled with guns and ammunition. "Where to?" Chen Guang did not explain and was the first to go downstairs, with the two women closely following behind. Before they reached the meeting room on the ground floor, they heard a considerable amount of noise. The two women, upon hearing other people, displayed varying expressions, likely due to their previous experiences that left them feeling apprehensive. On the first floor of the gymnasium, the meeting room was also a hiding place for Chinese international students. At that moment, a standoff was occurring. The students and the rich second-generation individuals were at odds, neither side willing to back down. Fat Wang was arguing with the arrogant rich kids. The noise from upstairs had long ceased. Chen Guang was definitely dead. Keep it down. If you attract the zombies from upstairs, let's see what you do then. Nonsense. Brother Guang is definitely still alive. What do you bastard want to do? What do we want to do? A snake without a head is useless. We're all guys. As long as you listen when the rescue team arrives, we will ensure your safety. Otherwise, I'll push you out to feed the zombies first. You, shameless. Led by Jiang Li, everyone was quite angry. Without Chen Guang, you are nothing. If you obey, we might still survive. Otherwise what? Chen Guang's voice suddenly appeared, and everyone turned to see him climbing in through the window. The expressions of the two groups were quite different. The top students were all extremely excited, while the rich second-generation students looked as if they had just eaten something unpleasant. Brother Guang, we were just joking with our classmates. The wealthy student immediately changed his previously arrogant attitude, bending over backwards to flatter Chen Guang. We all knew that you are wise and powerful, and you would definitely turn danger into safety. Get lost. Chen Guang hated their fawning faces and pushed the rich second generation away with a slap. This also caused the top students who wanted to compliment him to freeze in place, not knowing what to do. They are so bad. Jiang Li pointed at the second generation students and started to complain. Wang Fatty chimed in, Brother Guang, these guys are too bullying. While you weren't here, they actually wanted to take advantage of us. Chen Guang's gaze swept over a few rich second-generation youths, making their hair stand on end. In the apocalypse, you must be ruthless. Some people are human, but some are just beasts. Keep your eyes sharp to avoid mistaking humans for ghosts. After saying this, Chen Guang threw his backpack onto the ground. Clang! Inside are guns and ammunition. Take them and distribute. Got it. Wang Pengzi opened the backpack, and his triangular eyes sparkled with countless little stars. So many? Give me a gun. The male classmates began to distribute the firearms, remaining relatively rational and not resorting to fighting. Seeing this, the rich second-generation youths moved restlessly, eager to grab some for themselves. Having a gun in the apocalypse is the greatest symbol of power. They couldn't let these bookworms get away with it. Give me a gun. The first rich second-generation youth rushed up, tried to snatch the handgun from Wang Pengzi's hand. But in the next second, without saying a word, Chen Guang swiftly cut his throat with a dagger. Blood sprayed everywhere, and he died on the spot. The entire venue fell silent, and everyone was stunned. You. How could you kill the innocent? The other rich second-generation individuals pointed at Chen Guang and started to curse. But in the next second, he reminded them, we haven't settled the previous scores yet. I'm telling you, I guarantee I will kill all of you, not leaving a single one behind. The rich second-generation individuals had never experienced such humiliation, but they couldn't fight back, and with no weapons in hand, they could only silently retreat in fear of Chen Guang. The Killing God. Chapter 8. Elbows turning outward hello. At that moment, voices from Feier and AI Li came from outside. Can someone open the door? The sudden voices startled the students, and they collectively turned pale. Chen Guang then remembered the two women outside and went to open the door without a care. Don't open the door, there's zombies outside. Jiang Li hurriedly stopped him. It's fine, I've killed all the zombies. Chen Guang's tone was cold as he pushed open the barrier and let the two women in. The room fell silent, and everyone was quiet. Hello. I hope we're not interrupting you, one of them said, not waiting for approval as they walked straight towards Chen Guang, holding their weapons. Oh my, isn't this the star athletes from the sports department, Feier and AI Li? I didn't even recognize them with those football helmets on. A rich second generation was about to step forward to get close, aiming to check out the weapons the two women were holding. But as soon as he moved, Chen Guang shot him a glare, and the rich kids collectively fell silent, reluctantly muttering as they stepped back. I just wanted to say hello. Chen Guang pushed the two girls into the crowd of girls. Let's distribute these guys. They're all crucial for survival. The two girls felt a bit awkward and tossed all the items they were holding onto the ground. You can take them. Jiang Li found Chen Guang's behavior very strange. She had never noticed this bravery when they were classmates, and it ignited feelings of affection in her heart. However, seeing the two popular girls getting so close to Chen Guang made her feel jealous. She leaned closer to Chen Guang and whispered, looks like you know them well. How did you meet? I just met them upstairs, he replied. Chen Guang casually explained. Yo, someone from upstairs, huh? Let me tell you, these days those Europeans have been going crazy. Those two foreign girls must have been up to no good a long time ago. Jiangli spoke with a strong accent. The dialect of Shanghai, inherently carrying a hint of sarcasm and sharpness in her tone. Chen Guang furrowed his brows. Are you serious? Don't hit the face. Don't expose the shortcoming when scolding. Jiangli became even more sarcastic. Oh, just met, and you're already speaking up for them. I've known you as a classmate for several years, but I've never seen you protect me like this. Chen Guang had a serious expression on his face. Are you done? The atmosphere between the two was becoming increasingly awkward, and the rift was growing wider. At that moment, Fei and AI Li each walked over to Chen Guang with a baseball bat in hand. Are you all Chinese international students? You won't discriminate against us, will you? Originally, Jiangli wanted to ease the awkward atmosphere with Chen Guang, but seeing the two girls trying to curry favor with him stirred up a wave of jealousy. She turned to everyone and commanded, "What are you all standing around for? Distribute the weapons." Chen Guang said these are essential for survival. The female students began to allocate weapons as well. There were very few guns, with an average of one for each boy, but there were plenty of baseball bats and other weapons, so everyone could easily have two. However, none of the rich kids had any, which frustrated them. And they muttered sarcastically, "This isn't fair. You all have weapons. What are we supposed to use? Yeah, what do you want us to use, bare hands to fight zombies? What's the difference between that and murder?" Chen Guang, if you act unilaterally, once we are safe, I will definitely report you and make sure you end up in jail. Chen Guang's eyes turned cold as he suddenly raised his hand and aimed the gun at the rich second generation. I am willful and arbitrary. I could kill you right now. Faced with the gun pointed at his head, the rich second generation immediately cowered, like a stray dog, utterly devoid of dignity. He knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. Brother Guang, Father Guang, Grandpa Guang, please, we were wrong. Have mercy on us. Just give us a couple of handy weapons. We know we were wrong. For the sake of being fellow Chinese, please help us out. Before Chen Guang could speak, Jiangli waved her hand and said, "Distribute the excess weapons among them." You. Chen Guang stared with wide eyes, while Jiangli stretched her neck, both refusing to give way. Thank you, Jiangli. You truly are a lady of refinement. The rich second-generation youth scrambled to flatter and grab the remaining items. Jiangli and Chen Guang still stood their ground. You can only save outsiders, but I can't help my Chinese classmates? My dad is a diplomat, and he advised me to help each other in times of crisis. Chen Guang gritted his teeth and coldly said, "Just don't regret it." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Jiangli. From that moment on, the once mutually admiring classmates found their rift growing wider, ultimately leaving no possibility for reconciliation. In the gymnasium beside the window on the second floor stands, everyone stood here, looking out, eagerly awaiting. From this position, they could see the school's main gate, which was at least 400 meters away, requiring them to cross the lawn and pass by signboards, etc. It was mostly open ground with no cover, offering a wide field of vision, but there were also quite a few zombies. During the day, under the sunlight, the zombies' grotesque and terrifying faces sent shivers down people's spines, especially the few female academic elites, who were too frightened to look directly. The male classmates could endure a bit better, but if they were asked to go out, they hesitated in their hearts. However, Fei and AI Li were eager to try, tightly gripping their baseball bats. "We're ready, just tell us when to rush out." "Don't rush." Chen Guang turned around and asked Jiangli, "Did your dad and the others set off?" Jiangli covered her mouth, trying to hold back the feeling of nausea, and said, "When you went to the second floor, my dad called me and said they had already set off. If nothing goes wrong, they should be arriving soon." Chen Guang silently calculated the time in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, it should have happened. This made Jiangli very unhappy. "Chen Guang, what do you mean?" Wang Pengzi hurriedly explained, "Think about it. It's only half an hour's drive from the embassy to the school, but it's almost been an hour and they still haven't arrived. What does that indicate?" Jiang Li's face turned pale, and the others were also terrified and lost all confidence. "No, I don't want to die." For a moment, the morale in the room dropped, and there was a sense of despair. "Stop crying and making a fuss. Why are you crying?" Chen Guang shouted, and everyone fell silent. Listen carefully. Chen Guang warned that others were listening intently. There were many zombies nearby, and besides the various roars, nothing else could be heard. After Chen Guang's strength increased significantly, his senses became different from ordinary people. He could hear the faint sound of dense gunfire coming from the distant street, getting closer. They should be here, everyone. Go outside and wait. Chen Guang was the first to turn around and exit the gym, standing on the second-floor platform. Fei and AI Li followed closely behind. Then came Wang Pengzi, while the others took a long time to come out. Only Jiang Li poked her head out. Chen Guang, we didn't hear anything, and now is not the time for jokes. Chen Guang looked into the distance, and on the dusty city street, he could vaguely see a convoy speeding towards them. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, "It's coming. A convoy is approaching, and I can see the 5-star red flag hanging on the car." Chapter 9. Attracting the zombie horde alone. As soon as these words were spoken, the window was almost broken by the pushing of classmates. The weak girls were being pulled by the rich second-generation youths, and some even rolled off the stands, creating utter chaos. "Don't push me. Who touched my butt?" The sounds of chatter and the noise of people jumping down resonated in the empty campus, attracting the zombies. Chen Guang directly took out a double-barreled shotgun and aimed it at the wealthy classmate at the window. "Everyone be quiet. Step out one by one in a line. No noise. Whoever dares to make a loud sound, I'll kill him first." The wealthy classmate, with the gun pointed at his head, retorted confidently, "You say we can't talk, but you're talking yourself. It's just like the saying, only the officials can set fires, but the common people can't even light a lamp. Why are you so dictatorial? Just because you have a gun, you think you're impressive? If you have a gun, go down and kill zombies instead of acting tough with us." Chen Guang narrowed his eyes, and a killing intent surged within him. Without further ado, he grabbed the collar of the gossiping person. "Since you're so eager to talk, I'll oblige you." With a swift motion, he tossed the rich second generation down. Thud. He fell to the ground, clutching his legs and screaming in pain. "My legs! Chen Guang, you bastard! May you die a horrible death." The zombies, drawn by the noise and scent, came rushing over, baring their teeth and claws. Help, get away." The screams were like those of a slaughtered pig, echoing throughout the entire campus. Chen Guang glanced around coldly and questioned, "Is anyone else who wants to speak?" Everyone felt their hair stand on end, sneaking out quietly, not daring to make any noise. Jiang Li saw the wealthy second generation being bitten and torn apart by zombies downstairs. The bloody scene was unbearable to look at. Her face turned pale as paper, and she vomited uncontrollably. But in the next second, Wang Fatty covered Jiang Li's mouth with his hand. "Don't make a sound. Hold it in." However, the surrounding zombies were mostly attracted by the second generation screams. Chen Guang helplessly said, "It's too late to be quiet now. Let's just take the plunge." Once all the classmates were out, Chen Guang seriously introduced, "From my observation, zombies have lost their sight, but their hearing and smell are very keen. Everyone be careful when moving, try not to make any noise, and unless it's absolutely necessary, no one is allowed to fire a gun." The classmates nodded in unison. Only Jiang Li, indifferent in her heart, muttered, "Look at you. You think you know everything." Chen Guang turned around and took out a shotgun, saying, "You wait here. When the rescue convoy gets close, you jump down and get in the car as fast as you can." "Brother Guang, what are you going to do?" Wang Pengzi was the first to sense something was wrong. Chen Guang walked a few meters forward and jumped over the fence. "I'll go down and lure the zombies." "No, Guang Gu, how can you do it alone?" Just as Wang Pengzi finished speaking, Chen Guang leaped down. Bang! With a loud crash, Chen Guang landed on the roof of a car, making a huge noise. "See? In a bit, you guys jump down from here. It's not high. You should be fine." Crack! After speaking, he pulled the gun's bolt and expertly aimed to shoot. Bang! A thunderous gunshot echoed throughout the campus. The zombies had already been attracted by Chen Guang's jump, and now they were even more frenzied, clawing and rushing over. Bang! After the second shot blew off the heads of two zombies, Chen Guang slung the shotgun behind him, picked up a baseball bat, and started smashing the car. Clang! Clang! Screech! The car set off an alarm, the sound sharp and piercing, carrying far away, causing the horde of zombies to gather towards this direction. The students on the upper floor were dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone so brave, practically risking their life. Fei, and AI also had shocked expressions, covering their mouths to suppress their gasps. But Chen Guang's actions still left them greatly stunned. It wasn't over yet. Chen Guang swung the baseball bat and shouted loudly, "Come on, all of you come to your grandpa." He jumped out of the car, swinging the bat with full force, and smashed the head of the nearest zombie. The bat was swung with such vigor by Chen Guang that it was unstoppable as he charged forward. "Follow me, don't fall behind. Everyone come with me." As he shouted, Chen Guang's figure disappeared around the corner. A large group of zombies downstairs pursued him relentlessly, their numbers countless, and until Chen Guang completely vanished from sight. Only a few scattered zombies remained nearby, no more than 10. "The convoy is here. We've reached the school gate." The last remaining rich classmate excitedly pointed at the gate and shouted, while the others quickly tried to hush him. Shut up, you can't shout." He was almost beaten up for this. In fact, Chen Guang had his own selfish motives. As long as he could draw the zombie horde out of his classmate's sight, he could hunt and loot equipment without restraint. If he picked up cards in front of everyone, and they couldn't see it, they would inevitably think he was crazy. Just after turning the corner, Chen Guang took out a dagger, wielding the baseball bat in one hand and the dagger in the other, and began a killing spree. After his strength increased, Chen Guang's speed in killing zombies noticeably improved. Even when surrounded, he handled the situation with ease, dispatching zombies as if he were cutting vegetables, without breaking a sweat. However, the steel baseball bat and the dagger didn't feel quite right in his hands. An axe would have been much more effective. Just as Chen Guang knocked down a group of zombies, and hadn't even had time to catch his breath, he heard a metallic scraping sound against the ground. Turning his head, he saw a gigantic creature emerging from the direction of the school cafeteria. Good heavens, what a big one! Chen Guang's heart skipped a beat. Because this zombie was nearly 2.5 meters tall, its obese body resembling a mountain of flesh, weighing at least over 600 pounds. With each step it took, the ground seemed to tremble. Even more terrifying was that this zombie was dragging a bloody fire axe in its hand. Its round head was about the size of a basketball, with distorted and deformed features, one eyeball dangling by its mouth, making it extremely ugly. Its massive body was covered in rotten flesh, and one of its arms was as thick as Chen Guang's waist. Identification activated. After Chen Guang defeated the ordinary zombies, he assessed the Meat Mountain Zombie. Tier 3 mutated zombie, combat power, 1189, strength, 223, speed, 2, reaction, 15, oh my, over 1100 combat power. Isn't this a death wish? Chen Guang did not dare to confront directly. He retreated while fighting, temporarily creating some distance to load the shotgun. The third-tier zombie let out a low groan. Hungry, so hungry, meat. It fixed its gaze on Chen Guang and started to pursue him. Click! The shotgun was successfully loaded, and he aimed the gun. Bang! The shotgun, which had always been effective, could reduce ordinary zombies to pieces with a single shot. However, when it hit the third-tier zombie, it only caused some skin and flesh damage, not even breaking through its defenses completely. How tough is it? How do I fight it? Chen Guang aimed at the head again. Bang! The second shot only caused its body to stagger. Once it regained its footing, its face was completely rotting, yet remained unharmed. Flesh! Hood. With every step he took, the ground trembled. Go to hell. Chen Guang was not keen on fighting and planned to outlast it by relying on his speed advantage. Chapter 10, Encountering a Boss Gymnasium. When the students discovered that the rescue convoy had arrived outside the school, they were more excited than ever, eagerly looking forward, and some even started to cry. However, the convoy did not enter the campus, but stopped at the school gate. The soldiers in the vehicles were firing their guns, shooting at the zombies behind them, and paid no attention to the scattered zombies inside the school. Just when the students were puzzled, Jiang Li's phone rang. Dad! Jiang Li answered the call, her voice filled with tears. Daughter! Dad is here, where are you? I'm in the gym. I see you. Our soldiers are surrounded by zombies. I see there aren't many zombies on campus. Can you come out? I'll send someone to pick you up. We can. Before the call was disconnected, the wealthy students took the lead and began to shove towards the direction of the car. Move aside, move aside. Their sudden actions unintentionally pushed a male classmate down, who fell down the stairs without warning, leaving everyone dumbfounded. My shoulder. The top student cried out in pain. Shut up, we're coming down. The wealthy student who pushed him showed no responsibility, leaping over the railing and jumping down toward the car below. Thud! After landing safely, he ignored the top student on the ground and ran directly towards the school gate. I'm saved, I'm saved. He laughed joyfully as he ran. Thud! Others followed suit and jumped down one after another. When the fourth person landed on the roof of the carport, he slipped and twisted his ankle. Ah, I twisted my ankle. Help! Someone help me. The wealthy students were self-centered and indifferent to others' lives. As long as they could save themselves, that was enough for them. Wang Pongzi and others finally reacted and shouted, "Why aren't you all hurrying down and running toward the school gate?" The students were in chaos, jumping down like dumplings. A few at a time, towards the vehicle. There were jumps and cries of broken legs. The zombies were blind but not deaf. And such loud noises had already attracted zombies wandering over. Bang, bang, bang. More and more students were jumping off, and many made mistakes, with cries of pain growing louder. My leg! Help me! Someone help me! In this moment of crisis, everyone was looking out for themselves, even if the top students wanted to help. There wasn't much compassion except for Jiang Li, who embodied boundless love. After she jumped off the car, she didn't T-run first but went to help the injured female top student. However, the two girls, weak and powerless, simply couldn't T-run fast. Nearby zombies had already launched their attack. Some girls, while trying to escape, found zombies pouncing towards them. Even if they had weapons, their first reaction was to cover their heads and crouch down. The outcome was obvious. They were knocked down by zombies, bitten and devoured. With screams echoing, this was not a rare sight. After Wang Pongzi jumped down, he saw Jiang Li trying to save someone and helplessly advised, "What time is it now? Hurry up and run. We're all classmates. I can't just ignore them." Jiang Li insisted, but Wang Pongzi was speechless. Just then, a zombie lunged at them with claws outstretched. Bang bang. Wang Pongzi fired 2 shots. As expected from a descendant of the Red Army, his aim was precise, and the 2 shots hit the zombie's head, making it fall at their feet. "Don't worry with me here. I'll clear the way," Wang Pongzi shouted while shooting zombies. "Are you all stupid? Shoot. Are you waiting to be eaten?" The stunned students finally remembered they had guns. But these bookworms were only good at studying and had never fired a gun before. When a zombie charged at them, they didn't T-aim, closing their eyes and shooting wildly. Some even accidentally shot their own people. Among the student group, the best performers were actually 2 girls, Fei Er and Ai Li. Although they didn't have the precise kill rate of Wang Pongzi, they dared to shoot and had taken down a few zombies, showing much better performance than the compassionate Jiang Li. Chen Guang was still kiting, and the ordinary zombies were becoming fewer, but the Tier 3 zombies continued to relentlessly chase him. Just when Chen Guang thought he could kite the Tier 3 zombies to death, he suddenly heard sporadic gunfire coming from the direction of the gymnasium's main entrance, which quickly became dense and intense. They were starting to take action. The horde of zombies attracted by Chen Guang began to turn in small numbers, running towards the gymnasium's main entrance. Even the Tier 3 zombies seemed to be stirred, tilting their heads and sniffing the air vigorously. Meat, hungry. Just as the Tier 3 zombie was about to turn around, Chen Guang hurriedly loaded his bullets. Bang! A shot hit the back of the Tier 3 zombie's head. Blood mist sprayed out, but it still couldn't penetrate the thick layer of flesh. Hungry. The Tier 3 zombie was furious, raising a fire axe and throwing it forcefully at Chen Guang. Oh no! The axe whirled through the air, accompanied by an unparalleled whooshing sound. Chen Guang hurriedly jumped aside. Fortunately, the axe landed where he had just been standing. With a loud bang, the axe struck the cement floor, creating a spiderweb-like crack, showcasing its immense power. Chen Guang, the lazy donkey, had just stabilized his body when he saw the massive figure of a 3rd-tier zombie pouncing towards him. The distance between them was only about 5 meters. The meat mountain suddenly leaped into the air, its enormous body blocking the sunlight and crashing down like a great mountain. Damn! As it was about to land, Chen Guang jumped away with all his might. With a slash, the dagger played its role, slicing through the 3rd-tier zombie's belly. Boom! The 3rd-tier zombie landed, creating a shockwave that sent Chen Guang flying, and he tumbled a few meters before finally stabilizing himself. Phew, that was close. You almost crushed me. Chen Guang half-squatted and stood up, and the Tier 3 zombie also got up. It had a bloody wound on its stomach, with visible internal injuries, and intestines were gurgling out onto the ground. So disgusting. Chen Guang instinctively wanted to vomit, but the third-tier zombie unexpectedly launched an attack again. Its intestines shot towards Chen Guang, as if its belly was a wide-open blood-red mouth. Chen Guang was entangled by the stinking intestines, being dragged closer by the third-tier zombies. In a moment of extreme danger, Chen Guang cut through the intestines with a knife, the pus and rotten flesh spilling everywhere, with a foul odor assaulting his senses, making him feel dizzy and causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Just as Chen Guang was in turmoil, the intestines wrapped around his ankle again, tripping him. The surrounding ordinary zombies took the opportunity to pounce, closing in on him. Was he going to die like this? The image of being gnawed to death by zombies flashed in his mind, and fear surged within him. I don't want to die. A strong survival instinct suddenly reminded Chen Guang of the flash of inspiration. The system personal page. When he saw that there were still 3 seconds until the cooldown ended, he felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Chen Guang desperately swung the baseball bat to fend off the low-level zombies approaching, while the dagger took down the nearest zombies. 2 seconds. The third-tier zombie was just inches away, its massive body raised high, with an axe ready to strike. 1 second. Just as the axe was about to come down, the cooldown ended, the red text disappeared, and mental strength was restored to its peak. Release. Chapter 11. In the blink of an eye, crackle, and pop, Chen Guang released an electric current from his body, and in an instant, all the zombies within a 100-meter radius exploded. Even the third-tier zombies couldn't escape. The electricity coursed through their intestines, spreading throughout their bodies in an instant. The massive mound of flesh, maintaining a pose with an axe raised high, was instantly torn apart, with the huge mass of rotten flesh flying everywhere. That was close. 7 seconds later, Chen Guang felt as if he had survived a disaster. It was just a hair's breadth away from death. Supporting his body, he looked around. Within a radius of about 100 meters from him, no zombie was spared, and everywhere he looked was filled with bruised blood and shredded meat. Beyond that 100 meters, there were only a few scattered zombies wandering around, which were no longer a threat. Ding! Congratulations on killing the third-tier mutated zombie. The system prompt sounded, followed by a sudden appearance of purple light. A purple equipment burst forth. This must be a boss drop. He picked up the purple card. Mutated Fire Axe Equipment Card. What a good item. Just when he was about to sleep, it delivered a pillow. Although the killing process was difficult, the result was ultimately good. He equipped the mutated fire axe. A fire axe taller than a person appeared in his hand, but the next second, clang, Chen Guang felt a weight as heavy as Mount Tai. With his current strength attribute of strength 56.5, he was unable to lift it. Activating the Eye of Truth, he identified it. Mutated fire axe upgradable. Attack power 1000. Special note. Emits a frenzied and brutal dark energy, thirsting for blood, with a bloodthirsty effect. Usage instructions. A-class mutated weapon with dark matter energy requires a base strength of 100 points. Needing 100 points of strength was manageable. After all the killing, he had accumulated quite a few free attribute points and still had many attribute cards left uncollected. Without hesitation, he quickly cleared the battlefield, rapidly increasing his strength attribute until it reached 100 points, saving the remaining attribute points for other attributes. Now, Chen Guang's personal attributes were Host, Chen Guang, Mythical Level Talent, Combat Power, 776-1000, Strength 105, Speed 15.5, Reaction 10.15, Mental Strength 10.15. After adding the attribute points, he felt refreshed. He picked up the axe again without any effort. Cool. An increase of 1,000 combat power made him practically invincible. Chen Guang swung the axe with a whoosh, directly killing the last few zombies, becoming increasingly adept at zombie slaying. It was about time to retreat. The Chinese students here weren't as lucky as Chen Guang. Originally over 100 people, now only about 40 remained. The timid and the injured were basically all dead, and the bullets of those still alive had all been used up, with many girls crying while running. Jiangli not being dead was already a miracle. She was supporting a limping female classmate and surprisingly stayed firmly at the back of the line. They were getting closer to the school gate. and they could already see the soldiers on the vehicles, firing their guns and killing zombies left and right. "Help! Come save us!" shouted the wealthy second-generation student at the front. As a result, the zombies gathered near the school gate, unable to get out, turned around and came at them, waving their arms and baring their teeth. The wealthy second-generation student was caught off guard and shouted for help in panic. Just when the international students were being attacked from both sides, a group of people jumped out from the rescue convoy. Thud, thud, thud. Heavily armored soldiers in mechanized exoskeleton combat suits, armed with automatic rifles, expertly launched a rescue operation. Tot, tot, tot. The zombies were shot dead, saving the wealthy second-generation student. One person handled negotiations while others stood guard in tactical positions. "Have you been bitten?" "No, not a scratch on me." The wealthy second-generation student hurriedly proved he was normal. "Get in the vehicle, hide." The rescue team continued deeper and soon encountered scattered students. "Are you okay? Have you been bitten?" The soldiers asked each person as usual. "No, we haven't been bitten." After being rescued, some female students sat on the ground, holding their heads and crying heart-wrenchingly, until the rescue team reached Jiang Li and Wang Pengzi. One person negotiated while others shot zombies. "Are there more people behind?" "Yes, there's still Brother Guang." "How did she get hurt? Was she bitten by a zombie?" The soldier questioned. "No, I fell. I wasn't bitten." The female student explained in panic. "That's good. Hurry to the gate and get in the vehicle." Just as the soldiers were about to retreat, Wang Pengzi immediately shouted, "The wealthy second-generation student has come back to life." Just then, the leader of the guard team shouted sternly, "All units on alert. A high-level zombie is approaching." The wealthy second-generation student was so scared that he turned tail and ran, stumbling towards the rescue bus at the gate. Other students, seeing the rescue soldiers so tense, instinctively showed panic. "High-level? Zombies have levels?" Wang Pengzi was curious, looking up expectantly. The rescue soldiers formed a wall, collectively aiming and shooting at the zombies. Behind these ordinary zombies, a blood-soaked zombie wielding a fire axe was rapidly approaching. According to the data, zombies that can use weapons and move extremely fast resemble the rare mutated high-level zombies, with characteristics that match perfectly. The reason they hadn't shot it was that it was too far away, and this high-level zombie was actually slaughtering its fellow zombies. This was somewhat inconsistent with the data. "Captain, is it confirmed to be a zombie? Didn't they say zombies don't kill their own kind?" A team member questioned while firing. "How would I know the reason?" "All units on guard. Shoot on sight as soon as it's within range." Chen Guang swung his axe, charging forward at full speed. Any zombie that got in his way was sliced in half by his axe. With a slash, a regular zombie was cut in two, and ahead, about 100 to 200 meters away, there was a row of well-trained, fully armed soldiers, some even wearing high-tech combat exoskeletons, shooting and killing zombies. "These are our country's soldiers." "So cool." Chen Guang excitedly approached, just a few steps away from entering the shooting range. Just as all the soldiers were about to shoot, Wang Pengzi suddenly shouted loudly. Wang Pengzi was so excited that he wanted to greet him, but as soon as he rushed out, he was held back by a soldier. "Are you crazy?" Wang Pengzi helplessly pointed at Chen Guang. "He is my brother Guang. He is a human, not a zombie." Chapter 12. The embassy rescue someone realized. No wonder they were attacking each other. If he is a human, that makes sense. "Stand down from kill alert." "Yes." The other soldiers quickly turned their guns and shot at the other zombies. The rescue team leader kept a close eye on Chen Guang. This kid was covered in blood, holding a fire axe as tall as himself, and he could run so fast. It seemed this kid was not simple. Chen Guang didn't realize he had walked through the gates of hell. He quickly ran closer and swung an axe at a zombie, coming fully within range. "Stop! Have you been bitten?" The soldier accused, shouting in question. "No, I wasn't hurt. I'm human." The captain looked at Chen Guang's combat ability with newfound respect. This kid is really something. He seems even stronger than someone in an exoskeleton. "Of course, he's my brother Guang." Wang Fatty boasted proudly, as if he were happier praising Chen Guang than himself. "Kid, come over. The main force is retreating." The captain shouted as a reminder. Chen Guang shrugged off his shoulders and rushed over to join the rescue team soldiers. As Chen Guang approached, the rescue team tactically retreated, firing their guns while moving backward. "Brother Guang, you're too awesome. From now on, If I don't respect anyone else, I will respect you. Wang Pengzi expressed with deep emotion. Even when I'm drunk, I respect the wall. Chen Guang was in a great mood and made a joke before rushing out the door. Near the rescue convoy and the bus, a middle-aged man in a suit was hugging Jiang Li. He was Jiang Li's father, Jiang Weigua. Chen Guang had seen him in the news. Usually, he appeared with perfectly styled hair, but now he looked disheveled and dusty, even though he was still wearing a suit. Get in the car, we're retreating. Jiang Weigua pushed his daughter, Jiang Li, onto the bus. When he turned around and saw Chen Guang covered in blood, his heart sank. Uncle Jiang, I'm not injured. Chen Guang said politely in front of his elder. Chen Guang, hurry up. Jiang Li's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she called him to get on the bus. But Jiang Weigua couldn't be careless. With all that blood, who knew if he might mutate? He blocked Chen Guang, who was about to board the bus. You take another vehicle, driver, close the door. Jiang Weigua ordered, and the bus driver had no choice but to close the door. Just then, the combat team exited the school gate. After locking the gate, the trained soldiers prepared to board the vehicle. Jiang Weigua shouted, Lu team, take care of him. Get him on a combat vehicle. Rescue team leader Lu Feng didn't think twice and pulled Chen Guang along. Come with me. They crossed over to the rear combat truck, climbed up, and saw zombies pouring out from all directions on the street, countless in number. Other soldiers stood at the railing, firing their guns to keep the zombies at bay. Move, move, hurry up. The lead vehicle started. It was an armored vehicle, clearing the way, followed closely by an armed Humvee equipped with a machine gun and 3 team members, one loading ammunition and the other 2 guarding the flanks. After that came the rescue bus, followed by an armed truck with soldiers in the truck bed shooting zombies. Chen Guang sat in the truck bed, which was driving unsteadily and bumpily. The soldiers took turns to be on guard, shooting all the approaching and threatening zombies. Lu Feng, the captain of the rescue team, was changing magazines while looking at Chen Guang, his admiration evident. Kid, how did you end up like this? He asked, referring to the blood all over him. It was from the bait, Chen Guang replied. Chen Guang felt an unprecedented sense of security. He stood up and looked at the devastated city, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The streets were teeming with zombies. He could hear gunfire, and there were those who crashed through the glass from the buildings, falling to the ground and becoming a pile of mush. These creatures can get back up and continue biting as long as their brain tissue remains intact. So you need to be more careful in the future. Captain Lu Feng stood beside Chen Guang and reminded him softly. Your exoskeleton is quite impressive. Lu Feng seemed to have opened up a floodgate of conversation. Isn't it great? High tech. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they would probably be hiding it away and not letting us use it. Chen Guang's interest in chatting was low as he stared intently at the zombies wandering the streets. He even saw a zombie holding a sign that read, God has abandoned us. Just 2 days ago, it wasn't this chaotic, although there were frequent strikes and protests, as well as rampant crime and collective drug use. But now, in this apocalyptic scene, it could only be said that the zombie outbreak had led humanity to ultimately destroy its own civilization. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Captain Lu Feng nudged Chen Guang with his shoulder. It's nothing, just feeling a bit emotional. Lu Feng chuckled and said, You scholars are so sentimental, always getting emotional. If you ask me, it's better to figure out how to survive. After saying that, Lu Feng pointed and exclaimed, Look, look! That one with the peculiar skeleton is a high-level zombie. The zombie Lu Feng was pointing at was weakened body, but fast. Under the identification of the Eye of Truth, it turned out to be a second-tier mutated zombie, with a combat power of just over 100, on par with the socialite that Chen Guang had killed. It started chasing the car as soon as it peeked around the corner, bullets hitting its body without penetrating. Compared to other ordinary zombies, it was slightly more advanced. In the future, if you see zombies that are fast or strong, just hide as far away as you can. Chen Guang coldly snorted in his heart, thinking that he had just killed a more powerful third-tier zombie, and saying it out loud might scare you to death. On the way to the embassy, it was a long and arduous journey, crashing and darting around. The streets near the embassy were all blocked off by fences and barbed wire, and the lead vehicle entered the embassy area first, but the combat vehicle suddenly turned. Chen Guang asked in surprise, Aren't we going to the embassy? Lu Feng explained, Kid, killing zombies can't just rely on brute force. You need to use your brain. They've been trailing behind us, and if we don't deal with them, What will happen when they follow us into the embassy? Will we live or die? After explaining, Lu Feng took out the walkie-talkie. All departments prepare. The combat vehicles will lead the trailing zombies into other neighborhoods. 3, 2, 1, detonate. Boom! Suddenly, a car parked by the roadside exploded, engulfing the entire army of zombies behind it in a sea of fire. Chen Guang felt a surge of spirit. Truly gaining some insight, Lu Feng said with a smile, I may not be as good as you in studying, but when it comes to fighting, you guys can't compare to me. You see, one shouldn't just study dead books. We need to learn actively and apply it in real life. The combat vehicle twisted and turned, and after dealing with the pursuing zombies, it finally turned onto the embassy street. As soon as the combat vehicle arrived nearby, the barbed wire fence and construction barriers were moved aside. Once the combat vehicle drove straight in, the engineering team immediately resealed the entrance with the barbed wire and construction barriers, preventing any zombies from entering the embassy area. Chapter 13. No distinction of black and white. The convoy moved another few hundred meters before the combat vehicle stopped. The soldiers quickly got out and finally, Chen Guang jumped out of the vehicle. Team leader Lu Feng directed the guards and, after arranging everything, said with a smile, let's go. I'll take you into the embassy and arrange a place for you to stay. Lu Feng was quite enthusiastic. At least in interactions, he gave a comfortable feeling. However, Chen Feng also sensed that he had something on his mind. Chen Guang couldn't hold back and said, just speak your mind. What's with all this eagerness? Lu Feng smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes, pulling one out and handing it to Chen Guang. Have one. I don't smoke. Chen Guang evaded and refused. It's good not to smoke, healthy. Lu Feng lit a cigarette and said while blowing out smoke, I do have something to tell you, but I don't know how to bring it up. Chen Guang crossed his arms, waiting for him to continue. I haven't read much, so I don't understand grand principles. But I know that someone like you is a high-level intellectual. Advising you to abandon literature for the military is basically impossible. However, the world has changed now. It's the end of days. With your abilities, being a soldier is definitely more promising than what I can offer. As I spoke, I even nudged Chen Guang with my shoulder. Think about it. Join the military and become a glorious warrior. The country and the people need talents like you. Chen Guang raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Lu Feng quickly switched to his big talk mode. I really think you're a talent. That's why I'm saying this to you. He looked around and whispered, being a soldier is great, especially for you, a special ability user, specially recruited into the army. You might even have a higher rank than me, right after joining. Who knows, I might have to take orders from you. Besides, being a soldier is so cool. Look at my combat exoskeleton. Isn't it handsome? I heard that domestically, all high-tech equipment has been publicly distributed to every combat zone, and each soldier is equipped with a set, just to prepare for the apocalypse. Are you tempted? Think about it. As the two chatted, they entered the embassy's main gate. The courtyard was filled with people, mostly overseas Chinese, men and women everywhere. Lu Feng continued, look at our suffering compatriots. The duty of a soldier is to protect the people. You have the skills, so there's no worry about not having a place to use them. The motherland needs you, and the people need you. Chen Guang was indeed deep in thought, but how did you see that I have some skills? Lu Feng chuckled, his smile bright and revealing a set of big white teeth. Still pretending with me. You're an evolved new human, a superpower user, right? This term was something Chen Guang heard for the first time, just as he was curious and about to ask for details. The courtyard suddenly became chaotic among the overseas Chinese. In one small group, someone pointed at Chen Guang and shouted sharply, Third uncle, it's him. He killed our cousin. The voice was loud, drawing everyone's attention. Chen Guang saw a rich second-generation student who had escaped from school, walking over with a well-dressed middle-aged man, filled with righteous indignation and a fierce demeanor. Chen Guang recognized the rich student, but didn't know his name. However, he had seen the well-dressed middle-aged man before. He was a wealthy Chinese businessman who did business in the European Union and was a well-known president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, named Huang Zhu, who was also the father of Huang Xian. Mr. Huang, accompanied by a group of people, strode over with great momentum, creating a tense atmosphere on the scene. The rich student pointed at Chen Guang in public. It's him, Chen Guang. He shot and killed my cousin, and I, along with other classmates, can testify. The temperature of the scene dropped to freezing point. You murderer, you kill my son. Huang Zhu glared angrily, pointing at Lu Feng and scolding, Captain Liu, I order you to execute him on the spot. Calm down. Everyone stay calm. Calm down my ass. I had my son late in life, and he was my only treasure. How can you expect me to stay calm when this little bastard killed him? Huang Ju was furious and vowed not to rest until Chen Guang was dead. There were many people in the embassy, all of whom were Huang Ju's employees. When the boss spoke, these indiscriminate dogs followed suit and shouted, "You can't shelter just anyone. We firmly oppose living under the same roof as a murderer. Murder must be paid for with a life. It's only right. Is the embassy a soldier or a thief? If it's a soldier, then arrest the murderer and give the deceased an explanation." The courtyard was in chaos. If it weren't for Lu Feng mediating, the situation would have escalated out of control. Some had already sensed that things were amiss and went to find a diplomat. Jiang Weigua rushed over to maintain order at the scene. "What's going on?" Huang Ju, red-faced and furious, pointed at Chen Guang and said, "As a result, this bastard killed my son, and today you must give me an explanation." Others joined in the uproar. "That's right, look at him covered in blood. He must be a madman. He might even mutate. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one go. What if he mutates and infects everyone? That's not how it is. Everyone calm down." Lu Feng was still desperately trying to maintain order at the scene. "Kid, why don't you explain yourself?" Chen Guang snorted coldly. "Explain what? I killed him, so what?" Chen Guang was so brazen that he made Huang Ju furious. His face red with anger as he pointed at Chen Guang, his hands trembling, and said to the diplomat Jiang Weigua, "Look at him. He has no regard for the law. Why aren't you arresting him?" Jiang Weigua's expression was troubled. During this special period, Huang Ju had the capital to say such things. He had a high level of influence locally, and the embassy's vehicles, defensive works, and supplies were all provided by Huang Ju's company. If they withdrew their investment and canceled their support, it would greatly impact the embassy's efforts to protect overseas Chinese. "Dad." At this moment, Jiang Li, Wang Pengzi, and many international students rushed over. Even Fei Er and AI Li were among them. "Uncle, let me explain. Things are not as you think." Wang Pengzi was the first to step forward to defend Chen Guang. But Jiang Weigua shot him a glare and scolded, "Shut up. You have no say in this." Huang Ju's employees stepped forward, dragging Wang Pengzi away. Jiang Weigua took a step forward, facing Chen Guang. "When you killed, did Huang Xin mutate into a zombie?" Before Chen Guang could speak, the rich second generation jumped out first, turning black into white. "No, my cousin is just fine. There are no signs of mutation at all." After saying this, he pulled out a female student and threatened her in a commanding tone. "You speak up. Is Chen Guang the murderer?" The female student's face went pale, her body trembling, clearly coerced. "Yes, he killed." The female student's voice was barely audible. The rich second generation smugly continued, "So, we have a witness." What many don't know is that at that time, Chen Guang shot without hesitation, threatening us to do as he said, or he would shoot us, even throwing classmates down to feed zombies. Chapter 14. No place for a gentleman here. The ball was passed to Jiang Li, and all eyes were on her. Indeed, but Jiang Li wanted to explain for Chen Guang, but was grabbed by Jiang Weigua, who scolded, "You need to avoid suspicion. Take her away and lock her up." As Jiang Li was taken away, she struggled desperately. "Dad, Chen Guang is a good person. He killed to protect us." Wang Pengzi and other classmates surrounded Jiang Weigua, arguing in a cacophony. Other Chinese people criticized Chen Guang vehemently. "A life for a life. He should be executed immediately. Isn't that right? Why are we making excuses for a murderer?" Most onlookers, who were Huang Ju's employees, were discussing loudly, with unfavorable comments dominating. In contrast, Chen Guang remained expressionless, seemingly unconcerned. The situation grew more chaotic, with the rich second generation arrogantly pushing Wang Pengzi and other classmates aside. "Get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. All of you shut up." Huang Ju surrounded Jiang Weigua. "Diplomat, I will ask you one last question. Are you still not enforcing the law impartially? I warn you, without my support, your embassy won't last long. You figure out." Jiang Weigua was also in a difficult position. Special circumstances required special handling, and the best solution at the moment was to maintain cooperation with Huang Ju and stand united to ultimately allow more overseas Chinese to survive. The appearance of this kid, Chen Guang, has caused a rift in the cooperation. Now, no one can undermine the collaboration between both parties. Jiang Weigua, surrounded by Huang Ju's men, came to Chen Guang and asked, "Is it true that you killed someone?" Chen Guang stood straight, not the least bit flustered. "Yes. You dare to take responsibility. Since you admit your guilt, you should accept the punishment." Chen Guang coldly faced the crowd's accusations and asked in a cold voice, "What if I don't accept?" Jiang Weigua indeed did not expect that Chen Guang would be so unyielding. Do you still want to kill someone in the embassy?" Chen Guang dropped the heavy mutated fire axe onto the ground with a crash, shattering the marble floor tiles. "I want to kill someone. Can you stop me?" he shouted. "Arrogant. So arrogant." The rich second generation began to shout, raising his neck and yelling. Back in school, he was like this, killing without blinking, not distinguishing between right and wrong, just killing anyone who displeased him. He even forced me to kneel and bow to him, and he molested female classmates. Jiang Li can testify, Chen Guang is a beast, a scum of society. The rich second generation threw all the grievances he suffered in school onto Chen Guang, distorting the truth in the process. After shouting, he looked at Chen Guang with a smug expression, full of provocation, as if to say, "What are you going to do about it? Go ahead, try killing someone in public again." Captain Lu Feng was truly anxious. "Kid, can you at least explain yourself?" Chen Guang's expression was gloomy as he coldly said, "I am an orphan, and I have been wrong since I was young. I am used to it. I study hard because I want to learn how to reason. But when I realized that reasoning is useless, I found that ultimately, I still need to rely on force to solve problems." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt a flash before their eyes. Suddenly, a dagger was thrust into the forehead of the wealthy second generation who had distorted the truth. Gasps filled the room as the rich second generation collapsed, eyes wide open in death. The scene descended into chaos, with everyone retreating as far as they could. "He has gone mad. He has lost his mind. He is a zombie. Shoot him, kill him quickly." The guards instinctively raised their guns to aim at Chen Guang upon seeing a death. Only Lu Feng was still trying to defend Chen Guang. "He is not a zombie. Everyone put down your guns." Huang Ju collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably. "My dear nephew, how am I supposed to explain this to third brother? You are an embassy, not a place to harbor filth. Allowing a murderer to kill indiscriminately, there is no justice left." Jiang Weigua was also stunned. He truly did not expect that Chen Guang, this student, would actually dare to kill in public without any warning. One moment he was talking, and the next he was killing without even blinking. "This kid has gone mad. He has really lost it." Lu Feng hurriedly explained, "Diplomat, Chen Guang is not what you think." At that moment, a sound of metal scraping against the ground echoed throughout the venue. Chen Guang's gaze was cold and devoid of any emotion, his aura fully unleashed, making everyone feel a chill. "I won't hold it against you, but you think I'm easy to bully. Just because you have money, can you do whatever you want? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. How can you not know what kind of person your son is?" Back in school, he was already up to no good, flirting around and causing trouble. The world has changed. He actually colluded with outsiders and ruthlessly harmed fellow international students. Such a person, I would kill one by one. They deserve to die. Huang Ju was greatly intimidated by Chen Guang's godlike aura, instinctively crawling backward, and said in panic, "What do you want to do?" Chen Guang was already very close, only about 4 meters away. "Since you care so much about your son, why don't you go to hell with him?" Huang Ju was scared to death and yelled, "Help. You can't just stand by and watch him commit murder." Lu Feng saw that the situation was out of control and drew his gun, warning, "Little brother, calm down. You have a bright future ahead. Don't go down the wrong path." Chen Guang tilted his head to look at Lu Feng, a cold smile on his face. "You're a good person, but it's a pity that in the apocalypse, good people don't live long. I won't let a disaster last for 1,000 years." After saying this, the fire axe whistled through the air, the blade glinting as it swung down. With a splat, Huang Ju's head flew high, rolling several meters on the ground. A few breaths later, terrified screams echoed again, and almost everyone turned pale with fear. "Shoot him! Kill him!" Jiang Weigua shouted in panic, giving orders in terror. "Protect the civilians." Other armed soldiers all disengaged their safeties, and even Lu Feng was no exception as they collectively aimed their guns at Chen Guang. "Calm down. Are you going to betray your country and go against the world? You're still a person, not a beast. Don't go down the wrong path. Other soldiers approached with their guns, shouting, "Put down your weapon, drop the axe. Hands on your head, get down." Chen Guang coldly surveyed the scene and disdainfully said, "You bunch of fools, what era is it now? Sticking to outdated practices and clinging to your rigid beliefs will eventually lead to your demise." Jiang Weiguo retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you suggesting we lose our humanity like you and indiscriminately kill the innocent? Are they innocent?" Chen Guang slowly crouched down in front of everyone's eyes and picked up the 2 red cards that the 2 people had exploded. Others might not know, but Chen Guang was very clear in his heart. These 2 individuals had already shown signs of mutation. At the very least, they were in the process of mutating. Killing them would be a service to the people. Chapter 15. The Shocking Conspiracy. However, in the eyes of others, Chen Guang was nothing but a complete madman. Even when he crouched down, grabbing at the air and jabbing randomly, it was seen as a sign of madness. Chen Guang put away the attribute card and, as he stood up, he happened to make eye contact with a female student who was giving false testimony. She was immediately terrified, her face pale, and she pleaded in panic, "I was forced. They threatened me, saying if I didn't cooperate, they would expose what happened in the gym. I have a bright future ahead. I can't do this. I am sorry. Chen Guang, I am sorry. Please don't kill me." Chen Guang thought to himself, "It's pointless to argue with someone like you who is ungrateful. I can't be bothered to say another word." Chen Guang looked around and saw guns pointed at him. In a moment of tension, he sneered, "It seems I can't stay here any longer. If you don't keep me, there will be others who will. In this apocalyptic world, take care of yourselves." After saying this, Chen Guang turned to leave. The soldiers were still on guard with their guns, but without a clear order, they couldn't shoot him for now. "Let him go, the murderer. We don't shelter madmen." Jiang Weiguo reprimanded sharply. Lu Feng quickly intervened, whispering, "He is the genetically evolved person mentioned in the secret files, a superhuman. WH. What?" Jiang Weiguo's body stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Feng nodded repeatedly with certainty. "You can't leave." Jiang Weiguo changed his tone, wanting to keep Chen Guang because his identity was too special. Chen Guang stopped, tilted his head, and said coldly, "What's the matter? You won't let me stay, and you won't let me go. Do you think you can keep me here? Don't force me to go on a killing spree. I don't want my axe stained with the blood of innocent people." Jiang Weiguo wanted to say something, but was once again held back by Lu Feng. "It's all a misunderstanding. Brothers, put down your guns. There's no need for knives or guns." Lu Feng urged the soldiers to lower their weapons. But everyone looked confused and bewildered, especially the overseas Chinese, who whispered among themselves, pointing and discussing. "What's going on? They originally brought the wolf into the house, and now they want to raise a tiger for trouble? Have they gone mad? Why leave such a person alive?" Jiang Weiguo quietly instructed, "Captain Lu, no matter what method you use, be sure to keep him here." "Understood. I guarantee to complete the task." With that, Lu Feng took large strides to chase after him. However, Chen Guang did not stop and had already walked out of the embassy gates. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a mechanical exoskeleton quickly approaching him from behind. "Hey, little brother, don't rush to leave. Let's have a chat." Chen Guang didn't stop at all. "What else is there to talk about? We have no enmity, so you don't need to hold such a grudge against me." Lu Feng, with his chattiness, is really good at getting close to people. "I've never liked Huang Ju. If he dies, it doesn't matter to me." Chen Guang refuted as he walked. "To earn merit while serving a sentence, you first have to define me as guilty, but I don't believe I'm guilty." Yes, you're not guilty. Don't walk away. Talk to your brother for a bit." He grabbed Chen Guang and finally made him stop. Chen Guang impatiently retorted, "I'm just puzzled. We don't know each other, so why are you so intent on bothering me? Why do you want me to join the army?" Just as Lu Feng was about to explain the reason, 2 people ran out from behind him, blonde and blue-eyed. It was Fei and A.I. Li. "Hi. Hello." Lu Feng glared. The 2 girls, however, ignored him and said to Chen Guang, "Guang, if you leave, we will go with you." "Yes, we will go with you too." Chen Guang asked in confusion. Phil shrugged and said, "This is your Chinese embassy. We're already out of place here. Besides, if they can't even tolerate you, they will definitely discriminate against us, so it's safest to stick with you." Chen Guang glanced at the 2 women and said to Lu Feng, "Don't mind them, you continue." Lu Feng hesitated, looking around. What I'm about to say is confidential. It's not easy to say with them here. Don't worry, they don't understand Mandarin. Lu Feng was still conflicted, but finally compromised and pointed to a CAF by the street. How about we go in and sit for a while? The three entered the broken CAF, and Lu Feng called over team members to keep watch outside. Once everything was arranged, Lu Feng and Chen Guang sat facing each other, while the two women at the bar were figuring out how to make coffee. Lu Feng looked around and lowered his voice. The reason I want to keep you around is not just because you have skills, I should say. It's because heaven is favoring you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with you. Chen Guang furrowed his brows slightly, suspecting whether Lu Feng knew about his system. Let me tell you, the apocalypse and zombie outbreak are a conspiracy by the beautiful country and the European Union. Chen Guangxian let out a sigh of relief, and then became interested. Go on, he said. Lu Feng said mysteriously, have you heard of the population elimination plan? I bet you haven't. Recently, we've obtained some confidential information at the United Nations and from the Health and Medicine Group, which documents super genes and classified files on gene evolution. I haven't read much, so I can't quite understand these high-tech things. But the general idea is that Europe has been researching superhumans. Each genetically evolved person possesses special super abilities. Some have immense strength. Others are as fast as lightning. I think you belong to this category. I don't, Chen Guang retorted. Don't be stubborn. Lu Feng pointed his chin at Chen Guang's axe. With this axe of yours, I would struggle to lift it even in a combat exoskeleton. You can swing it to kill zombies, and that doesn't mean anything. You, living in comfort, don't even know how to appreciate it. Chen Guang didn't refute it anymore. Just let him guess. You say it's true, so what next? Lu Feng looked around again, and seeing that the two foreign girls had no intention of eavesdropping, he cautiously said, 8 days ago, all mid to high-level officials of the European Union collectively disappeared. Rich people, capitalists, scientists, high-ranking officials, and even university professors were secretly relocated together. Do you know why? Chen Guang shook his head, and Lu Feng continued. Because the virus leaked unexpectedly, dissolved in the air, and began to spread around the world. The wealthy and powerful took emergency precautions first. And then, when the results of genetic evolution research matured, they would become the super new humans on Earth, easily dominating the globe. Chen Guang pointed at the table, analyzing for a moment. These secrets aren't just your wild guesses, are they? If they're true, how do you know about them? Chapter 16. New Human Abilities. Lu Feng said confidently, what do you think I am? I'm a key trained agent of the state. My buddies risked their lives to get this classified information from within the European Union. You have no idea how many people have died for this data. Each one of them is a lone hero. Chen Guang believed about 70 to 80% of it, and after thinking for a moment, he pointed at himself. What does this have to do with me? It has a lot to do with you. Lu Feng said nervously, think about it carefully. During the virus outbreak, did you suddenly gain superpowers? This shows that the gene virus had a positive effect on you. People like you are, to put it bluntly, rare giant pandas. How could the country not curry favor with you? Maybe your blood can save the whole world. Damn! Chen Guang suddenly stood up, instinctively gripping the axe. Are you keeping me here to be a guinea pig? Bro, don't get me wrong. I really didn't mean that. Lu Feng hurriedly explained, don't be nervous, sit down. I'm genuinely worried you might go down the wrong path. To put it this way, the gene virus that spread worldwide before was a semi-finished product. Once infected, rationality gradually diminishes, evil thoughts arise, and the sins in one's heart are infinitely magnified. If the infected can't withstand it, they will turn into walking corpses. Not only have you withstood it, but you've also gained superpowers. However, as of now, no one can say for sure if you'll lose your rationality one day. What if you turn into a zombie in the future? Let me tell you, the Chinese Academy of Sciences and various research institutions are working around the clock to tackle the virus samples, and the data is shared with us in real time. They say as long as you maintain a clear mind, you won't turn into a zombie. Right now, you've already stepped into the gates of hell. It's very dangerous. Chen Guang scoffed. No way. I will never become a zombie. I am very rational and clear-headed. Don't argue. I know you still have your sanity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have listened to me rambling on for so long. Lu Feng said with a smile. Chen Guang crossed his arms and said, you. Lu Feng stood up and retorted, what a stubborn deadbeat. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat tense. Lu Feng lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke. I'm an orphan, raised in an orphanage since childhood. I worked hard, got into college, studied abroad, and that is how I've come this far. Lu Feng impatiently stubbed out his cigarette. So what if you're an orphan? Just because you don't have parents, does that mean you popped out from a rock crevice? Let me tell you, kid, you've grown up thanks to the welfare institutions set up by the state. Without the country, you would have starved to death on the streets long ago. I'm not trying to moralize, but if you don't serve the country in its time of need, in my eyes, you're this. He gestured with his pinky and continued to mock. Traitor, forgetful of your roots. Don't make me look down on you. You've read so many books, and yet it's all gone to waste, hasn't it? Don't you understand the principle that a nation's rise and fall is the responsibility of every citizen? Is it easy for the country to support your education and raise you? Now that the world is changing drastically, the country is at a critical juncture of survival. And your awareness is even less than that of a rough man like me. A true man should protect his home and country, not be abroad enjoying himself without a care. Chen Guang felt quite wrong by the scolding he received. The description of Lu Busi Shu is not accurate. Lu Feng said confidently. Chen Guang appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already being gnawed by countless ants. Why? Lu Feng was confused. The two of them had finally reached an agreement. Just then, the soldier standing guard outside sounded the alarm and reported, Captain Lu, it's bad. A lot of zombies are coming outside. It looks like a zombie tide, and there are many advanced zombies among them. Lu Feng's body jolted, and he quickly grabbed the intercom to give orders. All units, stand by and prepare for battle. Saying this, he broke the window and looked at the horde of zombies in the distance, feeling a shiver in his heart. Chen Guang was just about to step out with an axe to check the situation when Lu Feng sternly pointed and shouted, Kid, your life is worth more than ours. Hurry and find a place to hide. If these beasts want to hurt you, they'll have to step over my dead body first. His words were sharp and left no room for refusal. After shouting, he grabbed the walkie-talkie, directing others while running. Many armed personnel rushed out of the embassy, carrying guns and ammunition. Through the slowly closing door, survivors in the courtyard could be seen, frantically taking shelter inside the embassy under the guidance of the staff. The tension was palpable as a major battle was imminent. What's wrong? Fei and AI anxiously leaned closer to Chen Guang. A horde of zombies, thousands of them, is approaching. Chen Guang looked through the broken window and was startled by the scene before him. Countless zombies, a dark mass, were moving towards him like a mountain flood or a tsunami. Even more horrifying were the many large, three-tier, mutated zombies among the horde, standing out distinctly due to their enormous size. These three-tier, mutated zombies were wielding various weapons, ranging from the most rudimentary street signs, axes, and machetes, to all sorts of bizarre and unusual items. Oh my God, isn't this the legendary abomination? Fei exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth, while AI Li's face turned pale with fear. Abominations are hellish creatures from Western legends, also known as stitched monsters. To be honest, if Fei hadn't pointed it out, Chen Guang wouldn't have thought of it in that direction. Upon closer inspection, it really did resemble the legendary abomination. Let's run far away and hide. AI Li was panicking and pulled Chen Guang to leave. Soldiers preparing at the front rushed past, and seeing the three dazed individuals, they ordered without hesitation, What are you still doing here? Get hiding move. Chen Guang's expression remained unchanged as his gaze shifted from the figure of hatred to Lu Feng. At that moment, Lu Feng stood on the barricade, raising his arms and shouting, Brothers, we are steadfast materialists. Let us defeat all the monsters and demons. Let us fight for our people. In that instant, Lu Feng seemed to radiate a heroic light. This reminded Chen Guang of the heroes and martyrs who sacrificed for the motherland, and Lu Feng's figure merged with theirs. Chapter 17. The zombie tide approaches. Tat, tat, tat. The dense gunfire shook the heavens, bullets flying everywhere, smoke filling the air, and the explosions of grenades were deafening. The zombie tide entered the range, falling one after another, yet they continued to surge forward mindlessly, getting closer and closer. Chen Guang was pulled by two women and hid on the second floor of a street-side shop, watching the tide of corpses flowing like a torrent. While the two women were so frightened that their faces turned pale, Chen Guang was doing a bit better, opening the system to check the skill cooldown. The lightning strike skill still had 15 minutes before it could be used again. Relying on brute force to fight against the zombies was tantamount to seeking death under the overwhelming tide of corpses. At least Chen Guang didn't have confidence in dealing with such a large zombie wave. At the street blockade, near the warning line, bullets were flying as if they were free. After exhausting their ammunition and losing their guns, some people were reloading to provide the soldiers with continuous shooting efficiency. The irrational zombies showed no fear of death as batch after batch fell, yet they continued to approach the quarantine zone using a human wave tactic, getting closer and closer. The most terrifying were those towering, standout third-stage mutated zombies. What kind of monster is this, so hard to kill? Lu Feng fired off another magazine, tossed the gun aside, and shouted, "Give me an RPG." Someone handed him a rocket launcher, which he slung over his shoulder and aimed. Whoosh! Boom! Flames shot into the sky as a large number of zombies were blown to bits. Half of a third-stage mutated zombie was blown off, yet still crawled forward. No matter how they shot, they couldn't kill it. Another RPG. Other soldiers grabbed rocket launchers and fired. Boom! Boom! With successive rocket explosions, the third-stage zombies were finally shattered. But there were still a dozen such monsters in the tide of corpses. This was a completely hopeless battle. But Lu Feng and the soldiers didn't take care. As long as we can kill, brothers, shoot to your heart's content. Lu Feng held 2 automatic rifles and fired into the zombie wave. Ah, brothers, I remember a poem. Something about the flying general of Longsheng. What was it again? But let the flying general of Longsheng not allow the Hu horse to cross Yinshuan. A comrade informed him of the full poem. Yes, don't let the zombies cross the barrier. Kill you beasts. Inside the embassy, chaos reigned. All staff were running around, making calls, reporting situations, and transporting supplies, moving as if their feet were not touching the ground. Jiang Wei was on the phone, but it was always busy. No one was answering. The staff were operating in a panic, faxing investigation materials and evidence of the Western apocalypse conspiracy, leaving behind the truth of the apocalypse. Dad, Jangul Istanbuldin. Jiang Wei was busy faxing and said impatiently, "What are you doing here? Hurry and hide." "Dad, I want to help too." "What can you help with?" "Get out of here." Jiang Wei didn't have time for his daughter. After scolding her, he shouted to others, "Quick, contact the rescue navy. Have them locate the streets outside the embassy. This is our only chance. The fleet has lost signal and can't be reached." Before Jiang Wei could complain, he heard a subordinate rush in with a report. "Diplomat, there are no bullets left in the armory." This was bad. "Ask Captain Liu how much longer we can hold out." "Yes." The subordinate hurried out of the embassy, running through the war-torn courtyard, quickly reaching the front line, and shouted, "Captain Liu, the diplomat wants to know how much longer we can hold out." With a shout from Lu Feng, the subordinate understood his meaning and turned to run back. "Brothers, leave 10 people to hold the rear. The rest protect the overseas Chinese as they retreat." "Captain," the soldiers shouted. "That's an order." Lu Feng roared, and the soldiers fell silent, their gazes resolute. Surprisingly, no one left. Lu Feng threw his cigarette, but to the ground. "Damn it, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you beasts get through. Brothers, fix your bayonets." With bullets running low, the last few were reserved to protect the overseas Chinese, so as soldiers, they fought fiercely and fearlessly in close combat. Fixe bayonets. Every soldier, undaunted by death, attached sharp bayonets to their automatic rifles. After equipping his bayonet, Lu Feng shouted to the sky, "Kill!" Zombies surged forward, but due to the engineering isolation panels blocking them, they all crashed against it, struggling to push through. The soldiers, looking down from above, thrust their bayonets down with all their might, each stab drawing blood, 1 stab per zombie. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and the soldiers were far too few. On the second floor, Chen Guang watched this scene, his eyes reddening. The lightning strike skill still had over 5 minutes left to cool down, but he couldn't wait any longer and decided to stop standing by. "I'm coming to help." Chen Guang leaped up, broke through the window, and quickly rushed to the isolation position to fill the gap left by the soldiers. With one swing of his axe, he brought down a group of zombies. "You brat, why haven't you left yet?" Lu Feng was stunned for a few seconds upon seeing Chen Guang, then continued to stab. "I don't want to leave. Chen Guang's arrival relieved a lot of pressure in the defense battle at the street corner. Hurry up and get in the car. Everyone get in. The embassy staff were pushing the overseas Chinese onto the vehicle as the front line was about to collapse. If there was any delay, no one would be able to escape. Dad, Jiang Li wanted to say something, but was shoved in the car by Jiang Weigua, who also slapped her briefcase onto her. Dad, hurry up. Jiang Weigua closed the car door and shouted, Drive, drive, hurry up. The leading vehicle opened the way, followed by one car after another. As soon as they exited the embassy gates, they saw the street barricade, with a tide of corpses desperately climbing up. Many people were so frightened by this horrifying scene that they cried out in despair. The soldiers fought fiercely against the zombies, and one soldier, with a slight misstep, fell below and was instantly engulfed by the tide of corpses torn to shreds. Xiao Zhao, Zhao Zhiong. The soldiers shouted in anger and grief, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. In this life, I will not fail to enter Huaxia. In the next life, I will still be a citizen of China. Mother, I am an unfilial son. Xiao Zhao pulled the grenade from his body. Boom! The nearby zombies were blown to pieces. But the rapid reinforcements behind them launched another merciless attack of the sea of corpses. What are you waiting for? Kill! Each soldier's eyes turned red as they mechanically stabbed, repeating this action. Chapter 18. Being a soldier, even death is worth it. Chen Guang glanced at the system during the battle. Cool down. 30 seconds remaining. A soldier beside him shouted, Captain Liu, another big one is coming. Before he could finish his sentence, the soldier was entangled by a zombie, pulled down, and engulfed by the tide of corpses. Get away, you disgusting beast, die. Boom. Another soldier was taken down with the zombies. Lu Feng and the other soldiers had become numb. This was the fourth soldier to self-destruct. There was no other choice. Everyone left to hold the rear was disregarding their lives. But there was one person who couldn't die. Seeing that the situation was hopeless and the embassy's convoy hadn't completely left, Lu Feng grabbed Chen Guang by the collar and forcefully yanked him backward. Chen Guang was thrown down and fell to the ground. What are you doing? Lu Feng shouted. It is our responsibility to protect the people. Stop resisting and hurry up. The other soldiers echoed in agreement. Just as they were speaking, two more soldiers were pulled off their horses by the crazed, biting zombies. Screams, roars, explosions, and mutual destruction. Chen Guang slowly got up with an axe in hand. Lu Feng shouted loudly, As long as the Green Mountains remain, we don't fear the lack of firewood. Let's go. Before he could finish his words, he was also pulled down, along with more and more zombies climbing up. The soldiers were completely wiped out. If we're leaving, let's leave together. With big strides, he stepped on the car like a stepping stone and leaped towards the high ground. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. I'm coming. Chen Guang jumped high, crossing over the tall barrier. In a flash, he activated his power. As he soared into the air, a strong current radiated from Chen Guang's body. The moment the zombies below came into contact with the current, without exception, they were all blown to pieces. I'm also Chinese, not a coward. Boom! Chen Guang landed, swinging the axe like a god of death descending. Kill! The axe also carried a powerful current, shattering all the zombies both in contact and out of reach. The electricity spread out, and within 100 meters, all the zombies were obliterated to nothing but bones. The entire street was littered with severed limbs and broken arms and legs. Zombies continued to surge from 100 meters away, but this also gave Chen Guang a moment to breathe. I didn't misjudge you, you're impressive. Lu Feng, now covered in wounds, would inevitably mutate if bitten by a zombie. However, Lu Feng didn't care. He waited for Chen Guang to come over. With a rip, he tore off the red flag emblem from his shoulder, trembling as he handed it to Chen Guang. And remember, you are Chinese, and you'll be until the end. Chen Guang held the red flag symbol, his heart burning with passion, tears streaming down uncontrollably. A man bleeds but doesn't cry. I've been a soldier all my life, and even if I die, it's worth it. After saying this, he drew his handgun and handed it to Chen Guang. Help your brother out. Even if I die, I want to die with dignity as a ghost of Huagua. He spat blood, his injuries worsening. Take it. Give me a shot. Aim for my head. Chen Guang trembled as he took the handgun and aimed at Lu Feng. Haven't you killed someone before? Don't shake your hand. Chen Guang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Brother Lu Ai. Tears had already changed his voice, and he didn't want to continue speaking. Little brother, being a soldier is cool, and sacrificing is also cool. I am great when alive and glorious when dead. It's nothing to worry about. I promise you. Chen Guang suddenly spoke sharply. You protect me for a moment, I will protect you for a lifetime. For the country and its mountains and rivers, I, Chen Guang, will continue to guard you. Captain Lu Feng, may you have a safe journey. Close your eyes and fire. Bang! The red light shone brightly. This was also the card that Chen Guang least wanted to obtain, yet he held it tightly in his hand. Heroic Soul Combat Type Exoskeleton Combat Armor, I, Chen Guang. Keep my word. Not only are you heroes, I am one too. After finishing his words, Chen Guang turned solemnly and swung the fire axe, facing the approaching tide of corpses. I will not rest until I kill every one of you beasts. Just as the tide of corpses was about to make contact with Chen Guang, crash. The impact of a motorcycle shattered the barrier. A diplomatic car, flying a red flag, burst out from behind the barrier. With a screech, the sedan suddenly appeared, blocking Chen Guang's path, sending the front-charging zombies flying and carving a bloody path. The driver was a diplomat, Jiang Li's father, Jiang Weigua. He exchanged a glance with Chen Guang through the car window. There were no words exchanged. But in that single glance, they understood each other's intentions. The tires screeched on the ground as the sedan charged forward like a runaway wild horse, the horn blaring continuously. This was the flute to attract the tide of corpses, a heroic elegy, like moths to a flame, knowing it was going against the current. They still chose to swim upstream. Bang, bang, bang. The sedan knocked over countless zombies, breaking through their layers of encirclement, and with a blind tide of corpses, it forcibly changed the direction of their advance. In front of Chen Guang, only a few injured zombies remained, unable to run fast. After Chen Guang killed one with an axe, the entire block was left in ruins, filled with the unpleasant smell of decay. Watching the tide of corpses gradually recede, Chen Guang suddenly spoke, Uncle Jiang, safe travels. Although the two had no dialogue, just a momentary glance, Chen Guang understood Jiang Weigua. He had to sacrifice himself to give the overseas Chinese a glimmer of hope. This was the responsibility of a diplomat, boundless love. Faced with such a person, Chen Guang couldn't feel hatred. All he could do was follow in their footsteps and continue to carry the burden forward. Just as Chen Guang's gaze grew confused, he heard someone vomiting behind him. Turning around, it was Feier, who was retching uncontrollably under the stench of blood. The embassy personnel had all left. It was time for Chen Guang to go as well. Back to the homeland, returning to one's roots. This was the only obsession from now on. Before leaving, Chen Guang took one last look at the devastated street. Stop vomiting, look around for a drivable car, catch up with the embassy convoy, and follow them. Feier and Ellie indeed found a car. Chen Guang got in, patted his chest, and secured the red flag patched to his clothes. Drive. Ellie slammed the accelerator down, and the car shot out like an arrow. Chapter 19. Purple equipment. It was unclear when the zombie outbreak began, but the once thriving city was now in ruins. The formerly prosperous shops were now dilapidated, the streets littered with trash. As the wind blew, various debris flew about, and smashed or wrecked cars were haphazardly parked along the roadside. Some had crashed into storefronts, some lay overturned on the street, some burned to scrap, while others had shattered windows with trapped zombies inside, struggling to crawl out. Scattered limbs and severed arms were visible everywhere on the street, and a few wandering zombies were crawling on ground, gnawing on freshly dead bodies. AMG sedan came racing in, and several zombies, hearing the noise, rushed towards it. With a loud thud, the car didn't slow down and sent the zombies flying, continuing to crash through the chaos. Chen Guang sat in the back seat, staring intently at the Heroic Spirit Combat Exoskeleton Battle Armor card. Heroic Spirit Combat Exoskeleton Battle Armor. Purple equipment. All attributes 20 special note. Growth type equipment. Can be upgraded and fused. Each level up increases all attributes by 20. Although the exoskeleton battle armor looked cool, if possible, he really didn't want this purple equipment. During Chen Guang's days, the atmosphere in the car was unusually eerie. Ailey was focused on driving, while Feier sat in the passenger seat. occasionally stealing glances at Chen Guang in the rearview mirror. A few times she hesitated to speak, but ultimately couldn't hold back. Ailey also chimed in, breaking the awkward silence. You're amazing. Seeing you unleash your power is like Thor descending upon us. I'm still too weak. For the first time in his life, Chen Guang felt so powerless. If he were a bit stronger, Captain Lu Feng and the rescue team members wouldn't have sacrificed themselves. You still think you're weak? Fei turned around to stare at Chen Guang, incredulously saying, You consider yourself weak? How are we supposed to survive? Choosing to follow you was definitely the right decision. The abilities you've shown are those of Chosen One. You are the savior. Fei's eyes were filled with admiration, completely genuine and heartfelt. However, Chen Guang did not think so. He wanted to become stronger, at least to be able to stand tall in this chaotic world. Bang! The car suddenly crashed into a lone zombie. The sudden noise startled Fei. Chen Guang stopped thinking too much, put on the exoskeleton equipment, and evenly distributed all the remaining attribute points. At this moment, Chen Guang's strength surged again. Host, Chen Guang, mythical level talent. Combat power, 1376100. Strength, 125, Speed, 1225. Reaction, 125. Mental strength, 125. Special equipment, mutated fire axe, madman's dagger. Soul battle type exoskeleton combat armor. Ding. Detected that the host's mental strength has surpassed 50. Unlocking talent attributes. Please choose the first talent. Wind, earth, water, fire, light. Dark. There are a total of 6 talents to choose from. Only one can be selected, and the effects of each option are unknown. While pondering, a song suddenly came to mind, who says that only those standing in the light can be called heroes. In a moment of inspiration, he directly chose Dark Attribute as his talent. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have chosen the Dark Attribute as your first talent. Dark Attribute description. Can hide in darkness. Concealing one's form and aura. Can extract dark energy for personal use. Chen Guang just finished reading this talent description when Fei crashed the car into a zombie again. It was no big deal. She had knocked down quite a few zombies on the way, and the windshield was shattered and covered with cracks. However, this time, the impact created a small black dot in the zombie's body, which floated in front of Chen Guang and merged into the system page. Immediately after, the words Dark Energy 1 appeared in the top left corner of the system page. Chen Guang was taken aback. Can extracting dark energy be obtained by killing zombies? But what is the use of this dark energy? Before Chen Guang could analyze it, he heard a startled exclamation from the co-pilot, Fei. Oh my god! Chen Guang looked up and happened to meet Fei's surprised gaze. Chen Guang asked in confusion, What's wrong? Phil pointed at Chen Guang and said incoherently, When did you put on such a cool exoskeleton? It's so sci-fi. Chen Guang looked at himself, wearing a black exoskeleton combat suit, similar in style to what Captain Lu Feng and the others were wearing. It was full of mechanical and technological feel, indeed very cool. After responding with a surprised remark, he turned his gaze forward. Through the cracked windshield, he saw the street ahead filled with zombies. His attributes had significantly improved, and he could even see the grotesque faces of the zombies clearly. With a loud crash, he knocked several zombies away. Ellie shouted in panic, There are so many zombies. Should we take a detour? After chasing for more than 10 minutes, they finally caught up with the embassy convoy. However, the large convoy attracted quite a few zombies following behind, and their numbers were not inferior to a small zombie tide. They couldn't take a detour. They had to follow the convoy in front. Chen Guang spoke while opening the car door. In Fei's incredulous gaze, Chen Guang climbed onto the roof of the car. Hey, what are you doing? Drive your car. Chen Guang shouted and slammed the car door shut. He really is a madman. Fei could only mutter in fear. Chen Guang stood on the roof of the car, looking down at the zombies blocking the road ahead. There were many of them, a mass of hideous faces spreading across the entire street, extending to the back of the embassy convoy. Beasts! Chen Guang took out the mutated fire axe and leaped into the air. With the inertia of the car moving forward, his body traced a parabolic arc in the air and surprisingly jumped over 10 meters, landing among the horde of zombies like a god of death. Before he hit the ground, he swung the axe in a wide arc. All the zombies within a 2-meter radius around Chen Guang were cut in half. Kill! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fire axe sliced through the zombies like chopping vegetables, unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, he had slaughtered all the zombies blocking his path. The car approached, and Ellie honked the horn loudly. Just as it was about to collide with Chen Guang, both Ellie and Feier nervously covered their eyes. The two women in the car were stunned. Is he even human? Is he a superhero? For a moment, their jaws nearly dropped to the floor in shock. Chapter 20. Worshipper Leaderboard. Ding. S admiration for you has reached 100. Opening Worshipper Leaderboard. What the hell? While Chen Guang was busy slaughtering zombies, he was suddenly taken aback by the system prompt. In that moment of distraction, zombies pounced on him, nearly overwhelming him. With the power to split heaven and earth. The fire axe killed all the zombies that lunged at him. He leaped and landed steadily on the roof of the car. Opened the system to take a quick look at the Worshipper Leaderboard and saw the big red letters with Feier in first place, admiration level 100. Below there were a bunch of names, but he didn't have time to look closely, close the system, and continue to kill zombies in the same manner. The embassy convoy was moving forward grandly, heading straight for the airport. Along the way, it attracted almost all the zombies on the road, which followed closely behind. Bang, bang, bang. As the convoy progressed, zombies kept lunging at the cars, their lower bodies crushed, yet their upper bodies clung tightly to the vehicles, refusing to let go. The car windows were already covered in congealed blood and rotten flesh. The blood-red scene was shocking. The people inside the car were sobbing and crying. Some Chinese expatriates who had lived in Europe for years were constantly praying, asking God for help. Some bolder men shot at the zombies outside with guns. And after running out of bullets, they used the gun butts to hit the zombies clinging to the car, but these people were in the minority. Inside the bus, Jiangli held her briefcase, already crying her eyes out, terrified by the horrifying zombies outside. She was scared to the core, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Fat Wong was still somewhat brave, wielding a baseball bat, hitting the zombies outside the car window, getting blood all over himself. Many people avoided the scene, hiding far away, and some even hid under the seats, holding their heads and praying. The driver was sweating profusely, his hands trembling on the steering wheel, numbly staring ahead, afraid of accidentally going the wrong way. Squeak, squeak, the rear vehicle reported. Ahead was the airport expressway. If we charge out with all our might, we will be safe. Good news came over the intercom. The lead vehicle was reporting joy. In the midst of misfortune, we might be saved. Someone cried out. Fat Wong, exhausted and weak, breathed a sigh of relief and said, the zombies chasing us are getting fewer. We've successfully shaken them off. The second piece of good news made everyone ecstatic, cheering and jumping for joy. They didn't know that the zombies weren't actually shaken off, but rather someone was attracting the horde from behind. Chen Guang's momentum in killing zombies was tremendous, chasing after them and killing at least a few hundred. The zombies following the convoy were attracted by the noise from behind, most of them turning around like moths to a flame, which also led to an increasing number of zombies surrounding Chen Guang. In front was a dense mass of zombies, like a sea of people clawing and rushing towards them. The driver, Ellie, was almost in tears, but Feier was looking up with anticipation, waiting for Chen Guang to spring into action. Sure enough, Chen Guang, sitting on top of the car, shot out like a cannonball, landing in the midst of the zombie horde. The shock wave erupted, sending the wave of corpses tumbling. Immediately after, Chen Guang jumped twice in a row, his speed unrelenting as he soared into the sky, suddenly bursting with sparks in midair. He was like a walking generator. Wherever he went, electricity met the zombies, causing them to explode, their rotten flesh splattering everywhere, covering the entire street. Chen Guang continued to charge forward, wearing a futuristic mechanical exoskeleton, like a soldier from the future, crashing through the horde of corpses as hundreds of blocking zombies evaporated in an instant. So cool, oh, I'm in love. Feier had a starry-eyed expression, hands clasped together, her eyes filled with admiration for the powerful Chen Guang. Let's survive first. After eliminating the zombies outside, Chen Guang ran at full speed, collecting scattered cards along the way. When a sedan passed by, he jumped onto the roof to survey the distance. The embassy convoy had already entered the elevated bridge, which was the expressway leading to the airport. The number of zombies trailing the convoy was not many, but their threat was still significant. As they turned onto the elevated bridge, some zombies were pushed off, while others clung tightly to the vehicles like stubborn adhesive plaster that was hard to shake off. Help! One of the cars in the convoy was slowed down by zombies, with their decaying heads repeatedly banging against the window. Crash! The window shattered, and a zombie opened its gaping mouth and burrowed inside, biting the driver's arm. The driver screamed in terror, frantically swerving the steering wheel. The car broke away from the convoy and sped towards the edge of the elevated bridge. Bang! Chen Guang could clearly see the car falling, along with several zombies, dropping down under the bridge. Chen Guang's car was about a kilometer away from the embassy's convoy, and he could clearly see the road conditions ahead, which was entirely due to his enhanced attributes. Driving the car, a kilometer distance is neither close nor far. He watched as the entire convoy entered the overpass, and Chen Guang's car followed onto the bridge. There were quite a few zombies at the entrance of the bridge. Chen Guang jumped down to harvest a batch of them, and when he finished, he happened to see a few blood-covered people crawling out of a car that had fallen from the bridge. Help! Please help me! They were desperately waving their hands at Chen Guang, hoping for assistance. But Chen Guang could see clearly that one of these people was his female classmate who had falsely accused him, and the rest were executives from Huang's company. Chen Guang turned a blind eye, climbed onto the roof of the car, and coldly stared ahead. You're not human. You watch others die without helping. I won't let you go even as a ghost. These unfortunate souls were pounced on by the zombie horde, bitten, torn apart, and dismembered, dying as tragically as one could imagine. It's the consequence of their own actions. Chen Guangli ignored these few scumbags and kept his gaze straight ahead. This overpass. Due to the zombie outbreak, some residents fled the densely populated city in their cars to seek refuge, which led to a series of car accidents and severe congestion on the highway. Fortunately, the lead vehicle of the embassy convoy was an armored car, charging ahead and clearing the way with unstoppable force. There were few zombies on the highway, and with the embassy convoy leading the way, Chen Guang didn't need to kill indiscriminately. He simply sat on the roof of the car and calculated the gains from the journey. Opening the system, he was surprised to find 178 points of dark energy. However, he still didn't know what this dark energy was for. Since he had some free time, he decided to study the newly acquired dark talent. Dark attribute description: can hide in darkness, concealing shape and aura, can extract dark energy for personal use. It seemed that during the day, the dark talent was not very useful. Chapter 21. Airport Horror: How to Use Dark Energy for Personal Use. The explanation was too vague, right? While pondering, he accidentally noticed that in the talent system, under the Descendants of the Dragon talent, there was a transformation option that had been activated. Clicking to view the explanation for transformation. Transformation can use dark energy to convert matter into cards for storage, upgrading, fusion, and other purposes. Oh, so that's what it's for. Chen Guang suddenly realized, reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and after a moment of thought, decided to give it a try. He pointed the phone at the system page and pressed the convert button. Infrared rays suddenly appeared, scanning the phone up and down. Bang! Suddenly, the phone transformed into a card, appearing in Chen Guang's hand. Smartphone, ordinary, white card, no description. Chen Guang flipped his wrist, and the card transformed into a mobile phone. With a thought, the mobile phone turned back into a card. He then noticed that the consumed dark energy had actually decreased by 10 points. Killing 10 zombies just to convert one mobile phone was really pointless. He casually tossed the mobile phone card into the system backpack, feeling that aside from being a bit more convenient for storage, it wasn't particularly useful. Just as Chen Guang was about to continue his research, Fair suddenly leaned out halfway, showing her big white teeth and grinning at Chen Guang. Handsome, the airport is just ahead. Should we continue killing our way there? Reminded by her, Chen Guang finally took a long look ahead. The zombies outside the airport were no fewer than those in the city. It seemed that the quiet highway was devoid of zombies because they had all gathered at the airport. Chen Guang stood on the roof of the car, and with his enhanced vision, he could clearly see the vast number of zombies wandering outside the airport, densely packed inside and out, with at least hundreds or thousands as line of sight. While Chen Guang was observing, the armored vehicle at the front of the convoy had already plunged into the airport road, crashing through the zombies and moving forward. It was somewhat bold. After Chen Guang muttered a few words, he squatted down and said, "The lead vehicle reports that the airport has fallen. Activate Plan B. Repeat. Activate Plan B." The alert from the lead vehicle was transmitted through the intercoms of each car, and the embassy staff inside quickly calmed the crowd. This had all been discussed in advance. If the airport had not fallen, they would use their official identities to borrow a passenger plane in the name of the state. Under the leadership of the lead vehicle, the convoy drove straight into the airport runway area, not caring about the barbed wire barriers, and slammed on the gas to crash through. Bang! The barbed wire fence at the airport runway was smashed open, and the armored vehicle hit the brakes hard, making a sharp turn and blocking the gap. Quick, quick, quick! The intercom was filled with urgent commands as one vehicle after another entered, scraping off the zombies clinging to their bodies against the barbed wire, until the last bus drove onto the airport runway. The armored vehicle started and used its body to block the damaged section of the barbed wire. The doors opened, and several embassy staff members jumped out and ran. Go! Go! Hurry! Although they all had guns, they had few bullets, so they shot at the zombies on the runway while retreating. The damaged fence couldn't withstand the overwhelming invasion of zombies, and moments later, it collapsed, with zombies surging in like a tide. The convoy drove straight in, reaching the foot of a passenger plane first. The Chinese people hurriedly got out of the vehicle, trembling with fear, stumbling as they climbed aboard the plane. Elderly, children, and women first. Men stay behind, the embassy staff directed, while Wang Pengzi helped others push the elderly and infirm onto the plane. Just as Wang Pengzi was about to board, he was blocked at the door by a Chinese staff member who refused to let him in, saying, "You're covered in blood. How do we know you haven't been infected? This plane doesn't welcome you. Get lost. This plane is full. You need to take another one." Several Chinese staff members blocked the door, insisting Wang Pengzi could not enter. "You're burning bridges after crossing them. This is too despicable." They watched helplessly as the plane's hatch closed. The number of zombies rushing onto the airport runway was increasing, and a few were nearby, clawing and ready to attack. The embassy's evacuation operation had many Chinese people, and one plane was simply not enough. Fortunately, there was a second plane not far ahead, where embassy staff were already assisting the elderly and infirm aboard. "Wait for me." Wang Pengzi stumbled down the boarding ladder, gritting his teeth against the pain as he ran toward the second plane. The embassy rescue team members stayed on the runway to fight the zombies fiercely, trying to buy as much time as possible for the civilians to board. Get away. A Chinese white-collar worker was knocked down by a zombie. Panicking and kicking it away, Wang Pengzi rushed up and hit the zombie with a stick, then grabbed the white-collar worker and ran. "Run. Hurry up." A female embassy staff member stood at the boarding ladder entrance, sweating profusely as she shouted for them to hurry. One after another, people boarded the plane, but Wang Pengzi was too fat. After running a few steps, he was out of breath and fell behind, with several zombies chasing after him. Just as the zombies were about to catch up with Wang Pengzi, a loud horn blared, and a car flew over the fence, with a person holding a fire axe standing on the roof. Bang! When the car landed, the chassis hit the runway, creating sparks. The recoil sent the person standing on the roof flying into the air, but he twisted and turned in mid-air, ultimately landing gracefully. Such a cool entrance indeed created quite a spectacle, drawing the zombies' attention as they turned to charge this way. Panting heavily, Wang Pengzi happened to see this scene and exclaimed, "Guangge, that's so cool." The coolness was just beginning. Chen Guang moved at lightning speed, covering 100 meters in less than 5 seconds, striking down all the zombies that charged at him. The MG car spun in place, knocking away the pursuing zombies behind, its tires creating smoke on the ground. Meanwhile, the first plane also entered the runway, gaining speed, with its nose lifting up, soaring into the sky. Chen Guang didn't think much and pointed with his axe, shouting, "Get on the plane." After saying that, he grabbed the side of the vehicle and flipped over onto the roof. Wang Pengzi, panting heavily, also got on the plane, and he and a female staff member from the embassy hurriedly tried to enter the cabin. But the next second, they saw the scene they least wanted to see. Chapter 22. Living people can die from holding in their urine. The Chinese-American white-collar worker screamed in pain inside the plane, hysterical. There was a bite wound on his arm, flesh torn and bleeding, with black pus and exposed veins, pulsating up to his neck, his dark veins throbbing, distorting his face. This was clearly a mutation. Wang Pengzi and the female embassy staff were stunned, momentarily at a loss. The Chinese-American white-collar worker collapsed on the ground and began to convulse, rolling around like he had epilepsy. "Quick, throw him out." The driver was the first to react, calling for everyone to help. But just as he pulled the white-collar worker up, the mutation ended, and he suddenly bit down on the driver's neck. The scream, accompanied by blood, splattered everywhere at the boarding gate. "Oh my God!" Wang Pengzi turned around and vomited, and the female embassy staff wasn't any better. Both of them retching uncontrollably together. "Help! Help us!" The civilians who had boarded the plane frantically banged on the windows, trying to seek help from Chen Guang, who was killing zombies outside. But the louder they shouted, the more they attracted the attention of the zombies. The white-collar zombie's eyes turned white, and its bloody, terrifying chin twisted as it turned and lunged into the cabin, beginning a massacre. Don't come over here." A battered MG car raced to the plane. The door opened, and Phil and Ellie ran toward the plane one after the other. Chen Guang did not board the plane. Instead, he waved his axe and dealt with the nearby most threatening zombies before retreating to the boarding ladder. "Brother Guang, we can't leave. What are we going to do?" Wang Pengzi complained, crying and speaking incoherently, utterly heartbroken. Chen Guang kicked over a zombie and quickly approached the boarding gate. Upon seeing the bloody scene, he shouted, "What the hell are you crying about, you big man?" With that, he rushed in, switching his axe for a dagger, and with one stab each, he targeted the center of the brow, killing all those who had been bitten to death, those who had been bitten but had not yet mutated, and those who were crazily biting. "Hurry up and come in." Chen Guang's speed was very fast. Within a minute, he resolved the battle. After everyone got on the plane, he kicked the boarding ladder away. The zombies that climbed up mindlessly fell down like dumplings. Chen Guang closed the cabin door and pushed a female embassy staff member, ordering sharply, "What are you waiting for? Get moving." The female staff member cried uncontrollably, pointing at the boarding gate and the pilot whose neck had been bitten off halfway, saying, "He can fly the plane, I can't." She had originally thought this plane was their last hope, but now that the pilot was dead, where did she go to seek justice? "So what should we do? Just wait here to die?" Chen Guang was in a bad mood and questioned harshly. His shout frightened the female employee, causing her to turn pale and sit on the ground, crying loudly. As soon as she cried, Fat Wang also started to cry. "Brother Guang, what are we going to do now? We can't go on living like this." Their cries made Chen Guang feel even more chaotic, and he scolded loudly. Chen Guang dragged the corpse from the aisle and directly threw it out of the hatch, instantly being engulfed by the tide of corpses. One after another, bodies were tossed out of the plane, and looking down, the area around the plane was densely packed with zombies. Fortunately, the plane's boarding door was high enough that these mindless zombies couldn't climb up. After clearing out the zombies, Chen Guang sat in the first-class seat, surveying everyone, and finally his gaze fell on the sobbing female staff member. What did the domestic side say? Was there any arrangement for the evacuation? Yes. The female staff member recalled something and hurriedly said, "The domestic side had notified us earlier that the evacuation warship would arrive at the port the day after tomorrow. But today we lost contact with the warship, and some people suspect. That's enough. Although the hope is slim, in a world filled with despair. Hope is a ray of light that people yearn for and is full of motivation. Do you want to wash your face?" Phil gently said this behind Chen Guang while holding a bottle of water. Chen Guang then realized that he had hardly rested from morning until now, constantly killing zombies. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and there were scabs on his skin. Chen Guang didn't say much, gesturing for Fei Er to pour him some water, while he began to wash his hands and face. Ding! Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. "Wang Jiangwo's admiration for you has reached 100. Chen Guang glanced at Wang Pengzi. His eyes filled with envy, as if he were infatuated. Admiration level. Admiration leaderboard? Chen Guang recalled that he seemed to have unlocked this leaderboard while killing zombies, but he hadn't looked at it in detail. After a quick wash-up, he let everyone rest on the plane for a while. As soon as he sat down, Chen Guang began to study the newly appeared ranking. Follower ranking. First, Fei Er, adoration, 100. Second, Wang Jiangwo, adoration, 100. Both of these were in red, while the rest were all in white text, with gray text at the bottom. Seeing Lu Feng's name in the gray text, he understood that gray indicated the deceased. Third, AI Li, respect, 69. Fourth, Chao Sherwin, trust, 12. Who is Chao Sherwin? Chen Guang blurted out that he didn't remember knowing this person. A female staff member from the embassy raised her hand. I am Chao Sherwin, it's me. Is there something you need? Oh, it's nothing. Chen Guang suddenly realized that she was Chao Sherwin. Looking further down, there were almost 30 people under trust, probably all college classmates who escaped together. What Chen Guang couldn't understand the most was that his ex-girlfriend Jiang Li was only ranked 27th, with a trust level of only 2. 5. After trust came recognition, which had over 100 people, including Chen Guang's elementary school teacher. The weakest category was acquaintance, a dazzling array of names, densely packed with people who were mere acquaintances of Chen Guang, totaling over 1,000. According to this ranking, the levels from high to low are admiration, respect, trust, recognition, and acquaintance, each with a 100 progress bar. But what is the use of reaching the highest level of admiration? Chen Guang adjusted the system list to display the top 2 names in red font and tried clicking on one. Suddenly, a personal attribute panel for Phi appeared in front of him. Chapter 23 100 Worshipper. Worshipper, Phi, unlocked. Combat power, 45. Strength, 3. Speed, for reaction 1. 8. Mental strength, 0. 2. Talent, unlocked. Special ability, unlocked. Chen Guang rubbed his eyes and looked at Fei, who was rummaging through the airplane meals. He was surprised to find that he could see her personal attributes. Even more astonishing was that he could use dark energy to help Fei unlock her super genes. This was too cool. However, unlocking the genes required 1,000 points of dark energy. He then opened Wang Pengzi's personal attributes page. Admirer, Wang Pengzi, unlocked. Combat power, 47. 5. Strength, 5. Speed, 3. 5. Reaction, 0. 8. Mental strength, 0. 2. Talent, unlocked. Special ability, unlocked. Wang Pengzi's combat power was only 2. 5 higher than Fei's. What a weakling. Just as Chen Guang was contemplating whether to use the existing dark energy to unlock Wang Pengzi's genes and boost his combat power, he heard a quiet conversation between Fei and AI Li not far away. In the apocalypse, nowhere is safe. Only following Chen Guang feels a bit safer. But, alright, surviving is the most important thing. Listen to me, be good. It seemed that AI Li didn't want to go to Huagua, probably due to cultural differences. She wasn't as open-minded as Fei, so AI Li only respected him but did not blindly follow. Fei approached, dragging a suitcase, and smiled brightly at Chen Guang. We found this. Do you want to change clothes? Although he had washed his face, Chen Guang was still covered in blood and smelled quite terrible. Chen Guang got up, dragged his suitcase into the economy class, and opened it to reveal ordinary travel gear, including t-shirts and everything one would expect. Chen Guang took off his blood-stained leather jacket and t-shirt and tossed them to the ground. Wow, so stylish. Chen Guang was quite puzzled. Is my body really that good? He looked down and was also stunned. Not realizing it, Chen Guang had already transformed from the Chen Guang of 2 days ago. Although he had been exercising before, he was definitely not the muscular hunk he was now. At this moment, there was not an ounce of excess fat on his body. His muscle definition was perfect to the extreme. He had a strong physique, broad shoulders, and a set of 8-pack abs that were neatly arranged. Every inch of muscle filled with a sense of power. Wow, the system is reliable. It not only increased my strength, but also changed my body's muscle structure. Ailey, look quickly, or you'll regret it. That girl not only was she peeking, but she also dragged Ailey to look with her. When Ailey saw Chen Guang's perfect physique, her face involuntarily turned red, and she exclaimed, wow. Both of them were athletic, and a body that could amaze 2 girls was certainly not ordinary. What are you looking at? Chao Sherwin was also attracted by the 2 girls' astonishment and leaned over to take a look, also stunned, with her face turning red. You 2 are peeking at a man changing clothes. How shameful. After saying that, she shyly ran away, just as she crossed paths with Wang Pengzi, who approached in confusion. What are you 3 mumbling about? Then he swaggered into the economy class, but when his gaze fell on Chen Guang's perfect body, Wang Pengzi was also taken aback. As Chen Guang's close friend, he had spent every day with him, so he knew what his body was like. Seeing this scene, Wang Pengzi walked over in a daze, grabbed Chen Guang's arm, and asked in bewilderment, "Are you my bro, Guang? This definition, this muscle, when did you train? Hey, that's enough." Chen Guang shot a glance at Wang Pengzi. However, he still ignored the courage of the Fujoshi. Under Wang Pengzi's boldness, Fei surprisingly stepped forward without hesitation, extending her delicate hand and pressing it against Chen Guang's chest muscles. The feeling was really nice, even more perfect than the figure of the beautiful country's captain. I want to touch it too. AI Li chimed in, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. That's enough, don't go too far. Chen Guang didn't give them a chance and directly put on a t-shirt to cover her perfect figure. Wang Pengzi bumped into Chen Guang with a shoulder. "You won't lose anything. Let me appreciate it a little longer. When can I have a figure like yours?" Chen Guang put on a windbreaker. "There's no use in saying anything unnecessary. Instead of wasting time, we might as well hold a meeting." After changing clothes, he gathered everyone in first class. AI Li pushed the food cart and distributed the airplane meal she had found. Fei first brought food and water to Chen Guang, then sat next to him, waiting for his orders. Chao Sherwin used his phone to open an electronic map. "Previously, we had communicated with the warship and agreed to meet the day after tomorrow at the Dover port to carry out the evacuation operation. It wasn't far from the airport to Dover port. Before the apocalypse, it would typically take about 4 hours by car. But now," Chen Guang glanced out the porthole and said, "Taking the armored vehicle to the port won't take too much time." Fat Wang eagerly asked, "So when do we set off?" Chen Guang thought for a moment. "Let's do it tomorrow night. Everyone should get a good rest and recharge before the journey." Chao Sherwin chimed in, "That's true. The entrance of the airplane's landing cabin is relatively high, so the zombies can't get up, which means the airplane is temporarily safe. But there's one problem: food." Chao Sherwin pointed out the key issue. Although there are in-flight meals and water on the plane, it's simply not enough for 5 people for a day and a night. "Don't worry about the food. I'll think of a solution." Chen Guang took on the responsibility of finding food and then changed the subject, saying, "However, there's something I need to remind everyone. This is the apocalypse. You'd better not have a mentality of luck. Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. If you want to survive, you should learn to face the zombies head on." "I agree. Fighting zombies like you do, I'm all in." Fei was the first to raise her hand in agreement. With her 100 admiration for Chen Guang, she naturally wanted to be like him and fight zombies fiercely. "I can do it too. I've killed zombies, several of them." The second to speak was Wang Pengzi. He had indeed killed zombies. And since he was one of the 2 men in the 5-person team, he had to show a bit of masculinity. Chao Sherwin was more composed and said in agreement, "Chen Guang is right. This is the apocalypse. We should adapt to the terrifying zombies, or else it will be a dead end for us." Everyone expressed their stance, except for AI Li. She looked around and finally fixed her gaze on Chen Guang. "I can do it, but I have a request. Guang, can you be our coach? We need someone to guide us." Chapter 24. The King in the Darkness. Fei and AI Li were both professional athletes. And what they meant was that as long as someone acted as a coach to train combat skills, they could quickly adapt. "No problem." Chen Guang readily agreed, believing that not just the 2 girls, but also Wang Pengzi and Chao Sherwin should undergo training to kill zombies. However, he was already very tired today, so he decided to rest first to gather energy for training tomorrow. Everyone also didn't waste words and found a suitable spot to lie down. But Fei kept lingering by Chen Guang's side. "Guang, what kind of girl do you like?" "I like quiet ones." While they were resting side by side, Fei's mouth was like a machine gun, never stopping. Fei suddenly realized, "Ailey is quite quiet. I'm more lively. What do you think of Ailey? Is she your ideal type?" The random topics annoyed Chen Guang to no end. "Are you done?" "Okay." Fei made a ceiling gesture, but she could only hold back for a few minutes before asking again, "I really like you because you are my hero." But suddenly, she noticed that Chen Guang had disappeared without a trace. Fei looked around in confusion. She hadn't seen Chen Guang leave, so how could he just vanish? It was truly like a ghost. In fact, Chen Guang hadn't left. It was just that the sun had set and darkness had descended. Chen Guang's dark talent came into play. Without any light, he completely blended into the darkness, feeling as if he had evaporated from the world. It was also Fei's frantic search that made Chen Guang realize. It was dark. He got up and looked around, glancing at his arm in the darkness. The dark talent, hiding in the shadows, turn out to be so interesting. Light, where are you? Don't scare me. Fei Er panicked. She was genuinely afraid. After all, a living person suddenly disappearing silently by her side would frighten anyone. What's wrong? Wang Pengzi yawned and got up, looking around in confusion. Chao Sherwin also took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. He was just next to me, and then suddenly, when the phone's light shone on Chen Guang, he was exposed, which startled Fei Er. So you were here, I thought. Wang Pengzi joked. Fei Er, do you have night blindness? Can't see anything when it's dark, is that it? No, I'm perfectly healthy. Fei Er tried to defend herself, but AI Li comforted her, and a few of them gathered together and chatted happily. Chen Guang stood up impatiently and walked to the boarding gate. Chao Shiwen was using her phone as a flashlight when Chen Guang silently stood beside her, startling her. How did you walk without making any noise? Chen Guang ignored her and opened the airplane door, glancing at the densely packed zombies below. After speaking, he jumped out. Chao Shiwen was about to remind him, but the next second she was astonished, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Chen Guang began to change his appearance as he fell. The mechanical exoskeleton appeared in an instant, along with a fire axe. Thud! After landing heavily, he swung the fire axe in a wide arc, executing a sweeping attack that instantly caused casualties among the zombies beneath the plane. Chao Shiwen was stunned, unable to close his mouth because Chen Guang's figure was sometimes visible, sometimes disappearing, appearing and vanishing like a ghost. Night fell. The airport was dark and unmaintained, and Chao Shiwen knelt at the boarding gate, staring at the large number of fallen zombies, unable to help but murmur to himself. He is a genetic mutant with special abilities. As a staff member of the embassy, Chao Shiwen naturally knew the secrets. The feelings of being lost and abandoned in a foreign land underwent a subtle change at that moment. Chen Guang didn't care about how Chao Shiwen felt. He just wanted to test the limits of his dark abilities. Under the cover of night, as long as it was dark, he was like air. Even the enhanced senses of zombies found it hard to detect his presence. This meant that as long as it was night, Chen Guang could move freely without being discovered by zombies or humans. Knowing he had an advantage, Chen Guang became even more reckless. After cutting off the legs of most zombies on the airport runway, he made his way to the airport terminal. It must be said that the once clean and tidy airport was now in complete disarray. The ground, inside the shops, and in the aisles were all covered in congealed blood, with many places showing severed limbs and zombies with mangled flesh wandering aimlessly in the airport terminal. Zombies posed no threat, and Chen Guang was too lazy to go on a killing spree. He strolled leisurely through the airport, looking for useful supplies. Most airports are similar, with huge tempered glass structures and spacious interiors filled with luxury shops. If it weren't for the apocalypse, the dazzling array of goods would attract many tourists. But now, the once bustling airport resembled hell on earth. Zombies roamed everywhere. There were tourists, clerks, and airport staff, all with distorted faces, aimlessly wandering about. After Chen Guang killed a zombie with an axe, he entered a store to look for food and water. The Eagle Country, known as a food desert, offers little nutrition apart from fries and burgers. Fortunately, the store had some canned food. After filling his backpack with as many cans as he could, Chen Guang remembered that he had a transformation ability he could use. He tried taking out a can, transformed it into a card, and it only cost him 1 point of dark energy. Just 1 point, that's reasonable. When the card transformed back into a physical item, he opened it and tasted it, confirming it was safe to eat, which put him at ease. Without hesitation, he transformed all the remaining cans and water on the shelves. His system's card storage now had hundreds and thousands of food cards, leaving him quite satisfied. In the apocalypse, it's refreshing not to spend money while shopping. Some designer clothes he couldn't afford before were now easily obtainable, with the only cost being the casual killing of a few zombies. Chen Guang set his sights on a British-style trench coat, which looked very stylish on him. To his surprise, the price was over 200 pounds, translating to more than 2,000 yuan. After trying it on, he found that it could even wrap around his exoskeleton, and he looked quite handsome. He transformed a few of his favorite styles into cards, each consuming only 1 point of dark energy, which encouraged Chen Guang to go on a rampage. With food and clothing sorted, The next step was to find some suitable weapons for everyone. There was a security room at the airport, but after the zombie outbreak, most guns and ammunition had been depleted, leaving only a few police shields available. What use are these? Looking around, it was indeed difficult to find weapons in the airport. Chapter 25. The team's first training the airport was large, and even with Chen Guang's quick search for supplies, he couldn't completely scour the place in just a few hours. Fortunately, he found a few suitable kitchen knives in a fast food restaurant. Hey, don't say your cooking skills are lacking. There were quite a variety of kitchen knives. After collecting a few decent kitchen knives, he continued to wander around the airport. While passing by the logistics area, he stumbled upon a fire hydrant. Oh! Chen Guang's eyes sparkled as he shattered a glass case with a punch and took out a fire axe from inside. To be honest, this ordinary fire axe felt like a knockoff compared to his. Better than nothing, so he decided to use it for now, carrying several fire axes. He continued to stroll through the airport, since he didn't have to spend any money. He could just take whatever he wanted. For example, Bluetooth intercom devices, civilian drones, laptops, electronic map navigation systems, and high-tech multifunctional smartwatches. When he transformed them into cards, he found that all the tech products consumed 10 points of dark energy. This intrigued Chen Guang. Why did they consume 9 points more than ordinary food and water? He took them out and tested them repeatedly, but ultimately couldn't figure it out. For now, having these tech products was enough. He wouldn't need them later, as it would be a waste. Thus, Chen Guang wandered around the airport until after 5 a.m., when a streak of sunlight tore through the darkness, and the morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the airport interior. Morning came so quickly. When Chen Guangjing looked at the sunrise, the zombie in the shop sniffed its nose and turned its white pupils to look over. Hungry. Chen Guang casually chopped off his head with an axe. You startled me. Looking at his palm, under the sunlight, the invisibility buff completely lost its effect. I'm not playing with you anymore, goodbye. With a large travel bag on his back, he spread his arms and sprinted forward. The zombies in the airport also sensed Chen Guang's presence and pounced at him, growing in number. Even without the invisibility buff, Chen Guang was not afraid at all, cutting his way through and knocking down all the zombies in his path. The only thing that made Chen Guang feel regretful was that since his level up, he hadn't dropped any attributes. It seemed that killing these low-level zombies no longer satisfied the system's appetite. After chopping down another zombie blocking his way, dark energy was absorbed autonomously. Chen Guang muttered while running, All right, not dropping attributes is fine, but let us drop a bit more dark energy. He then whistled and hummed happily as he ran towards the plane. Chao Sherwin felt a surge of joy and hurried to open the hatch. How are you going to get up? Chen Guang kicked a zombie with a broken leg away, pushed the boarding ladder over, and quickly boarded the plane. Then he kicked the boarding ladder aside. All done. He called everyone to wake up for a meal. Bang! Chen Guang put down the huge travel bag, shocking Chao Sherwin. So many things. Did you risk it all to find them at night? Chen Guang didn't say much, just responded and prepared to rest. Wait a minute. Chao Sherwin grabbed Chen Guang, cautiously glanced inside the cabin, and asked in a low voice, You are an ability user with gene mutation, right? What do you think? Chao Sherwin assumed he was and pulled him again, saying sternly, Listen, you must never take risks in the future. You have no idea how important you are to the country. Chen Guang looked at her solemnly. I know, Captain Liu told me before he died. Changing the subject, he said, Let's eat first and train after we finish. He woke everyone up in the cabin and distributed food to everyone. Chen Guang first gave the converted food to Ellie and Feier. Seeing that both women were fine after eating, he finally relaxed completely. Brother Guang, your trench coat looks so cool. Where did you get it? Is there any more? Chen Guang glared at Wang Pengzi and handed him a can of food. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. The group chatted and enjoyed their meal together, during which Chao Sherwin kept stealing glances at Chen Guang. She had something to say, but hesitated several times. After finishing, Chen Guang distributed the kitchen knife and fire axe evenly among everyone. After they were full, it was time to train for killing zombies. Are you ready? Ready, the three replied in unison. After opening the plane's cabin door, Chen Guang pointed at the zombies outside and said, Last night I chopped off their legs so they can't run fast, and their movements are limited, making them less dangerous. You just need to chop at their heads. Understood. The three cheered themselves on. Chen Guang jumped down first pushed the boarding ladder over, and several people got off the plane one by one, their hands holding axes and knives, trembling uncontrollably. Although the hungry zombies had lost their mobility, they still crawled over fearlessly, baring their teeth and claws, looking fierce and terrifying. Bang! Chen Guang kicked a nearby zombie away and shouted sternly, "Don't just stand there. We can't let the zombies get too close. Aim for their heads. Get to it." Wang Pengzi raised his axe high and swung it with his eyes closed. As a result, he missed the first strike, and the axe hit the ground, the recoil causing his hand to go numb, and the axe fell to the ground. "You useless idiot." After the protective measures for Chen Guang, he handed the axe to Wang Pengzi. "You're even worse than a woman, you useless coward. Keep your eyes open and aim properly." Chen Guang was right to scold, while on the other side, Chao Shiwen swiftly swung her axe and had already killed 2 zombies. Fei Er and Ai Li, although frightened by the ugly zombies, were also chopping away with their axes, smashing the zombies' heads and continuing to strike. "Hold on." Under Chen Guang's urging, Wang Pengzi caught the axe, gathered his courage, and faced the terrifying zombie once more. With a splatter, pus and blood flew everywhere. Killing zombies is something that only needs to be done once to break through that mental barrier. Afterwards, the fear lessens. The more times you do it, the more numb you become, which is progress and a manifestation of bravery. Before long, the surviving zombies that Chen Guang had left last night were completely wiped out by the 4 of them. Fei Er and Ai Li even compared their kills as they fought. "I killed 8. I killed 9. After a few bouts of vomiting, Wang Pengzi also adapted to killing zombies. He swung the axe decisively without hesitation. After the zombie killing training, Chao Shiwen didn't forget to collect some data, squatting next to a zombie's corpse with a small notebook, recording something. What was she writing? Chen Guang curiously asked. "Okay, let me record the biological characteristics of zombies." As she spoke, she pointed at the wounds on the corpse. "I saw you chop off their legs last night, and surprisingly, not much blood came out. This indicates that the healing factors in the blood have already begun to take effect, which means that the blood circulation in zombies is different from that of normal people." Chapter 26. I help you awaken. Every field has its own expertise. Chen Guang admitted that Chao Shiwen made a valid point. But now was not the time for research. It was time to train survival skills. Once all the running zombies were dealt with, Chen Guang would test everyone's speed, strength, and agility. Speed training involved running 100 meters. When being chased by zombies, sprinting 100 meters and running 1,000 meters for endurance became very necessary. Fei Er and Ai Li were both athletes, and their 100-meter speed was around the average for ordinary women, about 14 seconds. However, this one fatty was truly embarrassing to mention. A grown man running over 18 seconds for 100 meters, panting heavily after finishing, struggling to catch his breath. Someone like him, such a waste, could somehow survive until now. One could only say he was lucky. "I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. Poor me, weighing 180 pounds of flabby meat. Making me run 100 meters is torture." Wang Fatty sat on the ground and started to complain endlessly. Meanwhile, Fei Er and Ai Li were still lively, chattering away, saying they could run even faster. Chen Guang ignored them and had Chao Shiwen prepare the timer as he was ready to test his 100-meter sprint. Without the assistance of a combat exoskeleton, Chen Guang crouched at the starting line. Ready, set, go. Whoosh. Chen Guang felt clearly that as he ran, the wind brushed against his face. A rare experience brought by the rapid sprint. With a whoosh, he covered the 100 meters in just a few breaths. When he broke through the finish line, Wang Pengzi opened his mouth wide and accidentally dislocated his jaw. The other 3 girls were not much better off, their eyes wide open, staring at the timer with expressions of disbelief. Chen Guang walked over, moving his arms. "How long did I run?" 5:63. Chao Shiwen blurted out. "Non-human. You broke the Guinness record. You're really not human." Fei Er and Ai Li were completely shocked, their worldviews refreshed. Wang Pengzi finally calmed down and knelt in front of Chen Guang, looking at him with admiration. Chen Guang's current basic attribute is a speed of 12. If he puts on an exoskeleton, his speed will increase by 25, making it possible for him to run the 100 meters in under 3 seconds. I know the reason. Among the few of us, only Chao Shiwen understands how terrifying Chen Guang is. Chen Guang has been staring at Chen Guang with a burning gaze, as if waiting for his opinion. Go ahead, I don't mind. Only then did Chen Guang reveal the secret she knew. According to the intelligence we have received, the zombie outbreak and the apocalypse were caused by a genetically modified drug developed by the Monsanto Group in the beautiful country, which leaked. This genetic virus can give one of people's superpowers, making them a new breed of humanity, and Chen Guang is likely the luckiest one. Everyone was shocked by this inside information. Some firmly believed it, while others raised questions. At this moment, AI Li and Fei Er surrounded Chen Guang, asking her questions. What about the other 99? Will they all turn into zombies? Where did you hear this? Didn't you say the zombie outbreak was spread by you Chinese? What does it have to do with the Monsanto Group in the beautiful country? It would have been better not to ask, but once they did, it infuriated Chen Guang, who turned red and argued back. You all have been brainwashed by the media. The zombie outbreak is a conspiracy against China. So many of us Chinese are working hard to explain the truth to the world, but what has your media been doing? While the three girls were arguing, Fat Wang was circling around Chen Guang, trying hard to flatter him. Brother Guang, you're amazing. No wonder you're my idol. I'll follow you from now on. You have to take care of me. Chen Guang stared at the and thought for a moment before saying, Don't you want to become a supernatural being? I do, of course, but I don't have the luck like you do, being one of the rare one with European royal physique. Wang Pengzi firmly believed in the theory of talent and knew he didn't have that luck. However, Chen Guang thought differently. He still had over 1,000 units of dark energy, which was more than enough to help Wang Pengzi awaken. First of all, Wang Pengzi was a man and someone close to him. After awakening, he would not only have the ability to protect himself, but could also fight alongside him in critical moments. The reason he didn't choose Fei Er was mainly due to the close-knit nature of their group. Although everyone admired him 100, Chen Guang trusted Wang Pengzi a bit more. It's like when taking a group photo. The people who are closest and most familiar with each other tend to unconsciously stand together. This is the close-knit nature of the group. Come here. I need to talk to you privately. Chen Guang put his arm around his shoulder and called Wang Pengzi to one side, whispering, Brother, I'm not lying to you. I have a way to make you an ability user too. The question now is, do you want to become Brother Guang? Before Chen Guang could finish speaking, he saw Wang Pengzi's eyes sparkling with excitement. You are indeed my reborn parents, Guang Ge. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Get out of here. Chen Guang kicked him away. Isn't it disgusting? Stop talking nonsense. I can help you awaken, but I warn you, this is a secret between us and cannot be told to anyone. Understand? Wang Pengzi swore to the sky. I absolutely won't tell anyone. He clicked on Awaken next to his name, instantly consuming 1,000 points of dark energy. Done. What are you? Suddenly, just as Chen Guang was about to ask about his feelings, he saw Wang Pengzi's body convulsing in place, falling straight to the ground, as if having a seizure. Eyes rolling back, body stiffening, trembling uncontrollably. Pengzi! The commotion startled the three girls who were arguing, but when they saw this scene, their reactions were very consistent. Has he mutated? In fear, they grabbed their weapons and rushed over. Fei Er, this fierce girl, swung her axe ready to chop, but fortunately, Chen Guang caught her. Don't move. Stop. He has mutated. If we don't kill him, it will harm everyone. Fei Er actively explained, hoping Chen Guang would understand. Chen Guang also had a serious face, unwilling to look at the mutated Wang Pengzi, gritting her teeth and saying, Mutation is irreversible. There is currently no antidote. I know you're very close, but you must understand. Before she finished speaking, Wang Pengzi's body suddenly arched up, bizarrely hovering at a height of 1 meter, pausing for a few seconds. Then, with a loud thud, Wang Pengzi fell heavily to the ground, leaving a deep pit in the cement floor, showing the tremendous force. Fei Er anxiously pulled Chen Guang, asking for answers. Chapter 27. The Painful Evolution Process. Chen Guang has been closely watching Wang Pengzi's personal attributes, and Wang Pengzi's current personal data is in a completely chaotic and disorderly state. He is not mutated, but evolved. Evolved? Chen Guang was shocked at first, then excitedly stared at the twitching Wang Pengzi. Are you saying he is evolving into a superpower? Was it the same when you evolved? Wang Pengzi's current appearance is not much different from that of a mutated zombie, which left Chen Guang feeling uneasy. remembering how the landlady became mutated and her incredible strength. Along with other people in the process of mutation, there were always some bizarre phenomena. However, the strange occurrences happening to Wang Pengzi at this moment were even more numerous. It seemed that something was surging beneath his skin, darting around in his muscles, eventually gathering in his face and concentrating on his brain. Wang Pengzi felt a splitting headache, rolling on the ground, the excruciating pain making him look like he wished he were dead. It hurt so much. Bang! In his struggle, Wang Pengzi's fist slammed against the ground, sending an invisible shockwave spreading out, causing cracks to appear on the ground, and the shattered stones bizarrely floated up, suspended in the air. This is too bizarre. Ailey and Feier stepped back in panic, truly frightened by this scene. Chao Sherwin had long taken out her phone to record, regardless of whether it was mutation or evolution. She recorded it all, as this was precious footage. But at this moment, Chen Guang suddenly felt relaxed because, under his true eyes, he could see the tremendous changes in Wang Pengzi's personal attributes. Admirer, Wang Jingwo, evolved, purple talent, combat power, 805, strength, 45, speed, 3, 5, reaction, 10-5, mental strength, 102 talent, earth power, special ability, earth tremor, goodness. Why does it feel like Wang Pengzi's base attributes are much stronger than my initial ones? After the painful evolution ended, Wang Pengzi seemed to be exhausted, lying motionless on the ground. The stones that were floating in the air all fell to the ground as the evolution came to an end. This sudden scene startled Ailey. After a frightened shout, she raised her axe and trembled as she said, "He has turned into a zombie. Quickly kill him, otherwise." Chen Guang sternly scolded, "I told you, it's evolution, not mutation." Then, disregarding the obstruction, he stepped forward and held the weak Wang Pengzi in his arms. Pengzi, wake up." Wang Pengzi slowly regained consciousness and drowsily said, "I finally understand how painful the tightening spell of Sun Wukong really is." The fact that he could still joke around indicated that he was still aware and hadn't turned into a zombie. "You scared me to death." Chao Sherwin brought her phone closer, recording while interviewing. Wang Pengzi glanced at Chen Guang. The two brothers had long established a tacit understanding, and in the next second, he began to act. "Did I just evolve, Brother Guang? What ability did I evolve? Is it as impressive as yours? You'll know if you try." Supporting Wang Pengzi to stand up, he moved his body a bit and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "If I had known it would hurt this much, I would have been mentally prepared." As he was complaining, he suddenly froze, looking around in confusion. This scene left everyone, including Chen Guang, utterly bewildered. "What are you looking at?" Chen Guang asked casually. Wang Fatty's face showed a look of surprise as he pointed to the ground and asked, "So many yellow light spots. Brother Guang, can't you see them?" Just as Wang Fatty pointed to the ground, several stones floated uncontrollably in the air. This. Feier and AI Li hurriedly dodged, their shocked gazes fixed on the stones floating in midair. Chao Sherwin also quickly adjusted the camera to record this scene. Chen Guang also understood Wang Pengzi's abilities and explained, "Your superpower should be related to the land. Is that cool?" Wang Pengzi excitedly waved his hand, and stones flew into his grasp. In his excitement, all the shattered stones on the track basically floated up. "This is so awesome." Chao Sherwin spun around in place, recording everything, then pointed to a car in the distance and ordered, "Try to control that car to float." Wang Pengzi didn't attempt it and explained, "I can only control things with an aura. I can see the aura around stones and earth, but not steel, so I can't control the car either." "Then try again." Chao Sherwin's professional instincts kicked in as she pulled Wang Pengzi to try various tests. After recovering from their shock, Feier and AI Li pulled Chen Guang aside, chattering nonstop. "We didn't believe what Chao Sherwin said, but seeing Pengzi mutate, we really do now. But what did you say to him for him to mutate? Or what did you help him mutate?" Both women were smart, and through subtle clues, they nearly guessed the truth. However, Chen Guang's dark energy was not sufficient at the moment. So he simply said, "As long as you trust me enough, I can also help you gain superpowers." "Oh my gosh, I knew it." Feier immediately hooked her arm around Chen Guang's and began to act cute. "You're amazing. Can you let me have superpowers too? I'm begging you." AI Li remained very calm and confronted Chen Guang, questioning, "What do we need to do, or what do we have to offer for you to help us awaken?" You can lay out your conditions. From the two women's reactions, it was easy to see their attitudes as admirers. Fayer had unconditional trust, while AI Lee still carried a hint of caution, seemingly aware of a potential exchange of benefits. I'm not a god. I can't guarantee that each of you will awaken. Just because it can't happen now doesn't mean it won't in the future, okay? Okay, let me know when you've thought it through. I can pay for superpowers. AI Lee's tone was firm, and she was willing to give everything to become stronger. On the other side, under Chao Sherwin's continuous testing, she roughly understood Wang Pengzi's abilities. Indeed, as Chen Guang had said, his superpowers were all related to the Earth. As long as it was Earth, Wang Pengzi could almost control it. But cement was more challenging. It seemed the affinity wasn't that high. Chen Guangxue believes that the mental intensity is not that high. They just don't know yet how to enhance Wang Pengzi's personal attributes. In summary, Wang Pengzi's sudden evolution has greatly boosted the team's morale, giving everyone hope. If Wang Pengzi can evolve, it also indicates that everyone else has the potential to evolve as well. Chao Sherwin's thought is to leave everything to time. Fayer and AI Lee's thought is to pray for God to grant them superpowers. Chen Guang's thought is that praying to a non-existent God is not as good as praying to him. He can't understand what foreigners are really thinking. Chapter 28. The blame is firmly placed. After lunch, it was time to prepare for the trip to the dock. Chao Sherwin had been studying the vehicle communication device, which was the only means of communication with the domestic side. Things like television, telephones, and mobile phones were all useless now. As for telephones and mobile phones, since the outbreak of the apocalypse, telephone signals had been interrupted and mobile signals were also blocked. For the past couple of days, satellite phones were still operational, but now, the satellite signals had completely collapsed. It felt like the current environment was such that not a single piece of news from Huagua could be transmitted. It was as if the vast Huagua had completely fallen overnight, becoming a high-incidence area for zombies. Ellie tentatively inquired, and Chao Sherwin replied sternly, "Your media is all nonsense. Our country has not fallen. The zombie outbreak just occurred, and our country implemented a full lockdown immediately, not allowing anyone to go out. The zombies have not spread at all. Our medical personnel concentrated their efforts in the shortest time possible, working with researchers to tackle the virus. Our workers built the largest centralized quarantine area in the world in just 7 days. How could a united and determined country possibly fall?" Chao Sherwin's tone was somewhat agitated, and he was almost roaring as he spoke. Ellie wanted to say something, but was promptly stopped by Fayer. Yes, your country is still there. It will definitely be okay." As she spoke, she pulled Ellie away. "Why are you stopping me? What I said is not wrong," Ellie retorted stubbornly. "It's clearly them who caused the world to be like this, and now they're slandering the beautiful country, shirking responsibility, blaming it on us Western countries. It's shameless." Fayer explained, "But I think they have a point. You don't know the name Meng Dushan. He is a capitalist from the beautiful country, a group established by the Illuminati to curb the population. You believe everything they say?" Ellie insisted, arguing with Fayer. "I do believe it because I trust him." Fayer's gaze was fixed on Chen Guang, who was training Wang Pengzi in the distance. Ellie looked over as well, her stubbornness fading a bit. "You don't just trust him. You've fallen in love with him, right? Be honest. Are you sure you want to go to Huagua with Guang? That's the origin of the virus. 4 billion people turned into zombies. Just thinking about it is terrifying." At this, Fayer had no words to say. In the distance, Chen Guang is training Wang Pengzi on how to use the power of Earth to eliminate zombies. In the open area outside the fence, a large pit has formed, and zombies are falling into it one after another. Chen Guang instructs Wang Pengzi to control a large rock to crush the zombies in the pit. While operating, Wang Pengzi quietly converses, "Brother Guang, aren't you going to tell Sister Sherwin the truth? Are you going to keep it hidden forever?" Chen Guang replies, "Focus a bit. Now is not the time." Chen Guang's gaze was piercing and extremely serious. "Okay, I just think you should tell me, after all. Your ability to let people evolve at any time is just too amazing." Chen Guang looked at the gradually rising dark energy and said with a wry smile, "You're overthinking it. There are limitations to how I can help people evolve." It's not that Chen Guang is being alarmist. In the past, gaining dark energy was relatively easy. But now, Wang Fatty kills zombies and averages only 1 point of dark energy for every 10 he kills. Chen Guang personally kills zombies as well. 10 kills increase by 1 point. It seems that as abilities improve, killing low-level zombies no longer provides benefits. That should be enough. Remember, in the future, use your super abilities to kill zombies. Manage well, and you won't even need to move to dominate the battlefield. Guang, are we ready to set off? Let's go. Just to clarify, we can accompany you to Hua country, but you have to ensure that we can evolve. I can't guarantee that. Get in the car. Chen Guang ordered. An AI Li shot him a glare, but in the end, she had no choice but to get into the car. Wang Pengzi was in charge of driving, and Chao Shirwan was still adjusting the communicator, while Chen Guang used his phone for navigation. The two women sat silently in the car. Off we go. Wang Pengzi slammed on the gas, and the car shot out. Zizi, at the United Nations conference, the diplomats from Huagua were still desperately arguing, shifting the blame for the zombie outbreak onto us. Zizi, the radicals were dissatisfied with such shameless behavior and opened fire in the courtroom, killing the Huagua diplomat. The car radio continuously broadcast news from Ingwa. Oh my, how could this happen? Chao Shirwan was teary-eyed, covering her mouth with her hands to avoid crying out loud. A series of news reports had brought Chen Guang's mood to rock bottom. The European Union had firmly placed the blame, and now they didn't even give a chance to refute it. It truly felt like jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear our name. Zizi. Suddenly, the communicator received a signal, and all members in the car perked up to listen. Fellow compatriots, do not easily believe the rumors from the European Union. Huagua has successfully controlled the zombie outbreak, and Huagua has not fallen. Do not trust their statements. We have enough evidence to prove that this catastrophe is the conspiracy of Meng Dushan. The wise man of Heku said, with the remaining strength of old age, one cannot destroy even a hair of the mountain. How can one do so with soil and stone? What I want to say is, as long as there are Chinese people, the nation exists. As long as the Chinese are alive, Huagua will endure. This audio broadcast gave hope to many struggling Chinese people. The country is like this. What can an individual do? The atmosphere in the car was extraordinarily eerie. Even Chao Shirwan was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Wang Pengzi gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Only AI Li and Fei Air were confused, not understanding the content of the Chinese broadcast they had just received. AI Li tentatively tried to ask. Chen Guang suddenly said sternly, born a citizen of Huagua, die a ghost of Huagua. Even if Huagua falls, I can rebuild my homeland brick by brick. Fat Wang slammed the gas pedal to the floor, spiritedly shouting. Chapter 29, Robbery on the Way. Driving at night. The highway was pitch dark, with overturned cars everywhere, most of which blocked the road and hindered traffic. Fortunately, we were in an armored vehicle, completely unafraid of collisions. Bang! The car wreck blocking the road was knocked aside, and the armored vehicle charged forward unstoppable. It takes 4 hours to get from the airport to the port, and the rescue warship will dock at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, which means we have an 8-hour window. Chao Shirwan was looking at the navigation while chattering. Hey, the driver, Fat Wang, suddenly sighed lightly, his gaze fixed intently ahead. What's wrong? Chen Guang was seriously focused on the front. It seemed like a person, yes, a living person, not a zombie. On the highway, about a few hundred meters away, under the headlights, several people could indeed be seen waving. What should we do, Brother Guang? Should we stop? Wang Pengzi asked cautiously. We can't stop. Drive past them. All right. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, initially intending to ignore them. Stop. Help us. Give us a ride. As they got closer, the sound of their desperate pleas became clearer. Seeing that there was no intention to stop, someone rushed directly into the middle of the road, blocking the armored vehicle's path. Screech. Wang Pengzi suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing everyone in the vehicle to lean to one side. Why do we stop? Chen Guang questioned angrily. It's not my fault. They recklessly blocked the way. Before Wang Pengzi could finish his sentence, they heard a loud bang. The refugees on the highway were collectively surrounding the car, banging on the windows and tugging at the doors, desperately trying to get in. There were quite a few of them, around 78 people, including men, women, and children. Even if they wanted to help, the armored vehicle simply couldn't accommodate that many people. Please have mercy on our children. Take us to the safe zone at the dock. We mean no harm. We just want to get to the dock. Please give us a ride. These people were pleading in a cacophony, saying nice things, but their actions continued to tug at the doors and bang on the windows. What should we do, Brother Guang? Wang Ponzi was genuinely at a loss. Just drive past. Chen Guang was very calm. He wouldn't kindly go save those people. But what to do if someone was hit? Wang Ponzi was still a bit soft-hearted and couldn't bring himself to be so ruthless. You are really cold-blooded. At this moment, A. Li, who was sitting in the back, quietly opened the car door. Click. Don't open the door. Chen Guang was a step too late. The moment the car door opened, these seemingly pitiful refugees turned hostile. They pulled out guns from behind and pointed them at A.I. Li's forehead, harshly shouting, "Get out of the car, or I'll shoot." The other refugees surrounded them. Even the women pulled out guns aiming at the inside of the car, their expressions changing faster than flipping pages in a book. Their eyes filled with malice as they yelled orders. "Get out of the car, or I'll kill you." A.I. Li was terrified by this scene, raising her hands in panic, numbly being dragged out of the car. Fei was not spared either, being pulled out of the car with a gun pointed at her head. "Ha ha, this is a military armored vehicle. We're going to get rich now. The driver better get out, or I'll kill someone. Stand by the vehicle. Search her." These people were working in coordination, some holding guns inside the car, some keeping watch, and others searching. A skinny man was groping A.I. Li, showing no concealment of his greedy expression. "This girl looks good. Should we have some fun?" "Haha, let's have some fun." The refugees laughed heartily. But the next moment, a figure fell out of the car, accompanied by a spray of warm blood splattering on them. The laughter abruptly stopped as they saw the person who fell to the ground. Their companion had been slashed in the neck, blood spraying everywhere. "Bastard." Just as they processed this, preparing to shoot inside the car, a flash of a knife appeared, and the man closest to the car had his head fly off his shoulders. "What's going on?" The second man, confused, was instantly silenced by a knife to the throat, dying cleanly. "What the hell?" The skinny man searching turned to run, but the next second, a dagger pierced his neck, and he fell to the ground in disbelief, dead on the spot. "Shoot! Shoot!" The others shouted, but they had no idea where to shoot. Because there was no one in front of them, their companions were falling one after another, completely shattering their worldview. One after another, the men fell dead from a single knife strike, and only a woman holding a fake baby remained. She knelt on the ground in terror, begging the air for mercy. "God, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." After Chen Guang approached all the threats, he finally looked at the baby in the swaddle, who looked like a doll. It seemed these people had planned to rob from the beginning. But putting that aside, killing people is more satisfying than killing zombies because it can drop attribute cards. I was excited. "Guangji, leave one for me." Wang Pongzi complained with a face full of grievances. Chao Sherwin stood beside A.I. Li and scolded. "What kind of world is this now? How can you still be so heartless? Do you want to get everyone killed?" "I won't dare anymore. I really won't dare anymore." After this incident, A.I. Li was completely intimidated and no longer dared to speak in a sarcastic tone. Wang Pongzi looked at the woman kneeling and begging for mercy, furrowing his brows and asking, "Guangji, what should we do with her?" The woman, who was kowtowing, seized every opportunity to survive, taking off her outer garment to plead. "Just don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I was forced by them. If I didn't do this, they wouldn't take me to the safe zone at the dock." This woman stripped down completely, kneeling in front of Wang Pongzi and repeatedly begging for mercy. Her words sounded nice, but when she pulled out the gun earlier, the killing intent in her eyes was not fake at all. No matter how much a beast disguises itself and tries to please, it is still untrustworthy. This. Wang Pongzi's face turned red as he looked around nervously. "Guangji, you should say something." Chen Guang collected the cards and casually said, "Let her fend for herself. Anyway, I don't kill women." "Understood." Wang Fatty kicked away the woman who was clinging to his thigh. "Get lost. Are you shameless or what?" But the next second, A.I. Li angrily charged at the woman, punching and kicking her. "I try to help, but you want to rob us. Heartless and ungrateful. Good intentions go unrewarded." The woman continued to plead for mercy. "Stop hitting me. I just want to survive. Once I reach the safe zone at the dock, I'll be safe. Please take me with you. I could do anything for you." "Wait," Chao Sherwin and Chen Guang said in unison. "Stop. The safe zone at the dock. She mentioned it earlier, but they didn't pay attention. Hearing it a second time made the two most alert members of the team react first. Chapter 30. Chaotic Highway. Chao Sherwin pulled AI Lee, who was venting her emotions, away and squatted beside the woman, first helping her put on her clothes. Which dock are you talking about for the safe zone? The woman, wrapped in the clothes, said in fear, it's the Dover dock. The news said they set up a safe zone there for survivors to go and board the military ships for refuge. The woman looked surprised and asked, don't you know? The news has been on a loop. They really didn't know, mainly because the EU news mostly contained insults towards Chinese people, so it was ignored at first. Great. There's a safe zone. We're safe. AI Lee pulled Fei Air, jumping with joy, but Fei Air had a worried look on her face, appearing unhappy. Get in the car. Let's go. With a command from Chen Guang, everyone hurriedly got into the vehicle, leaving only the woman behind. Please take me with you. I can do anything. Just take me. Don't leave me behind. The doors closed, the vehicle started, and they hit the road. The woman kept banging on the window, chasing after the vehicle, shouting loudly, don't leave me. I don't want to die, please. The armored vehicle showed no signs of stopping, speeding up more and more. The woman couldn't keep up anymore, and she dropped the act, standing there and cursing. You bastards, may you all die a terrible death. I curse you all to hell. God won't spare you. You will be eaten by zombies sooner or later. Her figure grew more distant, and her voice became fainter. People like her weren't worth pity. Chao Sherwin muttered to herself, then opened the navigation and said, Chen Guang, if the safe zone is at the port, will there be a fight when the evacuation warship arrives? Who knows? Let's take it one step at a time. Chen Guang was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk much. Instead, Ellie opened up and kept whispering to her friend Fayer. Her voice wasn't loud, but Chen Guang could hear her clearly. The gist of it was that Ellie wanted to seek refuge in the safe zone and was trying to persuade Fayer. However, Fayer wanted to stick with Chen Guang, leading to a disagreement between the two women. After about 2.5 hours of driving in the armored vehicle, there were more and more abandoned cars on the road, and the ongoing tragedies were increasing as well. It wasn't uncommon to see groups of refugees dragging their families along. When they saw a vehicle passing by, they would plead for help, and some even dared to stand in the middle of the road, hoping to force the armored vehicle to stop. Having learned from the last incident, Fat Wong gained some experience and slammed the accelerator, crashing into the obstruction. The people in the way jumped aside just before the collision and then yelled curses from behind, with some even shooting at the armored vehicle to vent their anger. Bang! The armored vehicle repeatedly crashed through the congested scene of a chain collision, moving forward relentlessly. However, as they got closer to the dock, they saw more and more living people. The dock was not far ahead, but the road was completely blocked. All vehicles were honking madly, urging the ones in front to clear the way. The road was jammed, and unoccupied refugees were sweeping through the cars, smashing windows and threatening drivers with guns, leading to inevitable shootouts and bloody incidents. What a mess. Hurry up, can we get moving? Fat Wong impatiently honked the horn, peering out to see what was happening ahead. Outside the armored vehicle, there were many refugees eyeing them hungrily, each holding a gun and openly expressing their desire for the armored vehicle. Bang! Someone fired a shot, trying to break the window with the intention of stealing the vehicle. Fortunately, it was a bulletproof armored vehicle. Otherwise, they would have been robbed several times by now. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Fat Wong cursed at the refugees outside. Are you giving yourselves too much face? Chen Guang squinted his eyes to gather his strength, his voice cold as he said, don't waste time with them, just drive over. Got it. Wong Fatty shifted gears and started the vehicle recklessly. Damn it, stop. The driver of the car in front angrily got out, aiming his gun at the windshield and firing repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. It's useless, my car is bulletproof. I'll run you over. Wong Fatty growled, ruthlessly crushing the vehicles in his way, unstoppable as he barreled through. Whether they had cars or not, all were enraged by the armored vehicle, chasing behind and cursing loudly. Some even wielding baseball bats, smashing the car windows with all their might. But their anger was futile, and in the end, they could only watch as the armored vehicle smashed through their cars and drove away. Bastards, you won't have a good end. The armored vehicle left, but chaos, robbery, shootings, and crime erupted everywhere on this road. At the dock, a large area separated by containers had only one entrance, currently undergoing identity checks. Countless fully armed soldiers stood on top of the containers, each one armed with real guns, wearing protective gear and gas masks, armed to the teeth. They were not soldiers of Hua country. Anyone who crossed the border, tried to sneak in, or cause trouble would be shot without hesitation, without batting an eye. After shooting another instigator, the commander held a megaphone and arrogantly shouted, "If anyone dares to cause trouble again, they will be killed without mercy. That will be their fate." The crowd fell silent, not daring to confront the soldiers any longer. "Listen up, line up, and each of you will be checked. Let's see who dares to cause a disturbance." At the very front of the container isolation area, there was an iron fence, behind which armed soldiers with riot shields protected the staff in isolation suits, who were conducting background checks on each refugee. The line was like a dragon, with thousands of people gathered, creating a spectacular scene. Inside the armored vehicle, Chao Shiwen was looking through night vision goggles and saw the cumbersome inspection and registration process. His brows furrowed into a shape. "At this speed, we won't get in until tomorrow night. What should we do?" Chen Guang was also frowning. If he had known it wouldn't be so easy, he wouldn't have expected to wait here. Wang Fatty cautiously asked, "Brother Guang, should we just wait here? Tomorrow morning, as soon as the evacuation warship arrives, shall we drive straight over?" Chen Guang thought for a moment and said, "We can't just sit and wait for death. I'll sneak in first to see the situation. You stay in the car and don't get out." After saying this, Chen Guang looked at Ellie again. "If you want to leave, I won't stop you, but you need to think carefully. Even if you can enter the safe zone with the nature of your country, you probably won't have a good life." Ellie thought for a moment and said, "I still believe in my country. I want to stay." It's hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. Let her do as she wishes. The car door opened, and Chen Guang got out first, his figure blending into the darkness. Ellie followed him out. Chapter 31. The chaotic entrance to the safe zone. As soon as they got out of the car, they could feel the restless noise and commotion. Accents from all over the place were filled with complaints, and the air was thick with a complex mix of smells, a blend of blood and crime enveloping the entire land. Drones hovered low above, observing everyone's every move. Any slight excessive action would cause the soldiers standing on the containers to turn their guns and aim. People were packed together, crying, cursing, and all kinds of individuals were present. It was utter chaos and extreme sorrow. "Let's go. I'll take you to the front." "Guang, where are you?" In the next second, a large hand grabbed his arm, pulling her forward. "You can't see me, so don't look for me." Chen Guang's voice once again came to her ears. This, Ai Li felt like a marionette, being pulled forward by the invisible Chen Guang. "Is there anything to eat?" "A piece of cookie would do." Suddenly, a disheveled woman blocked Ai Li's path. She used to have a beautiful head of golden hair, but after a long time of fleeing, it was matted together. She wore a loose trench coat over a dirty long dress. The clothes were brand name, but in the midst of refugees, they looked no different. "I'll give you this in exchange for something to eat." The golden-haired woman trembled as she took off a diamond ring from her finger, looking at Ai Li with a pleading expression, hoping she would offer something in return. This, Ai Li, feeling numb, was about to agree when she heard Chen Guang's voice in her ear. "Don't meddle if you want to stay alive. Please, even a sip of water would be enough." The woman was tearful and desperate, but she received no compassion from Ai Li. Useless, filthy whore. A few rough men nearby grabbed the golden-haired woman and slapped her hard across the face. "I try my best, please, I really try my best." The golden-haired woman pleaded in a trembling voice, but still faced brutal beatings from the thugs. Ai Li witnessed this scene. How could they be like this? Chen Guang continued to pull her along. Now, it was the end of the world. The rule of law had been overturned. Humanity had been extinguished, and women had become the subjugates of men. Those who were better off could at least have enough to eat, while those who were worse off were merely tools for venting. "You can't help her. Hurry and go." Ailey was dragged away by Chen Guang, and in the end, she saw a woman knocked to the ground, then publicly humiliated by several men without restraint. Such events were happening in every corner of this congested street. Once lofty women were now stripped of all dignity, threatened, or forced to endure humiliation just to survive. "Help me. I promise to make you comfortable, a loaf of bread." A cookie will do. I'm cheap. I only need half a bottle of water. Sir, I used to be a model. I have walked the Victoria's Secret runway. As soon as a man showed even the slightest interest, he would be surrounded by 7 or 8 women. These women, each a beauty in their own right, now looked like lost dogs in this extreme chaos. This was the better situation. The streets were full of women in tragic conditions, most with bruised faces and some with mutilated bodies, lying in pools of blood waiting to die. In contrast, women like Ailey, who looked clean and normal, were quite rare. Many evildoers, seeing Ailey pass by, were also tempted. They blocked her path, displaying sinister smiles, secretly threatening her with guns, wanting to assault her. But in the end, these evildoers would have their throats cut, dying in the crowded throngs, ultimately trampled into meat paste, their bodies unrecognizable. At this moment, Ailey felt a bit regretful. She could understand what failure meant by a sense of security. It seemed that as long as Chen Guang was by her side, she was safe. And this thought continued until they reached the front of the line, outside the iron fence. It was overcrowded, with staff in protective suits scanning the identities of everyone in the front row with scanners. Although there were 10 checkpoints, the efficiency of Eagle Country had always been low, taking 35 minutes for identity confirmation, and some staff even chatted away inside the safe iron fence without checking. Look at these lowly commoners, they really make me feel sick. An armed staff member aimed the identity verification scanner at Ailey's face. The moment the infrared scan was completed, the system emitted a prompt sound. Beep, beep. The staff collectively froze, first checking the computer, and after confirming there were no errors, they finally discovered a high-quality genetic carrier. Suddenly, all the armed personnel within the iron fence treated her as an enemy, drawing their guns and shouting at the crowd. Back off! Everyone be quiet! Shut your mouths! Armed personnel holding riot shields opened the iron fence. Hurry, come in! Some tried to take advantage of the situation to slip through, only to be met with a hail of bullets, turning them into Swiss cheese. Under the cover of the riot shields, Ailey was brought inside the iron fence, leaving her confused and at a loss. About 10 meters further into the inspection area was the identity verification zone, where a seemingly high-ranking officer was conducting the final checks on everyone's identities. There were 4 people in front of Ailey, 1 man and 3 women. I am a software engineer, a Cambridge graduate. I have received. The officer confirmed without error, waved his hand and said, identity confirmed, high IQ gene, pass. 2 personnel in biohazard suits escorted this person into a modified container. Next was the women's inspection. The officer unabashedly displayed his greedy gaze, demanding they publicly strip for a physical examination. These women, desperate to enter the safe zone, cared nothing for shame, stripping naked while being groped, and even undergoing gynecological examinations. The carrier passed, no history of pregnancy. Background check passed, employee of a top 100 company, graduated from a prestigious school, IQ 142. Approved. The clothes were tossed to the examined women, allowing them to change back, and then the next background check began. Ailey was stunned. What was the official doing with such behavior? Have you noticed something is off? Chen Guang's voice came to her ears, and Ailey instinctively nodded. Chen Guang continued. I just took a look at the commander's computer. The first batch of main rescue personnel from the Eagle Nation are healthy women, and it seems they're going to conduct some sort of gene cloning experiment. This, Ailey's hair stood on end, and she felt a chill run down her back. How do you want to choose, stay or come with me? Ailey didn't know how to choose. She was completely at a loss. There's no time. If you want to come with me, you can slip in while the woman is lying on the examination table. Everyone's attention will be on her. Chapter 32. Inside the safe zone, Chen Guang referred to sneaking in, specifically into the container that was entered earlier. Only by passing through this door can one understand the situation inside the port. Time is running out. At this moment, the second woman has already started to undress, while the men in protective suits watch her with mocking eyes, urging her to hurry up. 3, 2, 1. Amid the pushing and shoving, the woman ends up lying on the temporary inspection bed, where someone begins to perform a gynecological examination. At this time, all the men's attention is on the woman, completely unaware that Ailey has quietly slipped towards a door and has already darted inside. Suddenly, everything feels much clearer. Although there is light at the inspection point, it is dim, Aside from the inspection equipment and strong flashlights, visibility is nearly non-existent. However, upon entering the container, the light becomes significantly brighter, with alternating light and darkness making it a bit uncomfortable for the eyes at first. AI Lee rubbed her blurry eyes and gradually began to see clearly, only to realize that the container was merely a bright corridor. Stop looking, let's go. Under the strong light, Chen Guang's dark attributes were rendered ineffective, and his figure was completely exposed. AI Lee instinctively linked her arm with Chen Guang's. I am scared. Don't be afraid. After Chen Guang comforted him with a few words, he walked past the first container, lifted the sterile isolation cloth, and entered the blue light disinfection area. He proceeded through 4 isolation containers in the same manner. There was a turn ahead, and just as he was about to enter, he heard someone speaking and the sound of approaching footsteps. Chen Guang hurriedly protected Aili, and the two of them leaned against the corner to hide. Unfortunately, the incident happened suddenly, and one of Chen Guang's hands accidentally pressed against AI Lee's chest. Aili instinctively blushed. Shoo! Chen Guang made a shushing gesture with a dagger in hand. The footsteps grew closer, and as he lifted the isolation protective cloth, 2 fully armed individuals appeared. In the next moment, Chen Guang swiftly struck, taking down both with a flurry of movements, killing them instantly with a single knife each. He quickly stripped off their isolation suits, changing into them himself. AI Lee blindly obeyed, hastily removing the protective gear from the two, and they both put it on. Once dressed, Chen Guang supported both of them, carrying them through the isolation corridor. Upon exiting, they found themselves inside the isolation area, the real dock square. Searchlights blazed brightly, and many people were bustling about, transporting supplies in the open space, creating a lively scene. What should we do? Aili asked. Somevat panicked. Let's go this way. Carrying the 2 dead bodies, they reached a trash bin next to the exit. Opening it revealed a shocking sight. Inside were all corpses, and he even saw the body of the man who had just been brought in. My God! AI Lee instinctively covered her mouth. How'd he die? Wasn't he a high IQ personnel? Why'd he die? Chen Guang explained while throwing the body in. Didn't I say? The first batch of rescue targets is only high-quality women. It doesn't matter whether the men live or die. After tossing the 2 dead bodies into the trash can, Chen Guang looked around and pointed to a nearby container with an entrance sign. Let's check this out. The 2 quickly ran over and entered, once again opening their eyes wide. Inside, there was a temporary bathing area for women. Any woman brought in would be sent here immediately to clean her body. Don't look. AI Lee hurriedly covered Chen Guang's eyes to prevent him from seeing the alluring scene. Just then, someone entered from the exit of the shower area and shouted, How long are you going to take? Hurry up. I'll give you 5 more minutes. Finish your shower and come back for assembly immediately. The women chattered joyfully, finishing their baths and hurrying to change into clean, white uniforms. Chen Guang pondered for a moment and whispered to AI Lee beside him. You go with them to gather later. I'll go in first to scout the way. Aili panicked. I'm scared if you leave. Be scared, but bear with it. Anyway, you're going to leave me. Chen Guang coldly threw down this sentence, leaving AI Lee alone, disheveled in the wind. Chen Guang stepped into the exit first, facing the same isolated protective corridor, the same bright lights with nowhere to hide. After winding through several turns, he finally reached the end, which surprisingly led directly into the lobby of a building. The lobby was filled with many beds, and many people were busy working inside. But they were roughly divided into 2 groups. One group consisted of staff in protective suits, while the other group comprised women dressed in standardized, tight-fitting outfits. There was also a huge projection screen in the lobby, broadcasting a public speech by a leader. In the outbreak of the apocalypse, you are the future of the nation, the hope of the nation. In times of crisis, the country has rescued you from suffering. You are all the chosen ones. The speech had a strong tone of exaggeration and emptiness, which Chen Guang scoffed at. 2 people in protective suits approached, lifted the isolation curtain to take a look, and asked in confusion, The women haven't come. What are you doing here? Chen Guang was also wearing protective clothing. They thought Chen Guang was one of their own. I'll be right back. I need to get some fresh air first. I'll go urge them later. One staff member in a quarantine suit entered the corridor while another yawned. I'm exhausted too. It will be fine once we get on the ship. Chen Guang approached cautiously and asked, I haven't been on a ship before. Do you know where the fleet is taking these women? They're all being sent to the Hope, he replied. High-quality gene carriers. We need them to bear the first batch of high-quality gene children to make up for the population loss from the Great Disaster. Sigh, how would you not know about this? Chen Guang knocked him out with a chop, dragged him, and placed him on a chair, then acted as if nothing happened and wandered around. In the safety zone of the dock and port, the rescue operation had been ongoing for 3 days. During these 3 days, about 1,000 quality women were rescued, and almost all were settled in the hall. Some women who had good relationships were sitting on a single bed chatting and complaining about the lack of privacy, discussing topics like being in prison. Some sensible women said, Be content, it's better here than out there risking our lives. Many people can't even get in. Others said, I'm really looking forward to going to the real safety zone. I've heard that they will treat us quality women well there. Chen Guang couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he walked past. Indeed, it was a privilege for you, but the plan was to treat you like sows for breeding or turkeys for laying eggs. After Chen Guang finished inspecting the hall on the first floor, the women who had been taking their time in the shower finally came out in batches. People in protective suits distributed wristbands to each woman and sharply informed them of the rules for living here. Chapter 33. Rather die than submit. Ailey, dressed in a tight protective suit, followed the group of women inside. When she saw the clean and tidy scene, she couldn't help but look around. Ailey was not restricted in her movements and did not listen to their explanation of the rules. She leisurely stepped out of the crowd, staring at the leaders on the big screen, feeling her blood boil with excitement. Just as Ailey was about to be brainwashed, Chen Guang approached her and whispered, Stop watching. Find a way to leave quickly. Leave? Why should we leave? Life here is so good. Ailey wanted to retort, pointing at the leader's speech. The leader said we are the hope, and the country will protect us at all costs. Chen Guang was almost amused by Ailey's innocence. You believe everything, don't you? Do you know what this place is for? It's a concentration camp, designed to turn women like you into hens that only know how to lay eggs, to make up for the population loss caused by the zombie outbreak. Otherwise, do you think they do those gynecological exams for fun? Women who have been pregnant are completely unwanted here. Oh my God. Ailey was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. If you willingly choose to stay here as a hen, then I won't care about you anymore. Chen Guang turned to leave, but Ailey quickly grabbed his hand. Don't go, don't leave me. At that moment, a large group of security personnel entered the doorway, protected by armed guards, each carrying cold chain insulated briefcases, striding purposefully through the lobby and up to the second floor. Just then, the rules had finished being explained, and the staff began assigning beds. The scene was somewhat chaotic, and Chen Guang took the opportunity to pull Ailey into the crowd, whispering as they walked, Keep your voice down. Let us see what's happening upstairs. The two followed the team upstairs, and the second floor was noticeably quieter than the first. However, what they saw were countless temporary laboratories. Each room had been converted into a chemistry lab, and some staff members were deeply engaged in their research. The blessed gene evolution agents have arrived. Here are your samples. Where's the city lord? A scientist took the sample cold chain box and casually pointed upstairs. The city lord is upstairs in a meeting, apparently about to go to war with Huagua. Mind your own business and don't speak out of turn, the delivery personnel scolded before turning around with their team to leave. Chen Guang took Ailey with him, originally intending to assess the situation. However, upon hearing that it seemed there was going to be a war with Hua country, Chen Guang felt a jolt of anxiety, clenching his fists tightly. As the person delivering medicine walked out the door, they passed by Chen Guang. Since they were both wearing isolation suits, they couldn't see each other's faces and paid no attention to one another. Guang, should we hurry and leave? We can't leave. Before, I was willing to go, but now, hearing that there might be a war with Hua country, it would be strange not to take action against them. Let's go upstairs. Chen Guang silently followed the team upstairs, blending in without any awkwardness. They climbed the stairs all the way to the 6th floor, where all the missing politicians and military officers were located, the most prominent of whom was the Lord of London. In the conference room, there was a large screen broadcasting the United Nations diplomatic meeting. As the team entered, the politicians didn't even look at them, merely gesturing for them to stand aside and wait. Thus, Chen Guang's gaze was fixed on a live broadcast on the big screen. The camera showed the Chinese ambassador abroad, almost tied up and with a gun to his head, forcing him to admit that China was researching the zombie virus, ultimately leading to the world's destruction. Bah! It's your beautiful country's Mingdushan company that researched the zombie virus. That's the truth. You dream of defaming my China. I will never admit it, even if I die. Bang! He was ruthlessly shot dead, and another person was threatened. A young diplomat, with a gun pointed at his forehead, trembled in fear, his lips turning pale. As long as you publicly admit it, I can spare your life. Although he was terrified, his gaze was resolute. I will never become a slave of a fallen nation. You cannot hide the truth. We will definitely. Bang! Another person was executed. The next threat followed. Go ahead, shoot me. Bang! Embassy personnel were shot one after another, and the live broadcast was transmitted to governments all over the world. What to do? The Chinese diplomats in the beautiful country have basically all been killed, and not one has admitted it, which makes our next plan impossible to carry out. Someone in the room expressed such sentiments. The Lord of Eagle Country snorted coldly. Since it's all fake anyway, we might as well go all out and find some locals who look similar to Chinese people to disguise themselves and admit it. Exactly. We just need to let the citizens know that this catastrophe was caused by the Chinese. If they believe it, they will support us, and the nuclear war can proceed as planned. At this point, Ellie couldn't help but grab Chen Guang's hand, but at that moment, Chen Guang was so enraged that his nails dug into his flesh without him realizing it. That's right, as long as we launch the missiles first, even if China retaliates, they won't be able to start a war with the whole world in a short time. We just need a reason. There's no need to be so serious. Call the beautiful country and tell them our thoughts. Just as a fat man was about to pick up the phone to dial, swoosh, a dagger pierced through his forehead in the blink of an eye. The fat politician collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. The scene was eerie and quiet, as everyone collectively looked at the person who threw the knife. Indeed, the killer was Chen Guang. These shameless white bandit politicians actually wanted to launch a nuclear strike against China. Dream on. They didn't even ask if the sons of China would agree. What the hell are you doing? Someone finally reacted, shouting angrily. But the next second, Chen Guang's figure moved with extreme speed, running rapidly as a mutated fire axe appeared in his hand, delivering a devastating blow. Swoosh! The head flew high, rolling on the ground for several laps. The killer must be killed. I want to seek justice for my fallen compatriots. As soon as Chen Guang opened his mouth, it instantly caused panic throughout the venue. The overweight politicians and capital tycoons scrambled under the tables in fear. He is Chinese. How did he get in here? He is a genetic evolutionist from Huagua. Kill him. Quickly kill him. The scene turned chaotic. Fully armed soldiers drew their guns and aimed. Gunfire erupted. Unfortunately, they were no match for Chen Guang. Mere mortals could not compete with a genetic evolutionist, and in a moment, they were all killed without a trace. WAIFU. When Chen Guang was in a killing spree, the person delivering the gene serum stumbled and fell to the ground. In a panic, the cold chain insulated box opened, and he was momentarily stunned, quickly grabbing a syringe and injecting it into his shoulder. The green gene evolution serum was thus injected into his body. A roar echoed throughout the entire conference room. Chapter 34. A-Class Gene Evolution. No, it's evolution. Under the scrutiny of Chen Guang's true eye, the data of this person turn out to be 3 question marks, which is even more terrifying than Wang Pengzi's evolution. He must not be allowed to complete his evolution. Chen Guang rushed over with an axe, intending to kill the person before the evolution was complete. However, things did not go as planned. Just as Chen Guang was about to strike down with his axe to kill the person, a loud roar erupted from him, accompanied by an invisible wave of energy that spread out around him, instantly knocking Chen Guang away. Bang! Chen Guang's entire body was embedded in the wall. The intensity of this person's explosive mental power was extremely destructive. Within a 10-meter radius, tables were overturned by the shockwave, walls were shattered, and people were thrown about, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying. Ha ha! This is the power of the A-Class evolution potion. I am invincible. He stood up, tore off his protective suit, revealing a ferocious visage. Just like Wang Pengzi's evolution, something was surging beneath his skin, all converging at the top of his head. He fixed his gaze on Chen Guang. and in a flash appeared right in front of him. The speed was so fast that Chen Guang had no reaction and was grabbed by the throat. Crack! Chen Guang's protective suit was torn apart, revealing his true identity. Indeed, he is a despicable Chinese. You disgusting atheists. Chen Guang only felt a blur before he realized that his face was being hit repeatedly. Fists came down like raindrops, striking his face again and again. This person could curse while attacking, unleashing full strength with every blow landing hard. Seeing you Chinese makes me sick, and you dare to come here. Do you really think that with your luck as one of the one, you can compete with me? The gene evolution serum I've injected is a gift from God. Everything is God's will. After suffering multiple blows, Chen Guang spat out blood, but he refused to give up. He kicked the man away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Little did he know that the man only took 2 steps back before charging forward to launch another attack. Chen Guang tried to dodge, but the fist hit the wall, the impact easily penetrating it and striking him, causing more pain than being hit by a hammer. After today, all of you Chinese will die. This is the will of God. Bang! This punch did not land on his face, but was firmly caught by Chen Guang. At this moment, his face was bruised and swollen, resembling an elementary school student being bullied by a high school student, cornered and beaten. Chen Guang's desperate resistance was the same. Damn your God! I am an A-level evolver now. You can't hurt me. At this moment, the politicians in the conference room dared to show themselves. After witnessing the power of the A-level evolution potion, their gazes all fell on the cold chain insulation box, and each of them pounced on it like wolves. Give it to me, I want to inject it. I'll go first. But just as they struggled, a frail figure in a protective suit suddenly grabbed the cold chain insulation box and turned to run under the watchful eyes of all the wolves. Stop right there. Most of these politicians were obese and couldn't run fast, stumbling and unable to catch up at all. The evolver saw this and coldly scoffed. There's even a spy. He sneered and was about to go capture her when he suddenly felt a sense of crisis from behind. Chen Guang, holding the cold chain insulation box. AI Li's eyes were filled with tears, wanting to help, but not knowing how. Go, hurry up. Chen Guang stubbornly stood up, holding a fire axe in one hand and a dagger in the other. With his exoskeleton gear appearing, he was fully armed, ready to fight them to the end. None of you can escape. The evolver appeared before Chen Guang in the blink of an eye, like a ghost. Chen Guang swung his axe to chop, but his speed was no match for his opponent, who grabbed the axe handle. Chen Guang then lunged with a dagger, but his wrist was also seized. Don't you understand? I am an A-level evolver, the strongest beneath the gods. He slammed his head hard against Chen Guang's face, causing Chen Guang to feel dizzy and disoriented. How can a low-level evolver like you, who can only evolve by luck, compete with me? With a thud, he kicked out with his other leg, sending Chen Guang flying backward for over 10 meters. At this moment, the politicians also rushed out and saw the person who had sneaked away with the evolution potion had already run far. They shouted sternly, "At your command." This person stepped forward confidently, intending to chase after AI Li. Chen Guang's face was covered in bruises as he staggered to his feet. You wish. The evolver was a major general in the army, with exceptional combat skills. This time, he was going all out to kill Chen Guang in one strike. You're seeking death. However, just as he approached within a meter of Chen Guang, he unexpectedly saw a strange smile on Chen Guang's face. What is he laughing about? Can't understand? Lightning and sparks. Chen Guang let out a loud shout, suddenly releasing strong electromagnetic waves that shone brightly. In the corridor, the entire building, and even the whole dock experienced a power disruption. There were crackling sounds as the voltage increased, light bulbs exploded, and all electrical appliances in the building exploded due to overload. In the next moment, darkness fell. With a loud crash, the evolver's body was charred by the electric current, and he spat out smoke, dying on the spot. A red light suddenly appeared, and a rare purple skill card was revealed. Chen Guang collected the skill cards and cast a cold glance at the trembling politicians and capital tycoons in the darkness. Help! These people panicked and scattered like birds and beasts. There were too many of them, dozens fleeing in all directions, creating a bit of chaos. Don't worry, none of you will escape today. Although Chen Guang was seriously injured, he absolutely had no intention of letting these scoundrels go due to national and familial grievances. He chased down and killed one without hesitation, severing heads and separating corpses. Intense fighting broke out upstairs, and the armed forces downstairs had already received the news. Rushing upstairs to provide support, Ailey, holding a cold chain box, weaved through them, not daring to delay, stumbling down the stairs to hide. She had witnessed the power of the gene evolution medicine in that box with her own eyes, and she was also one of the few who knew the truth. If she had any doubts about Chen Guang before, now her heart was completely on his side. No matter what, she would not let these beasts get their hands on such a precious medicine that could enhance their strength and wreak havoc on the world. Dream on. Clear the way. Clear the way. A large number of armed soldiers rushed upstairs, crashing through to provide rescue. Coincidentally, they encountered a politician who had escaped. Hurry, hurry. Catch the person who just went downstairs. He stole God's gift. After catching him, kill without mercy. Chapter 35. God's gift during her descent down the fire escape. Ailey could clearly hear what they were saying, as the terms he and she were different. Ailey also understood that because she was wearing protective clothing, the politician did not know she was a woman. Rushing down to the first floor, under the cover of darkness, Ailey quickly took off her protective suit, found a nearby bed, crawled in, and covered herself with a blanket to hide. Armed personnel rushed downstairs, searching with flashlights and negotiating with those who came to support. A spy in a protective suit stole God's gift, and the adults ordered that once God's gift was found, he should be killed without mercy. Yes, the search operation was becoming increasingly serious. However, the sound of gunfire continued to echo from upstairs, but it was of no avail. Mortals could not fight against gods. In the darkness, Chen Guang was an omnipotent god, and the darkness was his domain. Da-da-da. The gunfire emitted a faint orange glow, illuminating Chen Guang's ghostly figure. But the next second, the shooter's head flew off. Chen Guang chased into an office, where a politician was hiding under the desk, fearfully dialing a phone. We are under attack by Chinese. Quick, fleet, come to our rescue. Suddenly, an axe came down with a thud, splitting both the desk and the person in half, killing him instantly. Hello, hello. Chen Guang picked up the satellite phone and said coldly, "There's no time. By the time you arrive, you'll see a ground full of corpses." After saying this, he directly crushed the phone. On the second floor, a few politicians had fortunately made it to the laboratory, shouting and panicking. Hurry, hurry, inject us with the gene evolution serum. The chemist in charge of the experiment was extremely anxious. Let's talk. One of the politicians grabbed the old professor by the neck. I want to evolve now. With no other choice, the old professor had to instruct his subordinates to bring the evolution serum they were researching and inject it into these prominent figures. The low-level evolution serum caused an extremely painful evolution process. The few people collapsed on the ground, struggling in agony, their hysterical screams making the hairs on the necks of those who heard them stand on end. Chen Guang followed the sound downstairs, dealt with the armed guard at the door, and rushed into the laboratory. There, he saw a group of research professors staring at him in terror. Chen Guang furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at these evolved individuals. He confirmed that they were indeed evolved, but the effects were not as strong as those of the ones upstairs. Not fully understanding, he asked, "They're not mutated. They have injected our independently developed gene evolution serum. The effects are not as intense as the divine gift serum, so the process is very painful." Chen Guang stepped forward, raised a knife, and chopped off a person's head. "Oh, what are you doing?" "He is." The researcher was terrified. "Shut up." Chen Guang shouted and questioned. "Tell me, what on earth is the divine potion?" The researchers looked at each other. Uffed. Chen Guang killed another politician, and blood splattered everywhere, scaring the scientists as well. We pleaded, "Please don't kill us. The gift of God is the advanced technology of extraterrestrial civilizations. They had previously provided genetic evolution drugs, and for decades, we have been researching how to crack them. However, we still cannot fully understand extraterrestrial technology." Chen Guang furrowed his brows and, after killing the last person, questioned, "One last question, is the zombie outbreak related to this?" "Yes." Several people replied in unison. The failure of the Mingdushan research, the laboratory leak, is what led to the global spread of the failed genetic evolution agent. Chen Guang's killing intent surged as he approached with an axe and questioned, "Why did our Huagua suffer first? Speak." In fact, the initial outbreak did not occur in Huagua. It was due to a laboratory leak in Mengdu Mountain in Nanyue, and the wind blew it toward Huagua, something we had no control over. After learning the truth, Chen Guang's emotions were still filled with immense rage. You assist the tyrants and harm the common people. I represent the people to punish you. With one swing of the axe, he killed a person. The other scientists were so scared that their legs turned to jelly, kneeling on the ground one by one to beg for mercy. However, the old professor had long retreated and, taking advantage of the chaos, opened a precious thermos box and took out the recently received divine gift sample, unhesitatingly giving himself an injection. Chen Guang's trials continued one after another, with no intention of letting these humanity-destroying villains go. This is the power of God. Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the back of the laboratory. The old professor, who was already in his twilight years with white hair and a frail body, had not only restored his body to its peak after being injected with the A-grade gene evolution serum, but he had also significantly enhanced it. His withered muscles regained vitality. His sagging flesh plumped up again, and his bones crackled loudly as he even grew taller. With a rip, his clothes could no longer bear the burden and finally burst apart. A gaunt old man was visibly transforming into a strong figure, with arms as thick as thighs. His height increasing from 1.7 meters to over 2 meters, his upper body robust and powerful, embodying the image of a mighty warrior. "Thank you for the blessing from God. Thank you, Lord." The old professor prayed in gratitude for his future. But in the next moment, Chen Guang swung his axe down. "Go to hell with your gratitude." Ding! To Chen Guang's surprise, the axe did not break through the professor's skin and instead produced a sound as if striking metal. The old professor was also taken aback. "Ha! My physical defense is so strong. I should be able to withstand missiles. Your axe can't kill me. Young man, give it up. I am devoted to my research and do not wish to be an enemy of the world." Chen Guang reprimanded sternly. "You don't want to destroy the world, but the world is being destroyed because of you. You have harmed millions on Earth, and you should feel ashamed." The professor shook his head and said, No, you are wrong. This is the ultimate form of human civilization's evolution. If technology cannot break through, we will forever be trapped by it. Isn't it great now? All that remains on Earth are elites, enhanced by the gene evolution serum bestowed by the divine. Our lifespans can be infinitely extended. What's wrong with that? Chen Guang questioned again. What about the other dead people, the billions? How do we explain to them? For the sake of science, they should die for the cause. Indeed, they are all in the same boat, and those with different paths do not collaborate. Kill. Chen Guang swung the axe down again. The old professor was a bookish scholar who had never fought in his life. Faced with the axe coming from Chen Guang, he couldn't stop it or block it. However, with just his physical strength, this level of attack was neither painful nor itchy. "I've told you, you can't kill me, so don't waste your effort." That's not necessarily the case. Chen Guang swung his axe, this time not just chopping, but with a strong impact, sending the old professor crashing down to the floor below, not killing him. Chapter 36. The Killing begins. With a crash, the mutated professor shattered the glass window, his whole body flying out the window and landing heavily on the concrete ground outside the building, even making a dull thud sound upon impact, leaving cracks on the surface. Chen Guang ran to the window and looked down, only to see the mutated professor standing up as if nothing had happened, laughing heartily and saying, "I told you. You can't kill me." Chen Guang was furious, holding an axe and shouting, "If you have guts, don't run away." But the next second, the searchlights outside the building all shone on the window, enveloping Chen Guang's figure, rendering his dark attributes ineffective, and he had nowhere to hide. Bang, bang, bang. A dense barrage of gunfire came pouring in. Chen Guang hurriedly retreated, but the gunfire rained down like a dense storm, shattering the laboratory and its equipment, sending sand and stones flying and glass shattering everywhere. After avoiding the strong light, Chen Guang's body once again merged into the darkness, becoming ethereal. So much so that even bullets could not inflict substantial harm on him. Without further delay, Chen Guang quickly descended the stairs to meet up with Ellie, opening the system as he walked to check the cards that had just dropped. During the earlier massacre, Many attribute cards had dropped, and now that he had some free time, he could adjust his state and review his gains. The basic attributes were common, but the most noteworthy was a purple skill card, which was currently the most scarce resource for Chen Guang. Rage skill, Ice Seal for 10,000 meters. Cooldown of 7 days. After use, the surrounding area within 10,000 meters will be frozen. Awesome. Just when he was about to sleep, he got a pillow. Truly worthy of being a rage skill. With such a large area of attack, it appeared right on time. Now Chen Guang had complete confidence. As long as he dared to launch missiles at Huagua, he would ensure that all those white bandits from the EU would be frozen to death, leaving none to escape. Tot tot tot. The sound of dense gunfire came from the first floor hall. A fat, balding capitalist, under the strict protection of armed personnel, was yelling orders. Everyone quiet down. All of you gather over here for inspection, one by one. Move it, stop talking. Otherwise, I'll start shooting. The armed personnel showed no mercy. Any woman who disobeyed or did not cooperate was met with the butt of a gun, beaten until blood flowed, and dragged together like dead dogs. In the eyes of these men, even the most beautiful woman was worth less than a divine gift. When necessary, these women could become sacrifices. At this moment, the most important thing was to find the infiltrator and discover where the divine gift was hidden. Quick, gather up. The women were forced to huddle together under the glare of the bright flashlights, looking like lambs to the slaughter. Ellie was among them. She understood the severity of the situation and dared not speak out, cautiously hiding within the group. There was a group of armed personnel outside, threatening them with guns to prevent any transgressions. However, most of the armed personnel were searching around, rummaging through beds to find the missing cold chain thermal box. With many people searching, it wasn't too long before someone shouted, "Found it! Over here, on Mona's bed." The capitalist's heart leaped with joy, excitedly saying, "Quick, bring it to me. Who is Mona? Step forward." The women first felt panic. Then one trembling woman raised her hand. "I'm innocent. I really don't know anything." But what she received in return was a burst of bullets. Under everyone's gaze, the unfortunate Mona was turned into a sieve. Seeing another shooting horrified the women. Each of them turned pale, crying in terror like a rain-soaked pear blossom. These women collectively wept, their cries overwhelming, painful to the ears. "Shut up. Close your mouths. If you cry again, I'll shoot you all." The women had no choice but to suppress their fear, sitting on the ground in a daze, filled with anxiety. Their previous delusions were completely shattered at this moment. They had thought that entering a safe zone would mean a worry-free life, but it was merely moving from one hell to another. The armed personnel, holding the cold chain thermal box, were just about to hand it over to the capitalist, whose excitement was written all over his face, barely able to contain his thrill. But in the next second, a shadow flashed through the bright flashlight. Poochie! A knife severed the throat, blood splattering 5 steps away. The capitalist, in disbelief, clutched his bleeding throat, his body uncontrollably kneeling and collapsing, still staring intently at the cold chain thermal box, so close at hand before dying. Enemy attack. The armed personnel reacted, searching for the enemy's figure, but they could see nothing of the elusive killer. What the hell is going on? Many armed personnel were terrified, especially the one holding the cold chain thermal box, trembling all over, filled with fear. "Quick, take the divine gift to the other commanders." The armed personnel holding the cold chain thermal box was just about to turn and leave when suddenly the shadow flashed again, and an axe came hurtling in with lightning speed. He felt the world spin, even seeing his own headless corpse, blood spraying everywhere, still clutching the cold chain thermal box as he fell. Fire. Shoot indiscriminately. In extreme panic, the armed personnel opened fire indiscriminately around them. Smoke filled the entire hall, bullets flying everywhere in a storm of gunfire. The most unfortunate were the thousands of women. Under the indiscriminate attack, many were hit by bullets, blood splattering, countless casualties. Now, the already terrified women were running around like headless flies, trying to escape with their heads covered. This made the already chaotic scene in the 1,000-square-meter hall even more chaotic. In the midst of the chaos, Ellie remained relatively calm. Her gaze was fixed on the cold chain thermal box. Only she knew how important the contents of this box were. Crouching low and covering her head, she quickly approached under the rain of bullets. However, The ground was slick with blood, and after a few steps, she fell to the ground, being trampled by others mercilessly. Still, she bravely crawled closer. Grabbing the handle of the cold chain thermal box, she attempted to pull it free from the corpses. "Got you, spy." Suddenly, a gun was pressed against Les' temple. It was the armed captain, his gaze fierce as he shouted, "Your accomplices are in my hands. Come out. I'm right behind you." Before he could react, a dagger appeared at his throat, the cold sensation sending chills down his spine. "You, Pucci!" A knife severed his throat. "Get down!" Chen Guang shouted a warning. And Li hurriedly curled up, holding her head. Following that, a dense barrage of bullets turned the still-standing commander into a sieve. By the time the commander fell completely, Chen Guang had already disappeared into the darkness, continuing his slaughter. Chapter 37. Natural and Man-Made Disasters. It's different abroad. In the face of natural and man-made disasters, the military and civilians in the country unite as one, determined to resist together. But abroad, it's truly not commendable. Every time it's about military suppression, and if they relax their vigilance even slightly, refugees clash with armed forces. Now is the perfect opportunity. The refugees launched a frenzied attack on the entrance. Under the tactic of human waves, the entrance to the safe zone quickly fell. A large number of refugees rushed in, trampling many to death in the overcrowded scene. However, this could not withstand the living beings' thirst for survival. More and more people squeezed into the safe zone, and when they finally entered, they did not see the ideal paradise, but instead faced a dense rain of bullets. Having finally made it inside, the refugees were not willing to give up easily. They shouted slogans for freedom and charged at the armed personnel, engaging in a chaotic battle. The evolution professor, who had escaped with his life, boarded a helicopter under the protection of armed personnel. Before leaving, he glanced at the chaotic scene, shed a crocodile tear, and uttered the harshest words. "Kill them all, leave no one behind." Yes, do-do-do-do. The helicopter's rotor blades tore through the air, slowly ascending into the sky. Gunfights erupted everywhere on the ground, and regardless of whether they were armed personnel or refugees, everyone unleashed their primal instincts. At this moment, their madness was no different from that of mindless zombies. On the streets outside the entrance, armored vehicles arrived at the entrance with the crowd. Seeing that the quarantined entrance had been reopened by the surge of people, even several tons of containers had been overturned. Fat Wong opened his mouth wide and sighed. Is this the power of the people? Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize one. Enough talk, hurry up and drive in. With a command from Chao Shirwan, Fat Wong drove the armored vehicle into the safe zone. As expected, the safe zone was not safe at all. It was a hell on earth, a battlefield, a paradise for crime. Through the car window, they could see the frenzied refugees. After seizing guns, they looted resources, smashing, stealing, and burning, raising their guns to the sky in a howl. Some refugees, upon seeing cleanly dressed women, rushed forward to commit violence. Such scenes occurred in dozens of places. The entire dock and every visible spot were reenacting this scenario. This world is truly beyond saving. Faye finally closed her mouth and expressed such a sentiment. ZZ. At that moment, a broadcast came from the communication device of Hua Country. "We are the evacuation rescue fleet. We have arrived at the port." What exactly happened at the photo port, and why is it so chaotic? In her excitement, Chao Sherwin quickly picked up the intercom and said excitedly, "I am Chao Sherwin, a staff member of the embassy. There is a riot happening at photo port." While Chao Sherwin was communicating, Faye couldn't understand and kept her eyes on the outside. Suddenly, she saw AI Lee coming out of a building and shouted excitedly, "It's AI Lee. I see AI Lee." "Where?" Fat Wong looked around and also spotted AI Lee. He even saw Chen Guang, who was barely visible under the swaying searchlight. "Brother Guang, we are here." Fat Wong excitedly got out of the car and waved, but the next second, the refugees using the armored vehicle as cover turned their guns and snarled. "You turtles finally come out." "Damn." Fat Wong instinctively raised his hand to protect his head, not thinking of fighting back. But he was an ability user who could manipulate Earth, and inadvertently controlling a stone, he knocked out the armed refugee. Bang! After a long time without being shot, Fat Wong cautiously took a look, went over to pick up a gun, and kicked the man. Useless trash. Even when given a chance, you can't do anything. At this moment, Chen Guang, carrying AI Li, had already run over and grabbed Fat Wang by the collar, shouting, "Who told you to get out of the car? Get in." Chao Shi won. Find a way to contact the domestic side. The EU countries are about to launch a nuclear strike against Hua country. On this side, Chao Shi was still talking to the evacuation fleet when this sentence was overheard by the other party. "What did you say? Repeat that." Chen Guang didn't hesitate, snatched the communicator, and said with righteous indignation, "I have seen it with my own eyes. The EU, led by beautiful country, is planning to launch a nuclear strike against Hua country. It's absolutely true. I would bet my life on it." After a few seconds of calm, the fleet commander suddenly spoke with equal seriousness. "Thank you for your reminder. I will certainly convey this accurately." Then there was a period of silence, and it felt like the fleet was reporting the situation back to the homeland. Chen Guang breathed a sigh of relief and handed the stolen cold chain insulation box to Chao Shi. Chao Shi, confused, said anxiously, "The fleet has already arrived. Right at Fajur port." Chen Guang was stunned and immediately sat up straight. "What are we waiting for? Hurry up and evacuate Fatty Drive." "Got it." Wang Fatty started the armored vehicle and raced away from the chaotic scene, speeding through the rain of bullets. After winding through the maze of containers, the port was finally in sight. Even visible were our country's warships flying the 5-star red flag. "It's our warship." The moment they saw the flag and the ship, a sense of immense pride filled their hearts. However, they didn't have much time to celebrate before they saw countless trails of fire in the night, dragging brilliant fiery tails, heading towards the warship. Not good. Clearly, the warship had also detected the missile attack, and the automatic artillery switched to defense mode. Boom, boom, boom. Tracer rounds shot out, intercepting the incoming missiles, exploding in mid-air, lighting up the night sky. Suddenly, a signal from the evacuation ship came through the communicator. "No. Gaoxiu Saotet et Si Ten Li." Questioning. "You are the rescue ship. You will definitely get through this. Salute." Although they couldn't see it, the few of them could clearly feel that all the soldiers in the fleet were saluting towards their armored vehicle. The next moment, missiles rained down from all directions, crashing into the rescue ship and exploding, flames shooting into the sky. No. Chapter 38. Frozen at 10,000 meters. Crack. Wang Fatty slammed on the brakes and stopped. Chen Guang rushed out of the vehicle and stared blankly at the warship engulfed in flames from the explosion. Missiles continued to fall relentlessly from all directions. The blood-red 5-star flag stood proudly amidst the flames, defiantly waving in the wind. Chen Guang ran frantically, wanting to stop it, but could only watch helplessly as the continuous bombardment persisted. "Brother Guang, are you crazy?" Chao Shi and Wang Pengzi were also crying, but the two were relatively rational compared to the situation. Wang Pengzi and Chao Shi, who were being scolded, froze in their tracks. They saw Chen Guang, whose figure flickered in and out of view, pointing a few times in the void and shouting spiritedly, "Ice seal for 10,000 meters." This shout was deafening. As the words left his mouth, the ground beneath Chen Guang's feet began to freeze rapidly, turning the cement floor into ice and starting to spread towards the seaside. "Damn it, let's go." Wang Pengzi turned and ran, pushing Chao Shi into the vehicle. But the next second, the armored vehicle was covered in frost. A wave of complete chill swept in, and in just a few breaths, the inside of the vehicle was completely frozen over. A puff of hot air escaped from his mouth, and the warm air from the car's air conditioning was clearly visible. But the next moment, the engine was completely frozen, and the armored vehicle was instantly sealed in ice. The speed of the ice sealing was faster than imagined. The sea surface quickly froze, approaching the explosive warship, extinguishing the flames beneath the ice, and the damaged hull was permanently frozen in that moment. The red flag burning in the fire still fluttered under the frost. The people on the rescue ship also turned into ice sculptures, forever suspended in the moment before their death. The ice seal for 10,000 meters was still spreading. In the safety zone of the dock, those refugees who had unleashed their beastly nature and committed slaughter instantly became human ice sculptures. Some wanted to run, but as soon as they turned around, they were completely frozen, their expressions forever captured in terror. As the ice ceiling spread, the firing fleet 1,000 meters away and the port's artillery could also visibly see the ice closing in. Run! They wanted to escape. But the speed of the ice ceiling was too fast to evade, and in an instant, they were permanently transformed into ice sculptures. The culprits and the artillery also became permanent memorabilia beneath the ice layer. The European Union's firing fleet also saw the rapidly freezing sea surface and panically tried to turn around. But just as they changed course, the ship was caught in the swift ice attack, instantly turning everything on the ship into a work of art. The ice ceiling spread towards the city, and the zombies rushing towards the sound instantly became ice sculptures. Buildings, streets, shops, abandoned vehicles, and desperate, helpless refugees were all not spared. The ice seal for 10,000 meters indeed only spanned 10,000 meters. The area within a 10,000-meter radius centered on Chen Guang was all permanently frozen, while the scenery beyond that remained picturesque. After Chen Guang completed the achievement of freezing 10,000 meters, he instantly felt exhausted, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon. Meanwhile, the freezing incident at the port of Fort Dole quickly spread around the world. It wasn't that the news was particularly well-informed, but rather that the true safe zone of the Eagle Nation was right in Fort Dole Bay, not far from the edge of the freezing layer. High-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation even witnessed several escort ships turn into ice sculptures, which genuinely frightened these prominent figures. They claimed that it was the Huagua fleet that carried special freezing weapons and launched the first attack on the European Union. The EU countries, which were still looking for excuses, were now afraid of being hit in a similar way and immediately stopped talking nonsense, pressing the button to destroy the world. Whoosh, whoosh. Missile silos around the world erupted with fiery tongues, and weapons capable of destroying the world were all launched, flying towards the distant eastern world. God, we finally did it. We destroyed this atheistic, evil nation. Watching the sacred missiles disappear into the sky, these self-proclaimed saints of God's children prayed devoutly, hoping that God could hear their praises. However, just as the world launched nuclear missiles, a bizarre phenomenon occurred simultaneously in the skies around the globe. In different regions and countries, a massive crack appeared in the sky, resembling a black hole, hanging in the azure sky, looking so out of place. Countries in the night, although unable to see this sudden black hole, could clearly feel an unusual energy fluctuation. Ziz. The nuclear missiles flying in space suddenly experienced mechanical failures, with frequent power surges causing rocket boosters to fail, and the missiles fell from the sky like dumplings. Some fell into the sea, some into sand dunes, and some into wooded hills. Although there were no large explosions, small explosions ignited wildfires. Ziz. The global bizarre phenomena continued. Electronic devices were the first to sense the anomaly. Televisions, phones, lamps, and all household appliances experienced unstable voltage and current surges. The next second, at the same time globally, any electrical devices in use exploded simultaneously. Thick smoke billowed, and the smell of burning wafted into the sky, as if this were God's punishment. How could this happen? Why is this happening? The Eagle Nation's safe zone fleet was terrified due to the power failure. Emergency repairs were useless. All power equipment was damaged. Communication devices were unusable. And now they were just a lonely boat waiting to die in the sea. The response from the beautiful nation wasn't any better. The president had long hidden in an underground bunker, waiting for the outbreak of a global nuclear disaster. But this power outage had thwarted their plans, leaving everyone anxious. Even the head of the Department of Homeland Security speculated that it was freezing before, and now a power outage. Perhaps it was Huagua's electromagnetic pulse. That's right. It had been said before that Huagua had developed electromagnetic pulse weapons. Damn it, they were tricked by the Chinese again. The president was furious. Stop talking nonsense. What do we do now? Fort Dole Port. Chen Guang was unaware of everything that happened after he fainted. First, he was unconscious. Second, it was dark, and he couldn't see the black hole in the sky at all. Third, the car's power had long been frozen. Wang Pengzi, with his tough skin and thick flesh, was not instantly frozen. He ran out and carried Chen Guang back into the car. The few of them huddled together, shivering to keep warm, and thus escaped the disaster. Until dawn. Chen Guang groggily said, so cold. A few people shivered and exhaled mist as they opened their eyes. Brother Guang, quickly put away your powers. We really can't take it anymore. At that moment, Wang Fatty was like an ice sculpture, his hair covered in frost. Chao Shi-wen, Fei and AI Li weren't much better. Their faces all showed signs of altitude sickness. Chen Guang suddenly woke up and saw everyone in such a state, with the car covered in frost, and finally recalled the heroic deed from last night. He pushed everyone out of the car and looked at the frozen warship ahead, which stood like a statue, towering and majestic. Brother Guang, Wang Pengzi, said, hugging his arms and following him out, blowing on his hands. Please do us a favor and stop using your powers. The weather is about to warm up in March, and we can't hold on like this. This was no exaggeration. The signs of the great disaster started in January, and it completely erupted in February, spreading across the world. The Eagle country had just passed winter, and the weather was about to turn warm, yet suddenly there was a temperature drop of -40 to 50 degrees, which was unbearable for anyone. However, this put Chen Guang in a difficult position. Wang Pengzi hugged Chen Guang tightly. But this is too cold. It could freeze someone to death. Gao Su, who had silently walked out, also blew on her breath, hugged Chen Guang, and shivered, saying, don't get me wrong, it's just that you're warmer. AI Li and Fei were also unwilling to be outdone, stepping forward, and the five of them huddled together to keep warm, countering the bone-chilling cold. You can wear more clothes. You guys are really going to be foolish. As the night passed, Chen Guang's mood had calmed down considerably. At least he wasn't as restless as yesterday. He pushed the four of them away, kicked the armored vehicle, which was frozen solid, indicating it was completely scrapped. You all go to the dock building to find clothes and warm up. Chen Guang spoke, and the four of them subconsciously complied, shivering as they moved forward. My goodness, this is... Wang Pengzi wanted to say that Chen Guang was ruthless, but he swallowed the words before they left his mouth. They deserved to die. Having seen the truth, AI Li didn't care at all about these people's lives or deaths. They walked in fits and starts, passing through a square of human-shaped ice sculptures, and arrived at a frozen building. AI Li crossed her arms and took the lead into the building. Last night, Chen Guang had slaughtered here, and there were many supplies that could be used. Upon entering the hall, it was completely different from when they came in yesterday. The previously warm hall now felt like a cold storage. Everything in sight was thoroughly frozen. Even the blood on the ground was frozen in bright red. How tragic! Wang Pengzi was stunned by the scene and reached out to grab a blanket from the bed, only to find it frozen solid and unusable. Wait a minute. AI Li pointed at several empty beds and said, yesterday these beds had bedding. Why is it gone today? Fei rubbed her hands and jumped up and down, blowing out puffs of breath as she said, let's go upstairs and see if there are any warm clothes. Chen Guang's mood had been poor, and he didn't join the others in searching for supplies. Instead, he stayed on the armored vehicle, opened the frost-covered cold chain insulation box, and found that the medications inside were unaffected. There were still 18 vials left. He picked one up and scanned it with the true eye. Superhuman Gene Enhancement Agent. A product of the fusion of advanced civilization and Earth civilization, capable of unlocking the human gene lock and transforming into a super soldier. Advanced civilization? There was no mention of any side effects. The more he thought about it, the more he felt emotional, recalling the scene from last night when he was beaten up. He even considered giving himself an injection of this stuff. He opened the system to check the scan. Can be converted, consumes 1,000 points of dark energy. Chen Guang's chewing gum costs 1,000 dark energy, which doesn't seem appropriate. It feels like taking off your pants to fart. As for the remaining 17, why not let everyone use them? After all, they were obtained for free and don't consume dark energy. Chen Guang felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Despite having over 1,000 people, only about 40 survived. Not freezing to death could be considered their luck. She said that such matters should not be brought up with her again. Chao Shi-wen wanted to say something, but Chen Guang held up a gene evolution serum and said, this is the gene evolution serum I snatched yesterday. Do you want to give it a try and become a super soldier? Chao Shi-wen immediately became extremely serious. As long as I can help you, I will do whatever it takes. She had witnessed Wang Pengzi's evolution and had been in excruciating pain. Chen Guang said he wanted to help him evolve. She said anything was fine, but had already closed her eyes, her breathing becoming somewhat hurried with tension. I must warn you in advance, I don't know what side effects there might be. You might turn into an ugly monster, so bear with it. Chao Sherwin gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and pulled up her clothes to expose her deltoid muscles. Come on, as long as the country needs it. I'm ready to sacrifice at any time. Chen Guang hesitated for a moment before injecting the green evolution serum into her body. She gritted her teeth, but it seemed that there was no sudden sharp pain. After removing the needle, Chao Sherwin asked in confusion, "Why doesn't it hurt?" But in the next second, her expression changed, and she raised her hand, feeling her blood flowing rapidly through her veins, with her veins pulsating and blood rushing to her head. Her face instantly flushed red, and the intense pain began to set in, although she could still endure it. It hurts now, but it's not too painful." She was somewhat incoherent, but she had prepared thoroughly for this. For the greater good of the country, this pain was nothing. Chen Guang opened his true eye to observe Chao Sherwin's evolution process. However, her strength and speed did not show significant improvement. Instead, her mental intensity was skyrocketing, currently over 100 and still rising. A mental ability user? His head hurt, and he felt dizzy. Chao Sherwin had a splitting headache, but wasn't rolling on the ground. In the next moment, Chao Sherwin's mental intensity was fixed at a value of 278. Chen Guang was taken aback and looked at his mental strength. Mental strength, 26. 25. Chao Sherwin's basic mental strength was 10 times higher than his. Since he hadn't reached 100 worship, he couldn't see Chao Sherwin's other detailed values and evolution abilities. Is my mental strength 10 times higher than yours? It seems I'm stronger than you. Chao Sherwin swayed and steadied himself, the pain also easing. Wait, how do you know that? Can you see my personal attributes? Chen Guang questioned. Chao Sherwin was taken aback. Didn't you just say that yourself? Chen Guang was even more confused. Just now, it was clearly what he was thinking in his heart. He hadn't spoken at all, but in the next second, Chao Sherwin's eyes widened. I can actually hear your thoughts. Chapter 40, Mind Reading. Is it just mind reading? Chen Guang rested his chin on his hand, circling around Chao Sherwin. Yesterday, he had personally fought with 2 evolvers. One nearly killed him, while the other couldn't even scratch him. So why did he end up with such a useless mind-reading ability when it came to Chao Sherwin? When Chen Guang was deep in thought, Chao Sherwin unconsciously blushed. Perhaps it's because my qualities are lacking and my physique is too weak, which is why I haven't evolved into a powerful ability. Chen Guang is chewing gum. You know what I'm thinking? This ability is quite annoying. There are no secrets in front of you. Go away, keep your distance. Chen Guang no longer paid attention, but instead focused on how to defrost the armored vehicle. In the frozen building, on the 3rd floor, a group of people had gathered. This was the supplies warehouse of the dock safe zone. Yesterday, 43 women had rushed in to hide, due to the sealed environment and ample warmth supplies. These 43 women were very fortunate to have escaped a disaster. AI Li and Fei Er were huddled together, chatting softly about what they had seen and heard yesterday. AI Li had completely lost trust in the Eagle Nation and was even wary of these innocent women. Wang Pengzi was in his element, wearing a thermal cotton coat while chatting with the more than 40 beauties from the EU. However, the way these beauties looked at Wang Pengzi was filled with disdain. Someone mustered the courage to walk over to AI Li and Fei Er, boldly asking, "Why are you hanging out with Chinese people? Aren't you afraid of getting infected and turning into zombies?" Fei Er was fine, but AI Li retorted defiantly. The zombie outbreak was clearly orchestrated by the Mengdushan Company of the beautiful country. It's the EU slandering the Chinese and deliberately shifting the blame. What's wrong with you? Fei Er timely supported Chao Sherwin to prevent her from falling. I'm fine, it's just too noisy. Take me away from here. Fei Er hurriedly asked, what does Guang say about how to handle them? Chao Sherwin quickly waved her hand. Let them fend for themselves. It's just too noisy. Breaking free from the pole. She got up and left. Seeing this, Fei Er rushed to follow, with AI Li closely behind, and the last one was Wang Pengzi, who was holding a bundle of down jackets. Sister Sherwin, wait for me. It was hard to escape from danger. Finally, the ears were quiet, and only then could they understand how useless Chen Guang's so-called ability was in the apocalypse. Are you okay, Sister Sherwin? Wang Pengzi handed the cotton coat to Chao Sherwin, who accepted it and put it on, shaking her head and saying, "I'm fine, just a bit unaccustomed." Just then, those women came out again, cautiously making their way towards them. Chao Sherwin didn't even need to look to hear the chattering thoughts, almost fainting again. "AI Li, Fei Air, you take care of them. It's too noisy, I can't stand it." Chao Sherwin got up to avoid them, but this left AI Li and Fei Air looking bewildered. Noisy? They're not even talking. How are we supposed to manage them? Just handle it yourself. Chao Sherwin had already fled, and Wang Pongzi, sensing something was wrong, hurriedly followed to ask what had happened. "Ah, your evolved ability is actually mind-reading?" "No way." "That's right, and it seems to be more than just mind-reading. My brain works much better than before. I feel like I can remember data after just one glance." Although the laboratory had been destroyed and frozen, Chao Sherwin only needed to look at some books and paper-based experimental data to have it completely imprinted in her mind. She surprisingly gained an extraordinary memory. From the beginning, upon learning that Chao Sherwin had also evolved, Wang Pongzi went from high hopes to great disappointment. What use is this ability in the apocalypse? Mind reading? Can you understand what zombies are thinking? "Hey, fatty, I can't hear you, so don't talk bad about me in your mind." "Gao Su Gulat?" And Wang Pongzi immediately covered his mouth, but then retreated repeatedly, saying, "What good is covering your mouth? Someone like you is better kept at a distance. There are no secrets." Another person avoided her, making Chao Sherwin feel very lonely. "Doc." Chen Guang successfully rescued the armored vehicle from the ice, but strangely, the armored vehicle wouldn't start. Chen Guang thought the engine or the electrical system might be frozen. He opened the hood to check and found it was indeed a big project. Brother Guang, I made a big discovery. Look at the sky." In the distance, Wang Pongzi was running over while pointing at the sky. Chen Guang curiously looked up at the sky. Right above their heads, there was a large black hole, hidden among the white clouds in the bright blue sky, appearing and disappearing. "Is this a black sun? It doesn't seem like it." Chen Guang is no longer busy, looking up at the black hole in the sky. "Guang Yi." Wang Pongzi ran a few steps and gasped for breath, then ran over here, finally reaching Chen Guang's side, breathing heavily. "What are you doing, Guangge?" Chen Guang lowered his head and casually patted the car compartment. "Fix the car." Wang Pongzi excitedly said, "No need to fix it. I saw a big guy over there, an upgraded Navigator Apocalypse War vehicle. It's so cool." Now Chen Guang was also interested. "Where?" "Take me to see it." The safe zone at the dock covers a large area, with over 10,000 square meters and countless containers stacked in layers, filled with many goods. Of course, after the apocalypse broke out, Dover Port was one of the first to be requisitioned, with a large number of troops and armed forces stationed here. You could say that the current Dover Port is richer in supplies than any military fortress. The reason is simple. The Eagle Nation's warships hidden at sea also rely on the supplies from Dover Port. Under Wang Pongzi's lead, the two arrived at the industrial area of the port's containers. As soon as they entered, they saw a complete, open-air frozen modification production line. If it weren't for Chen Guang demonstrating his power yesterday and freezing Dover Port 3 feet deep, this production line alone could produce one modified Apocalypse war vehicle every day. Especially in the open area, there were some disassembled parts of armored vehicles and tanks, aimed at creating mobile fortresses in the apocalypse. And this mobile fortress is definitely not an ordinary vehicle. Its prototype is a container truck. Just think of Optimus Prime from Transformers. And you can imagine how big the front of this vehicle is. The body is entirely made of armored containers, and the military has also installed many heavy weapons on it. The roof is equipped with a liftable sunshade platform and 4 Marcos heavy machine guns, capable of indiscriminate shooting in any corner. Even Chen Guang couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing such a vehicle. So cool. Chapter 41. Fire Evolves. However, the current problem is how to defrost this huge object and then repair it to drive away. This was not a challenge for Chen Guang and Wang Jiangwo, as their university majors were in mechanical modification, making this quite a fit for them. With this vehicle, there would be no place they couldn't go in the apocalypse. The fat man was beaming with joy, looking very proud. Chen Guang walked around the car with satisfaction. "That's right, fatty, let's get to work." All right. The two of them got started right away. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. So they thought of ways to restore the tools to working condition. However, the first hurdle left both of them stumped. They both believed that Chen Guang had unleashed his power and froze all the electronic devices. However, tools like the blowtorch and welding equipment should still be usable, right? But no matter how hard they tried to repair them, they just wouldn't work. Wang Fatty was getting more and more frustrated. Brother Guang, what on earth did you do? While Chen Guang was working hard, Fei Er and AI Li also made significant progress. After relentless efforts, these 43 women finally understood the current situation. In fact, there was no need for too much talk. Just taking them for a walk would reveal how many people had died last night. Everywhere were human-shaped ice sculptures, a shocking sight that scared these silly girls to death. So what should we do now, when everyone is most fearful and helpless? It's also the easiest time to deceive them. Don't worry, we have capable people who will help us find the safest area and properly settle everyone. Fei Er confidently made this promise, but was pulled back by AI Li. Don't make promises lightly. Guang's intention seems to be letting them fend for themselves. Fei Er glared and whispered, with so many beautiful women, each one more stunning than the last. Once he sees them, he will definitely feel pity. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll talk to Guang. The two divided their tasks. AI Li would calm the crowd, while Fei Er went to find Chen Guang, mainly because it was almost noon and she wanted to share lunch with him. At noon, Chen Guang and Wang Pengzi were staring at each other. This was Chen Guang's first time softening. He had no choice. After all, he was the one who caused such a big mess. Just as Wang Pengzi was glaring and ready to confront him, they heard a faint call. Fei Er's voice. We're over here. It's noon. Let's have lunch together. She sweetly handed over 2 cans. Thank you. Chen Guang took it over and casually opened it. After returning it to Fei Er, he picked up another one and opened it. Unsurprisingly, it was all frozen food, still with ice crystals on it, making it even more awkward. However, Fei Er didn't care about this. She leaned against Chen Guang and sat down. As long as you eat with me, even eating ice feels warm. Wang Pengzi was so angry that he rolled his eyes and was about to leave. You guys eat. I've already filled my stomach with dog food. With Wang Pengzi leaving, it also gave the two of them some space alone, with a slightly ambiguous atmosphere in the snowy surroundings. Guang, I started training when I was very young. Although everything is starting over now, I believe I'll become an outstanding person like you. This reminded Chen Guang that Fei Er was the first person to reach 100 admiration. She didn't even need the evolution potion, as she could evolve with just 1,000 points of dark energy. Moreover, there was still some extra dark energy, so he simply asked, Fei Er, you've seen Wang Pengzi evolve. I want to ask you now, do you want to evolve? Of course, I dream of it. As long as I can evolve, I could be as powerful as you. Who wouldn't want that? Chen Guang put down the frozen food and said seriously, but the evolution process will be very painful. Fei Er replied solemnly, I didn't cry even when I got seriously injured while practicing gymnastics. Chen Guang stared at her for a long time. Fine, since you insist. I will help you evolve. Fei Er suddenly asked excitedly, how do we do it? Is it like in fairy tales with a kiss or? No need for any of that. Chen Guang just waved his hand in the air a few times, looking seriously at Fei Er. You need to hold on. It's going to start hurting. As soon as he finished speaking, an unbearable pain suddenly swept through his whole body. Like others, the blood surged wildly in his veins, all gathering at the top of his head. His body uncontrollably convulsed, collapsing from exhaustion. His body stiffened, the pain making it hard to breathe, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Light, help me, it hurts so much. Chen Guang was also speechless. He had just said it didn't hurt, and hurriedly stepped forward to hold her in his arms. When Fei Er was held by Chen Guang, she felt some relief from the excruciating pain. But it was merely a psychological effect. The pain was still there, and it hurt so much that her eyelids rolled back, and she fainted. Chen Guang opened Fei Er's personal information, and the values were fluctuating wildly, not yet stable. Based on observations from multiple evolutions, Chen Guang discovered a pattern. Evolving with evolution potions was a short process and didn't seem as painful. In contrast, evolving with dark energy was a very complex process, marked by unbearable suffering and torment. Admirer, Fei Er, Evolver, Purple Talent, Combat Power, 874, Strength, 30, Speed, 8, Reaction, 8. 8, Mental Strength, 128, Talent, Fire Element, Special Ability, Wrath of Flames, After his basic personal attributes finally stabilized, Chen Guang was momentarily stunned, and the next second, Fei was engulfed in roaring flames. Boom! The heat of the flames made Chen Guang stagger. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been roasted to a crisp. He continued to retreat, only to discover that the unconscious Fei was burning fiercely, completely incinerating her clothes. And the high temperature was causing the surrounding frozen layer to begin melting bit by bit. So warm, Chen Guang couldn't help but move closer, using the flames on Fei-er's body to warm himself. After an unknown amount of time, Fei-er slowly woke up, first in a daze, then looking at her burning hands in disbelief. What happened to me? Chen Guang quickly explained beside her, "Don't be nervous, you've evolved fire abilities. Calm down and try to control the flames on your body to extinguish them." How do I control it? It was evident that the flames on Fei-er's body changed with her emotions. The more nervous she became, the more intense the flames burned, but if she remained calm, she should be able to extinguish them. Relax, try to relax, think about happy things. This method really worked. The flames on Fei-er gradually extinguished until a pure white body appeared, completely naked. How could this happen? Chen Guang was momentarily stunned. Fei-er also reacted, hurriedly protecting her body, but her emotions changed violently, and she unexpectedly burst into flames again, burning fiercely. Chapter 42. Repairing the Doomsday War Vehicle. Where are my clothes? Fei couldn't temporarily accept the changes brought by her abilities, her emotions fluctuating, and her mood was quite complicated. Don't worry, how about? Chen Guangdong looked around and suddenly saw the frozen truck. Well, it can only be like this. Phil initially refused, but there was no other way, so he had to agree. Chen Guang instructed Phil to walk around the truck in circles, not to stay in one place for more than 3 seconds. From Chen Guang's observation, the temperature of the flames on Phil was at least 3,000 degrees, which ordinary ice and snow could not withstand at all. Phil had no choice but to comply and walked in circles around the truck. Chen Guang rushed to the building at lightning speed, first finding Chao Shirwan, who was memorizing data, and asked her to bring some women's clothes. Chao Shirwan had telepathy, and as soon as they met, she understood what had happened. Phil was so good, truly living up to his name, having unlocked fire-type abilities. Although she felt emotional, she did not envy him. After a morning of research, she had already accepted her own changes. With her photographic memory, she believed she could do more for the country in the future. "You really helped me a lot." Chen Guang got into the driver's seat and tried to start the car, but unfortunately, there was still no response. Just like a broken-down junk car. What the hell? Why is there still no reaction? Chen Guang got out of the car, mumbling to himself. What went wrong? Chao Shirwan appeared holding a woman's down jacket and called over the fiery Fei. Fei came over to change clothes. Chao Shirwan watched her thoughts closely from aside. "Hey, are you still expecting her to look at you? Don't you have any shame?" "There is still a little bit of shame when not wearing clothes." "Wait, how do you know what I'm thinking?" Chao Shirwan hurriedly rescued the clothes that weren't on her body. "Not only have you evolved with superpowers, but I have also evolved, okay? Mine is mind reading." "Really? So useless?" Fei, being straightforward, spoke her mind. Chao Shirwan maintained a serious expression. "And you still have the nerve to say that? Your fire ability is really a waste of clothes." Fei looked embarrassed, letting the flames on her body gradually extinguish. "I will work hard to control my emotions." But just as she finished putting on her clothes, she suddenly remembered something and caught fire again. "I suddenly realized that I'm not cold anymore." Chao Shirwan looked speechless and pointed at the frozen ground. "You can melt ice and snow, yet you still feel cold? What's going on?" Just as I was about to put on my clothes, I caught fire again. Chao Shirwan slapped his forehead. "Let me go get some more for you." Fei shouted at the fat guy. "Get lost, you dead fat pig." Wang Ponzi stared at the fiercely burning Fei and hurriedly walked over to Chen Guang. "Brother Guang, what is going on with Fei? She evolved fire ability and still can't control it well for now." Wang Ponzi looked relieved and said with a smirk, "This fiery girl is quite a sight." Chen Guang put his arm around his shoulder. "Don't look at what you shouldn't. Help me fix the car." Then the two fell back into discussing car repairs. In the end, Chen Guang used his keen observation skills to check almost every part and discovered the issues were with the electrical box and fuel system. "Let's fix it." They took the engine apart, getting covered in oil and grime, and finally came up with a solution. They could either replace it or repair it. Wang Pengzi insisted on replacing it, while Chen Guang was determined to repair it. They decided to compete to see who could be more efficient. After finalizing their plan, Wang Pengzi went to find a similar type of engine, only to discover that they were all frozen, and it was difficult to even disassemble them. Chen Guang actually has a better idea. He discovered through scanning that as long as it is transformed into a card, it can automatically repair damage. But the engine requires 100 points of dark energy. Although it's a bit painful to spend, being able to drive a stylish fortress war vehicle in the apocalypse makes this cost worthwhile. Transformation. After the damaged engine is turned into a card, it is restored to perfect condition and looks brand new when transformed back into a physical object. Done. Chen Guang clapped his hands and secured the engine installation. Brother Guang, don't you know that the engines of these cars have all been damaged by the cold? Nonsense. It's just that you didn't use your brain. After Chen Guang cursed, he turned over and got out of the car, then sat in the driver's seat, starting the engine. This time the engine responded, but the battery was dead and couldn't provide power, so it still wouldn't start. Oh, it's fixed. Brother Guang, you're amazing. Wang Pengzi didn't hold back on his praise and compliments. After Chen Guang got out of the car, he said triumphantly, "How about you take care of the interior, and I'll handle the internal combustion? Let us work together." Okay. The two quickly reached an agreement and began to collaborate on transforming this doomsday fortress into something unrecognizable. Originally, the craftsmen from the Eagle Country planned to convert this vehicle into a doomsday war machine, but the project was massive and only half completed. With the two of them taking over, they could modify it according to their preferences. The blueprints were spread out on the ice table, and on top of the container, they planned to install a retractable sunshade that would hold solar panels to effectively charge the battery and ensure long-lasting endurance. However, Chen Guang found that the power of the solar panels was too low. After storing energy for a day, it could only power the vehicle for 15 minutes at night. During his internship at a domestic electric bus factory in college, he was aware of the battery capacity of domestic electric buses. So, without hesitation, Chen Guang decided to carry out a major overhaul of the battery compartment. However, this was a huge project, and it would take at least 3 days to complete. In the evening, Chao Shiwen came to find Chen Guang. Her question struck a painful chord in Chen Guang. He knew the truth. Yesterday, Europe and America were going to launch a nuclear strike on Huagua, and he had no idea what was happening to the country now. Chao Shiwen didn't have mind-reading abilities yesterday, but as soon as Chen Guang thought about it, she instantly understood everything. She gasped, covering her mouth in terror, tears streaming down her face. "Are you saying the country is all ready?" Chen Guang hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. "Don't cry, we are still in the country. I said that even if the country is overrun by zombies and filled with radiation, I will rebuild it brick by brick." Chapter 43. The convoy sets off. Chao Shiwen had just graduated from the University of Political Science and Law and was working for the country, dispatched to the embassy abroad for field work. No matter what kind words Chen Guang said, Chao Shiwen was still crying bitterly. Anyone who learned that their country had suffered a nuclear strike would feel equally indignant and devastated. Chen Guang is an alternative person. He knows that the trend has passed, and what should have happened has already happened. What he needs to do is to continue moving forward with the burden. Chao Shiwen can understand Chen Guang's feelings, and empathizing with him, she holds him and cries bitterly. Because of this comfort, Chao Shiwen's trust in Chen Guang reaches a level of respect, and 100 admiration is within easy reach. However, the scene of the two embracing and encouraging each other fills Wang Pengzi with jealousy. Poor Wang, after working hard on the car, looks up only to see Guang hugging his sister and flirting openly. "How unfortunate I am." The night is deepening. Chao Shiwen's emotions finally stabilize. Under the moonlight, the faint glow reflected off the snow shines on Chao Shiwen's face, as crystal-clear tears roll down her cheeks and fall from her chin. "Chen Guang, from now on, you are the mainstay of the team. I will listen to you in everything, and I just hope you won't let me down." Chen Guang sat side by side with her. "Yes, revenge and retribution. No more talking, let's fix the car, hurry up and get on the road." The martyrs walked the 25,000-mile-long march, and we must also walk the path they took. "I'll help too." Chao Shiwen, no longer sad, pressed all her emotions deep inside, got into the car, and began to study how to modify this post-apocalyptic fortress. I have to say, the thinking of foreigners is indeed different from that of Chinese people. Take the five-person team, three of whom are hardworking and focused, while Feier and AI Li are more about enjoying the moment. Even in this apocalypse, they still eat, drink, and even study how to flirt with men. While Chen Guang and the others were modifying the car, AI Li and Feier were lying in their room, fantasizing about going to bed with Chen Guang. When they talked excitedly, Feier was on fire, and it took a lot of effort to extinguish that fire. The next morning, the morning sun shone on the earth, illuminating the entire ice field. With Chao Sherwin's addition, she had her own ideas, wanting to add a satellite antenna, connect it to the car's computer, and even suggested programming an artificial intelligence for automatic driving. She wanted to do whatever she wanted, and Chen Guang was only responsible for providing materials. Taking out the electronic products he had transformed into cards at the airport and handing them to Chao Sherwin to try to work on. I have to say, all the electronic products in the entire dock safety zone, including flashlights, were scrapped, but what Chen Guang took out could still work normally. At first, no one paid attention. It wasn't until they hit the road and realized that all the electronic products in the world were unusable that they discovered how ahead of her time Chao Sherwin's ideas were. They also learned about Chen Guang's special ability to repair malfunctioning electronic products. Anyway, after a day and night of hard work, this post-apocalyptic fortress war vehicle was finally about to be completed. However, during breakfast, when Feier and AI Li brought food and saw the car, they chattered excitedly. Guang, can you help us modify 1-2? Please, don't you have some extra parts? Feier pulled Chen Guang's arm, continually pleading and speaking good words. Chen Guang was a bit puzzled. One car is enough for us. Why do we need to change to another one? Feier pouted and said in a spoiled tone, don't you remember there are still 43 beautiful ladies? Are you really planning to leave them in this freezing weather? Chen Guang was furious. Didn't I say to let them fend for themselves? Feier was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Seeing this, AI Li quickly acted cute and said, it's true that they can fend for themselves, but they can also help a little. Could you do us a favor and let them come with us? Once we pass the safe zone, we can leave them behind, right? Don't forget the night before last. I helped you a lot and went through life and death with you. Even helped you grab those ability potions. If AI Li hadn't mentioned it, Chen Guang would have almost forgotten about it. He hurriedly got into the car and exchanged glances with Chao Sherwin. Without needing to say anything, she instantly understood and quickly went to get the gene evolution potion from the armored vehicle. When she came back down, the two girls held on to Chen Guang, one on each side, acting cute. Please, Guang, you're the best. Wang Pengzi also chimed in, Brother Guang, just agree, it's so cheesy I have goosebumps. All right, I agree. Chen Guang shook off the hands of the two women and casually said, I only handle the engine and the internal combustion. You can take care of the car's interior yourselves. Thanks. The two women were overjoyed and went to find 43 beautiful women to come and help. Fortunately, this car had already been modified quite a bit, so there was no need for major changes. They went to another car and did the same thing, dismantling the motor, engine, and oilifier, proceeding with the modifications systematically. When over 40 women arrived, the previously quiet work environment instantly became noisy and bustling with chatter. They all talked at once about installing sofas in the car, and some even suggested installing air conditioning, and even more outrageous, they mentioned putting in a big bed. Thankfully, these women were not the spoiled ones from their home country. Women abroad generally tend to be self-sufficient and hands-on about what they want. Unlike some proud women back home who only know how to point fingers and nitpick, but refuse to get their hands dirty. So, with everyone busy working, they toiled for a day and a night. The first apocalyptic fortress was finally completed. Its exterior was an integrated, mobile fortress RV, with the front tires standing 2 meters tall. The interior was quite complex, divided into 2 levels. The first level was a resting area and a computer office area, while the second level featured a retractable sunshade that, when raised, became a spacious observation platform. When not in use, it served as a dining and resting area, and when needed, it transformed into a combat platform, equipped with 8 machine guns aimed in all directions, making it exhilarating to shoot zombies from a high vantage point. The Navigator Fortress was also equipped with a satellite navigation system, computer imaging equipment, drone patrols, and an infrared alarm system. truly fulfilling all requirements for an unobstructed existence in the apocalypse. The other vehicle, however, was less commendable, aside from the exterior being the same. The interior was completely a paradise for women, and Chen Guang found it utterly unappealing. Quick, quick, quick! Load all the firearms and ammunition into the vehicle. Take everything that can be taken. Chen Guang clapped his hands, directing everyone to transport the ammunition. Once the vehicles were fully loaded and could hold no more, Chen Guang quietly used his transformation ability to convert all the remaining dark energy and firearms into cards, ensuring a sufficient supply of ammunition. Everything was ready, and they were set to go. The Pioneer-S Apocalypse Fortress Vehicle Number 1 was the first to start, followed closely by Number 2, driving out of the icy port, gliding over the frozen sea surface, heading towards the blast furnace country on the other side. Chapter 44, Driving on the Ice Surface. Chen Guang was driving the Navigator 1, with Chao Shi-1 in the passenger seat and AI Li in the back, holding a fire extinguisher, ready to extinguish the flames on Fei Air at any moment. As for Wang Pengzi, he was assigned to drive the Navigator 2, as he was a lecher and insisted on mingling among the women. Chao Shi-1 stuffed a portable Bluetooth headset into Chen Guang's ear. He could hear it clearly. Wang Pengzi's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. How does it feel among the beauties? Not bad at all. I definitely need to find a girlfriend. Just as the two were chatting, Chen Guang suddenly said, "Watch the 3 o'clock direction." The three turned their heads simultaneously. The destroyed warship was close at hand, getting closer, and they could even clearly see the frozen red flag hanging on the ship. At that moment, the three of them felt extremely complicated inside, with many emotions and no way to vent them. They could only pay their respects, staring intently at the evacuation ship of their country as it drifted further away. They won't sacrifice themselves in vain. We must look ahead. Chao Shi-1 suddenly broke the solemn atmosphere with these words. She was right. What needed to happen had happened. And since they were still alive, they had to look forward. However, as they drove on, something felt off. The more they moved forward, the thinner the ice became. They had already covered half the distance, and only half remained to reach the port in Gaul. At that moment, cracks suddenly appeared in the ice where the truck had driven, and they were visibly spreading. Not good. Chen Guang fiercely turned the steering wheel, the tires skidding on the ice as they pressed over the cracks. "Fatty, the ice is cracking. Don't follow me too closely. Drive alongside me." The vehicle in front turned, and Wang Fatty followed suit. Hearing Chen Guang's warning, he turned his head to look at the ice surface and was instantly alarmed. "Not good. Guangge, the ice is cracking. Our heavy truck might not be able to make it through." This was something they hadn't anticipated, and now it was too late to turn back. The ice surface, compressed by 2 trucks weighing dozens of tons, was cracking everywhere, with ice blocks separating and seawater spraying out under the pressure. As the cracks grew larger, the ice layer couldn't bear the load, fracturing in multiple places and extending for tens or even hundreds of meters. How could this happen? "Turn back, Guangge." Both drivers, Chen Guang and Wang Fatty, were somewhat panicked. They hadn't foreseen this situation. However, at this moment, Chao Shi-1 remained exceptionally calm. She also saw the cracking ice and the spreading fissures. But at this moment, Chao Shi-1 seemed to have activated a super brain, quickly forming a 3-dimensional image of all the ice surface cracks in her mind. The principle of ice cracking is similar to that of glass. Once one piece breaks, it can lead to a complete collapse. In Chao Shi-1's mind, she analyzed the ice surface cracks and pointed decisively. "We can't turn back, drive this way." The situation was urgent, and there was no time for further explanation. She pressed her Bluetooth headset and said, "Wang Zhengwo, turn left and cross 500 meters, then follow my command." This was a completely instinctive action for Chao Shi-1. Her eyes were wide open, and all the images she saw transformed into numbers, combining into mathematical formulas. Her brain operated like a supercomputer, rapidly calculating the vehicle's speed, the rate of ice cracking, the thickness of the ice layer at sea, the load, and other complex values. Ultimately, these values combined to form a complete escape route. "Follow my lead and turn," Chao Shi-1 commanded, her gaze intense. Chen Guang gripped the steering wheel without a second thought, making a sharp 90-degree turn, the vehicle sliding sideways across the ice surface. The sudden maneuver caused Ellie and Phil in the cabin to stumble, and then Phil spontaneously ignited. Puff! Ellie quickly grabbed the fire extinguisher, extinguished the flames, and said angrily, "Can't you control yourself?" "I was trying to control." Phil's words were cut off as the cabin suddenly sank, and they could even hear the sound of the rear of the vehicle crashing into the sea. Puff! Ellie sprayed the fire extinguisher again and turned to question, "What's going on?" In the driver's seat, only Chen Guang knew how perilous the situation had been. Just after the turn, the ice layer fractured into pieces. The front of the vehicle had passed, but the rear was trapped. If it hadn't been for Chao Sherwin shifting to a higher gear and slamming the accelerator at a critical moment, the vehicle would have likely plunged into the sea. "Jiangua, speed up. Keep the speed over 100 miles per hour." "Got it." Fat Wang also slammed the accelerator, racing alongside Chen Guang's Navigator 1. Crack, crack. The ice surface shattered wherever the two vehicles passed, with the cracks growing larger and even instances of ice collapse occurring frequently. This made the two Apocalypse fortresses feel like they were on a mountain road or riding a roller coaster, rising and falling, bumping and swaying. "Ah, fatty, can you even drive?" The 40 or so women in Vehicle 2 were tossed around, angrily cursing Fat Wang for being useless. However, when they looked through the windshield and saw the cracking ice outside, they panicked. "Sisters, hold on tight." In Vehicle 1, Chao Sherwin had pushed her brain's calculations to the limit, determining the best route based on the ice's fracture patterns. Left turn, right turn. Yes, this is it. The Eagle Lu undersea tunnel. We're safe. Indeed, as Chao Sherwin had said, when they drove onto the tunnel, the ice cracking was not as severe, and it could easily support the passage of the two massive vehicles without any problem. Oh! Chen Guang was driving steadily, glancing at the cracked ice surface beside him. Each piece of ice rose and fell under the ocean's waves, and he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. "It's really not easy to survive. How did you manage it?" Chao Sherwin wiped the sweat from her forehead and said weakly, "I don't know. Just now, it seems I discovered that my ability is definitely not just mind reading. It's absolutely true. In this situation, a slight misstep could lead to utter disaster. One wrong move, or being a beat too slow, could result in the car being destroyed and lives lost. I apologize. Your superpower is not useless. Perhaps your ability is the most useful in the apocalypse." Chao Sherwin felt a bit shy from Chen Guang's praise. "As long as I can be of help. I just don't want to be a burden to the team." Chapter 45. Car rental company. Two massive vehicles sped forward, bursting through the ocean's surface, heading towards the port by the street. "Get ready. We're about to land." Bang! The two vehicles landed one after the other, their enormous bodies swaying continuously, shaking violently a couple of times before finally stabilizing. "Yo-ho!" Wang Ponzi laughed heartily while driving. Click! The cockpit door opened, and a pale-faced woman appeared at the doorway. Swaying as she said, "Ponzi, stop. I want to—" Wow! Before she could finish, she threw up. The other women in the vehicle were not much better off. With such roller coaster-like driving, very few people wouldn't get cars sick. Ah, so disgusting. Wang Ponzi held the steering wheel with one hand and pressed the Bluetooth headset with the other. "Brother Guang, these women are about to throw up. Find a place to stop and rest." In the number 1 Navigator vehicle, aside from the frequently flaring fire, everyone else was okay. "If we continue east on this road, there's a car rental company ahead. We can rest there and refuel." "Understood." Chen Guang stared ahead, already able to see the large car rental company. The area was vast, but looking at the fence and the surrounding vehicles, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. "I sense signs of activity here," he said. Chao Sherwin raised the corners of her mouth. "Well, now, once we take a look." She lightly tapped the keyboard, and the reconnaissance drone installed on the roof suddenly took off, gracefully ascending and capturing the entire area. Chao Sherwin placed the computer screen on the console, controlling the camera to switch to infrared and focus. "Your intuition is correct. Looking at the fence, it's obvious that someone did this intentionally to block the zombies." Chao Sherwin was a data expert, always prioritizing data above all else. Chen Guang completely relied on his intuition, just a glance from afar, and he knew someone had deliberately arranged it this way. "Look, sure enough, someone is on the move right here." Gasu Poten, revealing a person holding a sniper rifle, hiding inside the tower crane, seemingly lying in wait to take aim. "It seems they're not welcoming us." Chen Guang sighed and said, after observing, Chao Sherwin remarked. They should just be cautious. At this moment, Chen Guang suddenly turned and parked the car on the street opposite the rental car lot. After parking, he said, "Fatty, arrange for the women to get out and rest. There's a safe zone here. Ask them who wants to stay." Understood. After Wang Fatty parked the car, he turned to look at the women in the car. They lined up and got out one by one. The car rental company across the street showed signs of life. It should be a small safe zone. The boss asked who among you wants to stay. Wang Fatty asked, but it was pointless. None of the women paid him any attention. They chattered as they got out of the car, feeling the gentle sunlight and fresh air. Wow, it's so warm. Is the temperature in Gaul this high? It's much warmer than Eagle Country. It's important to know that this place is over 10,000 meters above sea level. Of course, the spring temperature is pleasant. Unlike the frozen outbreak area, which is the source of countless deaths in an instant. Chen Guang and Chao Sherwin also got out of the car, instantly feeling as if they were in a spring breeze. Coupled with the thrilling escape just now, they were sweating profusely, so they directly took off their heavy down jackets. It felt really warm. Chao Sherwin shot a glare at Chen Guang. "It's cold, and it's still your fault." Chen Guang threw the down jacket in the car and casually said, "Is the person with the sniper rifle still watching us?" Chao Sherwin glanced at the laptop screen. Still watching, and there are quite a few people with guns coming over. Chen Guang turned his head and shouted, "Fatty, how many people are we keeping?" Wang Fatty was also taking off his down jacket and poked his head out, saying, "These foreign girls don't listen to me either." Chen Guang was speechless and got in the car to find Ellie. "You go negotiate a bit. There's a safe zone on the other side. Ask them who is willing to stay." Ellie got out of the car and negotiated with more than 40 women. Phil stared at Chen Guang with a face full of complaints. "Why are you looking at me? Aren't you getting out to get some fresh air?" Chen Guang asked. "What do you think? Just on this trip, I've burned out 18 times in total." As she spoke, she lifted the blanket off her body, revealing that she was completely naked. "I don't even have clothes to wear now." Chen Guang hurriedly turned around. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You can't blame me." The scene shifts. At the car rental company's lookout post, a lewd man, holding a sniper rifle, saw countless women getting out of their cars. Each one was stunningly beautiful, flaunting their figures on the street, making his eyes widen and drool. Several other armed black men rushed over, as if facing a formidable enemy. Who are these people coming? Women, all women? Thank my God for sending so many quality females. This is going to be a fortune. Boss, they came in cars. Look at these vehicles, they're so cool. Only then did they shift their gaze to the two navigators. And upon seeing the fully armed vehicles, they were even more excited than when they saw the women. What great cars, they can still run. I want to claim this car, the boss commanded, and without hesitation, these men aimed their guns, wanting to catch them off guard. Chao Sherwin had been observing these people through a drone and saw signs of an ambush, quickly ordering, "Everyone hide behind the cars, hurry." Not just Chen Guang, but even these women, anyone who could survive in the apocalypse wouldn't let their guard down. One sentence was enough to indicate that the current situation was not optimistic. They all huddled behind the vehicle, hiding completely, not a single head showing. Chen Guang, it seems they are about to make a move. Look. Chao Sherwin held up his laptop, showing the footage to him. Chen Guang just took a glance and determined that these people had bad intentions. It seems you can't stay here anymore. They're about to resort to violence. Hurry up and get in the car for safety. The women were pushing and shoving to get into the vehicle, while Chen Guang and the others were on guard with their guns, ready for battle at any moment. The people in the car rental company were ready to go on a killing spree, but they found that everyone had hidden away, which infuriated them. What's going on? Have they discovered our intentions? I don't know. How about I go negotiate, lure them out, and then kill them? They initially didn't want to agree, but seeing the two navigators about to escape, they quickly said, "Stop them. Don't let them get away." In the cockpit, Chao Sherwin and Wang Pengzi followed Chen Guang's orders, fully powering up the vehicle and preparing to turn around and leave. However, Chen Guang did not get in the car. Instead, he took advantage of the blind spot and sprinted rapidly, bypassing the firefight area. He leaped over the fence and entered the parking lot. Someone was running frantically, shouting loudly as they ran. "Catch them. I want the car, the women, and supplies. Don't let them escape." Indeed, a bunch of bastards. Now Chen Guang had no intention of showing mercy and was ready to unleash his anger. Chapter 46. From trade to robbery, the people in the rental company had almost all rushed out, each armed with firearms. Climbing onto the rooftops to aim and wait for the best range to intercept the two land dominators. Just as the sniper was pulling the bolt and preparing to squeeze the trigger. Wow! A loud crash, followed by a scream as the sniper knocked several people down. The black leader cursed angrily. "What are you doing? You useless fool! Pay attention." But the next second, a figure jumped down at an incredible speed, kicking him and sending him crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, all the black people finally noticed a man in a British trench coat standing on high ground, looking down at them with an imposing demeanor. A Chinese man. When they clearly saw his face, everyone was stunned. Their hands trembled so much that some, out of fear, directly dropped their guns. The black leader got up from the ground and viciously drew his pistol to aim. But the next second, Chen Guang leaped down, moving so fast that it left an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of the black leader. A murderous axe was pressed against his neck. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The black leader's Adam's apple bobbed. Not just him, but all of them shrank back in fear, without exception, all giving up resistance and raising their hands to surrender their guns. This situation made it hard for Chen Guang to act, but he couldn't understand Gallic, so he could only glare fiercely at these people, exuding a murderous aura. Finally, the sound of brakes screeched as a vehicle stopped outside the fence. Chao Shiwen and Wang Pengzi quickly got out of the car and ran to the fence one after the other. "Brother Guang, are you okay?" Mifine. Gao Su, who understood 8 languages, communicated through the fence. "We're just passing through and mean you no harm. If possible, I would like to exchange some diesel with you." With communication established, the tense atmosphere finally eased. The black leader's nervous expression also relaxed. "Why didn't you say so earlier? We have plenty of diesel here. It's just, what do you intend to exchange for it?" Chen Guang did not put down the axe and coldly asked, "What do you want?" Chao Shiwen directly translated, and the black boss flashed a big white smile. "Women." Chen Guang understood the sentence. "Are you looking for death? Don't rush to act. Let me ask again." Chao Shiwen stepped in to persuade and questioned, "What do you want women for?" Chao Shiwen could read minds, what they thought could not escape her mind-reading skills. "A bunch of shameless bastards. Don't waste words with them. Let us go." From the constantly changing expressions on Chao Shiwen's face, it was not difficult to see these people's true intentions and thoughts. They could not let them off lightly. Since an equal deal could not be reached, there would be a robbery. "You translate." Chao Shiwen was taken aback, then confidently said, "You are giving face but not taking it. We're going to rob you now. Either hand over the diesel or lose your lives." "What?" A group of black men were furious, thinking that the Chinese would be easy to deal with, but unexpectedly, they were being robbed for a disagreement. "Chinese gang, don't go too far. We are not easily scared. At worst, we'll fight them." A group of black men, filled with righteous indignation, rolled up their sleeves, ready for a big fight. However, their boss had an axe at his neck, which scared the black boss into submission. "Shut up, give them the diesel. The boss can't give it. If we give it, we lose. We can't bow to the Chinese gang." Some black men had already drawn their guns, confidently saying, "Boss, when you die, we will definitely take revenge for you." "Chen Guang, be careful," Chao Shiwen reminded timely. Whoosh! Before the gun was even raised, a chef's knife had already plunged into the forehead of the shouting black man. He fell to the ground dead, leaving everyone dumbfounded and speechless. The next second, they collectively knelt and raised their hands in surrender. "We will give you the diesel. We will give you all the diesel." Chen Guang couldn't understand, but he could tell from their actions that these people were scared. "Fatty, drive the car in and steal the diesel." "Got it." Wang Fatty hurried to drive the car. The Apocalypse Fortress was comparable to a tank. The defense constructed with barbed wire and cars simply couldn't withstand the crushing force. With a rumble, the Apocalypse Fortress crashed in, heading straight for the fuel depot in front of everyone. Ailey and Chao Shiwen also rushed in, both women holding automatic rifles, keeping watch for the black men who were hesitant to act. Why are they so timid? Everything was going too smoothly, which made Chen Guang feel a bit uneasy. Through her mind-reading ability, Chao Shiwen understood most of the situation and whispered from the second navigator, "More than 40 blonde beauties have come down, searching for gasoline barrels. under Wang Fatty's command to fill up on diesel. The black men were staring at the women with burning eyes, each one looking like a wolf ready to pounce. All their filthy thoughts were captured by Chao Sherwin when she learned that there were still some women being held in the car lot. Chao Sherwin was shocked and covered her mouth, wanting to tell Chen Guang the truth, but found that he couldn't leave. Ailey, you go. There was no other way. Chao Sherwin could only direct Ailey to take a few women to the car lot for rescue. Roar. Ailey ran off with her gun, exchanged a few words with Wang Fatty, and was assigned a few women, marching into the rental office building. Don't go in. A few minutes later, all the women in the building were rescued, each one disheveled, with over 10 women, the youngest still a minor. What they had endured was self-evident. Upon seeing the light of day again, they didn't care about their clothing and knelt on the ground, bursting into tears. Some women even knelt before Ailey, bowing their heads, and after getting a rifle, charged directly at the black men. This made the black men panic. We've given you what you wanted. You're not really going to kill us all, are you? I have no grudge against your Chinese gang. Give me the gun. Seeing the situation was turning against them, these black men began to struggle and resist. Unfortunately, before Chen Guang could act, the humiliated woman charged over with a rifle and pulled the trigger directly at the black man. Bullets flew, smoke filled the air. They had no chance to resist and were shot through, dying on the spot. After all these villains were dead, the woman emptied the bullets and kept pulling the trigger, eventually kneeling down in despair, venting her emotions with heart-wrenching cries. Chapter 47. Move. After planning, this woman had short black hair. Her face was dirty and covered in stains, making it hard to tell her features. Her body was bruised, her clothing was tattered, and she had several burn and knife wounds, all newly inflicted. Among these women, she was the only one brave enough to shoot for revenge, which made Chen Guang regard her with a bit more respect. Sherwin, go comfort her. Chao Sherwin did not move. Chen Guang turned to see that she was also crying. What are you crying for? Ooh, mind reading, I feel what they feel. I don't want to cry either. This was something Chao Sherwin couldn't control, so Chen Guang had to step forward to comfort her. But just as he stood next to the woman, she suddenly raised her gun nervously and pulled the trigger at Chen Guang. Fortunately, the bullets had already been fired. Chen Guang's footsteps did not stop as he casually changed a clothing card, and a piece of clothing appeared out of thin air, which he personally draped over her. You are safe now. No one will bully you from now on. The woman was taken aback, wiped away a tear, and her stubborn lips trembled. Are you Chinese? I also have Chinese ancestry. She finally lowered her guard, dropped the gun, and grabbed Chen Guang's wrist with a pleading tone. Please, take me to find my grandfather. He is the leader of the Gaul Chinese gang, and if you take me there, my grandfather will definitely be grateful to you. Her Mandarin was not fluent, with a strong foreign accent, and the so-called Chinese ancestry was probably at least 3 generations back. I will take you there. Just calm down for now. Chen Guang looked at Chao Sherwin again. Stop crying and help quickly. I'm coming. Chao Sherwin wiped her tears and stepped forward to help, comforting her as they walked onto the Navigator number 1. Later, Chao Sherwin and Chen Guang had a private conversation and learned that the woman's name was Anna, and her grandfather was a pure Chinese, which is why she claimed to have Chinese ancestry. The people who occupied the car rental company were all unemployed drifters from the area. After the apocalypse broke out, they took over this place, kidnapping women for their own pleasure, and after all were killed, it became a lawless land. Wang Fatty restored the defensive barriers, and the women were chattering as they searched for supplies, working together. Chen Guang and Chao Sherwin were sitting in the cockpit, discussing the intelligence they had just gathered. First of all, as far as I know, the national conditions of Gaul and Eagle country are quite different. Let's first talk about Gaul's national policy, which is very friendly towards Chinese people. Therefore, during the evacuation, most of the Chinese in Gaul did not leave. Moreover, these Chinese have formed a large organization in Gaul, known as the Chinese Gang, and have taken over a mercenary training camp as their base. Wait a minute. Chen Guang wanted to interrupt, but Chao Sherwin had already understood what was unclear. The mercenary training camp is a major feature of Gaul. If you studied history, you should know that during the Age of Exploration, Gaul's Napoleon conquered the world, establishing colonies everywhere. After the establishment of the modern United Nations, the colonies were separated. However, the UN Charter stipulates that if any previously colonized country experiences turmoil, the former colonizing country may intervene for peacekeeping. Gaul once had over 20 colonies, but the total population of Gaul is quite small. To ensure a steady stream of soldiers to help with peacekeeping and maintain stability in the former colonies, Gaul has a national policy. Any soldier serving Gaul for 5 years in the field can permanently obtain Gaul citizenship. Therefore, it is not widely known that Gaul is the world's largest demand country for mercenaries. Chao Sherwin paused and continued. Among the many immigrants in Gaul, millions of Chinese hold citizenship, all earned through their lives. Each has been through many battles, so when the apocalypse broke out, they occupied the mercenary training camp, gathering their fellow civilians to form a considerable force. Understood. Chen Guang had a sudden inspiration. Chao Sherwin smiled. Great minds think alike. It was settled just like that. The two of them hit it off immediately. At noon, everyone gathered together for a hearty lunch. Previously, the car rental company had been occupied by villains, and the way they distributed food to women was somewhat like feeding dogs. Whoever obeyed got to eat, which was truly undignified. Now everyone was sitting together as equals, and the suffering women shared their sorrows. From what they said, it was clear, we are relatively fortunate. Some women were sold to the authorities, treated like sows, specifically used for breeding. This had been mentioned by Ollie before, but most people didn't believe it. Hearing it again now, the women were extremely anxious. It's important to know that they had nearly been deceived and tricked into pig farms, exploited to bear abnormal children for capitalists. After Anna was cleaned up, she walked over under Fei Er's guidance. Indeed, Anna, being of mixed race, had features that complemented each other, giving her a unique beauty. She is our leader. If you have anything to say, just speak to her, Fei Er said gently, sympathizing with Anna's plight, likely reflecting on her own past. Anna looked very guarded, especially towards men, fundamentally distrustful of Chen Guang. When are we leaving? We'll eat and rest for a while, then we'll go. Just then, Wang Pengzi came over with a can in hand. Brother Guang, isn't it strange that all the electronic devices here are malfunctioning? The cars, the lights, even the flashlights don't work. By the way, is your freezing power really that strong, able to interfere from so far away? Chen Guang glared at Wang Pengzi and asked, how's the resource scavenging going? It's all filled up, but it's a pity about that can of diesel. If we could drive the fuel tanker away, I would really want to take the whole truck with me. Chen Guang asked again, how many days can the current diesel reserves last? It can last for 7 days. We'll see on the road. And we can't miss any gas stations we encounter. Wang Pengzi chimed in. The main issue is that this navigator consumes too much fuel. We didn't consider this when we modified it. Chen Guang was speechless, murmuring to himself that this was the result of his extreme fuel-saving measures. Otherwise, it would consume even more fuel. At that moment, a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed women walked over, pushing and shoving each other. Finally, one of the women was pushed forward, fidgeting as she said, given the current situation, it seems we can't find a safe refuge. We can follow you, but we are all in a cooperative relationship, and we hope you won't have any ideas about us. Chen Guang was too lazy to pay attention to these women, thinking, who does Chen Guang think he is? He couldn't even be bothered to look and got up to leave. I'm talking to you. The blonde woman still wanted to ask more, but Chao Sherwin coldly said, keep your filthy thoughts to yourself. Their essay saying among Chinese people, to measure a gentleman with a villain's heart. We are all gentlemen, and one have any designs on you. Chao Sherwin stood up to leave and sternly looked at Wang Pengzi. Seeing him grinning foolishly, she understood his thoughts and warned, don't embarrass the Chinese. Let us go. She grabbed Wang Pengzi by the ear and pulled him away. Ouch, 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 I just want to be single no more. I didn't mean anything else. This scene left all the women in the room dumbfounded. Chapter 48, Encountering a Group of Corpses. Chen Guang left the restaurant and headed straight to the tanker in the parking lot. After walking around it and thinking seriously, he ultimately decided that no matter what, he had to fix the tanker and drive it away. The modified navigator had perfect performance in every aspect, except for its fuel consumption, which was a problem that couldn't be solved. A doomsday fortress consumed fuel at 50 times the rate of a cargo truck and 100 times that of a small car. Without hesitation, he habitually scanned with his real eye and found that it was indeed an engine issue. He used the system to convert it into a card, consuming 100 points of dark energy, and the engine was completely repaired. Bang! As he closed the hood, Chao Sherwin pushed her way over to Wang Pongzi. Wang Pongzi, rubbing his red ears, mumbled as he approached. I was just thinking about it in my heart, and she took it seriously. Chen Guang jumped out of the car and pointed his thumb at the vehicle. It can be started now. Let's give it a try. Wang Fatty was still a bit skeptical. I tried it many times just now, and it wouldn't start at all. Although he was mumbling, he still got into the car, turned the ignition, and the fuel truck really started up. Wow, you're amazing. How did you fix it? He exclaimed. Chen Guang reached out his hand to stop Chao Sherwin from questioning him. I know you have mind-reading abilities, but could you please show some consideration and give us a bit of face? For the sake of our inner privacy, I've decided this car belongs to you. Chao Sherwin stomped her foot. There isn't a single good man among you. Chen Guang sarcastically said, that man doesn't like to be surrounded by beauties. We only think about it in our hearts and won't take action, yet you believe it to be true. Wang Pongzi got out of the car with a grin, letting the sulking Chao Sherwin get in, secretly giving Chen Guang a thumbs up. Well done. After taking a break at noon, they prepared to hit the road again. This time, the convoy had an additional fuel truck filled with diesel. Pioneer 1 led the way, while 2 brought up the rear, sandwiching the fuel truck in between. The 3 vehicles left the car rental company in a grand manner. Inside Vehicle 1, AI Lee, Fei Air, and Anna stood on the second-level platform, looking out from a height. Anna had acquired a 98K sniper rifle, skillfully loading bullets and aiming at the wandering zombies in the distance. Bang! 1 shot, 1 kill. Wow, your shooting skills are amazing. Fei Air exclaimed with starry eyes. Anna, with a cold expression, pulled the bolt-to-chamber around and murmured to herself, my grandfather and father both served in the military, having come through the flames of war, which is how we obtained Gallic nationality. I grew up hunting with them, so naturally I know how to shoot. In the cockpit, Chen Guang was driving while listening to the public channel where Wang Pongzi was teasing Chao Sherwin. Sister Sherwin, how does it feel to drive alone? Is it lonely? I think it's pretty good. As long as you keep in touch with us remotely. We can't read your mind, and we can still be friends. You dead fat man. I'm watching you all the time. As long as you dare to cross the line. I guarantee there will be no mercy from the law. Guanga, you should take care of her. She always acts like she has the authority with a chicken feather. Don't talk. There's danger ahead. Chen Guang either remains silent or, when he speaks, it chills people's hearts. Chao Sherwin drives while controlling the drone to ascend. And at a glance, she is taken aback. So many zombies are rushing towards us. On the street ahead, there are densely packed zombies coming straight at us, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, resembling a small zombie tide. The most terrifying part is that most of these zombies are second or third tier, with very few ordinary ones. AI Lee stumbled down from the platform and rushed to the cockpit, saying in panic, there are a lot of zombies blocking the way ahead. I can see them. Through the windshield, countless zombies are approaching. Bang! Bang! The sound of the sniper rifle from the platform is becoming increasingly frequent. Chen Guang pressed the Bluetooth headset and commanded, all units on alert. AI Lee, you drive. As he finished speaking and was about to hand over, AI Lee hurriedly declined. I can drive a small car, but I can't drive a big one. There's indeed some difference between driving a small car and a big one. But Chen Guang didn't care about that. He pushed AI Lee into the driver's seat and said seriously, this is the apocalypse. We don't need to worry about traffic rules. Just don't crash into buildings. Drive however you want. After saying that, he ignored the panicked AI Lee and stumbled towards the second-floor platform. As soon as he got up there, he saw a man on fire spraying himself with a fire extinguisher. As the white mist cleared, Fei Air said in fear, there's so many zombies. Right in front of the platform, Anna was shooting with a sniper rifle. Chen Guang pushed the naked Fei Air aside and ran to the machine gun next to Marco, yanking Anna's 98K away. This thing doesn't have enough firepower. Use this. Just shoot. Fei Air grabbed the machine gun, and as soon as she exerted force, it fired instantly, the powerful recoil causing the gun to aim skyward. Anna, feeling helpless, rebutted, I can't use this. Give me the sniper rifle. Chen Guang silently handed the gun back to her. Just then, a thunderous horn sounded. Turning his head, he saw a horde of zombies approaching, only about 50 meters away from the convoy. There was no time to think. At such a short distance, they would be upon them in the blink of an eye. Chen Guang stepped forward directly, standing on the roof of the car, conjuring a fire axe out of thin air. Looking down at the zombies from above, he jumped down without a word. Anna, who was firing her gun, suddenly saw Chen Guang jump down and was taken aback, her mouth agape in shock. What is he doing? So cool. Phil was still starstruck. This method of killing zombies was something Chen Guang had used before. He had cleared the way ahead, and both Ellie and Phil had witnessed it firsthand. But the others had not. Not only Anna, but even Chao Shi-wen, who saw this scene through the drone footage, was so scared that her hands were sweating and her back was soaked. What are you doing, risking your life? Chen Guang's body leaped out for dozens of meters, landing right in front of the zombies in the front row, swinging his axe in a sweeping motion. With a crash, the once mighty third-tier mutated zombies, which posed a significant threat, had no power to fight back against Chen Guang's strikes, resulting in heavy casualties. Anna opened her mouth in terror, watching the powerful Chen Guang, trembling as she pointed, numbly looking at the infatuated Phil. Is he even human? Chao Shi-wen swallowed hard, her mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. She knew Chen Guang was strong, but she had no idea he was this strong. God blocks the way, and Buddha blocks the way. Even witnessing it firsthand left her utterly shocked. Chapter 49. Killing all the way, all of you die. Whoosh. With 3 swings of the axe, accompanied by a powerful wave of air, all the zombies in the front were slain. Suddenly, a dazzling red light appeared on the ground, revealing the long-lost equipment cards and attribute cards, all of which were rare purple. Chen Guangxin felt a surge of joy and was about to pick it up when a deafening horn sounded behind him. My equipment! Chen Guang jumped into the air almost without thinking, just as the front of the car came crashing towards him. Using the momentum, he pushed off the ground with his feet. Whoosh! He shot out like a cannonball. Congratulations on the harvest. Congratulations on the harvest. As he passed through, cards were collected, and the system's prompt sounds were coming from all directions. There was no time to check. Chen Guang had already landed in front of a horde of zombies. Third-tier, mutated zombies, bizarre and varied in their mutations. Some massive creatures opened their mouths, spewing out tongues like octopus tentacles. Some had arms as long as pythons, and others had intestines spilling out, extremely bloody. Bang! Chen Guang kicked a meat mountain flying, and as the inertia weakened and he landed steadily, the octopus's tongue suddenly wrapped around his body, while the giant python's arms also locked his legs. Chen Guang swung his axe in a wide arc, severing these bindings, and spun in place with the axe. Go to hell. The zombies charged forward one after another, only to be slaughtered by Chen Guang like a meat grinder. Ding! Ding, it feels so good to kill high-level zombies. While killing and collecting cards, he also analyzed the situation in his mind. As his strength increased, the drop rate of cards from low-level zombies decreased, and only by killing higher-level zombies could he maintain a high drop rate. It was truly exhilarating. Chen Guang was killing with ease, and the few women in the car were also watching with excitement. The first person to feel incredulous was Chao Shi-wen. She knew the inside story, the truth behind the zombie outbreak, the classification and levels of zombies, and even the existence of superpowered individuals. But knowing was one thing. Having never seen it with her own eyes, she couldn't comprehend the extraordinary abilities of superpowered individuals. For an ordinary person encountering a Tier 3 zombie, even a fully armed team would be unable to kill it, no matter how hard they tried. However, in Chen Guang's hands, killing the terrifying Tier 3 zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables. How could Chao Shi-wen not be shocked? Next to be astonished was the newcomer Anna. She had been persecuted because of the zombie outbreak. In her panic, she had been captured. In her mind, no one could fight against zombies. Survivors could only band together for warmth, or they would become walking corpses. But today, when she saw Chen Guang single-handedly slashing these monsters, it completely reshaped her worldview. He wasn't human. He was a Superman, a savior. Growing up in the West, she had been influenced by the idea of a savior, and seeing such a brave person, she instinctively associated Chen Guang with a superhero. Those in movies were fake, but he was a living, breathing person. At that moment, Anna, who had been emotionally closed off, finally had her barriers and defenses opened again. Ding dong, Anna's admiration for you has reached respect. 1, 2, and it was still rising. Chen Guang dealt with a batch of 3-tier zombies and noticed the system's prompt sound when collecting cards. There was also an unexpected gain. He glanced back at the truck 20 meters away and suddenly saw a missed purple equipment card in his field of vision. How could there still be something left? My purple card. Chen Guang jumped up and leaped onto the front of the car, then rolled over to the top layer and quickly ran on the roof. The purple card was not crushed and was still floating in the air. Chen Guang jumped over, but the second tanker followed closely behind and ran over the purple car. Bang! Chen Guang fell on the front of the tanker truck. The driver, Chao Sherwin, was stunned and blurted out, "What are you doing? Mind your own business." After passing by, the purple card continued to spin in place, but the escort vehicle number 2 roared in, with only a 10-meter gap. It's a gamble. Chen Guang jumped down. Wow! With a screech, the navigator number 2 came to a sudden stop, causing all the women inside to tilt awkwardly, falling in a disastrous manner. Wang Pengzi stood up, eagerly hoping to catch a glimpse of Chen Guang. The next second, Chen Guang's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. "You dead fatso. Who told you to stop? Hurry up and go." Wang Pengzi, dazed, started the engine again and hit the road. Meanwhile, Chen Guang was underneath the vehicle, where there was enough space between the massive tires for him to hide. After collecting the escaped purple card, he grabbed the vehicle's chassis, and the mechanical exoskeleton on his back scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. Chen Guang crawled out of the vehicle, just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard a gasp from his Bluetooth headset. "Chen Guang, the advanced zombie is attacking the Pioneer 1. Chao Sherwin saw the scene of the head vehicle being attacked through the surveillance footage. Ollie drove the car straight into the 3rd-tier zombie group. Ordinary zombies couldn't withstand the collision, but the 3rd-tier zombies, with their strong physiques, clung to the front and sides of the vehicle, desperately smashing the windows. Try to crawl in and attack the people inside. In a panic, Ollie let go of the steering wheel, unable to face these ugly monsters. A writhing arm reached out, grabbing the guardrail. The flames on fire intensified. The heat wave was about to melt everything. Anna remained brave, holding her 98K and firing, shooting through the snake-like arm. After 2 shots, the arm broke and fell inside the car, rolling around. Just as Anna was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, a tentacle attacked from the other side, wrapping around Fayer. Fayer erupted in flames, igniting the tentacle and setting the entire mass of flesh ablaze, flailing on the ground with an overwhelming fire. Woo! Pioneer 2 accelerated in pursuit, with Chen Guang sitting at the front, his eyes fixed on the approaching fuel truck. A flaming mass of flesh passed by, and with just a glance, Chen Guang realized the situation with the head vehicle had likely affected Fayer. "Don't be afraid, I'm coming." After Chen Guang was ready, he gathered his strength under his feet and suddenly leaped high, grabbing the ladder at the rear end of the fuel truck in one go. Chapter 50 went the wrong way. Chen Guang quickly climbed onto the fuel tanker, standing high to see far, and in his view, he saw the Pioneer No. 1 surrounded by 3rd-tier mutated zombies. These mutated 3rd-tier zombies, like sticky plasters, are hard to shake off once they cling to the vehicle. Fortunately, on the 2nd-level platform, Anna was shooting while Fayer was using fire, managing to hold on for a while. Without thinking too much, Chen Guang quickened his pace and rushed towards Pioneer number 1. "I'm coming." Chao Sherwin, who was driving the fuel tanker, was terrified. If Pioneer number 1 fell and overturned, no matter how she tried to save it, she would collide with it. With the diesel in her tanker, the entire block would likely be blown to pieces, and she wouldn't escape either. Just when Chao Sherwin didn't know what to do, a figure suddenly flew past overhead. It was the brave Chen Guang. "I'm coming." Chen Guangfei leaped over and landed gracefully on the 2nd-floor platform, wielding his axe with great power, severing all the zombie tentacles. Chen Guang is like a king descending from the heavens, not only saving them from suffering, but also commanding everyone in battle. "Anna, shoot with the Marco submachine gun." "Phil, don't be afraid of the fire. Overcome your fear and burn those tentacles." One goes to operate the Marco submachine gun, while the other goes to set those disgusting tentacles on fire. Chen Guang quickly moved forward, first going to the front of the vehicle to deal with the zombies, allowing the navigator, Ellie, to have a clear view. With a loud thud, amidst the extreme chaos, Chen Guang killed a massive creature. and the area in front of the windshield became suddenly clear. Chen Guang held onto the top handle of the cabin with one hand while shouting into the cockpit. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." He then looked ahead and swung his axe, chopping down all the zombies trying to board the vehicle. To Chen Guang's surprise, the cards dropped by the dead zombies actually moved along with the vehicle. Is it really possible to do it this way? Chen Guang was filled with joy and shouted orders at AI Li. Maintain a speed of 60 miles per hour. After that, he yelled into the Bluetooth communicator. The cars behind, keep moving at 60 miles per hour. Although they didn't understand, they complied. They couldn't stop now. If they did, even the fortress would be overrun by the fierce, mutated zombies. While moving and killing, they effectively employed guerrilla tactics, taking down several zombies at once, which was far better than being besieged by hundreds or thousands of them. This back-and-forth strategy could tire out these mutated monsters. With a slow speed, Chen Guang skillfully dealt with the zombies. Anna had grown accustomed to the recoil of Marco's gun and had managed to kill several monsters with her continued attempts. Fei Er had made the most progress. With Chen Guang around, she felt a surge of courage, and with her body engulfed in flames, the zombies couldn't do anything to her. Previously afraid of these monsters, Fei Er now actively sought them out. Upon contact, the zombie monsters would be burned to ashes. As time went on, Fei Er gained confidence and gradually grew fond of her fire-based abilities. Finally, after about an hour and a half of driving, the convoy broke through the outskirts of the city, barreling onto the highway, with fewer and fewer threatening zombies. In the sparsely populated area ahead, there were hardly any wandering zombies left on the road. They had finally managed to get through. Chen Guang put down the axe, sat on the ground, and breathed heavily. Fei Er also controlled the flames to extinguish and, regardless of whether she was dressed or not, sat beside Chen Guang, chattering nonstop. "I just burned at least 20 monsters." Anna remained vigilant with her gun, ensuring there were no zombies around before finally aiming her gun at Chen Guang, her gaze intense. "Are you Superman? Or a government-trained agent?" It was clear that Anna initiated the conversation to ease the tension with Chen Guang. "Find a safe place to park. We took a wrong turn." Chen Guang was taken aback and hurriedly got up to go to the cockpit. Anna looked at the fire axe that was as tall as a person. Her curiosity piqued. She went over to try to pick it up, but to her surprise, she couldn't lift it at all, no matter how much effort she put in. It was so heavy. Who on earth was he? Phil, who was wrapping herself in a blanket, said proudly, "He is Chinese, and he is my man." Chen Guang came to Ailey's side, talking to Chao Shiwen while saying, "Are we far off course? Is there another way? Do we really have to turn back?" "We're not too far off, but if we don't turn around and readjust our route, we'll probably end up in Paris. You know, the more prosperous the area, the more zombies there are." Chen Guang's body stiffened. He quickly looked for a place to park, saying no more, and it was my turn to drive. After Chen Guang and AI Li changed seats, they took over the driving, looking for a parking spot. However, the surroundings were all wilderness, with forests on both sides, making visibility particularly poor and completely unsuitable for resting. For the next 2 kilometers, there was a clearing ahead, and we parked there. It was still Chao Shiwen who provided professional advice. After about another 3 minutes of driving, we reached the central area of the clearing, and the convoy stopped in the middle of the road. Just as the convoy came to a halt, the door of the second navigator's car opened, and a group of women got out, some vomiting and others rushing to the restroom. The thrilling journey had scared them badly. Chen Guang took a breath while sitting in the driver's seat when he heard Chao Shiwen's voice in his earphones. "Come to the meeting. I'm coming to find you." Shortly after, Chao Shiwen arrived with a laptop, and Chen Guang gestured for her to go up to the second-floor platform. Just as the two were about to sit down, Wang Pengzi came over excitedly. "Brother Guang, how did you end up taking the wrong route? Let's talk. Let's figure out how to get there quickly." Following that, Ellie and Anna also took their seats on the second-floor platform. "Can you all speak English? Otherwise, we won't understand." Anna raised her hand and said, "Actually, I can understand a little, just a bit." Chao Shiwen wanted to say that the core meeting of the 3 of them was not meant to include everyone. But just as she was about to speak, she fixed her gaze on Chen Guang. She sensed Chen Guang's thoughts and decided to keep quiet. "Then this time we will speak English. You're also core members. Only by working together can we overcome difficulties. Before the meeting starts, let's share our thoughts from today. Feel free to express yourselves." Everyone looked at each other, slightly unaccustomed to such a formal way of discussing a meeting. After a long half-minute of awkward silence, it was still Chao Sherwin who took the initiative to break the deadlock and lead the first core team meeting. First, I want to commend Anna, the new member, for her outstanding performance during today's crisis. Although she has only been here for a short time, she bravely fought against the zombies. Fayer interrupted. I also fought against monsters and killed more than 20 of them. I burned them alive. Upon hearing this, Ellie looked at her with envy, and the chatter between close friends broke out. Fayer, you're amazing. I'm so envious of you. Stop. If she let them continue, the discussion would never start. I do not deny Fayer's contributions, but Fayer, as an evolved being, your fear when facing zombies at the beginning almost led to a disaster. All of Fayer's pride disappeared in an instant, replaced by immense grievance. Chao Sherwin spoke sharply. You feel wrong, but I must say, as an evolved ability user, your performance today can only indicate that you still have room for improvement. I hope you won't make such basic mistakes again next time. Knowing when to stop, Chao Sherwin handed the discussion back to Chen Guang. I've set the stage for you. Say what you want directly. Chen Guang also understood Chao Sherwin's intention, so he straightforwardly said, our team has just been established, and there are some shortcomings that still need to be worked on. But the biggest problem right now is that there are too few people who can participate in the fight, and there are too many burdens. Chen Guang's words were a bit too direct, and AI Li thought he was talking about her, her expression darkening as she was about to cry. I don't want to be a burden either. You all have abilities, and Fei Air has evolved her fire abilities. But what can I do? If I take a wrong turn while driving, you can't blame me. I don't know the way. Chao Sherwin quickly explained. Chen Guang didn't say anything about you. Why are you getting so worked up? But AI Li still wanted to say something, and Chen Guang hurriedly interjected. I really didn't mean you. I was talking about them. Chen Guang pointed with his finger below, where a group of women was laughing and chatting as if they were on a trip. Wang Ponzi chimed in, saying, I think so too. When I'm driving, they just know how to complain, chattering away and driving me crazy. Chen Guang continued. I said back then to let them fend for themselves. Now look, they can't shake me off. I have to protect them and serve them. Am I raising a bunch of ancestors? It's not hard to see that Chen Guang is upset. These women really don't consider him an outsider. And they even have prejudices against Chinese people. After spending a few days together, Chen Guang is increasingly annoyed with these blonde foreign girls. You too. Think of a way to solve this quickly. My team can't afford to have idle people. Chen Guang refers to AI Li and Fei Air, mainly because Fei Air insists, which is why he brought along these 43 burdens. Otherwise, they would have parted ways long ago. Fei Air and AI Li are both pouting, looking very aggrieved. Chao Sherwin timely smooths things over. Chen Guang doesn't necessarily mean to drive them away. He wants them to stay, but at least they need to help. There's a saying among Chinese people, it's better to teach someone to fish than to just give them fish. The idea is that it's better to let them learn to protect themselves than to keep protecting them. It's all your fault. AI Li shot a glare at Fei Air. AI Li disagreed from the beginning, and now it's turned into Chen Guang's aversion. I'm going to talk to them. Fei Air stood up to leave. Wait a minute. We're in a meeting right now. After Chen Guang stopped her, they officially began the meeting. First, the personnel ratio for the two vehicles. Each vehicle should have a minimum of 4 combat personnel, including a driver and a co-driver. Second, the route has deviated. They need to turn back or head to Paris. Anna was the first to disagree. I want to go to the mercenary training camp's safe zone. Going to Paris is completely counterproductive. I'm not going to Paris. If we set off now, with the navigator's maximum speed of 100 miles per hour, we would probably arrive at the training camp's safe zone around 1 a.m. The visibility at night is poor, and I don't think it's safe. Chen Guang immediately made a decision. Then let's return tomorrow morning and adjourn the meeting. Chen Guang got up and left, locking himself in the cockpit. It wasn't that he was angry. Rather, he needed to sort through his gains. He had collected 31 equipment cards along the way, including 6 purple, 18 blue, and 7 green ones. The 6 pieces of purple equipment were Demon Slayer Sword, Attack Power 1000, Mutated Fire Axe, Attack Power 1002, Wind Chaser Boots, Speed 100. Special Equipment, Collector's Necklace, Mental Strength 20. Can automatically collect fallen cards, and Special Equipment, Thousand Faces mask can change into anyone's appearance. Indeed, it was a bountiful harvest. The Demon Slayer sword was a katana that emitted black energy, which Chen Guang didn't like. It was not as useful as his axe. However, receiving 2 mutated fire axes was a bit excessive. The Wind Chaser boots and Collector's necklace were just right to use, so he quickly put them on. However, the Thousand Faces mask seemed to have little use, so he decided to keep it for now. Chen Guang also checked the 18 blue equipment and 7 green equipment one by one. The fireproof tracksuit and fireproof pants were suitable for women, making them perfect for Fei-er. The large gauntlet, right-hand earth element talent available for viewing, was suitable for Wang Pengzi. Water gathering ring, water element talent available for viewing, dogleg knife 4. Mind controller's flying knife 6. Mental resistance necklace 2. Madman S dagger 2. The 7 green equipment were all mutated dagger and mutated table knife. There was 1 skill card, a purple passive critical hit rate 50. There were over 100 attribute cards with several free attribute 1 and basic attribute 5. After equipping all wearable equipment, he accidentally discovered a flickering in the talent section. Clicking to check, it prompted that the mutated fire axe can be upgraded. Curiously, he clicked to view, which indicated, consume 100 dark energy to upgrade the mutated fire axe. Without hesitation, he clicked to upgrade, resulting in mutated fire axe 2, combat power 3000. With skill, shockwave, each slash can produce a 10-meter range shockwave. So this is how it upgrades. It's amazing. Excited, Chen Guang added points to all free attributes, significantly boosting his combat power again. Host, Chen Guang, mythical level talent, dark attribute, combat power 316130000, strength 257, 25, speed 37, 125, reaction 17, 1, 25, mental strength 101, 1, 45, special equipment, right hand, mutated fire axe 2, left hand, Madman S dagger, body, heroic soul combat exoskeleton armor, shoes, Wind Chaser boots, finger, collector's necklace, mental resistance necklace, passive skills, descendant of the dragon golden, true eye, purple, critical hit, weapon skill, shockwave, active skill, lightning strike, rage skill, frozen 10,000 meters. Chapter 52, Distributing Equipment. At this moment, Chen Guang truly felt invincible in the world. Of course, if it weren't for the apocalypse with his current attributes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was unmatched. Ding ding ding. Who is it? It's me. Ailey. Chen Guang opened the cockpit door and saw AI Lee standing at the entrance with tears in her eyes. Chen Guang was in a good mood and didn't want it to be ruined by Ailey. He casually called out to Wang Pengzi and Chao Shiwen, who were sitting in front of the computer. Pengzi, Sister Sherwin, come here for a moment. And Fei-er, hey, where's Fei-er? Ailey felt ignored and pointed outside with a sense of grievance. Fei-er is outside, talking with those women. Oh, you're not in a hurry, right? Just calm down for a bit, we'll talk later. After Wang Pengzi and Chao Shiwen entered the cockpit, Chen Guang closed the door, leaving Ailey standing at the entrance, looking even more lost. Guanga, what's up? Chen Guang raised the control panel in the cockpit. I'll give you something, take whatever you like. The control panel was filled with a pile of cold weapons, as well as shoes and necklaces. The fat man frowned slightly. Why do we need these things when we have guns? Chen Guang grinned. Why are you so clueless? What I gave you is not something ordinary. In fact, without Chen Guang's reminder, Chao Shiwen had already noticed the unusual nature of these items. She propped her chin and took a look around, eventually focusing her gaze on the 6 mind-controlled flying daggers. I can sense that these flying daggers are different, it seems. Before she could finish her sentence, as soon as Chao Shiwen's mind moved, the 6 flying daggers actually floated strangely in midair. Wow, when did Sister Shiwen learn to control metal? I can't even do that. Chen Guang guessed correctly. These 6 flying knives are meant for those with high mental strength, and it's completely understandable for them to be used by Chao Shiwen. They are her weapons. Fate has it that these 6 knives belong to you now. Thank you. Chao Shiwen controlled the 6 flying knives, making them fly around her, unable to part with them, absolutely loving them. Fatty, you should pick one too. Me pick. Now Fatty was interested as well, picking up each item and putting it down, not quite satisfied with any of them. How about you help me choose Longo? You useless one. Chen Guang made a joke and helped Wang Pongzi choose 2 items. One was the large boxing glove, right hand, and the other was the mental resistance necklace. I can understand a boxing glove. It's pretty cool. But isn't that necklace a bit too effeminate? Chen Guang glared and said sternly, "Don't be ungrateful. Wearing this can prevent." Whispering, Wang Pongzi was instantly filled with excitement and hurriedly put on the necklace, then turned to Chao Sherwin and said, "Sister Sherwin, quickly see what I'm thinking." "What's wrong with you?" Chao Sherwin hadn't reacted yet, but the next second, she was incredulously surprised to find that she couldn't hear their thoughts anymore. "You too, Chen Guang. Have you found a way to block my mind-reading ability?" Chen Guang tugged at the necklace around his neck. "This is what it's all about." "That's really cool," Wang Pongzi exclaimed, also unable to put it down. But Chen Guang shot him an annoyed glance. "Can't you be a bit more perceptive? The real good stuff is this. Your exclusive gear, and I don't even know what effect it has." "Huh?" Wang Pongzi said in confusion as he took it and put it on his hand, immediately feeling a tingling sensation, very comfortable. "Wow, I'm going out to try it." Wang Pongzi hopped off the car excitedly. "Chen Guang, even though I don't know where you got these gear, I still want to thank you." Chao Sherwin also blushed as she got out of the car to test the 6 flying knives. Just then, someone knocked on the door again. It was AI Li. "I brought Fei Er to you." Chen Guang opened the door to let Fei Er in, then closed the door, leaving AI Li alone in the compartment. Wrapped in a blanket, Fei Er asked in confusion, "What do you need me for?" "This set of sportswear is for you." Fei Er took it with disappointment, pouting and said, "No matter what clothes I wear, I'll be burned to ashes. Wearing it is pointless. It's fireproof. You could try it if you don't believe me." "Really?" Fei Er was thrilled upon hearing this and immediately wanted to change into it. Chen Guang wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Fei Er was mumbling while getting dressed. "What's the big deal? You've seen it before." The so-called fireproof sportswear was simply a strapless top and a pair of shorts. But on Fei Er, it made her look very much like an athlete. It fit well in all the right places, accentuating her curves while covering what needed to be covered. The rest was still quite revealing. "It fits perfectly. I'm going out to try it." Fei Er jumped out of the car, bouncing around to get ready, when suddenly her whole body caught fire, causing many women to scream and gather around her, chattering excitedly. However, once the flames were extinguished, her sportswear showed no signs of damage, proving the fireproof quality was indeed impressive. Chen Guang looked out the window, feeling incredibly emotional. Just when he wanted to sleep, a pillow was delivered. Whatever was needed was provided. The system was truly impressive. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door again. Chen Guang thought it was still Ellie, but when he opened it, he found that it was Anna. "Come in," he said. Anna pointed upstairs and murmured, "Why is Ellie crying?" "Oh, just ignore it," he replied. Chen Guang didn't care much. He recalled something. When killing zombies, the system had notified him that Anna's admiration for him had reached respect. Since he had some free time, he decided to take a look. 5th, Anna, admiration, 80 so high. To his surprise, the first 4, including Ellie and Chao Sherwin, had an admiration level of 100. Chen Guang took a deep breath. "It's a long story. Then make it short. I'm listening," Anna said, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Guang. With no other choice, Chen Guang could only share all the insider information he knew without holding back. "So that's how it is." After listening, Anna fell into silence. Chen Guang thought for a moment and said, "There's one more thing. The 3rd-tier mutated zombies we encountered today all escaped from the laboratory." "How do you know that?" "Why are you so sure?" Anna asked seriously. "Because of the clothes the zombies were wearing." Chen Guang raised his chin, motioning for her to look at the women outside the window. "Have you noticed? The zombies we killed today are wearing the same style of clothes as they are." "That's right," Anna also noticed. "Although the zombies' clothes are tattered, the style is indeed the same. Does that mean Gaul is conducting human genetic experiments?" Chen Guang thought carefully. The entire EU and NATO should be involved, not just Gaul. Chapter 53 Conditions for helping evolution. After she left, no one bothered Chen Guang until dark. During dinner, the team gathered together and Fei Er said boldly, "I told these women that they will adapt. It just takes time." Chen Guang casually said, "The apocalypse didn't give anyone time to prepare. To overcome fear, one must face it head-on. If you keep being afraid and refuse to fight, you will always be troubled by fear in this lifetime. I will tell them that." Fei Er solemnly promised. Chao Shiwen suddenly interjected. I think there should be a mechanism where anyone who performs well can elevate their status, receive special equipment, and even we, Chen Guang, can help her evolve into a superpowered individual. Having a goal is essential for striving, right? You're right, let's study it. Fei Er pulled Chao Shiwen, and they began to research. AI Li suddenly stood up, fuming, and turned to leave. I'm full. Chao Shiwen quietly watched her leave, then turned to Chen Guang and asked, What did she do to you? Aren't you going to chase after her? Chen Guang could only helplessly get up and reluctantly get in the car. Woo! AI Li was sobbing silently in the car. Chen Guang didn't even look, sitting in the driver's seat, coldly saying, In the apocalypse, there are no tears. AI Li stood up abruptly, walked a few steps to Chen Guang's side, and sat on his lap with a big stride. AI Li, you want to... The two pairs of red lips met, and Chen Guang was unexpectedly kissed forcefully. He pushed AI Li away and questioned, Wait, what are you trying to do? She wiped her tears and said pitifully, I know I was selfish before. Not as determined as Fei Er to follow you, but I've regretted it. I've decided to follow you for the rest of my life. Can't you forgive me? I can do what Fei Er can do. As she spoke, she took Chen Guang's hand and pressed it against her chest, even trying to take off her clothes. Come on. Tonight, I'll be your woman. Outside the car, Wang Pengzi was about to get in when he accidentally saw this scene, and was so shocked that he stepped back repeatedly. This is too explosive. Sister Shiwen, you said you were watching us. Why aren't you doing anything? Chao Shiwen glared at Wang Pengzi. I'm watching you too, but I never said I was watching AI Li. She's doing this willingly. I can't control that. You know this. Wang Pengzi was in despair. In the cockpit, Chen Guang repeatedly blocked and held down AI Li's arm. Don't make a scene. Let's talk, not like this. AI Li stubbornly stared at Chen Guang. I've told you long ago, as long as you are willing, I can give it to you anytime, but you only want Fei Er and ignore me. Why is that? No, I haven't done anything to Fei Er. But AI Li continued to insist. A few days ago, I risked everything to get the evolution medicine. You can help Fei Er evolve. Why can't you help me evolve? Tell me. Finally, he understood that she was angry because of this. He should have said it earlier. But at that moment, Chen Guang couldn't get a word in. AI Li continued to sob. In a few days, if you help other women evolve, will I still be considered core? Woo. She was so aggrieved that tears streamed down her face. Okay, it's my fault. I'll help you evolve right away, all right? AI Li wiped her tears and asked with tearful eyes, Really? You won't only help me if I don't have to do anything? Chen Guang said seriously, I really haven't been with Fei Er, I swear. Fei Er, she lied to me. Only then did AI Li feel relieved. Pouting as she got off Chen Guang. This is not a transaction. I want to be with you. Chen Guang collapsed and said, I know that Western women are open. Can you stop talking? I'll help you evolve right now. Just bear with it. It hurts a lot. Come on. Chen Guang opened the system and called up Ali's personal attributes page, spending 1,000 dark energy to evolve. The next second, it hurts. Outside the car, Wang Pengzi was leaning at the car door, gossiping about the happenings inside. What the hell is it that intense? This noise doesn't sound like they're just doing it. Shiwen, why don't you go in and check? Enough you. Chao Shiwen angrily walked over and dragged Wang Pengzi by the ear. You're a grown man. Have you never seen someone as nosy as you? Let's go. It hurts. Fei Er was dumbfounded, but couldn't understand Mandarin. So she didn't know what the two were saying. Chao Shiwen was deliberately creating a private space for Chen Guang, even pulling Fei Er away. This was the side effect of her complete admiration. As long as it benefited Chen Guang, she could turn a blind eye even if she was stepping on many boats. Inside the car, Ali was rolling around in pain, making a lot of noise that couldn't be heard outside, but the roof of the car was clear. Anna had not gotten out of the car, eating while observing the surroundings from the second-level platform. During this time, she inadvertently overheard Ali and Chen Guang's conversation and learned that Chen Guang had an evolution potion that could turn people into superhumans, and, according to Ali, it required intimacy with him. In the past, Anna would have hated this, but thinking about Chen Guang's performance today, where beauty matched heroism, she also worried that Chen Guang might not think highly of her. As she pondered, the noise inside the car changed in tone, and something seemed off. What is going on? Can you two keep it down? She hurriedly came down to see Ali rolling on the ground in pain. You misunderstand. She is evolving. Chen Guang stood by with his arms crossed, waiting. Oh, Anna walked over, looked at the excruciatingly painful Ellie, and said nervously, if you hadn't said it was evolution, I would have thought it was a mutation. The next second, Ellie fainted from the pain. Chen Guang tested his breath. Feeling dizzy was good. When you're dizzy, it doesn't hurt anymore. Anna looked at Chen Guang, gently placed Ellie on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Suddenly, she felt that this man, Chen Guang, was quite warm. Is the condition for helping others evolve really to do that with you? Not at all. I'm a very traditional man. I wouldn't propose such condition. By the way, where did you all hear this? Why do you think I'm such a pervert? Anna, feeling awkward, asked again. Then what is your condition for helping others evolve? I also want to evolve. This. Clearly, Anna really didn't expect that this was Chen Guang's condition. It went against Anna's core beliefs. Although it was very appealing, she still cared about her family. As for her country, being a third-generation mixed-race individual, she felt no sense of belonging. So how could she recklessly agree? Chapter 54. Animals have mutated. The situation fell into a stalemate, with no one speaking, and the atmosphere was unusually strange. Fortunately, not long after, Ellie's evolution process finally ended, and her personal attributes stabilized. Admirer, Ellie, Evolver, Combat Power, 769, Strength, 28, Speed, 8, Reaction 9, 8, Mental Strength, 108, Talent, Water and Ice System, Special Skill, all-encompassing. Chen Guang suddenly looked toward the carriage and quickly walked over to AI Li. Anna felt a blur in front of her eyes, and when she looked again, Chen Guang had already appeared next to AI Li. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly that ability users were indeed different. AI Li, wake up! AI Li. Chen Guang gently patted her face. The evolution should have ended, and AI Li should have woken up by now. Why is there no reaction at all? Did she fail and die? Anna asked tentatively, just using the wrong words. No, the evolution was very successful. At that moment, AI Li slowly opened her eyes, her gaze vacant as she looked around at the air, and asked in confusion, what are these little blue dots floating in the air? She raised her hand and looked at her arm in bewilderment. I have a lot of little blue dots on my arm too. Congratulations, you have evolved. Your talent is ice water type. Get up and give it a try. Chen Guang eagerly helped her up, and AI Li's surprised expression was hard to conceal as she hugged Chen Guang and gave him a peck on the cheek. Thank you. All right. Chen Guang panicked and broke free, shyly standing up, at a loss for words as he said, You try it yourself? I'll go out and take a look. After saying that, he fled in a hurry. AI Li had a wicked smile on her face, while Anna looked puzzled, pointing at Chen Guang's disappearing figure and murmuring, He can't be a virgin, right? Outside on the road, Chao Shirwan was explaining the best plan that had been discussed with the women. In other words, from now on, everyone would have an attendance sheet. Those who met the standards could level up, and the highest level could enter the core team, where we would help them evolve into ability users. The women were not warriors. They were scattered and lacked discipline, gathering in small groups, chattering away, whispering to each other, and most of them weren't even listening. This is for your own good. Even if you leave the team and enter the safe zone, you'll have the ability to protect yourselves. However, Fei Er's voice was drowned out by the chattering, and not a single person was paying attention. Chao Shirwan endured for a long time, but finally couldn't stand the noise any longer. Enough, disperse. Chao Shirwan turned around and left, not blaming Chen Guang for being angry. These women still thought that risk-taking was for men, while they could do the work, but fighting zombies was out of the question. You can't help someone who won't help themselves. Chao Shirwan mumbled in frustration as she walked away when Chen Guang suddenly appeared beside her, crossing his arms and laughing. Failed? Chao Shirwan rolled her eyes when she saw Chen Guang and sarcastically said, Finished so soon? You didn't last long either. You're not cut out for it, huh? Chen Guang was taken aback. I know where the source came from. It was you who spread it, right? Chao Shirwan quickly waved her hand. Don't get me wrong, I'm not that bored. Western women are open, and they also need to release their physiological needs. As a man, shouldn't you enjoy it? For a moment, Chen Guang was left speechless. But just then, a piercing scream echoed through the night sky. In the next moment, the women were startled and scattered like birds and beasts, running around like headless flies. What's going on? Chen Guang, Gao Su, Wan Bangdi. and Feier quickly gathered and rushed towards the grape trellis. With a rustle, they hurriedly pushed through the vines and found the woman who had been dragged several dozen meters away. Her face and body were covered in scratches, flesh was torn, and a wound on her neck was gushing blood. The scene was as tragic as it could be. Alert! Chen Guang suddenly took out an axe and remained alert, scanning the surroundings. Wang Pengzi, wearing boxing gloves, stood back to back with Chen Guang. Chao Sherwin controlled 6 flying daggers, which circled around them. Feier didn't need to say anything. Upon seeing the corpse, fear overcame him, and his body emitted a chilling flame that illuminated the area brightly. Suddenly, there were some faint sounds coming from the grape trellis ahead. Chen Guang's senses were extraordinarily sharp. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, jumping dozens of meters away. After landing, the axe whistled through the wind, and shockwaves flew in all directions, causing sand and stones to scatter around the grape trellis. "What's going on, Brother Guang?" Wang Pengzi shouted in question. Just as he was about to rush over to check the situation, he was unexpectedly pulled back by Chao Sherwin. Feier began to set fire to the dry grape trellis. Just as she was igniting it, a disturbance occurred beneath her feet. A rat the size of a small dog emerged from the ground right at Feier's feet. Feier's flames suddenly soared high, at least dozens of meters, and the intensity of the fire instantly ignited the grapevines within a radius of about 100 meters. Most women are afraid of rats, and Feier was no exception. While her whole body was engulfed in flames, she screamed and ran towards the car. Seeing this, Chao Sherwin hurriedly intervened. "Stop, stand still, don't come any closer. Do you want to set the car on fire?" Feier was terrified and could only freeze in place, not daring to move, among the grapevines. As soon as Chen Guang landed, he realized that he seemed to have fallen into a rat's nest, filled with countless disgusting field mice, each one larger than usual, about the size of small dog. The rats had mutated. When Chen Guang was killing a rat, he couldn't help but think of this question. Ding! Suddenly, not far from him, a rat surprisingly dropped a skill card. Chen Guang's body stiffened. He could now confirm that these rats had indeed mutated. Then, Feier suddenly erupted, igniting the entire grapevine, and in an instant, countless rats scattered in all directions. It felt like there were at least 10,000 of them. Fortunately, Feier did this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known they had already been targeted by the mutated rats. Chen Guang picked up a skill card, and his speed reached its peak. With a few dodges and jumps, he could leap dozens of meters. Thud! He landed heavily on the road, watching the grapevines burn fiercely. Good burning. At least it would kill tens of thousands of rats. Wang Pengzi exploded upon hearing this. So many rats, where did they come from? They've been here for a while, lying in wait for us in the vineyard. Get in the car. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. After pushing Wang Pengzi into the car, Chen Guang turned to Feier, who, in Ailey's embrace, surprisingly extinguished her fire. Indeed, only Ailey could understand Feier. Get in the car. After the two women got in, Chen Guang took out the skill card to take a look. What the heck? Chapter 55, Earth System Exclusive Skill, Earth Escape Technique. Exclusive passive of Earth System talent. Chen Guang numbly looked at Wang Pengzi, realizing that this guy also had a unique passive ability. It's a pity that although Chen Guang couldn't use it, Wang Pengzi could. But how could he make it usable for Wang Pengzi? Holding the card and examining it closely, he glanced at Wang Pengzi's personal page, but there was no card slot. What to do? After thinking for a moment, why not try conversion? Opening the conversion option, he found that it could indeed be converted into a potion, costing 1,000 dark energy. Are you crazy? How could converting a potion require 1,000 dark energy? It's not that Chen Guang was stingy. After killing a third-tier mutated zombie today, he had finally saved up more than 3,000 points. Helping AI Li evolve cost 1,000, and now he was considering converting this thing for Wang Pengzi. Fine. If he ran out of dark energy, he could earn more. Convert. In the next moment, the card in his hand transformed into a potion out of thin air. Pengzi, come here. I have something good for you. Coming. Wang Pengzi ran over happily. The large fire billowed thick smoke, resembling a scorched earth. Chen Guang handed him the medicine. This is for you. It can be taken orally. Just drink it directly. What is this? Wang Pengzi took it, looking confused and helpless. It won't hurt if I drink it, right? Just drink it. It's clean. Don't hesitate. All right. Wang Pengzi gritted his teeth, tilted his head back, and downed it, even burping loudly afterward. It's sweet. Chen Guang's gaze was intense. Seeing that he didn't seem to be in pain, he finally relaxed. What I'm giving you is a power potion, which means it enhances your Earth-type abilities, giving you a skill. What skill? Earth escape technique. Wang Pengzi became interested. I'll go out and give it a try. Wang Pengzi got out of the car, and, just as he had a thought, he directly vanished into thin air on the concrete road. Chen Guang kept staring at him. After he really burrowed underground, he hurried outside and stomped on the ground. Fatty, are you down there? Hurry, take this, you grab this gun. You guys keep an eye on this side, and we'll watch this side. Tonight, we'll take turns guarding in groups of 10, and we can only sleep when it's our turn. A competent voice reached Chen Guang's ears. It was the voice from Navigator number 2, coming from the platform. A woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a hurdles vest and tying her coat around her waist, was directing the women's army in vigilance. Chen Guang had an impression of this woman. He didn't know her name, but during the modification of the vehicle, she had consulted him several times about whether they could also help install a marked machine gun on the second-level platform. The woman held a gun, monitoring her designated direction, and caught sight of Chen Guang looking at her. She pointed to her forehead with 2 fingers as a greeting. Her name was Du Sha, an extreme sports enthusiast who had won climbing competition championships and had served as a patrol traffic officer in the police force before the apocalypse. Oh, help me keep an eye on her. Understood. After Chao Shuwen finished speaking, she showed Chen Guang the notebook screen. Based on the trend of the fire spreading, the direction the rats are fleeing is toward the manor. I suspect this is the rat stronghold. That's quite far, several kilometers away, right? Not necessarily. If we hadn't been attacked, we wouldn't have known so many rats were lurking by the roadside. Chen Guang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, and said, in the apocalypse, anything is possible. From now on, we must be extremely careful at all times. Just then, a slight tremor came from the ground. Chen Guang looked down and saw Wang Pengzi suddenly popping up not far away. Wang Pengzi had just emerged from underground, brushed off the dust from his head, and muttered to himself, I just had a thought, and then I fell. Then he disappeared again, but this time he quickly resurfaced. Ugh. Ate a mouthful of dirt again, ugh. After pulling the fat man onto the vehicle and leaving the ground, he began to complain and lament. Having this ability is normal when you're not used to it. You'll master it in the future. Chen Guang was comforting on the surface, but deep down he was feeling jealous. Such incredible abilities, and yet he couldn't use them. What a pity. The fire was consuming the vineyard, spreading like a wildfire, turning the entire area into ruins. Everyone was cautious that night, taking turns to sleep, not daring to be careless. Especially the women. No amount of talk could help. Only when they faced danger did they truly understand fear. And so, they spent the night in vigilance. The next morning, due to the raging fire, the entire sky was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds, and sunlight could not penetrate through. Before leaving, everyone washed up and had breakfast in batches. After AI evolved her water-based abilities, she became the most popular person, with almost everyone asking her for some water. For AI Li, this was easy. In her eyes, as long as there were blue light spots, they could gather into water balls. Chao Sherwin explained that these were water molecules dissolved in the air. After Chen Guang woke up, the first thing he did was go to the area that had been burned by the fire to pick up the scattered skill cards. Within a radius of several kilometers, there were a dozen skill cards floating in the air, enticing Chen Guang to collect them. Another Earth-style ground escape technique. After picking up 4 ground escape skills in a row, Chen Guang had already lost interest. There were still 78 left, and he gritted his teeth to finish collecting them. Fortunately, there were some different ones. Earth exclusive. Sand to soil, another exclusive skill of Wang Pengzi. He decided to keep it for now and would give it to him when he performed well. Look at you, so dirty, go wash your face. After Chen Guang finished washing up, he waved his arm and shouted, let's go. The convoy turned around and headed towards the mercenary training camp. In the northern Gaul region, there is a picturesque suburb that has beautiful scenery all year round. Deep in the suburb, there is a training camp, one of the largest in Gaul and even the world, and it is the mercenary training camp of world civilization. Passing through Auernon and arriving in Vigna, they were not far from the training camp. At this moment, outside the isolation wall of the training camp. A group of weary and injured soldiers were supporting each other to knock on the door. Open the door, someone is injured, hurry. Instead of opening the door, a stainless steel ladder was lowered from the 4-meter-high surrounding wall. Several injured soldiers hurriedly climbed up the ladder, and with the help of the personnel inside the training camp, they successfully entered. We have important matters to report. Quickly, take us to see the boss. Chapter 56. The training camp, what? You were surrounded by hundreds of high-level zombies? In the medical room of the training camp, the medics were doing everything they could to treat the injuries. The commander of the training camp stared incredulously at the 4 injured soldiers and asked the crucial question. So, you didn't even reach the car rental place at the dock? Suddenly, there was a widespread power outage. The vehicle malfunctioned, we had to walk to the dock, and then we encountered a wave of high-level zombies. Most of our team members are. As he spoke, he was about to cry. Wait a minute, if you were surrounded by hundreds or thousands of high-level zombies, how did you escape? The captain swallowed hard, his expression filled with disbelief. This is the key point I want to report, Commander. I saw 3 RVs from the apocalypse. The big kind, charging through the streets and killing zombies. That's right, I saw it too, and I even witnessed an incredible scene. The commander couldn't help but question, what else did you see? Hurry up and tell me. A person with an axe effortlessly slaughtered high-level zombies, just like in domestic martial arts movies. Not martial arts, but cultivation movies. We can't believe what we saw is real. The commander could barely understand their statements and sat down heavily in a chair. The intelligence reports said that the European Union had been researching genetic evolution. Perhaps it was all true. If those 4 survivors hadn't happened to have 3 vehicles pass by and draw the zombie tide away, they would have probably died long ago. However, they still couldn't comprehend the scene they witnessed at that time. Even if they described it, it wouldn't come close to even 1/10,000th of what actually happened, let alone that these 4 people didn't have the eloquence to express the scene they experienced. Commander, why don't we compromise with the officials? Otherwise, we will eventually die. A soldier who was on the brink of a mental breakdown pleaded with a heavy heart, hoping the commander would give up on his insistence. Dream on. The commander stood up abruptly. Compromise? Do you know what they want? They want us to betray our country and become slaves of a fallen nation. They want us to hand over all the women and then live like dogs in the future. I can't do it, even if I die in battle. I won't compromise with these beasts. He had no regrets about this decision. He led the overseas Chinese and saved over 8,000 compatriots in distress, establishing a base that completely belonged to them in the training camp. The apocalypse was tough, survival was difficult. And what he could do was to never forget his original intention and absolutely not forget his roots. Back in the office, he saw a document on the desk, secretly given to him by an old friend from Gaul, and his mood turned cold. More than a dozen countries around the world launched nuclear bombs at China simultaneously. The elder leader of the Chinese community, upon seeing this document, nearly fainted from anger and has been bedridden ever since. The entire base was currently under his management. With the issues of feeding over 10,000 people, security, power outages, daily necessities, and his missing daughter weighing heavily on his mind, the more he thought about it, the more his head ached, and he felt as if he had grown several gray hairs. They say men bleed, but do not cry. But that is only until they reach the point of sorrow. His daughter was missing, her life and death uncertain. The country was in trouble, and being subjected to nuclear strikes from multiple nations. With all these pressures, he truly wanted to cry. But he couldn't cry. If his subordinates saw their commander crying, it would affect the morale within the safe zone. He absolutely could not cry, yet the tears kept flowing. Commander, it's bad. Something serious has happened. Suddenly, someone rushed in with a report. He stood up straight, turning his back to his subordinate, wiping his tears while scolding. What is it? Why are you in such a hurry? The lookout tower reported that a few kilometers away, 3 large vehicles are coming towards us. The commander turned around with a serious expression. What did you say? 3 large vehicles? What kind of vehicles? What is their purpose? I don't know. You should go take a look yourself. The commander no longer hesitated and quickly ran upstairs, panting as he climbed to the rooftop and reached the observation platform. Commander, here. His subordinate handed him binoculars. He took them and looked into the distance. 3 vehicles, 2 modified container trucks, and 1 fuel tanker. adjusting the focus of the binoculars. He could only see a rough outline due to the distance. Suddenly, the three vehicles stopped about 2 kilometers away from the training camp, right on the road. What the hell? The commander instinctively stepped forward, thinking he could see more clearly, but almost stumbled. Be careful. Fortunately, he was supported, preventing him from falling and suffering a major accident. Notify all combat personnel to enter a state of level 1 alert. Go to the medical room and have the search team leader come over. Hurry. Yes. After saluting, he hurried down to find someone. The commander continued to observe the 3 large vehicles 2 kilometers away with the binoculars. At the same time, after Chen Guang ordered the car to stop, he also had Chao Sherwin use a drone to scout the surrounding environment. He even asked Wang Pengzi to practice his earth-burrowing technique to get closer to the training camp and see how the other side would react. Don't worry, Brother Wang. Leave it to me. After Wang Pengzi landed, he disappeared without a trace. It didn't matter where the others went. As long as there was no danger, anything was fine. However, Anna didn't think so. She was eager to return and was about to reach the safe zone where her dad and grandpa were. Instead, they stopped 2 kilometers away, which made her restless. Why are we stopping? Keep driving. Don't rush. Chen Guang leisurely explained. Now, it's the end of the world, and we can't be straightforward like before. Both sides are unaware of each other's background, and it's possible that a flood could sweep away the Dragon King Temple. Anna had a constipated expression on her face. What are you saying? Can you speak in French? I don't understand. I said, I'm afraid they might misunderstand. So let's stop and calm down for a moment. After Chen Guang finished speaking, he jumped out of the car, stretched in front of it, and appeared very relaxed, showing no signs of tension at all. Anna followed him out, chasing after Chen Guang, and said, What misunderstanding? Just go up and say you're Chinese. They will definitely welcome you with open arms. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Anna, puffed up with anger, started walking towards the training camp. On the observation platform, the commander saw the two getting out of the car, one of whom looked especially like her daughter, and her body suddenly shivered. Quick, arrange a vehicle for me. I want to go out and greet them. Commander, you forgot. Our vehicles can't move. The commander shouted angrily. Don't we have bicycles? Chapter 57. Entering the Chinese safety zone, what are you running for? Wait, there's no rush. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly again, and in the next second, Wang Pengzi jumped out from underground. Brother Guang, I've checked, no problem. Most of them are looking for bicycles everywhere, saying they want to come out and negotiate with us. Okay, as long as the safety zone is still under the control of the Chinese gang, I'm just worried that it might fall in the next few days. After all, this is the apocalypse. Besides zombies, we also have to guard against living people. Get in the car. After the two got in, the convoy continued to move out. Anna had been running ahead. 2 kilometers is not too far, but not too close either. As the lead vehicle approached, it slowed down and lowered the window. Get in the car. In her stubborn run, Anna grabbed the edge of the lead vehicle and stood on the step, looking into the distance. Drive faster. Hurry up. At that moment, Anna's mind was filled with thoughts of her father and family, eager to return home, with no time for anything else. I'm going to speed up. Hold on tight. The lead vehicle increased its speed to 40, 80, and then 100 miles per hour. The gate of the training camp opened rarely, and a group of armed soldiers rushed out, taking tactical positions to guard their surroundings, weapons drawn. Behind them, a middle-aged man rode a small-wheeled trick bicycle and quickly made his way to the front of the group. Commander, danger! The distance between both parties was closing in until they were just 100 meters apart. Anna jumped down from the lead vehicle, spread her arms, and shouted, Dad. The commander saw the small bicycle smoking from the pedaling and confirmed it was indeed his daughter. The weight on his heart felt like a large stone had dropped. Daughter! He jumped off the bicycle and rushed forward, embracing Anna tightly. Father and daughter hugged. Family reunited, a rare moment in a world overrun by zombies. Woo, Dad. I thought I would never see you again. Just then, at the extremely warm moment of their embrace, the sound of the lead vehicle braking caught the commander's attention. He instinctively separated from his daughter, protecting her behind him, and asked warily, Dad, they are Chinese, you share the same roots, they're all compatriots. What? This answer left the commander dumbfounded. Previously, he had heard reports from his subordinates mentioning the 3 apocalypse trucks, but he didn't know they were fellow Chinese. He had always thought they were European gene mutants. As the car door opened, Chen Guang held onto it, looking warily at the large group of armed personnel rushing over. Shouting, "We mean no harm." The commander suddenly realized and immediately turned to wave at the others. "Lower your guard, they are one of us." While shouting, he pulled his daughter Anna along, quickly joining the soldiers, personally handing his daughter over to their people, and solemnly instructed, "Take good care of my daughter." After saying this, he turned around, adjusting his clothes and emotions as he walked. The lead vehicle of the apocalypse was getting closer, and the traces left by the front of the vehicle showed how difficult it was to break out of the zombie encirclement, as well as the size of the vehicle and the heavy machine gun it carried. The more he observed, the more he felt in his heart. This vehicle was truly amazing. Chen Guang got out of the car and walked towards the commander. "Comrade, hello." The commander extended his hand first, but the term comrade momentarily stunned Chen Guang, who then also reached out his hand. "Comrade, hello." This was their first handshake and the tacit understanding among the Chinese people. The solidarity and unity characteristic of the nation in this apocalyptic world was vividly evident at this moment. All right, with that, the convoy slowly followed behind the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the training camp. It was a heavy, black steel gate, showing many signs of being rewelded. This was the first line of defense against zombies. The steel gate had a small door for people to come and go, and opening this large steel gate required many people to operate it. After a busy half-day, the gate finally began to open slowly, revealing a spacious playground corridor, filled with people on both sides, each with an expectant look on their faces. The lead vehicle, the Navigator 1, slowly drove in, and everyone in the safe zone was whispering to each other, as having such an apocalyptic fortress vehicle was very impressive in the current environment. The second tanker truck followed closely behind, sparking even more discussions among the survivors, and the chatter continued until the third Navigator entered. "Turn left here, park in this area." Someone was directing the parking. To the left edge of the playground was a large parking lot with various types of vehicles, some of which were already dismantled and in disarray. Many oil-stained workers stood beside the broken parts, watching the Navigator pass by. How did their vehicle start? 3 cars of Chen Guang's team parked in the parking lot, which was already surrounded by people. There were layers of people inside and outside, with men and women, old and young, all whispering in groups of 2 or 3. Chen Guang led everyone off the bus. Chao Shiwen and Wang Pengzi were fine, but the women who got off later instantly stirred up the scene. Aren't they supposed to be Chinese? How can there be so many blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign girls? Looking at the clothes they were wearing, aren't they the uniforms of a genetic laboratory? What is going on? Can someone ask about this? Amidst the pushing and shoving, a fully armed soldier in camouflage approached and asked, "Bro, where are you from?" He spoke in Gaulish, which Chen Guang couldn't understand, so Chao Shiwen stepped forward to negotiate. "Hello, I am Chao Shiwen, the administrative assistant of the Eagle Country Embassy. We got separated during the embassy's evacuation operation, and we plan to." "Hello, leader." The man in camouflage interrupted Chao Shiwen, shaking hands but fixing his gaze on the group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls, asking, "This is the most concerning topic. There are women we rescued along the way. What? Are we not welcome?" "No. Welcome. Warmly welcome." He said this, but internally he felt some resistance, and Chao Shiwen understood their concerns. Nearby, another fully armed, tall man approached the Navigator with an unabashed look of admiration, even patting the side of the vehicle. Wang Pengzi glared at him and questioned, "What are you worried about?" The soldier turned and retorted, "What is it to you?" The two faced off against each other, neither willing to back down, and the atmosphere grew tense, but the next second. Chapter 58, Warm Hospitality. "I can tell from your accent. You're from Northeast China?" Wang Pengzi broke the awkwardness by asking first. "I'm from Fengtian. Where are you from?" "I'm from Yinjing." Wang Pengzi's social skills kicked in, and he ended up chatting enthusiastically with him, even getting close. Since entering the camp, Anna and her father hadn't shown up, probably having reunited as a father-daughter pair. However, the people in the camp didn't neglect Chen Guang and his group. Someone came over and said they would take them to the cafeteria to eat some warm meals, welcoming the friends from afar. Chen Guang and his companions really looked like distant guests, being warmly guided through the playground and into a large building, arriving at the spacious training camp cafeteria. Although it was past noon, the cafeteria was still cooking. A huge iron pot was burning with a fierce fire, water boiling inside. A woman in her 60s, with a cheerful smile, was kneading dough to make her specialty knife-cut noodles for everyone. Chen Guang recognized her. She was a famous food influencer from Gaul, known as Little Guagua. With her skillful knife-cut noodles, she gained popularity worldwide. As expected, while she was making the noodles, all the other women, except for the 3 members of Chen Guang's team, were drawn over, surrounding her and chattering excitedly, expressing their admiration. Chen Guang, Chao Shiwen, and Wang Ponzi sat by the cafeteria table, holding a small meeting while waiting for the meal. Chao Shiwen said, "I sense their thoughts and believe that we are here seeking refuge, and their attitude towards us is relatively welcoming, but they have some aversion towards these blonde-haired, blue-eyed women." "What is the reason?" Chen Guang asked. Chao Shiwen raised his chin to indicate the surrounding crowd. "They know a lot of insider information, even more than we do. After the zombie outbreak, high-quality women from Europe became prime targets for plunder. They believe that bringing these EU women will cause trouble for the safe zone." Chen Guang only felt overwhelmed. His original intention was to leave behind some burdens and take away some ambitious young people. But now it seems that things are not going as planned, and plans cannot keep up with changes. When negotiating with them, we must stand firm. Chen Guang finished speaking and deliberately lowered his voice, saying mysteriously. Wang Ponzi chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Guang. I'll take care of infiltrating the enemy's ranks." Just then, Xiao Guogua brought over 3 bowls of steaming knife-cut noodles. "Come on, just out of the pot. Try the taste of home." As soon as the 3 bowls of noodles were placed down, the 3 of them eagerly dug in, eating with a ravenous appetite. Most people who have drifted overseas miss the taste of their hometown, and encountering old friends in a foreign land while eating familiar food evokes the strongest emotional resonance. Ai Li and Fei Er leaned closer, drooling as they watched the 3 devour their food. "Looks so delicious." Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. There were only 3 bowls for the first batch, and they'd have to wait in line if they wanted to eat. At that moment, a fully armed soldier walked over and saw Chen Guang eating voraciously. "Take your time. Don't choke. Once you're done, I'll take you to meet our commander." Chen Guang finished his meal in a couple of bites, picked up the bowl, and drank the soup to the last drop. Chao Shiwen did the same. But only Wang Ponzi was gulping down his food while muttering, "What's the rush? I still want another bowl." Chen Guang stood up and instructed, "Fatty, you stay behind to maintain discipline. Ali and Fei, you 2 stay to handle communication. Don't let these women cause trouble. The rest of you are free to move around." "Yes, sir." Fei deliberately saluted to show her respect. Chen Guang said to the combat personnel, "Let's go, we've finished eating." Under the guidance, Chen Guang and Chao Shiwen were taken to the office building at the back. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw a room full of armed personnel standing in various corners of the hall. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair and blue eyes was beside Anna. Upon seeing Chen Guang enter, she rushed over with immense gratitude and gave him a big hug. She also hugged Chao Shiwen. "No need to be so polite. We are all Chinese, this is what we should do." "Mom, don't be so excited," Anna advised from the side, finally calming her excited mother down. "Let's go upstairs. The commander is waiting for you," someone reminded them. And just as Chen Guang was about to leave, Anna grabbed his hand and whispered in his ear, "Don't tell my parents about what happened to me." Anna didn't want her parents to worry and apparently hadn't told them the truth. "I know." After going upstairs, they arrived at the commander's office in the office building. They pushed the door open and were invited in. This was a tactically styled office, with a huge Lego sand table in the center, which was a scaled-down terrain map of the entire training camp. One wall had a bookshelf filled with various classic books, while another wall displayed various firearms, and there were parts for disassembling guns on a desk against the wall. The office desk was messy, with a pile of assorted documents stacked half a meter high, and the commander was rummaging through boxes, looking for a box of dusty tea leaves. "Here it is." The old man really hit it well. He said with a smile, holding the tea leaves, and invited the 2 to sit down. "You 2 sit for a while. I'll make tea for you. No need to trouble yourself." Chen Guang declined with a sentence, but was held down by Chao Shiwen. She shook her head slightly and whispered, "He just wants to express his gratitude simply, using tea brewing to ease the feeling of unfamiliarity." Chen Guang understood and no longer shirked responsibility, instead walking around the training camp's sand table in circles. "I must say, this training camp covers a large area, There are about 10 dormitory buildings alone, along with warehouses, training buildings, training grounds, motor vehicle storage, driving practice areas, and shooting ranges, everything one could need. The entire training camp is surrounded by walls on 3 sides, standing 4 meters high, with watchtowers along the perimeter. As long as any zombies approach, they will be shot dead. The other side has no walls and is the largest area within the camp, the forest camouflage training ground, featuring forests, rivers, and mountains, making it a perfect outdoor combat training base under natural conditions. Here, have some tea. First, I'll give a cup to Chao Shi, then pass one to Chen Guang. No need to be polite. As you two can see, the mercenary training camp covers an area of 400,000 square meters, with the living area alone occupying 180,000 square meters, and the remaining 220,000 square meters designated for outdoor training. In the past, every year, the number of mercenaries graduating from here was no less than 8,000 and could even reach 10,000. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, my father and the Chinese gang have taken over this place, currently sheltering over 20,000 Chinese people. He proudly finished his statement and looked seriously at the two. Chao Shi quickly interrupted, saying, "I think you might have misunderstood us. We don't intend to stay." This, Chapter 59, the elderly are still wiser. Commanderin, being shrewd and calculating, regained his calm expression after a few breaths. To speak frankly, with the world in crisis, zombies rampant, and danger everywhere, if you don't stay here, are you planning to venture outside? Chen Guang suddenly interrupted, speaking out for justice. Commander An's eyes widened in surprise, and his proud expression gradually calmed down. He clapped his legs and stood up, walking towards a desk. "There is something I shouldn't tell you. You are my daughter's lifesavers, and I don't consider you outsiders. This is the highest secret given to me by a friend. Just a few nights ago, the whole world." He gritted his teeth, unable to bring himself to say it, and handed over the documents. "You can take a look for yourselves." Chen Guang took it and opened it to check, while Chao Shi calmly took a sip of water. "It seems I haven't introduced myself to you yet. I am a diplomatic assistant at the embassy in Eagle Country, so I understand some confidential matters. You want to tell us that our country is targeted by the whole world and is being hit by nuclear bombs repeatedly, right?" Commander was dumbfounded. "So what? If the country is gone, we will rebuild it brick by brick. Are we supposed to just settle for a corner and survive in this world?" This statement carried a hint of reproach, making Commander feel a bit awkward and at a loss for words. "You are right. You are all ambitious young people, but you're still young." The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Just then, Anna pushed in an elderly man in a wheelchair, slowly walking in. "Dad, why are you here?" Commander hurriedly stood up to greet him and introduced the two. "He is my father." The elderly man was over 80 and was also the most respected Chinese community leader in the area. The old man stubbornly tried to stand up from the wheelchair, and with Anna's assistance, he managed to rise, solemnly saluting Chen Guang and Chao Shi. "Chinese Field Army, 64th Division, Interspersed Company Commander, and Dao Quan, nice to meet you. Young comrades." The old man was so serious upon meeting them that both Chao Shi and Chen Guang felt somewhat at a loss. "No need for that. Please have a seat, sir." After helping the elderly man sit back down, he looked at Chen Guang and Chao Shi with an appreciative expression and a warm smile. "A strong youth means a strong nation. With young people like you, there is hope for national rejuvenation." The old man's presence was formidable. Despite being over 80, he exuded righteous spirit, and the pride of a steel-blooded soldier remained. Chao Shi took over the conversation and got straight to the point. "Sir, you are being too serious. Just say what you want, and we will consider it appropriately." The elderly man was too old to withstand too much excitement. After being spirited just now, he immediately needed oxygen to maintain his breath and sat in the wheelchair for a while before slowly speaking. "But today, I want to tell you both about a past event. At that time, when the leader learned about it, an overnight meeting was held to formulate a strategic guideline, dig deep and store grain widely. As long as Russia uses nuclear weapons, after we withstand the first wave, 400 million people will rise as one and enter Russian territory to live with them. To prevent beautiful country from stabbing us in the back and reaping the benefits, We will give all our nuclear missiles to beautiful country. After all, our land has already been contaminated. If they want to retaliate, let them bomb Russia, and then our militia can attack the whole world and occupy the entire world. I still remember the shock brought to us by the leader's tactical guidelines. Wherever there are Chinese, there is a country. Although we did not develop to that point at the time, the situation today is extremely similar to yesterday's. The leader's strategic guidelines are just being implemented now. So I want to advise you both to stay and fight against the whole world with us. Experience is still valuable. I have to say that sharing this story did cause a slight shake in Chen Guang's resolute heart. Even Xiao Shiwen looked at Chen Guang with intense focus. "Why are you looking at me?" Xiao Shiwen said, "I think it makes sense. Since what was meant to happen has already happened, why don't we unite our limited Chinese strength to fight against the whole world together?" "No, which side are you on?" Chen Guang was a bit anxious. "I stand on the side of reason. The old gentleman's proposal is indeed the optimal solution at present." Chen Guang's emotions were somewhat on the verge of collapse. After taking a few breaths of oxygen, the old man hurriedly said, "I think the same way. If we can rescue our compatriots from the depths of suffering, that would be best. However, you should understand the unusual nature of a large-scale power outage, right?" Commander replied, "We suspect that Huagua released EMP electromagnetic pulse missiles to the world in response to a nuclear strike. This thought coincided, and only this speculation fits the current situation best." Commander Hongfeng then said, "I can repair vehicles." Chen Guang asserted firmly, and Hongfeng rebutted. The old man finally finished his oxygen and countered, "Things are up to people. Back in the day, my father walked the 25,000-mile-long march without even proper hiking shoes, and didn't he complain? What are you whining about?" "Dad, do you want them to leave or stay?" Commander Hongfeng was confused and completely unable to understand the old man's thoughts. Whether to stay or leave. "We can only offer suggestions." The old man solemnly looked at Chen Guang. After taking a few breaths of oxygen, he continued, "The training camp has air raid shelters and the Maginot Line, which are underground fortresses for nuclear war. Once a nuclear war breaks out worldwide, it aligns with the leaders saying, 'Dig deep and store grain. We can at least survive the first hurdle.'" This made a lot of sense. Xiao Shiwen was completely convinced by the old man. Chapter 60. Light dispels darkness. Even in this month, we can practice our military skills and improve everyone's military literacy. And we can even, all right, the minority obeys the majority. We will stay for at most 1 month. Chen Guang also compromised. Old Master smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Young comrade, you are a smart person. With young people like you in the country, I can rest assured with my old bones." Chen Guang hurriedly shook his hand. "Old sir, please don't say that. This is what we should do." After talking with Mr. And as the two were leaving, the sky was turning dark. Chen Guang glanced at the sun outside and quickly said, "It's going to get dark soon. Go find Wang Fatty and have him come help fix the electricity." Without waiting for Xiao Shiwen to explain, Chen Guang disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why do I feel like Chen Guang is intentionally avoiding me? Indeed, Chen Guang was deliberately sending Xiao Shiwen away. He was very eager to figure out one thing, whether dark energy could repair the power system. Arriving at the main power room in the base's safe zone, after negotiating with the electricians, Chen Guang began to check the power system. "It's useless. We've tried all sorts of methods, but we just can't fix it." Chen Guang instinctively took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. This left the electricians dumbfounded, chattering away about why Chen Guang's phone could still work. Upon inspection, they found that the base's power supply mainly relied on wind power, hydropower, as well as the sewage system and solar panels, while the industrial area of the base only used Gallic nuclear power. In other words, as long as they repaired the self-generating power system, they could maintain the basic electricity needs of the training camp. After scanning with the eye of truth, a repair plan was almost confirmed. With a good idea in mind, there was no need for replacement. By consuming 1 point of dark energy, they could completely repair the power equipment. Brother Guang, where are you?" Just as Chen Guang was almost done, Wang Fatty finally arrived late. "Here, Fatty, help me push the main switch up." "All right." Wang Fatty pressed down the main switch. And Chen Guang, full of anticipation, was ready to witness the miraculous moment. Click! As the sun set and night fell, the survivors who were lighting fires suddenly realized that all the emergency lights in the base had turned on. Some were excitedly trying to turn on the lights, but the bulbs still showed no response. However, at that moment, they heard the electricians excitedly running around, shouting, "The power is back." Everyone hurried to the storage room to get light bulbs. "We need to change them." Everyone leaned forward eagerly, watching the workers cheerfully run to the storage room, and the others curiously followed. "Be careful, slow down." The workers tried to replace the bulbs, and once the lights were on, illuminating the darkness, everyone erupted in excitement, shouting and hugging each other in celebration. The apocalypse crisis isn't frightening. What is scary is the arrival of darkness, a pitch-black void, where danger can suddenly appear at any moment. Now, with electricity, the darkness and unknown fears were dispelled, bringing the survivors a rare sense of security. Almost everyone went to the storage room to collect light bulbs. The stock was limited, and each household could only receive one bulb, which was better than nothing. The dark training camp gradually lit up the accommodation area, and with light, the survivors' fear of the apocalypse was significantly reduced. In the medical room, and Hongfeng had just lit a candle when someone rushed in asking to replace a bulb. What bulb to replace? There's no electricity. The power is back. The newcomers fixed it. The excited report from his subordinate startled in Hongfeng. Are you saying the power system is fixed? Until the moment the lights turned on. Standing in the light, Commander and still wore an incredulous expression. So many people at the base had exhausted themselves trying to repair the power equipment without success, and these newcomers managed to fix it in no time. Such talent was truly remarkable. Old Master was also very pleased. Looking at the lights, radiating hope, he revealed a warm smile. These young people are indeed not just talkers. They are capable individuals. Dad, I'm here. Give them the best treatment. We must not neglect them. I understand, Dad, don't worry. The old man tightly grasped his son's hand, repeatedly reminding him, give them whatever they need. Treat them as honored guests. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to such talent. When Hongfeng left, he still felt his father was making a big deal out of nothing. However, upon seeing his daughter Anna and hearing her talk about these people's abilities, and Hongfeng finally realized why his father was so serious. Gene evolvers. Did they all have superpowers? Anna explained, not all of them. As far as I know, 5 people have superpowers, and the core team member Chen Guang has the strongest combat power. He is practically a Superman. Got it. I need to have a good chat with him. After repairing the power system, Chen Guang was revered as a deity by the base electricians, who kept pestering him with questions about how to repair engines and other electronic devices. With nothing much to do, Chen Guang reluctantly helped fix the motorcycle engines. As one vehicle after another regained power, confidence surged among the workers and combat members in the base. During this time, Commander and Hongfeng also came by, wanting to chat with Chen Guang. But seeing him too busy repairing essential electrical equipment, he thought, if he had known earlier that Chen Guang had such incredible abilities, he would never have held meetings in his office, but would have stayed close to Chen Guang, trying to ingratiate himself with him. Thus, Chen Guang worked tirelessly throughout the night, restoring all the basic electrical equipment in the base. More than 50 motorcycle engines were repaired, and computers and medical equipment were also fully restored. With these vehicles and equipment, the success and survival rates for collecting supplies and treating the injured would significantly increase. The arrival of Chen Guang and his group was like a beacon of hope in the dark night, filling everyone with gratitude and optimism. Even the reluctance towards the foreign girl brought by Chen Guang faded away. Chao Sherwin seized the opportunity to negotiate with an Hongfeng, hoping to get some help in training combat skills. You superpowered individuals still need training? And Hongfeng was taken aback, staring blankly at Chao Sherwin. Of course we need training. After all, we were ordinary people before. Even with superpowers, our combat skills are still lacking. And Hongfeng understood and also wanted to witness the capabilities of the superpowered individuals. He waved his hand, summoning all combat units and martial artists in the base to the playground, ready to witness the uniqueness of the gene-evolved individuals. Chapter 61. Each has their own shortcomings at the playground. Early in the morning, the stands around the training field were filled with people, including battle-hardened soldiers and some curious civilians. Chao Sherwin found Chen Guang and Wang Pongzi, who were covered in grease, and explained the day's arrangements to them. Chen Guang put down his work, casually wiped his hands, and said, I see, just in time for me to learn a few moves. Under the leadership of Chao Shirwan, Chen Guang and Wang Pengzi arrived at the playground, where they could see a massive crowd from a distance, as if a grand sports competition was about to take place. Is it really that lively? The three mixed into the crowd and saw a group of people standing in the center, led by a commander, accompanied by all the instructors from the training camp, along with several elderly men dressed in tang suits. Why haven't they come yet? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Chen Guang still hadn't appeared. It was unclear whether he was uninterested in basic training. Fei Er yawned and casually said, "Let us start already. What are we waiting for?" An instructor scolded, "Stand properly. There's no organization or discipline. What is the point of training if your boss doesn't show up?" Fei Er, not willing to back down, retorted, "Isn't it for us that they are training? Whether Guang comes or not doesn't matter." A group of foreign girls chimed in, chattering incessantly, which was quite annoying. And Hong Feng was overwhelmed by the noise. And after waiting for Chen Guang without success, he raised his chin and said, "Let them know what military quality is." Yes, all the instructors quickly lined up to report, and after standing at attention, they began to pair up for practice, including combat techniques and fighting skills. Professionals are indeed different, although it was practice. The aura was overwhelming and brought considerable shock to the audience. Fei Er and AI Li lost interest after a short while and started whispering to each other. "What are they doing, performing? I really don't understand." "I don't understand either. Is this useful against zombies?" Their voices were loud, and a professional instructor, hearing them, stopped his movements and pointed at Fei Er, scolding. Fei Er's expression stiffened, and she threw her jacket to the ground. "If we're going to fight, let us fight. Who is afraid of who? Come on, see if I don't burn you to death." She stripped off her clothes, revealing only a fireproof sports bikini, leaving the instructor, who had just shouted, momentarily at a loss. "Let's let you all see something today." Fei Er stepped forward and suddenly shouted. Suddenly, flames engulfed her body, transforming her into a fire person. The heat was so intense that everyone instinctively took several steps back. Even Hong Feng was no exception, raising his hand to shield himself from the scorching flames, while his gaze was curiously locked on the fiery Fei Er. This is an ability user. It's truly amazing. The entire venue fell silent, and all the survivors were witnessing an ability user for the first time, especially one who transformed into a fire person in an instant. This scene was indeed quite shocking. "How is it? Have you opened your eyes?" Fei Er was still proudly showing off, but then she saw Chen Guang leading a group over and instinctively extinguished the flames, like a child who had made a mistake, instantly deflating. "You're here. Is he also an ability user?" Truly eye-opening. "Sorry, they don't know any better. I'll apologize to you first." Chen Guang's attitude was very humble. After apologizing to Hong Feng, he shot a glare at Fei Er and then led the team into the group, solemnly stating, "Everyone is present. Please give us instructions, instructor." The whole place fell into an awkward silence, not knowing what to do. It was one thing for ordinary people, but training someone like Chen Guang, an extraordinary ability user, was probably overreaching and a bit presumptuous. Soon after, Chen Guang introduced the 5 extraordinary ability users one by one. The others were ordinary people who could be trained in shooting and other tactics, but the 5 of us still had some deficiencies in our abilities, so we asked the seniors for guidance. This is a typical example of the humble mindset of Chinese people, something that Fei Er, AI Li, and the others would never understand. Chen Guang provided a way out, and then Hong Feng took the opportunity to say, "Since that's the case, let's divide into 2 groups. You all will train these women, and the martial arts masters will remain." The group training began. Chen Guang explained in detail the abilities of the 5 of them, demonstrating one by one and pointing out their shortcomings. Fei Er is a fire-type ability user, whose flames vary in size with her emotional changes. Her drawback is that she cannot control them freely. AI Li is a water-type ability user. She can gather water into a sphere, but so far, no offensive capabilities have been observed. Wang Pengzi is an earth-type ability user who can control stones, apart from being able to throw stones at people. He can't do anything else. Chao Shirwan has a rather unique ability with a high level of mental strength. She can read minds, and her ability is still in development. As for me, I currently feel that I lack combat skills. I was just a bookworm before, never trained in martial arts or learned any techniques. And when it comes to fighting or killing zombies, I rely solely on brute force and ordinary slashing. After hearing this, everyone gained a preliminary understanding of these 5 individuals. Let's all showcase our abilities. Then, the 5 of them each demonstrated their signature abilities, akin to a magic show, leaving the onlookers in awe. Chen Guang is showcasing a lot. Without the help of a combat exoskeleton, his strength and speed are superhuman. Who would believe he can run 100 meters in under 3 seconds, or punch through steel plates, or even jump to a height of 3 stories? Such a superhuman left everyone in awe. At this moment, An Hongfeng could understand the mindset of the rescue team leader. If he had seen someone like this, he would feel the same disbelief. After the initial shock, An Hongfeng and several martial arts masters began to study the situation. Speaking of these martial arts masters, they have impressive backgrounds. Before the apocalypse, in the 19th century, these masters crossed the ocean for various reasons and settled overseas. In the previous civilized society, where culture was prioritized over martial arts, true martial arts had been reduced to mere performance art. However, real kung fu is a killing skill. In ancient times, practicing martial arts and wandering the world, one could make a living with skills like Iron Head. But in modern civilized society, what use is Iron Head? Performing on the street by smashing bricks on one's head? After the apocalypse, the situation changed. Kung Fu once again found its place. Although these martial arts masters are all in their 70s or 80s, they are still vigorous and, relying on their skills, managed to kill a few zombies barehanded at the beginning of the apocalypse to survive. Young man, I see your strength and explosive power are remarkable. You are most suited to practice my set of skills, Tong Bei Quan combined with Bajiquan, making you invincible under heaven. Indeed, with Tai Chi bringing peace to the world through culture, and Bajiquan stabilizing the universe through martial prowess. Bajiquan is known for its power. If you can master the techniques of Bajiquan and combine them with the explosive power of Tong Bei Quan, you will possess the courage of 10,000 men. Chen Guang cupped his hands and said, I respectfully ask for guidance from all the esteemed seniors. Chapter 62. Independent Understanding of Skills. The 8 Extremes Fist has a large frame and a small frame, with a total of 36 moves and 8 major killing techniques. First move, Yin Wang, Sandian Shou. This move feints 2 punches to the face, causing the opponent to guard against the upper route, then strikes the chest with a sudden attack from the east. The energy flows like a rainbow, and a punch lands, instantly incapacitating the opponent. Second move, Menghu Pa Shan. This move is a close-range technique with endless variations. Continuous hits can make even someone with strong internal energy struggle to survive. Third move, Ingmen Sambugu. Similar to Yin Wang, Sandian Shou, it never strays from its essence, but with different applications, the effects are the same. Fourth move, Bao Wang Ingjikan. This is a counterattack that strikes back when the opponent attacks, delivering substantial power up close. Fifth move, Li Di Tong Xian Shui, originating from gun techniques. This move is particularly simple, with waist and legs in unison, concentrating all body strength in the fist for an explosive punch. Sixth move, Ding Xian Zhou. Like a dragon emerging from water, it is unstoppable. Eighth move, Tai Shan Kao. There is nothing flashy about it. It's just a hard charge upward. When combined with the Great Sage's armor, with Chen Guang's strength, he could even collapse a building. To be honest, under the guidance of several masters, Chen Guang quickly grasped the techniques. With his innate talent, he could overpower the 10 with 1. Using the moves of the 8 Extremes Fist was like adding wings to a tiger. After practicing for a day, Chen Guang had mastered these 8 moves to perfection. But he had only practiced against the air, feeling something was lacking without real combat experience. The next day, he went alone to the forest, using the large trees to practice his moves. The ground shook as he struck, and several trees that 2 people could barely hug were easily snapped in half by his techniques. Just as Chen Guang was still savoring his practice, a system notification sound came through. Ding, system prompt. Host comprehends the true essence of strength. Reward skill, 8 Extremes Fist Technique. 8 Extremes Fist Technique triggers critical hit effect when attacking. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. Chen Guang suddenly realized that this system is amazing. The techniques he comprehended actually came with skills. Chen Guang tried the power of critical hits again. As long as he used the 8 major moves of Baji Quan, he could trigger a critical hit effect, but ordinary attacks, like simple punches, did not have a critical hit effect. It still required technique, otherwise, critical hits would not trigger at all. After this unexpected gain, Chen Guang wanted to study the martial arts training of others. Apart from Chen Guang, the other 4 were surprisingly practicing Tai Chi, a big watermelon, cut in half. You take one half, he takes the other half, and the rest belongs to me. Seeing the martial arts master teach in this way, Chen Guang lost all interest. However, he was amazed by the progress of these individuals. The one who progressed the most was Fei Er. Not only could she control fire freely, but she could also make the flames on her arms shoot out 10 meters when she punched, and they would explode upon impact. The master even gave this move a nice name, Fire Cloud Palm. Ali's water attribute was the most spectacular. When she punched, water molecules gathered around her. And with each punch, the water droplets would instantly freeze after flying out, achieving considerable penetration effect. Although the lethality was not great, at least it was an area attack. She was also given a nice name for her move, Frozen Fist. Chao Shirwan was even more miraculous. She could read minds. She could see through any opponent's attack methods. And her 6 flying knives, under her mental control, could strike without fail, killing invisibly. The master named this move Little Chow's Flying Knives. Wang Pengzi trained separately, not with the martial arts master, but sought out a Confucius Institute professor who lectured him on Confucian doctrines day and night. The Taoist 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. You can skillfully master the earth element. The art is not in the moves, but in the heart. Compared to the rapid progress of Chen Guang and the others, the progress of the other women could only be described as minimal. They engaged in daily weighted endurance runs and shooting training, undergoing completely militarized training that nearly drove these women, who considered themselves weak, to madness. Among the 40 to 50 people, only a few could complete the training daily, while the rest were almost all burdens, completely unworthy in Chen Guang's eyes. During his leisure time, Chen Guang would chat with the combat team members. They were quite courteous to him, and their relationship was gradually warming. However, peaceful times are always short-lived. On the 5th day of Chen Guang's arrival at the training camp, a crisis occurred. Phew! The alarm siren echoed throughout the training camp. All combat personnel on break had their leave canceled and were ordered to assemble in the playground, fully equipped. Chen Guang was chatting with them when he noticed their nervousness, so he ran over to join the assembly. After asking, he learned that the field team had encountered an incident. Without hesitation, Chen Guang hopped into his Apocalypse battle vehicle and set off with the team for rescue. The gate opened, and one vehicle after another set out in a grand manner, heading towards the supermarket in the small town. Chen Guang's post-apocalyptic war vehicle was at the back, and about 15 minutes later, they arrived at the small town and encountered a tide of corpses. This was a tide made up of a small number of third-tier zombies, numbering in the thousands. They surrounded the Carrefour supermarket, making it impossible to get in or out. The doors and windows were shattered, and there were still quite a few zombies inside, though the exact number was unknown. Dada. Occasionally, the sound of gunfire could still be heard in the air, indicating that the squad members were still alive. They fought using the terrain to their advantage, trying to save people. The combat personnel immediately entered a combat state, and the convoy stopped without getting out of the vehicles, shooting at the zombies outside from inside the carriages. The zombies were attracted by the gunfire and turned to attack the convoy. Under the dense barrage of bullets, ordinary zombies fell instantly, but the most difficult to deal with were the advanced zombies. The third-tier mutated zombies were not afraid of bullets at all. As long as their heads were not completely blown apart, they could continue to pose a threat. A few tall third-tier zombies were approaching. The massive flesh mountains and their mutated forms were enough to instill fear. Shoot at the big guys. Bullets were fired wildly, and even an entire magazine might not be enough to kill one. Suddenly, a third-tier zombie with mutated arms reached out like an octopus, grabbing the vehicle and nearly lifting it off the ground. Whoosh! In this critical situation, Chen Guang suddenly charged in, leaping forward and chopping off the mutated arm, entangling the car with his axe. After landing, Chen Guang directly executed a move called Iron Mountain Crash. Bang! With the added force of the critical hit, the Iron Mountain Crash slammed into the zombie, sending it flying and even creating a sonic boom, indicating its immense power. Chapter 63. The mysterious shadow. The appearance of Chen Guang temporarily quieted the intense battle scene, as everyone ceased fire and stared wide-eyed at Chen Guang, who had just knocked away a third-tier zombie. You take care of the ordinary zombies. Leave the high-level, third-tier, mutated zombies to me. Chen Guang charged forward with an axe, sparks flying as the axe scraped against the ground. As Chen Guang leaped into the air, he swung the axe, and a shockwave instantly decapitated 3 zombies. Blood and pus splattered, and the 3 meat mountains fell to the ground dead. Hoo-hoo! Chen Guang landed, and the axe continued to display its power, effortlessly chopping down the third-tier zombies. These high-level, third-tier, mutated zombies were catastrophic beings, yet they were utterly defenseless against Chen Guang. For a moment, all the combat members felt ashamed. They even doubted their own worth, wondering what use they were alive. After finally killing a third-tier zombie, Chen Guang shouted, "Don't just stand there. I'll go in to save people first. You all finish off the rest before coming in to support." With that, he pushed off the ground, leaping into the air, and smashed through the supermarket window, charging into the 3rd floor. The combat team members finally reacted, quickly exiting their vehicles and advancing in a defensive formation. After shooting down all the remaining ordinary zombies, they entered the supermarket. Not far away, in a building, a handsome blonde-haired, blue-eyed man watched in disbelief, his face pale and his mouth agape, as he muttered to himself, "Impossible! How could this happen? Why is my zombie army failing?" His face had turned extremely pale, already fair-skinned, but now appearing unhealthily white, his blood-red eyes almost bleeding, and as he spoke to himself, his 2 sharp fangs were visible, resembling a vampire from Western legends. "Dare to kill my pet? I'll see who you really are." With that, he suddenly burst through the window, his body wrapped in black clothing, emanating a dark aura that made it impossible to discern his human form. He moved swiftly, leaping between buildings, and in the blink of an eye, he stood atop an apocalyptic RV. After a brief pause, he transformed into a shadow and dove into the spot where Chen Guang had just broken the window. Due to the lack of electricity, the enclosed supermarket was dark and silent. As soon as Chen Guang entered, his dark attribute activated automatically, allowing him to blend into the darkness and move quickly within the supermarket. Tap, tap, tap. Somewhere around the 4th floor, faint gunshots and the sounds of zombies roaring could be heard. Chen Guang rushed to the central staircase, leaped into the air, and flew to the 4th floor. He saw that this level was filled with zombies, all madly banging on the fire escape door. Bang, bang. Just then, a zombie brushed past Chen Guang. It didn't notice him and continued to join in the door banging. Puffed. Chen Guang swung his axe directly, splitting the corpse in 2, with a twist of the axe handle. The blade faced the swarm of zombies, and he charged in to start chopping. With a few swift strikes, he carved out a bloody path, cutting down all the zombies that stood in his way. Gunfire echoed from downstairs. The rescue team had arrived and was shooting at the isolated zombies, preparing to move upstairs. But Chen Guang Wu Ti let them succeed. Armed with only his axe, he slaughtered any approaching zombies effortlessly. Just as the rescue team reached the escalator and was about to ascend with caution, a massive creature fell from above, crashing heavily to the ground and turning into a pile of mangled flesh. Everyone nervously redirected their weapons, ready for a fight, only to realize that the high-tier zombie had already been killed, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief as they continued up the stairs to provide aid. The team members hiding in the fire escape had sealed off all entrances, and with very few bullets left, they felt they were truly on the brink of death. Noticing the banging on the door had grown quieter, they could faintly hear gunshots outside, which filled them with joy. The rescue team had come. Their people were here. They were safe. Everyone embraced and celebrated their narrow escape. Just as someone was about to open the door, they were stopped. Wait a moment. Everyone has very few bullets left. Let us wait until they arrive before opening the door. There was no rush. They quietly waited by the door, some cautiously pressing their ears against the door to listen for sounds outside. Suddenly, a loud knock startled one of them, nearly causing him to accidentally fire his weapon. "It's us. It's safe outside. open the door. They finally opened the door, and through the dim light of the flashlight, they were shocked to see that the entire floor was covered with dismembered corpses. Chen Guang stood proudly at the doorway, holding an axe. Is everyone all right? Has anyone been bitten? No, we're all fine. The few people emerged from the fire escape, filled with joy, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. Just then, Chen Guang suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed intently on the back. Quiet. Everyone froze, instinctively raising their guns to aim, but they found nothing. At the stairs, the rescue team quickly ascended, and upon seeing the survivors and the bodies scattered on the ground, they felt greatly relieved. Chen Guang, you're amazing. Quiet. Chen Guang yelled again, nervously getting closer. He always had a feeling of being watched by a venomous snake, and it was not unfounded. Through the true eye of observation, there was indeed hidden danger in the darkness. What is wrong? The rescue team was on alert in a tactical position, but there were too many of them. Some were coming up from the 4th floor, and there were still many people on the stairs and the 3rd floor who had not made it up yet. Just as Chen Guang was on high alert, a sense of crisis suddenly emerged, launching an attack towards the rescue team. You guys at the 4 o'clock position. Danger. As soon as the words fell, a person was enveloped by a mass of black energy and then lifted into the air, disappearing at an extremely fast speed. What the hell, help? The moment the crisis appeared, it vanished, along with the voices of the rescue team members. What's going on? Everyone aimed their guns at the direction where the shadow had disappeared, but it was too fast, and it happened too suddenly. They saw nothing before it was all over. Chen Guang charged forward with an axe, running while giving orders. You all gather and stay alert. I'm going to save people. The opponent moved quickly, and Chen Guang was not slow either. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. By the time everyone reacted, Chen Guang had already relentlessly pursued the enemy to the 6th floor. The eye of truth locked onto the opponent, revealing that he was a genetic evolver. Air, Ghoul, Combat Power, 5,000, Special Equipment, Shadow Cloak, Purple, Speed, 200 genetic evolvers are not frightening. But what puzzled Chen Guang was that the opponent also had an attribute equipment. Did he, like Chen Guang, also have system support? For this reason, Chen Guang pursued him without hesitation. If you're a man, stand still and don't run. Chapter 64. The God-S Believer. Ghoul. This statement was very effective on men. The shadow indeed stopped running and paused in the open area on the 6th floor. With the help of the large glass roof, Chen Guang could vaguely see his appearance. The pale-faced servant had blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, giving off a chilling feeling. Chen Guang pointed with his axe and angrily said, "Let him go, and I'll let you leave." Hee-ha! The ghoul's eerie laughter sent chills down one's spine. As a chosen one, you actually care about the life and death of a mere mortal. Chen Guang looked perplexed, staring warily ahead. The ghoul had a team member in its grasp, its pale hand covering his mouth while the other hand gripped his throat, sharp nails poised to pierce the skin at any moment. Stop pretending. You and I are the same. Both chosen ones were the same. No, we're not. I am human, not a beast. Chen Guang retorted sharply. Oh my, don't you know the truth? They're all food, the source of power. By consuming these gifted ones. As he spoke, he forcefully sniffed the neck of the hostage, behaving entirely like a beast. Only then can we enhance our strength and become true, immortal gods. The hostage was in a daze, trembling in fear, with eyes full of pleading. Please save me, I don't want to die yet. Chen Guang squinted his eyes and continued. If you dare to touch even a hair on him, I guarantee I will dismember you into 8 pieces. I mean what I say. This statement surprisingly shocked the ghoul. It shouldn't be like this. You, like me, should be feeding on them, but why? Oh, I understand now. You haven't been to the gods' testing ground, right? But that doesn't make sense. How could you possess divine power if you haven't been? He muttered to himself, falling into an incomprehensible logical fallacy. Chen Guang took the opportunity to find the right angle and was ready to rush up to save the person. No, that doesn't make sense. Are you really the chosen one? I am your father. Chen Guang suddenly launched an attack. With full speed, his figure flickered and he appeared in front of the man, swinging the axe in a wide arc and striking down on his head. With a whoosh, this lightning-fast move caught the opponent off guard. He could only raise his arm to block, but his arm was severed in the next moment. He let out a piercing scream. In the next instant, His form transformed into black mist, engulfing the search team member and lifting him into the air. You dare to harm me? Unforgivable. His sharp fangs sank into the rescuer's neck. Ah, help me. Save me. Chen Guang was furious and shouted, "Let him go, or I really will." Damn. To his shock, he saw the ghoul's severed arm actually regrowing, which completely shattered Chen Guang's worldview. Help! Me! The team member's voice was weak, and his body visibly withered and shrank before he ultimately passed away. So comfortable. The ghoul floated in midair, feeling empowered, and casually tossed the withered corpse back to Chen Guang. Here you go. Clang. The body landed at Chen Guang's feet, and he looked at the scene with eyes wide open, his voice trembling with anger. I will definitely kill you and tear you apart. I swear. The ghoul, floating in the air, sneered and said, I didn't kill him. Whether you kill him or not is none of my business. As soon as the words left its mouth, the corpse beside Chen Guang unexpectedly began to mutate. The originally shriveled body had something wriggling beneath the muscles. The bones made cracking sounds, and the bloody neck gradually thickened. Crack, crack. This was the first time Chen Guang witnessed the entire process of a person transforming into a high-level zombie. The shriveled body swelled like a balloon, growing taller and fatter, and after the limbs thickened, it continued to mutate into writhing serpent-like arms. How could this happen? Chen Guang saw a third-tier zombie mutated like this. When he looked at the ghoul, his eyes filled with even more anger. You're the one who caused the apocalypse. You are the culprit. The ghoul, still floating in the air, looked at its restored arm and arrogantly replied, Wrong. It is us. The gods do not favor mortals. From now on, the entire world will be completely under our control, and we can even control these filthy, ugly monsters for our own use. After saying this, the ghoul suddenly ordered, Kill him. The fully evolved third-tier mutated zombie obediently launched an attack on Chen Guang. However, as soon as it pounced, Chen Guang swiftly beheaded it with an axe. Oh dear, its death has nothing to do with me. Clearly, you killed it. You should be the one torn apart first. You're seeking death. Chen Guang no longer beat around the bush. He leaped into the air with his axe and swung it down. Come again. He dodged Chen Guang's attack with a flicker of his figure and continued to mockingly taunt. Don't you understand yet? Only we, the chosen ones, are the future gods. Those mortals are not worth your effort. Chen Guangting fell from the sky and, with a roll, landed on the railing of the second floor, shooting up like a cannonball once again. Critical hit, Iron Mountain. Boom. Suddenly accelerating, a sonic boom erupted behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he knocked the ghoul flying. The two of them crashed out of the Carrefour supermarket and rolled several times on the rooftop before coming to a stop. Enough. I'm doing this for your own good. Only by obeying the will of the gods can we. To hell with the gods. Chen Guangluan attacked with an axe. But the opponent was faster than him and could not be harmed at all without using special moves. You have also been to the secret realm and participated in the trial of the gods, knowing what challenges lie ahead. We are all the future, the guardians of the earth, the heirs of the gods. Why must we harm each other? Stop this. Chen Guang stopped, maintaining a defensive posture, and said fiercely, I haven't been to any damn secret realm. While swinging his weapon, he continued, I also haven't participated in any damn trial of the gods. Anyone who kills my compatriots, no matter how far away, will be punished. Just wait to be dismembered by me. Impossible. If you haven't been to the secret realm, how could you possibly have divine power? You're lying. You're just covering up the fact that you've killed to seize power and enhance your strength. Stop being delusional and admit it. Shut up. With a kick, he knocked him down, and the axe came crashing down. He instinctively raised his arm to block. Where can you run to? Chen Guang closely followed, relentlessly pursuing. Madman, you're even crazier than I am. Stop. You atheist, heretic, you have defied God's will. Don't hit me. Chapter 65. Only a head can still survive after a round of chasing and beating. The ghoul was covered in wounds, incredibly weak. His originally pale face was now even more bloodless. However, while he fled in a sorry state, he picked up the rotten flesh from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth with all his might. This disgusted Chen Guang. No wonder this guy was called a ghoul. What else could eat corpses but a ghost? Stop. You can't kill me. No one can kill me but God. At this moment, he was battered and bruised, His facial skin had aged completely, yet he continued to eat, restoring his vitality. There was no doubt about it. Chen Guang truly couldn't kill him for now. Each axe strike was a fatal blow, yet the ghoul managed to endure every time. I said I would dismember you into 8 pieces, and I always keep my word. Bang! Can't waste this. In that moment of distraction, Chen Guang brought his axe down hard. The ghoul quickly dodged, but the axe smashed a large hole in the ground, sending the ghoul rolling several meters away. Roaring with a twisted expression, "What do you want from me to be let go? There's no way I'll let you go." Chen Guang swung his axe again, directly splitting the ghoul's shoulder in half. The ghoul grimaced in pain, its face twisted in a snarl as it glared at Chen Guang. "It's useless. You can't kill me. Only a god can kill me. I am the chosen one. I am the future god." Chen Guang glared at him fiercely, the wound deep enough to see the bone. Yet he just wouldn't die. In a fit of anger, he cursed Pa. "Look at what you've become, devoid of humanity, nothing but a filthy bug. It's truly pathetic for a so-called god to be like you." With a whoosh, he stepped on the ghoul, yanked the axe out of its body, and raised it high, ready to swing again. Stop. It still hurts, even if I don't die. I'll give you the black mist cloak I got from the secret realm. To spare my life, I beg you. Killing you means that cloak is mine too, Chen Guang retorted. The ghoul's mental state had completely collapsed, and it shouted angrily. "How can you not understand? You can't kill me. No one can kill you or me except for the gods." Chen Guang paused with the axe in his hand, furrowing his brows seriously as he thought. "Who said I can't kill you?" Suddenly, his wrist shifted, and the mutated fire axe transformed into a demon-slaying knife. With a name like that, it must have special powers. The ghoul was taken aback. "How many divine artifacts do you have?" With a swift motion, he easily decapitated the ghoul, its head rolling several times on the ground. "Ouch, that hurts. Do you really have to do it this way?" Chen Guang scratched his head in confusion, looking at the corpse and then at the head. "Isn't this dead? I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. This is the immortality bestowed upon me by the gods, a ghoul. Do you believe it now?" Chen Guang squinted his eyes. "I also said that I would chop you into 8 pieces, and I always keep my word." Then Chen Guang cut his body into 8 pieces, one by one. "Oh, what's the use? As long as I have flesh and blood, I can still regrow my body. Why are you so stubborn?" Chen Guang held up his head and said coldly, "Don't worry. You will never have flesh and blood to recover in this lifetime." Chen Guang quickly went downstairs holding a head and said to others after meeting them, just as Chen Guang was about to turn around and leave. He heard the ghoul shout loudly, "Are you really leaving? Don't you want the pineal gland from this zombie's head? It's a currency that can be exchanged for treasures in the secret realm." Everyone's bodies stiffened simultaneously, looking collectively at the head in Chen Guang's hand in confusion. How could a severed head still speak? What kind of monster is this? Chen Guang glanced at the head. He was too lazy to listen to your nonsense. When he went downstairs, he happened to see a glass container in the supermarket, which was just enough to hold the head. He threw the head inside, quickly left the supermarket, got in the car, started it, and drove away. The ghoul was left with only the head, yet it was still chattering. "You haven't been to the secret realm, so how could the car drive? This means you have already exchanged dark energy in the secret realm and learned the technology to use dark energy to repair materials." "Shut your mouth. Chen Guang. Chao Shiwen. Hey, where are you taking me? Hey, talk to me. Can you let me go? I can tell you where there are secret realms, not far, right in Paris." Chen Guang. Chao Shiwen, come here quickly. I need your special ability." "What's wrong? What's the matter? What are you holding?" Chen Guang didn't say it out loud, but dragged Chao Shiwen away. "It's hard to explain in just a few words. I really need your mind-reading skills right now." Chao Shiwen's gaze never left the glass jar, locking eyes with the head inside. To his surprise, he discovered that it was actually still alive, and he could understand what it was thinking. "What? Are you also a chosen one?" The ghoul was equally shocked, its eyes wide open, staring at Chao Shiwen in disbelief. "Hey, how many chosen ones do you have? Wasn't it supposed to be 1 in a million?" Chao Shiwen followed Chen Guang, running and sensing the ghoul's thoughts, and had basically figured it all out by the time they got on the Doomsday War vehicle. Chen Guang placed the ghoul's head down. "I need to know everything about him." Chao Shiwen and the ghoul stared at each other. The ghoul rolled its eyes and sarcastically said, "I don't quite understand why you atheists also have chosen ones. We are loyal servants of the gods. My faith is unwavering. So why?" "Shut up. Chen Guang sternly reprimanded, but Chao Shiwen said, "Let him speak, don't stop him." The ghoul stared at Chao Shiwen, gritting its teeth, and said, "Hurry up and let me go. What exactly do you want? I'm really scared of you all." Chen Guang said sternly, "We just want to know everything you know." I replied, "I've told you everything, I swear to God." He then changed his tone and asked, "Will you let me go after I say it?" Chen Guang said sternly, "Less nonsense, confess for leniency, resist for severity." Chapter 66. The truth known by the ghoul before the apocalypse. The ghoul was a devout priest. As early as a month before the outbreak of zombies, he was guided by God to enter a secret realm. He claimed that he could communicate with the Great Lord in his dreams. Chao Shiwen confirmed his statement through mind reading. He was not lying. Until one day, a row of virtual numbers appeared before him, which was a coordinate guiding him to a location. This was a mysterious forbidden zone officially protected by the European Union, with strict guards, armed soldiers patrolling day and night, prohibiting anyone from approaching. Under God's guidance, he bypassed all the guards and entered. Then, through a portal, he arrived in the so-called Realm of God. It was a vast platform floating in the endless universe, and even standing there, he could see the vast and magnificent galaxy, starry sky. In the center of the Realm of God, there was a huge black building, rectangular and soaring into the clouds, standing tens of thousands of feet tall, very magnificent. The stone sculpture was not made of earthly materials. It was usually smooth and flat, and when he approached, the sculpture guided him on what to do. Following the instructions on the sculpture, he entered the trial space of God, passed the first test, and God gave him an S rating for his outstanding performance, listing him as one of God's chosen people, and rewarding him with a divine artifact, the Mist Cloak. After he emerged from the realm of God, a global catastrophe struck, and the realm of God was completely opened, allowing ordinary people to enter and explore, completing various challenges set by God. At that time, he did not hurry to leave, but instead lurked around the tightly guarded quarantine area, checking confidential documents of the powerful and ruling class, discovering official investigation documents regarding the realm of God. The officials believed that the so-called God referred to an advanced extraterrestrial civilization, and to obtain the technology of this advanced civilization, one had to go through the challenges of the realm of God. At the same time, he also learned through some confidential documents that the reason for the catastrophe was actually to resist the impending crisis in the future. Nonsense. Chen Guang cursed angrily. "You're getting more and more creative with your nonsense, like eating iron wires to pull iron nets. If the alien civilization caused a zombie crisis, and that is not considered a crisis, then what is an apocalyptic crisis?" Chao Shiwen hurried to support him, but he is not lying. These are all truths. The ghoul continued, "You are too ignorant. In the universe, humanity is very small. From the macroscopic perspective of the universe, Earth is just a speck of dust. We are not alone. There are many civilizations in the vast cosmos that we cannot comprehend, such as the Cthulhu monster civilization." "Go on," Chao Shiwen prompted. "The EU Space Telescope discovered a long time ago that at the distant boundary of the solar system, in the Oort cloud region, there's a large vacuum area, suspected to be the remnants left by a massive interstellar fleet passing through. Later, astronomers, after continuous observation and monitoring, finally found these unwelcome guests at the boundary of the Kuiper Belt. They're not a fleet, but indescribable monsters. I have seen those photos with my own eyes. They are vast in number, like marine creatures, indescribable monsters. They can swim through the universe, and there are many of them, moving grandly towards the solar system, heading for Earth. The divine realm has existed on Earth for tens of millions of years and has never been open to the outside world. No one knew of its existence before. About 100 years ago, the divine realm suddenly sent a signal to humanity, and after the EU leaders communicated with higher civilizations, they hid the news that Earth was about to be invaded by other alien civilizations and began researching gene evolution agents. After 100 years of research with no results, if it weren't for the imminent danger to Earth's civilization, the main god Wu Ti have intervened in Earth's troubles. Chen Guang rested his chin on his hand, pondering and questioning, implying that your main god, the advanced extraterrestrial civilization, is benevolent and wants to help us through the crisis. Then how did the apocalypse and zombies come about? The ghoul suddenly became agitated, indignantly stating, "It was humanity that opened Pandora's box, foolishly trying to control the technology of the main god. However, genetic evolution is not a technology that the current Earth civilization can comprehend." Just then, Commander hurried over, and Chen Guang let him get in the car. When he saw a head that could still speak, he was momentarily stunned. "Continue," he said. Chao Sherwin ignored Commander and continued to listen to the ghoul recount the secrets of the apocalypse. Humanity's delusion to control genetic evolution technology led to multiple failed experiments, resulting in a virus leak that harmed the world, causing many to be infected and completely descend into madness. Cannibalism would lead to a prion virus outbreak, turning people into walking dead. Chen Guang questioned, "Then why do you eat people?" The ghoul rolled its eyes. "I don't eat people. I absorb the microenergy contained within the human body. The pineal gland, which is the brain's forbidden zone, contains a large amount of cosmic energy. As long as I absorb the pineal gland, I can become powerful." Chao Sherwin immediately interrupted. "There's one thing you haven't mentioned. Why does the so-called god in the realm of gods also need the pineal gland?" The ghoul explained, "My main god is noble. The main god hopes that human civilization can continue rather than be destroyed. After the zombie outbreak, the main god hopes that humanity will first resolve the biochemical crisis, using rewards to force humans to kill zombies, obtain pineal glands to exchange for weapons, and enhance the strength of survivors, so that they will be qualified to resist the invasion of Cthulhu creatures in the future." "No, you're wrong. The people you've bitten also turn into zombies." "How do you explain that?" "Because the genetic virus is dissolved in the air. The people who are still alive now are those with antibodies in their genes. After I absorb the pineal gland, the immunity disappears, and a person will instantly turn into a zombie." Chao Sherwin promptly confirmed, "He is not lying." Chen Guang shouted angrily, "To become stronger, you can slaughter the innocent. You, such a refined egoist, speak of benevolence and morality while using the divine as a pretext to commit acts that anger both gods and men. You deserve to die. You're truly naive." The ghoul mocked coldly. "With your current abilities, can you say you haven't killed anyone? Sacrificing oneself for the greater good. Killing for the continuation of civilization. I see nothing wrong with that." This mockery ignited Chen Guang's fury. "I am not like you. The people I have killed all deserved it. Calling me naive? I think you're the shameless one." Chao Sherwin quickly grabbed Chen Guang, preventing him from getting angry. A global blackout, the black hole in the sky, and the recent miraculous events occurring in major cities around the world. Chao Sherwin threw out several key points, leaving Chen Guang in shock. "Are you saying he knows all of this?" Chao Sherwin lowered his voice and whispered, "He doesn't know everything, but the information he knows combined with what we know forms the complete truth." Chapter 67. Come explore with me. Inside the carriage, and Hongfeng numbly listened to the two of them exchanging words, feeling like a fool, understanding only half of what was said. First of all, there was something he didn't mention. The global blackout is directly related to the black hole in the sky, which serves as a passage connecting to the realm of the divine. Chen Guang hurriedly interrupted. "Do you mean to say that the massive blackout was not caused by Huagua launching electromagnetic pulse weapons?" Chao Sherwin pondered for a moment before replying. He believes that only a deity could cause a global blackout. Huagua does not have the capability for a global strike, which I find quite reasonable. Furthermore, since the global blackout, he has noticed a mist phenomenon in the suburbs of Paris that could only occur in the realm of the divine. In his thoughts, he described it as a misty area filled with lightning, completely enveloping the entire suburb. Walking into the mist would lead one into the realm of the divine. He has been there. If you keep walking forward in the mist, you will enter what is referred to as the realm of the divine. Chen Guang interrupted again. "Is there really such a restriction?" "That's right. Whether it's a human or a zombie's pineal gland, it can be used to exchange items, high technology, or even divine artifacts in the realm of the gods." Speaking of this, Chao Sherwin looked around and didn't avoid in Hongfeng, speaking in a hushed voice. "I suspect that the gene evolution potion you stole earlier is what the EU officials refer to as a divine gift, and it should have been exchanged from the realm of the gods." After pondering for a long time, Chen Guang made a decision. "Hearing you say this, we must visit the realm of the gods to witness it for ourselves." Chao Sherwin also had the same intention. We definitely need to go, but before we do, we should prepare more. I read an important clue from the thoughts of the ghoul. The trials of the gods are quite dangerous, with a scoring mechanism, and the mortality rate is very high. After Chen Guang carefully analyzed it, I felt it was somewhat like a dungeon in a game. Chao Sherwin agreed, saying, I feel the same. Sorry to interrupt. And Hong Feng suddenly interjected, tentatively asking, are you talking about the realm of the gods, the black holes in the sky, and extraterrestrial civilizations in our current world? Chao Sherwin patiently explained all the information they had just learned. That's fine, what you said is all true. You didn't lie to me. The ghoul hurriedly said, I am the most devout believer of the supreme God. Why would I lie? I was wrong before, I beg you. Let me go. Let me recover. I can help you. I can't do it. Chen Guang sharply refused. I will not sacrifice anyone for power. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make your life worse than death. You will live like this, barely hanging on. You shameless, rogue bastard. The ghoul cursed, but it was of no use. However, the few who usually called Chen Guang their brother felt a bit uneasy after witnessing his strength. This emotion was hard to express. Although they had known Chen Guang was powerful, they had never seen it firsthand. Once they did, it felt as if they were not on the same level as him. A world apart, standing next to Chen Guang made them feel ashamed. Let's go express our gratitude. A few soldiers from the rescue team, holding red wine they had scavenged from the supermarket, quietly approached the Pioneer vehicle and lightly knocked on the door. Chen Guang jumped out of the car, and as soon as a few people saw him, they became flustered and lost their usual composure, speaking somewhat hesitantly. Thank you for your help. This is a small token of our appreciation. We hope you can accept it. Chen Guang looked at the red wine in their hands and politely declined, saying, I appreciate the gesture, but I want to have the wine. A few of them thought Chen Guang was being dismissive, and unpleasant expressions appeared on their faces. But then Chen Guang said, by the way, I'm going to Paris for an adventure in a few days. Would you like to join me? Chen Guang's invitation brought joy to these people. We'll go anywhere you want, even up the mountain of blades or into the sea of fire, as long as you're willing to take us. He instinctively opened the system to check their trust levels. To his surprise, they were all at a level of respect, with some even exceeding 90, just a little more, and it would reach admiration. Yes, sir. They all saluted in unison and happily ran off. After Chao Sherwin finished explaining to Hong Feng, the first thing he did after getting out of the car was to look up at the sky. The black hole directly above him, which he hadn't paid much attention to usually, seemed incredible now that he knew so many secrets and inside stories. From then on, Chao Sherwin almost held onto the glass vessel 24 hours a day, constantly reading minds and gathering inside information that the ghouls had overlooked. The news about Chen Guang's expedition spread within the training camp, and more than 3,000 soldiers wanted to join to broaden their horizons. However, if they all left, it would protect the safe zone. It's important to remember that there are still 10,000 civilians in the base. After careful consideration, it was decided that the first batch of people to go on the secret realm expedition would only take 1,000 individuals to establish a forward outpost, referred to as the pioneering operation. Once these 1,000 people gained pioneering experience, the remaining individuals could follow, benefiting from the knowledge gained by the earlier group. This reasoning helped persuade the restless crowd and calmed everyone down. However, before setting off, there was one more preparation to complete: collecting the pineal glands from the zombies' heads. It sounds easy to say, but just talking about collecting it doesn't mean it can be done so simply. It involves chopping open the zombie's head and extracting the pineal gland from the thick, viscous brain matter. The entire process is extremely brutal, and even seasoned warriors would vomit profusely while digging out the pineal glands. Chen Guang had also dug up more than 10 zombies in succession, gradually adapting to the feeling of nausea and revulsion. Thus, after extensive preparations, the day before their departure finally arrived. Chao Sherwin handed over the ghoul's head to Hong Feng for safekeeping, and then gathered with core members like Chen Guang for a small meeting. She summarized all the mind-reading content from the past few days and even took out her assistant's work ethic, using a notebook to provide detailed explanations of everything, complete with hand-drawn illustrations, making it as formal as a PowerPoint presentation. Chapter 68. The expedition team sets off. This is a panoramic view of the secret realm, featuring low visibility fog that contains many weak ions. While introducing, she flipped through the pages and pointed at the content, saying, "I have consulted existing books." The secret realm is somewhat similar to the quantum field, where ions can transport people to unknown spaces, somewhat like Einstein-Rosen bridges. I have supporting evidence for this. Professional habits. Professionals doing professional things. However, Chen Guang and the others didn't need such detailed explanations. They jumped straight to the part about the trials after entering the secret realm. Chao Sherwin continued flipping through pages and finally said, "This is the divine trial from the ghoul's memory, but it's just a solitary piece of evidence. So I think its reference significance is minimal." According to Chao Sherwin's records, the entire process is roughly as follows: entering the foggy secret realm, being transported into the divine domain, arriving in front of the towering black stone structure, receiving guidance, and then being transported into the trial instance. I speculate that the difficulty of the trial instance varies according to individual abilities, roughly divided into 7 levels, rated from high to low as S, A, B, C, D, E, S, C. The ghoul's overall rating is A. The assessment consists of 5 checkpoints. It only passed the first 3. The first checkpoint is to kill a zombie, and upon clearing it, a treasure chest appears containing the reward. The second checkpoint is to kill 10 zombies, and the third is to kill 100 zombies. Aside from the first checkpoint, where it achieved an A rating, the second and third checkpoints both received the lowest F rating, so no rewards were given. The above content was all deduced and speculated by Chao Sherwin based on the ghoul's memory. She was not very clear about the specific truth and difficulty, making it hard to provide accurate suggestions. Chen Guang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. In the first level, you kill 1 zombie. In the second level, you kill 10. In the third level, you kill 100, and so on. In the fourth level, you kill 1,000. In the fifth level, you kill 10,000 zombies. It seems that very few people can pass the first 5 levels, right? Chao Sherwin questioned, "Don't you have any confidence either?" Chen Guang analyzed carefully. After using all his skills one by one, passing the first 5 levels shouldn't be difficult. I have no problem, but if you want to kill 10,000 zombies. Wang Pengzi, who had been silent, said with a face that looked like he was eating something unpleasant, "Brother Guang, aren't you making it difficult for people? Letting me kill 10,000 zombies is worse than asking me to die." Chao Sherwin interjected, "Actually, you don't have to clear the levels consecutively. If it feels too difficult, just exit. There's an exit option after each level, but if you exit, you can only enter again after a month. That's fine, safety first." After careful consideration, Chen Guang said, "If it feels strenuous, stop the trial. Never push yourself too hard. Dying during the trial means true death." Chao Sherwin also strongly agreed with this statement. "That's right, the ghoul thinks so too, so we cannot be careless. During the first exploration, everything must be stable. That's about it for now. Have a good rest tonight. And we'll set off for the secret realm early tomorrow morning to explore the domain of the gods." The next morning, almost everyone in the entire base woke up early. The matter of the secret realm and Chen Guang leading the team for the adventure was already well known, and everyone came out to see them off. In the parking lot, a large group of workers was loading firearms and ammunition onto the vehicles, box by box. "That's enough. We can't fit any more, that's good." The accompanying combat personnel tried to stop them, but it was no use. This was everyone's goodwill. Bringing more firepower is wise. You never know when it might come in handy. Look at you with your bad luck. On the other side, in the command building, Anna was saying goodbye to her parents, especially her mother, who was crying while hugging Anna. Anna was trying to comfort her. "Mommy, I've grown up. I should face danger on my own." And Hafeng also tried to persuade her. "What my daughter said is right. Young eagles must spread their wings and fly high. Besides, with Chen Guang and the others protecting you, what is there to worry about? After all, a mother will always be a mother. It's natural for her to worry about her child." And Hafeng patted Anna on the shoulder. "Yes, sir." After Anna saluted her father, she turned and ran towards the parking lot. Seeing this, her mother shouted from behind, "Did you put on your bulletproof vest? Stay away from the zombies. Don't run towards dangerous places." After the report, They each assigned their vehicles for the trip. Anna habitually went to Chen Guang's vehicle, the Navigator number 1, and no one stopped her. This vehicle could carry at least 50 people. However, those who could shamelessly share a vehicle with Chen Guang were almost all on the admiration leaderboard for him. You all get on the platform. If you encounter zombies on the way, shoot them. Dazhuang, you're in charge of driving. Fatty, stop chatting and get ready to depart. Find a seat in advance. Chen Guang was busy, almost not touching the ground. Chao Shi, wearing headphones, quietly held a quantum mechanics book and kept reading. AI Li and Fei Air, the 2 women, were also ready, rubbing their fists and preparing for a big effort. As soon as Chen Guang sat down, Anna sat beside him, fastened her seatbelt, and showed a bright smile. Please take care of me. Her Mandarin was quite awkward, and it was evident that she had been working hard to practice her Chinese recently. You should still speak Eagle language. After Chen Guang dropped a sentence, he gave the order directly. Set off. Navigator 1 was the first to start, followed closely by other vehicles. One by one, military Hummers, military Land Rovers, and modified pickups followed, with Navigator 2 bringing up the rear. The convoy drove out of the training camp in a grand manner. Just after Chen Guang and the others left, the ghoul hidden in the glass container suddenly opened its eyes in the secret chamber. My God, the heretics have finally left. Now let me show you the strongest ability bestowed upon me by the divine. After muttering to itself, it closed its eyes, and the zombies within a 1,000-mile radius sensed it, groggily moving towards the safe zone. The territory of Gaul is not large, comparable to the Shushan province in our country. Originally, the safe zone of the training camp was not far from Paris. The drive would take just over 4 hours. Even if there were zombies blocking the way, under the powerful fire coverage of the Navigator, there were no obstacles at all. They set off in the morning and reached the outskirts of Paris by noon, and from the hillside, they could already see a vast foggy area, which was the destination of this trip. Chen Guang stood on the second-level platform, holding a telescope, taking in the entire expanse of mist, exactly as depicted by Chao Shi. The thick mist was filled with faint currents darting about, reminiscent of flying through a thunderstorm cloud, except this thundercloud was on the ground, not high in the sky. Chapter 69. Secret Realm. Domain of the Gods. The convoy was getting closer to the secret realm, and everyone's attention was drawn to the mist. Initially, they were very excited, but upon seeing it for real, an unknown fear filled their hearts, causing their imaginations to run wild. Not good, Guanggu, there are roadblocks ahead. Suddenly, the driver's shout came through the Bluetooth headset. Chen Guang put down the telescope and looked at the road ahead. Sure enough, on the road leading to the misty area, there were rows of spike roadblocks placed on the ground, clearly done intentionally. Fatty, come over quickly. The fatty hurried over and under Chen Guang's direction. He saw the rows of spike roadblocks on the ground. Who would do something so malicious? Less talk. Quickly move the spike roadblocks. Under Chen Guang's command, Wang Fatty extended his hand and unleashed his earth-based ability on the ground 50 meters ahead. Boom, boom. The ground began to tremble slightly. 40 meters. Wang Fatty was sweating profusely. 30 meters. He suddenly shouted, "Get out of my way." The cement ground cracked layer by layer, shaking the spike roadblocks askew. 20 meters. Come on, Fatty, if we get a flat tire, I'll question you. Wang Fatty lifted his hands with all his might, and the gravel from the cement ground instantly sent the roadblocks flying. As the Pioneer number 1 passed by, the spike roadblocks were discarded to the side of the road, completely losing their function of puncturing tires. Clear the way. Whoosh. The rows of spike roadblocks were all thrown away, allowing the convoy to continue advancing without obstruction. Chen Guang was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he discovered that there were rows of abandoned vehicles blocking the road ahead. He directly commanded through his Bluetooth headset, no matter who set this up, ram through. The driver showed no intention of stopping, and the Pioneer number 1 charged ahead unstoppable, crashing through all the abandoned vehicles parked on the road, perfectly clearing a path for the convoy behind. These abandoned vehicles clearly seemed to be arranged intentionally, and it didn't appear to be an individual act. It felt like an organized effort to completely isolate the secret realm and prevent others from approaching. Who set this up was not the concern for now. The closer they got to the secret realm, the stronger the sense of oppression they felt. The distance to the mist was getting closer, and it seemed they could faintly hear the thunderstorm within the mist, occasionally rumbling loudly. Wang Ponzi joked, "The whole world is experiencing a power outage. It seems all the electricity has been concentrated in the secret realm." Chao Shirwen, looking at the 1-kilometer stretch of road ahead, said to Chen Guang, "Stop, let's not drive straight in. After all, we don't know if there are dangers inside the secret realm, and I can't be sure if the thoughts of the ghouls are accurate." Chen Guang immediately ordered, "Stop the vehicles, set up defensive positions on the spot, and maintain full vigilance." With a screech, the convoy stopped when it was 500 meters away from the secret realm. The lead vehicles, number 1 and number 2, took the front and rear positions respectively, while the other vehicles parked in sequence, leaving a large circular area for movement. This parking method was something Chen Guang and the others learned as well. The professional mercenaries were well trained, and their military skills were commendable. One by one, they got out of the vehicles with their guns. Working together, a group kept watch in all directions, while another group was responsible for transporting ammunition and quickly setting up a sniper position to prevent any sudden dangers from arising. Chen Guang and the core team members got off the vehicle one by one. Instead of focusing on building temporary defensive fortifications, they stared intently at the massive misty thunderstorm area. Only by seeing it with their own eyes could they truly experience its shock. Words could not describe the visual and emotional impact. "Poetry, Fatty, I've changed my mind. You guys don't go in first. I'll go in and take a look at the situation myself." Wang Fatty felt an instinctive tension. "Brother Guang, can you do it?" Chen Guang stared intently at the misty thunderstorm and said solemnly, "To avoid unnecessary casualties, it's best for me to go in first and scout the way." Chao Shirwen expressed her agreement through silence, but was still worried about Chen Guang's safety. Chen Guang took off his trench coat, revealing a mechanical exoskeleton. With a casual flick, he pulled out a fire axe. After steadying his nerves, he strode confidently into the mist. "Be careful and make sure to stay safe," Anna shouted at Chen Guang. Chen Guang waved his hand while walking, signaling that everything was fine and reassuring everyone, but deep down he was very anxious and uneasy. After all, humans are inherently wary of the unknown. Despite his inner turmoil, Chen Guang pressed on without hesitation. He wanted to be a role model and didn't want to lose face in front of so many followers. As he approached the edge of the fog, the thick black clouds loomed close enough to touch. Yet this fog was intangible and could not be grasped. Taking a deep breath, he took the first step, and the moment he entered the fog, he was instantly swallowed up, as if he had vanished in an instant. Inside the secret realm, the dense fog indeed made it impossible to see anything with visibility less than a meter. However, it felt devoid of any danger. It was merely an illusion of peril. Just as Chen Guang was groping his way forward, he suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next moment, everything brightened before him. Just as the ghoul had said, he found himself in a spacious, vast plaza that seemed to stretch endlessly. In the center of the plaza stood an enlarged rectangular black stone tablet, towering into the clouds and reaching the heavens. The sky above was not the blue sky and white clouds found on Earth, but rather a galaxy filled with stars, shining brilliantly. "Welcome to the realm of the gods," a sudden system prompt echoed, its deep voice resonating throughout the entire space. Chen Guang was absolutely certain that this sound came from the secret realm, not from the system. However, the tone was exactly the same as that of the system. Perhaps Chen Guang's system and this realm of the gods belonged to the same civilization. Chen Guang no longer thought too much and stepped into the realm of the gods. Looking around like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Dragon's descendant Chen Guang, as you enter the realm of the gods for the first time, please allow the main deity to scan your body. Before Chen Guang could refuse, he felt a refreshing sensation wash over him. In the next second, the system page popped up automatically, presenting Chen Guang's personal attributes without any discrepancies. It turned out to be true. This realm of the gods and my system share the same origin, coming from the same civilization. Chen Guang shouted at the huge black stone tablet. "Why did you choose me? What is your purpose?" As he gradually approached, Chen Guang discovered that the source of the voice was actually the massive black stone tablet itself. Each time it emitted a sound, ripples appeared on the surface of the tablet, but they were too far away to be seen. Only by getting closer could one notice these barely perceptible sound waves. Only after you pass all the trial levels and clear the function trial arena will the main god answer your questions. I am ready to accept the trials. Bring it on. Please enter the portal. The trials will begin immediately. At the very bottom of the black stone tablet, a dazzling halo appeared. This was the portal. Chen Guang stepped in without a second thought. Chapter 70. The Trial of the Gods, a small step forward, a giant leap for civilization. Challenger Chen Guang. I hope you perform your best in the upcoming trials and strive to gain the recognition of the main god as soon as possible. The challenge is about to begin. Good luck. 3, 2, 1. The annoying countdown finally ended, and Chen Guang found himself in complete darkness, unable to see anything. Only the continuous prompt sounds ringing in his ears. Trial Level 1, Stage 1. Challenge begins. Suddenly, the world around Chen Guang brightened, and he found himself standing on a desolate city street, with a cold wind blowing, and his senses feeling incredibly real, not fake at all. Chen Guang sensed danger approaching from behind, accompanied by the unique stench of zombies and low, growling moans. Hungry, the zombie was just 2 meters behind him. Chen Guang turned around without hesitation and swung his weapon, executing the move smoothly and elegantly, causing heads to roll. Ding! Congratulations to Challenger Chen Guang. 2 seconds to clear Level 1, Stage 1. Rating: Assess level. Main god reward to been issued. Please check. The zombies killed by Chen Guang shimmered with light, ultimately transforming into a floating, colorful treasure chest that radiated dazzling brilliance. Without hesitation, he reached out and clicked on it, causing the chest to open and reveal a dazzling golden card. Golden active skill, Dragon's Might. When used, can instill fear in carbon-based life forms, making them completely submit to you. It can also use Dragon's Might to force lower-level carbon-based life forms to self-destruct. With a cooldown of 1 day, Chen Guang picked it up and was overjoyed. It was the first golden active skill, dealing area damage to all carbon-based life forms. Amazing! Just as Chen Guang was filled with excitement, the voice of the main god prompted him again. Challenger Chen Guang. Do you wish to proceed to the second trial? A friendly reminder. If you terminate this trial, the next challenge will be in 30 days. Chen Guang hardly thought about it. I will proceed to the second trial. Trial Level 1, Stage 2. Challenge begins. In the next second, 10 zombies appeared from all directions on the street, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they surrounded Chen Guang. Chen Guang maximized his speed, swinging an axe in circles, and every approaching zombie had its head chopped off without any hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the Challenger Chen Guang for clearing Level 2 of Stage 1 in 8 seconds. Rating: The main god's reward has been issued. Please check. As before, all the zombies killed by Chen Guang emitted a colorful glow, which finally gathered together to form a colorful treasure chest out of thin air. Chen Guang reached out and tapped, and the treasure chest opened. What appeared was not a card, but a metal cube. After verifying with the Eye of Truth, it only provided the answer: mechanical heart. What the hell is this? It's not a card, it looks like a Rubik's Cube, and it doesn't explain the use of this thing? The voice of the main god coldly resounded again. Challenger Chen Guang. Do you wish to continue with the trial of the 3rd level? Chen Guang did not start directly. Instead, he relied on his years of developed logical reasoning skills to analyze the 2 previous levels. He spent 2 seconds on the 1st level, receiving an SS rating. On the 2nd level, he spent 8 seconds and received an S rating. This means that the evaluation of passing levels is determined by speed. In the 3rd level, the number of zombies increased to 100, and to eliminate all 100 zombies within 10 seconds, he could only use the skill Lightning Strike. However, if the range of zombies exceeded 100 meters, he would be unable to instantaneously kill all 100 zombies and would not be able to achieve a high score. What should he do? While thinking, he happened to see a fire hydrant on the street, and a sudden idea struck him. He took an axe and went to the fire hydrant, struck it once, and water gushed out wildly, creating a shower of water. After waiting for a while, feeling that the time was about right, he began the challenge for the 3rd level. Trial Level 1, Level 3. Challenge begins at the moment the zombies emerged. Chen Guang suddenly used the Lightning Strike skill. Instantly, the entire street was filled with electricity, accompanied by a shower of water, which extended far and even affected the zombies on the upper floors, all of which were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger Chen Guang for passing level 3 of trial level 1 in 1 second. Rating: SSS. The main god's reward has been issued. Please check the same colorful brilliance, the same colorful treasure chest. Eagerly, he clicked to open it, and a golden equipment card appeared out of thin air. After reading, Chen Guang was stunned. It turned out to be Artifact, Qinglong Yinwei Dao, Attack Power 5000, all attributes 200, Weapon Attached Skill, God of War Avatar. Attack adds Dragon Soul Effect, replacing the mutated fire axe. When he held it in his hand, he instantly felt majestic and powerful, truly an artifact. The SSS rating equipment reward was indeed impressive. The only regret was that Chen Guang didn't understand how to use the big knife. If he could learn some moves and techniques, wielding the big knife would be quite flashy. Challenger Chen Guang, do you wish to continue with the 4th level trial? Confirming his guess in his heart, he also wanted to test the power of the golden active skill, Dragon's Might, and agreed to start without hesitation. Trial Level 1. Level 4. Challenge begins. The sudden appearance of thousands of zombies was truly spectacular, flooding in from the alleys of the streets, from the windows of all the buildings. And even appearing out of thin air, it was overwhelming and everywhere. Dragon's Might, centered around Chen Guang. An invisible pressure instantly spread out, causing all the clawing zombies in its path to freeze, as if time had stopped. Boom! With a loud shout, all the zombies burst like exploding watermelons, with not a single one spared. Crash! Blood rain fell from the sky, mixed with chunks of rotten flesh raining down. Ding! Congratulations, Challenger Chen Guang. You passed level 4 of level 1 in 1 second. Rating SSS. Rewards have been issued. A colorful light emerged, making Chen Guang feel great joy. No wonder the ghoul worshipped the Lord God so much. Such easy monster killing and effortlessly obtaining divine gear was simply exhilarating. Divine skill. Super equipment editor. Confuse, modify, edit, upgrade, and match equipment attributes, consuming dark energy. Before Chen Guang could be overjoyed with the gold card, the divine skill card disappeared, then appeared on the system page. A separate page that allowed for completely new editing functions for equipment. It was simply like a cheat. Challenger Chen Guang. Do you wish to continue with the 5th level trial? Chen Guang couldn't wait any longer. The frozen 10,000 meters had already cooled down, just waiting for the perfect kill of 10,000. Start. Trial Level 1, Stage 5. Challenge begins. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Guang eagerly shouted, Frozen 10,000 meters. As soon as the zombies popped up, they didn't even have time to roar or make a move before being instantly frozen. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, all the streets and buildings turned into ice sculptures. Ding! Congratulations to Challenger Chen Guang for clearing Stage 5 of Level 1 in 1 second. Rating: SSS. Chen Guang couldn't wait to click on the colorful treasure chest the moment it appeared. But when he saw the reward offered, he was a bit dumbfounded. What is this? Chapter 71. The first person on the clearance leaderboard. It was an egg. A green egg the size of a basketball, mysteriously floating in the air, which left Chen Guang greatly disappointed. 10,000 zombies in the 5th level, SSS rating. And the reward was just an egg? Are you kidding me? It's no wonder Chen Guang was disappointed. He thought that after completing the last level of the first tier, he would receive a more powerful skill or equipment. But instead, he got this thing. The key point was that there was no explanation at all, and he had to rely on the eye of reality for identification. Egg. Done. Just a simple word. No explanation whatsoever. What ripoff? Just as Chen Guang was complaining, the moment his hand touched the egg, it integrated into the system. Then a separate hatching page appeared, showing a progress of 0 in reality. With only one hint: consume dark energy to hatch and upgrade. Alright, as long as I know how to hatch it, I hope it's a powerful divine beast. This won't be a loss. While Chen Guang was still mumbling to himself, he accidentally discovered that he had already come out of the icy trial grounds and was standing in the hall of the realm of the gods. Congratulations to Challenger Chen Guang. Total time, 13 seconds 12. Overall rating SSS level. The God S-Mall exchange system has been activated. The first challenger to complete the first layer of 5 trials. The hero leaderboard has been unlocked. Please choose your codename to use on a leaderboard. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Chen Guang blurted out. Guang, Huarena. Can I use my real name? Little did he know, the system didn't wait for him to finish speaking and directly adopted it. Guang, Huaren. Code name has been accepted. Before Chen Guang could react, above the massive black structure in the realm of the gods. Golden characters read, God S Trial Layer 1. First place Guang. Huaren. Total time 13 seconds 12. Overall rating SSS. His name was prominently displayed in first place on the leaderboard. He was the first person in the world to complete the first layer, and he only took 13 seconds. It seemed he was unmatched both before and after. Awesome. Chen Guang was indifferent to whether the code name was his real name. Just the two words Chinese were enough to make one's blood boil and excitement surge. Before leaving, Chen Guang took another look at the Gods Mall. The system page unfolded, stating, to exchange, please use dark energy with a prompt. Dark energy can be exchanged using the pineal gland. The mall sold items in 5 major categories: equipment, weapons, technology, materials, enhancement potions. Each sub-option contained tens of thousands of dazzling products, and the prices were quite steep. Even a green dagger required at least 100 points of dark energy to exchange, while a mutated fire axe surprisingly cost a full 3,000 dark energy. Weapons and equipment were roughly divided into 5 levels, differentiated by color: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. White equipment is ordinary items, ranging from 110 dark energy. Green equipment requires between 20,100 dark energy. Blue equipment requires between 1,000 dark energy. Purple equipment requires between 1,000,900 dark energy. Gold equipment requires at least 10,000 dark energy. Starting from purple equipment, weapons can be enhanced and upgraded, which Chen Guang already knew. The God S domain also provides equipment upgrading services, consuming dark energy in the same way as his system. The technology section was more complex, with most items being hard to understand. But Chen Guang saw that the S-rank item, Mechanical Heart, was for sale in the technology section for 10,000 dark energy, still with an unclear use. The remaining items included mechanical armor, laser swords, laser guns, and even flying skateboards and other flying equipment. However, the prices all started at 100,000, making one hesitate at just a glance. Materials were also not cheap. Most were high-tech alloys, metals not seen on Earth, sounding quite upscale, with each starting at 10,000, which Chen Guang directly ignored. The cheapest items in the God S Mall were likely the potions, with gene evolution potions divided into 3 levels: high, medium, and low. There were also body enhancement potions, which functioned similarly to attribute enhancement cards. The most astonishing were the potions for skills, elements, talents, etc., available in a dazzling array, with tens of thousands of flashy skill names, leaving Chen Guang feeling overwhelmed. The prices were also quite daunting. The cheapest was the low-level gene evolution potion, requiring only 100 points of dark energy. The medium-level gene evolution potion needed 300 points, and the high-level gene evolution potion predictably required 1,000 points of dark energy. After the visit, Chen Guang looked at his dwindling dark energy and, gritting his teeth, purchased 4 telekinetic flying knives to give to Chao Shirwan, ensuring she would have a total of 10 to guarantee an S rank in the first 2 stages, which wouldn't be a loss. After completing the purchase, he took one last look at the God S domain, feeling a bit reluctant to leave, especially since coming back next time would take a month. Forget it. Important matters come first. He should go out and report his safety to everyone to avoid making them anxious. The narrative splits into 2 threads. When Chen Guang was studying the Divine Mall, his name, Guang Huaren, had already resonated around the world. The countries of the European Union were the first to discover the existence of the secret realm, although they quickly locked down the news. The main god did not indulge these selfish politicians at all. Miracles were directly unleashed around the world, and almost every major city in the country had such a secret realm appear. This shattered the West's small calculations and destroyed their wolfish ambition to monopolize the realm of the gods. On this day, the combat team had just come out of the 3rd level and was preparing to report their progress and submit their gains when they heard a notification sound from the main god's space. The first challenger has completed the first layer of the 5-level trial. unlocking the hero leaderboard. Everyone was shocked and looked at the huge black building, where golden letters displayed. First place, Guang Huaren. Total time, 13 seconds 12. Total rating, SSS. They were completely stunned. Total rating, SSS. Total time, 13 seconds 12. Are you kidding me? The most outstanding warriors of the European Union took longer than 13 seconds to pass the first level. Yet this mysterious Guang Huaren managed to complete all 5 levels in just 13 seconds. This completely refreshed their worldview. This incident was quickly reported, and it instantly caused a stir among the politicians of the European Union. Who is Guang Huaren? This question was being discussed all over the world. The super warriors and ability users of the European Union had just passed the 4th level, taking 14 minutes, which was not even in the same league as 13 seconds. Politicians from beautiful country and the European Union all rushed to recruit this extraordinary powerhouse. However, someone raised a question. Could this person be a heretic? Everyone turned to look at the speaker, who anxiously explained. After all, there's S. Huaren in the name. Just because he has Huaren in his name doesn't mean he is Chinese. His full name is Guang Huaren, so he must be a pure-blooded noble European. Definitely not a heretic. First, he must belong to the Alliance. Chapter 72. Clearing levels one by one at this moment. Chen Guang was unaware of the commotion his name was causing around the world. Brother Guang is out. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, rushing towards Chen Guang. The other women quickly followed, all asking questions at once. Are you okay? Did you encounter any danger? Chen Guang interrupted their questioning and first asked a question. How long have I been in there? About 30 minutes. Chen Guang calculated in his mind that the time inside was roughly the same as outside, about 30 minutes, most of which was wasted in the divine shop. Everyone, don't be nervous. Let me explain. The divine realm and the divine trials are basically consistent with what the ghouls said. Other thousands of warriors were also curious and gathered around to listen to Chen Guang's account. Chen Guang had no intention of hiding anything and shared most of what he had seen and heard in the divine realm. Chao Sherwin interrupted. Did you take any pictures? Pictures? Chen Guang was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly remembered that he had his phone with him. How could he have forgotten that? I am sorry, I forgot, he said. Chao Sherwin slapped her forehead. I can't believe you forgot to take a photo of such an important clue. After all, Chen Guang was not a spy, and his nature was different from Chao Sherwin's. It was quite normal for him to forget to take a photo. Chen Guang took out his phone and handed it to Chao Sherwin. Remember to take pictures when you go in. By the way, this is for you. Chen Guang took out 4 mind controller flying daggers and handed them all to Chao Sherwin. I exchanged them in the God.S Mall. When you participate in the trial, you must be quick in the first 2 stages. As long as you get an S rating, you can obtain good items, which are definitely worth it. After receiving the flying daggers, Chao Sherwin looked a bit hesitant. I can only control 6 flying daggers right now. If I add 4 more, I'm afraid I won't be able to control them well. How about we let Wang Fatty go in and test the waters first, and I'll wait a bit longer. Wang Fatty rubbed his fists. My fists have long been eager to fight. That's fine. Chen Guang did not object, and with one hand on Wang Pengzi's shoulder, he whispered in his ear, remember, when killing zombies, you must be quick. The first and second levels are easy to handle, but we should give up on the 3rd level immediately. We seek stability, not radical moves. Do you understand? Understood, just watch. Wang Pengzi clenched his fist and walked bravely into the fog. Chen Guang accidentally touched the fog with his finger, resulting in a strong electric shock that numbed his arm. Damn, it really is the case that once you come out, you have to wait 30 days before going back in. Chen Guang spoke without holding back, saying everything he could. Then Chao Sherwin used her super brain to quickly calculate countermeasures. However, Wang Pengzi didn't let Chao Sherwin prepare for too long. In just about 10 minutes, Wang Pengzi ran out with great excitement. Chen Guang quickly moved to his side. Fatty, what is your score? Both levels are S. Wang Fatty showcased his rewards, a very cool knight's sword and a pair of exclusive boxing gloves for his left hand, perfectly completing his boxing glove equipment. Chen Guang used the Eye of Truth to take a look. Purple weapon, Earth Knight sword, attack power 1000, additional skill, Earth stab, area attack. Beautiful. Seeing Wang Pengzi's harvest, everyone rubbed their fists and was eager to try, wanted to enter the secret realm and participate in the challenge of the gods. Upon learning that it took him 5 seconds for the first stage and 8 seconds for the second stage, Chao Sherwin concluded through analysis. To achieve an SSS rating, zombies must be killed within 1 second, 3 seconds for SS, and 10 seconds for S. However, the data is still insufficient. I can't calculate the complete mechanism. How about I go in next and give it a try? Fayer volunteered, and under Chao Sherwin's repeated reminders, Fayer entered the secret realm. Next, Wang Pengzi took out his phone and showed everyone all the content he had recorded. The massive black buildings, the God S Mall, each item had a photo record. When Chao Sherwin saw a mind blade that required 1,000 dark energy, she glared angrily at Chen Guang. Are you stupid? You should have exchanged for evolution potions. This way, more people can gain superpowers. It's like a snowball effect. After everyone clears the trials, these 1,000 people might all become evolved beings. Chen Guang waved his hand and said, "No need, bring up the pineal glands." The soldiers placed boxes of pineal glands in front of Chao Sherwin. Chen Guang said, "You can take these inside. You can exchange for whatever you want. I won't interfere." Chao Sherwin, having misunderstood Chen Guang in a moment of excitement, now felt a bit regretful. Not long after she calmed down, just 20 minutes after Fayer entered the secret realm, she swaggered out. She wore a striking red windbreaker, underneath which was a fire-resistant sports bikini, walking with a confident stride. Fayer excitedly ran over to hug her best friend. "Sorry to disappoint you." Fayer pouted and handed Chen Guang a gene evolution potion. "The first level took 5 seconds, rated S, and I got this outfit. The second level took 23 seconds, rated only A, and I got this. You did great." Chao Sherwin snatched the gene potion and complimented her before handing it to Chen Guang, signaling Anna with her eyes, implying that Chen Guang should help Anna evolve. "Who's going in next?" Chen Guang asked. "I am." Li eagerly raised her hand, unable to contain her excitement. "Let me do it." Chao Sherwin stopped the eager Li, stepping forward with a box of pineal glands. "If I go in this time, I can compile the complete data model and make the final preparations for you all to enter the secret realm. Wait for my good news." Then, after 1.5 hours of Chao Sherwin being inside, Chen Guang and the others almost thought something had gone wrong. Fortunately, an hour and a half later, she finally emerged, full of energy, standing on a flying hoverboard, surrounded by 10 flying knives for protection. She held a golden book of sages in her hand, flying out in the most grand manner. "My gosh, is that a flying hoverboard? So cool." Wang Pengzi's eyes sparkled with envy. Chao Sherwin landed gracefully beside everyone, a smile on her face. "I did not disappoint my mission. The first level rated SSS, and I was rewarded with this flying hoverboard. The second level rated S, and I received a special ability potion that allows me to master the skill of exploding the brains of carbon-based organisms in groups. The third level." She deliberately paused, her expression darkening, then couldn't hold back her excitement and said, "Rated SS, and I received this book, the Book of Sages, the all-knowing, all-powerful book that can answer all my knowledge questions." Chen Guang sighed with relief. "Not bad. What did you exchange?" "This is for Ailey." Chao Sherwin handed a bottle of special ability potion to Ailey, which left her astonished. Chapter 73, Anna Evolves. "For me?" Ailey stared with her big, round eyes, looking at Chao Sherwin in disbelief. She had always felt unable to fit into the team and even suspected that Chao Sherwin was deliberately targeting her. Until now, she couldn't understand why Chao Sherwin had suddenly been so nice to her. Chen Guang verified through the Eye of Truth that this was a potion that could grant skills, similar to the Earth Escape technique he had given to Wang Pengzi before. "Drink up, 500 pineal glands, don't waste it." Li nervously reached out to take it, her face flushed with excitement. "I will do my best. I won't let everyone down." After repeatedly assuring them, she drank the special ability potion and immediately tried to unleash it. Sure enough, she could instantly cast a group attack ice pursuit with a range of 50 meters, more than enough to deal with 10 zombies. Chen Guang remembered that he had previously damaged the fire hydrant to use the water for conduction. "I have another idea. You could do it this way." After Chen Guang expressed his opinion, Chao Sherwin suddenly realized, "Yes, actually we can use the terrain to get through, which would give Ailey a better chance of getting a higher score." After Chao Shi explained the strategy in detail and sent AI Li into the secret realm, she turned around and saw Anna looking eagerly. She glanced at Chen Guang again. "Come on, Anna, follow me." Chen Guang called Anna over and took her to the car, closing the door. "Anna, I have a bottle of genetic serum. Is it for me?" Anna asked eagerly. After a moment of silence, she continued, "I actually want to go with you, but I'm afraid my parents will worry, so I—" She looked troubled, and Chen Guang didn't intend to pressure her. Just as Chen Guang finished speaking, a notification sounded. "Ding, Anna's admiration for you has reached 100 admiration." There was also an unexpected surprise. Anna took the serum, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. "Drink it." Anna tilted her head back and drank the genetic evolution serum. Moments later, her body began to react. Although it was painful, it wasn't severe. Chen Guang had long discovered that those who evolved using dark energy were suffering greatly. The gene evolution potion was probably modified. 10 minutes later, Anna completed her evolution. Gene Evolver. Anna, combat power, 940, strength, 12, speed, 110, reaction, 58, mental strength, 8, talent, rapid, special skill, kill with every 10 steps of the speed evolver. Chen Guang was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen a body-enhanced ability user. Not bad, not bad. The initial speed is quite fast, huh? Anna looked around in confusion. I feel like the speed around me has slowed down, as if the whole world is in slow motion. Chen Guang circled around her and sighed. It's not that the world has slowed down, but that you've sped up. Come on, let's practice and get familiar with your superpowers. When he got out of the car with Anna, Chao Shi was passionately explaining to all the soldiers how to quickly kill zombies after entering the secret realm. After all, with close to 1,000 people, all of them ordinary, relying on gene evolution drugs for evolution was somewhat unrealistic. So the method of training them was to have them quickly shoot and kill zombies with guns. Each of them was a mercenary, and each had excellent marksmanship, which goes without saying. Chen Guang took Anna for a stroll nearby, and the two first compared their running speeds. Chen Guang's attributes are clearly higher than Anna's, so he is faster in terms of speed. However, Anna's base reaction is much higher than Chen Guang's, to the point where Chen Guang even suspects that Anna could dodge bullets that come at her high speed. Such a dangerous experiment is something Chen Guang wouldn't dare to try. It's just a thought in his mind. Ollie has come out. A sharp scream from Feyre attracted everyone's attention, and they collectively looked towards the secret realm. There stood Ollie, holding a 2-meter-high staff, running out with a smile, and embracing her good friend Feyre. Chao Shi and Chen Guang hurried over to ask about the situation. How'd it go? As expected, both stages received an S rating, with a time of 9 seconds each. The rewards Ollie received were a staff and a necklace, both exclusive equipment for water elements. Seeing this, Wang Pengzi sighed. It really is getting more and more magical. You're just too talkative. While a group of people was laughing and joking, Chen Guang took out a katana and handed it to Anna. I'm lending you this sword. With your speed talent, getting an S in the first 2 stages is definitely not a problem. Got it. When Ollie reached out to take the Demon Slayer's sword, her face blushed slightly, and she turned around, confidently walking into the mist at a fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chao Shi quickly leaned in and asked, what super ability has she evolved? Speed, super speed, with an initial speed of over 100. Chao Shi felt relieved, but then furrowed his brow. How do you know this? Can you see her personal attributes? Chen Guang was also staring at Chao Shi. The two of them locked eyes for a while, and then Chao Shi said, I can only see my personal attributes in the realm of the gods. You can directly state the values, so you must be able to see them, right? Chen Guang smiled confidently. There are still many things you don't know about me, so stop asking. Anna went in quickly and came out just as fast. It was no more than 10 minutes. She walked out excitedly. I fulfilled my mission. Here you go. She held 2 knives, one of which was just obtained, a golden weapon, and directly handed it to Chen Guang. This is a reward from the main god, a knife called Godslayer. I'm returning it to you as a token of gratitude. Chen Guang didn't answer. What's going on? Can golden weapons be given away casually? Does this girl understand? Just take it. Anna continued to hand the demon-slaying sword to Chen Guang. You should keep it for yourself. Anna cherished the demon-slaying sword that Chen Guang gave her. This was a gift from you to me. I want to keep it. So is it not okay for me to trade with you? Chen Guang said speechlessly. Just keep both of them. Using dual blades looks really cool. Chao Sherwin couldn't stand it any longer. You two stop pushing the blame on each other. Hurry up and say, what's your evaluation? As soon as this topic came up, Anna raised her eyebrows and said proudly, first level SSS, second level S, I got a weapon, this Divine Slayer. And these boots I'm wearing, they increase my speed. Indeed, the rewards from the main god are given based on individual needs. Golden Artifact, Divine Slayer. Purple Equipment, Windrunner Boots. Currently, these are the equipment that Anna needs the most. Next, the warriors finally couldn't hold back anymore, one by one raising their hands to ask, when can we go in? I can't wait. Let me in. Chapter 74, Divine Skill, Super Equipment Editor, everyone, quiet down. Chao Sherwin shouted loudly to stop them. Next, 10 people will enter at once, then 20 people will enter next time, and so on, gradually increasing. The first batch of 10 chosen people were elated, and Chao Sherwin repeatedly reminded them, you only have 10 minutes past the first 2 levels and come out immediately. Then sync your information to me. Understood? Understood. Enter. With a wave of his hand, the 10 warriors entered with great enthusiasm. Subsequently, the others waited anxiously outside, feeling restless. It didn't take them the full 10 minutes, at least 5 minutes, at most 8 minutes, and all 10 came out. However, none of them received an S rating. The fastest time for the first level was only 5 seconds, but the rating was only A. For the second level, everyone performed poorly, averaging around 30 to 40 seconds. With all ratings at B level, shooting 10 zombies from different directions, this performance could be considered decent. As a result, each of these 10 people received an A-level gene evolution potion for the first level, and for the second level, the rewards varied. Some received blue melee weapons, while others obtained ability potions. Chen Guang could roughly guess from these bottles of ability potions that the superpowers of these people after evolution would be useful, as the god would not provide unnecessary items. It was my mistake. I should have thought of this earlier. The rewards from the god were all cold weapons, which meant that the god suggested close combat, and using hot weapons to participate in the trial, no matter how fast one killed, would not achieve an S rating. She confirmed her speculation in her heart and ordered the next 20 people, after you pass the first round, immediately end the trial, obtain the gene evolution potion, and evolve first. Wait a month before continuing the challenge. Everyone understood the difference between entering before and after gene evolution, so they all agreed with Chao Sherwin's statement. The second batch of 20 people entered, and this time they all came out in less than 5 minutes. Killing a zombie to pass the first round was quite fast. Almost all received a bottle of A-level gene evolution potion. The third, fourth, and fifth batches followed suit, with 100 people entering at once. Chao Sherwin had already compiled the data and had a complete reward mechanism in her mind. At the same time, some were eager to start evolving. The process was painful, and they were almost mistaken for mutated beings and shot by their companions. But fortunately, it was stopped in time, as the number of evolved individuals increased. Chen Guang and Chao Sherwin conducted preliminary statistics on these evolvers, roughly categorizing them into 3 main types. The first type, physical evolvers, which include 3 kinds: super strength type, high speed type, and invincible body type. The second type, elemental magic types, including 9 types: water, fire, wind, earth, electricity, metal, wood, light, and dark. The third type is particularly rare, mental strength evolvers. Besides Chao Sherwin, no one else has been found to possess her talent. Among the 1,000 people who came to the training camp, it's unclear if it's related to personal quality, but over 600 evolved into strength evolvers, more than 200 into invincible bodies, and over 100 into speed evolvers. The elemental talent was a pitifully small number of just over 80. This small number reminded Chao Sherwin of what the ghoul said before when it bit someone to death, calling that person a talent bearer. The so-called talent should refer to elemental ability users. Chao Sherwin was good at research, but Chen Guang was not interested, mainly because he still had his own matters to attend to and had not figured them out. After passing the goddess trial, he obtained a divine skill, super equipment editor, which can freely merge, modify, edit, and upgrade equipment, adjusting attributes at the cost of dark energy. Now, he didn't even need to command. Chen Guang hid in the car and began to study. First, he took all the equipment out, laying them out one by one in the car compartment with cards, firearms, mechanical cores, etc., filling the entire compartment. Chen Guang was slightly distracted, and the mechanical core suddenly disappeared. Soon after, the entire body of Navigator 1 emitted a glow of technology, fleeting in an instant. Chen Guang was completely focused on the system interface and did not notice this phenomenon at all. However, after the Navigator 1 integrated the mechanical core, the vehicle's broadcast began to emit weak signals, as if it were automatically adjusting its frequency, with occasional crackling noises. The computer inside the cabin also displayed a blue screen, and the satellite signal receiver on the roof was sending out faint signals towards the sky, starting to collect data from Earth-S civilization. Chen Guang was completely unaware of this scene. At this moment, he was immersed in his research, with a bold hypothesis that merging firearms, editing, and modifying them might be feasible. He acted on his thoughts and placed a 98K sniper rifle alongside an automatic rifle on the same page. After scanning, a brand new automatic sniper rifle emerged, capable of continuous fire. The data showed that the fusion resulted in additional attributes, including penetration power. What excited Chen Guang the most was that as long as there was enough dark energy, he could infinitely increase these attributes and even create a divine-level sniper rifle. But unfortunately, he didn't have that much dark energy to waste. He could only consume 100 points of dark energy for the fusion, and in the next second, a brand new green card appeared. Self-developed automatic sniper rifle, capable of continuous fire, strong penetration, with armor-piercing effects, lethal range of 2,000 meters. Holding in his hand was an automatic rifle with the appearance of a sniper rifle, perfectly presented. Beautiful. I knew it would work. What Chen Guang did not expect was that the self-developed weapon turned out to be a silver card. Penetration power with armor-piercing effects. It was unclear what this so-called armor referred to, whether it was body armor or helmet. Just as Chen Guang was about to continue his research for a while longer, Anna came over and knocked on the door. Chen Guang glanced outside the car. The sunset was about to fade. In just a few hours, over 1,000 people had almost all evolved. The results far exceeded expectations. At this moment, Chen Guang was completely unaware that this casual decision of his had saved many people in the training camp. To understand this, we need to go back. Early in the morning, Chen Guang and others had just set off. The ghoul had sent out a signal, commanding all the zombies within dozens of kilometers to come to the training camp to rescue him. By nightfall, many zombies had already lurked outside the safe zone. The civilians inside the training camp were discussing all day because Chen Guang led a team to explore. Some were worried, some were jealous, and there were various reactions. However, no one noticed the approaching crisis until the last rays of the sunset touched the horizon and darkness enveloped the land. Suddenly, the crank alarm sounded, and everyone was stunned. The combat personnel immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out, but when they saw the zombies outside the walls, their hearts trembled. So many zombies. Quickly sound the first-level alarm. Chapter 75. The training camp encounters a zombie tide the searchlights swept across, revealing dense hordes of zombies. The entire street was filled with them, stretching far and wide. Countless in number, with at least tens of thousands. The zombie horde clawed and gnawed at the walls and gates, as if attracted by something. Some even stacking on top of each other to climb over the walls. Da-da-da. The soldiers on the watchtower opened fire, shooting down the densely packed zombies below. Inside the safe zone courtyard, armed personnel rushed out with guns and climbed the watchtower to provide support against the sudden crisis. The dense gunfire sounded like a battlefield, with smoke billowing and the noise deafening. There were too many zombies, like a tide, trampling and climbing over each other. Many zombies managed to scale the 4-meter-high walls and entered the courtyard of the safe zone. The deafening alarm never ceased as countless soldiers came to support, rushing out to shoot the zombies. Commander directed the battle while arranging for civilians to evacuate, loudly announcing through the loudspeaker. All civilians hide in place, enter the buildings, and try to go higher. Seal the doors and windows. Do not let the zombies in. Combat personnel, hold the buildings and protect the civilians. The combat personnel secured every building entrance, occupying advantageous positions on the second and third floors, firing at the zombies in the courtyard. The civilians, panicking and stumbling, fled to the rooftops, almost all making it to the terrace, sealing the entrances, huddled together in fear and helplessness. Da-da-da. The situation was tense. Although there was some suppression, the number of zombies was overwhelming and the bullets were limited. Soon, the closest watchtower was breached, resulting in casualties, with the soldier screams echoing through the night sky. As the watchtower fell, more and more zombies climbed over the walls, gradually occupying the entire playground and recklessly climbing other high towers. Didaka. The soldier on the lookout tower ran out of bullets and had no magazines left to replace them. The zombies clawed their way up, about to seize the high ground. I'll fight you to the death. He pulled the pin on a grenade, leaped down, and perished with the zombies below. Boom! The explosion shook the heavens, flames shooting into the sky. The firepower inside the building intensified, all efforts focused on killing zombies. But this was only within the playground. All firepower was concentrated at the front of the safe zone. The safe zone had walls on 3 sides, with one side built against a mountain, creating a natural mimicry forest training ground. A group of mutated high-level zombies passed through the mimicry forest training ground, driving straight in and infiltrating the safe zone from the flank. Each zombie tilted its head, sensing the faint summons, not attracted by the gunfire outside, but stealthily approaching the command building of the safe zone. At this moment, there weren't many people in the building. The combat personnel had all been sent to support the front lines, leaving only a few trusted aides and the immobile old man and to guard the building. Something feels off. Old man and a veteran of the battlefield sensed something unusual due to his years of experience. Suddenly, there was the sound of a window breaking inside the building, and the old man perked up. Not good. Zombies are sneaking in. Quickly seal the building. We can't let them near the secret room. A few trusted aides hurriedly grabbed their guns and rushed out to fight, leaving only a few women behind, including Anna's mother. Stay quiet in the room. After giving the order, the old man drew his sidearm and pushed his wheelchair to the secret room, feeling that this zombie wave attack might be related to this brainchild. As long as he was alive, he absolutely could not let the zombies enter through this door. Come on, beasts, I'm not afraid of you. The combat team members quickly descended the stairs, cautiously observing the corridor environment. With the breeze brushing against them and relying on combat experience, they could sense the general location of the broken window. They took tactical positions, vowing to guard the corridor and absolutely not let the zombie horde succeed. Suddenly, a tentacle shot out at high speed. Open fire. Da-da-da. Dense tongues of fire sprayed, bullets flew, hitting the tentacle and preventing it from succeeding. The next moment, countless high-level mutated zombies poured out, with a patchwork monster leading the charge, followed by tentacle monsters, all troublesome mutated creatures. The tentacle struck, piercing the body of the shooting soldier. Stinking intestines sprayed out, entangling another soldier, dragging him down to the zombies, who tore him apart. Boom! The dead soldier ultimately detonated a grenade, wanting to perish with the zombies. But when the smoke cleared, the high-level mutated zombies had suffered little casualties, instead becoming more ferocious and charging wildly. Under the unstoppable onslaught, these soldiers all met a tragic end. On the return trip in the vehicle, Chen Guang was still researching the equipment editor when Anna beside him suddenly clutched her chest and broke out in a sweat. Chen Guang tilted his head and questioned, "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable panic in his heart, as if something big had happened at the base. "Don't scare yourself. It's fine. There's nothing wrong." Just then, Chao Sherwin rushed over in a fluster. "Chen Guang, I feel like something is off." Chen Guang frowned slightly. "What's wrong with all of you?" Chao Sherwin, who didn't seem to be joking, said solemnly, "I sense faint gunfire coming from the direction of the training camp's safe zone." Ha ha! The other soldiers burst into laughter, with someone saying, "It's still 45 kilometers away from the training camp. How could you possibly hear that?" Chen Guang could ignore others' mockery, but he had to take Chao Sherwin's words seriously. He disregarded the laughter and quickly climbed onto the platform, carefully listening to the faint sounds in the air. If it were before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have been able to hear sound from several kilometers away in the noisy world. But now, in the apocalypse, not only had humans evolved and their senses enhanced, But another reason was that the whole world was too quiet. Without the interference of loud noises, one could naturally hear subtle differences. Old man and held his gun tightly, guarding the entrance of a secret room. In the silent corridor, there were zombie growls, a faint stench, and the sound of footsteps shaking the ground. They were getting closer, already reaching this floor. Old man opened the safety and aimed at the stairs, ready to fire at any moment. Suddenly, a person was pushed around the corner of the corridor, being strangled by a tentacle around her neck, her feet off the ground, suspended in midair, blood pouring from her mouth. Old man was taken aback and shouted sharply, "Daughter-in-law!" The woman being held by the zombie was none other than Anna's mother. She was on the verge of death, barely alive. Old man didn't hesitate to fire. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were deafening, each bullet hitting the zombie's tentacles. But it was ineffective. Even if he pierced the tentacles, more would emerge, grabbing Anna's mother's hair, preventing her from falling to the ground. By the time old man emptied the magazine, he angrily reloaded. The zombies took this opportunity to come out from behind their cover. Huge, stitched-together monsters, mutated tentacle creatures, and disgustingly long-tongued monsters. The high-level zombies seemed to have gained some intelligence, using their tentacles to hold Anna's mother in front of them, the other zombies closely following behind. Approaching old man and daughter-in-law, hold on. Reloading his magazine, he raised his gun to shoot. Suddenly, a tentacle attack knocked the old man's handgun away. The monsters seemed to be toying with him, slowly closing in, and even the foul stench emanating from them was clearly detectable. "I'll fight you to the end." The old man pulled out a dagger from his waist and tried to stand up from his wheelchair, but the tentacles attacked, binding his hands and feet, while a bloody tongue wrapped around his neck. The elderly man, already frail, was simply no match for the high-level mutated zombies. The power difference was too great, and he was easily lifted from his wheelchair. "Let go of me, you beasts!" The meat mountain stood in front of the old man, sniffing the scent on him. So close, the foul smell made it hard for the old man to breathe. Suddenly, the meat mountain stretched out its huge hand, grabbing the old man's head and slamming it against the password door. Bang! This collision left the old man dizzy, with a mild concussion. The tentacles wrapped around the old man's hands pressed him against the fingerprint lock. Scan successful. Identity confirmed. Click. The password door opened with a sound. The zombies pushed the door open, and the secret room was instantly brightened. The old man was tossed into the secret room like garbage. He. The head in the glass jar laughed loudly, its laughter eerie and terrifying. Under its control, all the high-level zombies walked in, and even some zombies carefully picked up the glass vessel, tried to open it to retrieve the head, but the tentacles were too slippery, causing the glass vessel to fall to the ground. Crash! The glass shattered everywhere, and the ghoul's laughter abruptly stopped. "Idiot, be careful." The meat mountain stepped forward, picked up the ghoul's head, and sniffed it. "Hungry. So smelly, stay away from me." The tentacle zombie understood its companion's meaning, tightening the tentacle around Anna's mother's neck. Anna's mother kicked her legs wildly, her eyes turning red from the strangulation, but it was futile. Ultimately, under the overwhelming power, her head was brutally pulled off. Blood splattered everywhere. Daughter-in-law. The old man witnessed everything, leaning forward and weakly punching the meat mountain zombie. But his weak punches were ineffective against the meat mountain, which placed the head directly on Anna's mother's body. The ghoul was still boasting. "Did you not expect this? I still have a backup plan." But the next second, he suddenly shouted angrily, "You fools, you placed the head the wrong way. Switch directions." Then the meat mountain threw the ghoul's head into the air like a basketball, caught it again, and placed it on the neck. "Idiot, moron, it's not this way. It's the face that S reversed." The zombies had no intelligence, and after fiddling for a while, they finally placed the head correctly. Then something incredible happened. At the neck's severed edge of the ghoul's head, nerves actually grew, quickly merging with Anna's mother's body. To speed up the process, even a zombie handed over a severed head to the ghoul. The ghoul bit into the neck, greedily sucking blood, and the healing speed at the neck's nerve connection accelerated significantly. This scene stunned the old man, even though he had seen a lot. He had never seen a head swap before. Until the neck wound was completely connected, the ghoul controlled the body, squatting down to pick up Anna's mother's head and placing it back in its previous position. As a memento, You bastard, I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. No matter where you run to, we will kill you. You are truly ridiculous. The ghoul mocked coldly. If I could kill you, I would have done it long ago. Why wait for me to counterattack? You old fool. Next, let you become my power too. Navi 1. Anna trembled all over, an indescribable feeling coursing through her, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her throat. Are you okay? What happened? Many people surrounded her, tried to soothe her emotions. This was a mother-daughter connection that was hard to explain. Everyone wanted to persuade her to calm down, but suddenly, Chen Guang shouted from the platform. Everyone, enter battle mode. Prepare for combat. Everyone in the vehicle was stunned, not understanding why they suddenly had to fight. Anna dashed up to the platform, looking down from a height, and saw, to her shock, that the safe zone 2 kilometers away was engulfed in flames. Mom. At this point, Anna no longer doubted. Something significant had happened at the base. Without a moment's hesitation, she jumped out of the car. With Anna's current speed, running was much faster than riding in the car. Moreover, she was anxious and eager to get home, and the 2-kilometer distance could be covered in just a few minutes. Speed Evolver. Rush to the safe zone with me to rescue people immediately. The others drive at full speed. Go. Chen Guang was also fully energized, leaping out of the car and starting to run wildly. Other vehicles, upon receiving the orders, saw the Speed Evolvers jump out without hesitation, racing toward the training camp using only their legs. Chao Shirwan didn't bother with pre-battle analysis, controlling the flying skateboard to take off, shouting, "Fatty, you command the convoy?" Then he flipped and jumped onto the flying skateboard, shooting off with a whoosh, his speed comparable to Chen Guang's. The entire convoy, consisting of nearly 200 Speed Evolvers, each faster than the vehicles, rushed along the road, creating a bizarre sight. The fastest among them was Chen Guang, followed by Anna. Chapter 77. The Arrival of the War God. Anna's speed was 110, boosted by the Windrunner boots. Chen Guang held the Qinglong Yanhua blade, with a speed of 37,325, which included a dagger with all attributes 5, an exoskeleton armor 20, swift boots 100, and the Qinglong Yanhua blade 100. Running at full speed, his speed was 6 times that of Anna. I'll go ahead. Not only was Anna anxious, but Chen Guang was also extremely anxious. Relying on his speed, he pushed his power to the limit, covering 2 kilometers at rocket speed, reaching the edge of the safe zone's wall in less than 5 minutes. Go! While running at full speed, Chen Guang made a speed jump, propelling himself into the air and flying nearly 100 meters away, clearing the wall and seeing the horde of zombies in the yard. Aldi! Boom! The moment Chen Guang landed, he smashed the cement floor, creating a wide range of cracks. At that moment, Chen Guang's imposing aura surged, and the battle god manifestation effect from the Qinglong Yanhua Dao was fully revealed. Chen Guang held the green dragon crescent blade, and suddenly a phantom towering dozens of meters appeared around him, also wielding the green dragon crescent blade, the war god martial saint. Buzz! The momentum spread, and all the nearby zombies were knocked back by the sudden pressure of the martial saint. In the blink of an eye, the massive figure of the martial saint quickly condensed from dozens of meters into a complete embodiment on Chen Guang. Chen Guang raised his head, and the moment he slightly opened his eyes, an unstoppable, overwhelming killing intent spread out. With just a glance, the sky and clouds changed color, and the killing aura surged. Kill! The Qinglong Yanhua blade flipped, executing the move Autumn Wind sweeps away the leaves. The large blade began to spin around Chen Guang, creating a fierce wind. The accompanying skill was triggered. When the Qinglong Yanhua blade attacked, it carried the effect of Dragon Soul. As Chen Guang swung the blade, illusory green dragons flew out wherever the blade passed. The dragon shadows replaced the light of the sword, soaring and galloping, slaying all nearby zombies in droves, taking down large groups with a single strike. Originally, there were thousands of zombies in the courtyard, but under Chen Guang's autumn wind-like attacks, countless corpses were separated in an instant. Following Chen Guang's path, within a radius of 50 meters centered on him, not a single zombie could survive. Chen Guang displayed his might, truly a god slaying gods. In fact, when the martial saint's phantom appeared, the civilians hiding on the rooftop witnessed this scene. Some rubbed their eyes, and as the martial saint's phantom vanished, they saw Chen Guang killing zombies in all directions. The atmosphere of fear and helplessness was instantly dispersed. The civilians on the rooftop excitedly shouted and cheered, waving their hands for help. But at this moment, Chen Guang had no time to rescue anyone. He had to deal with these zombies and kill them all without leaving a trace. Anna quickly followed, leaping into the courtyard, first scanning the surroundings. Chen Guang was slaughtering zombies, and she didn't intend to help. Instead, she turned and ran towards the command building. Just as she entered the building, the glass of the upper floor shattered, and a few zombies fell from the high building, surprisingly not dead. They propped themselves up and shook their heads. The ghoul wearing a mist cloak slowly appeared above the heads of the zombies. The acceleration and black mist floating effect made him look eerie at night. "You idiots! It's your luck not to be dead from the fall. Retreat." Just as he was about to fly away, he sensed something and slightly turned his head to look at the playground in the front line, instantly transforming into black mist and arriving at the side of the playground in a few blinks. Seeing Chen Guang rampaging, the ghoul was truly taken aback. His strength had increased significantly. How is this possible? Forget it. Let these ordinary zombies be your gift. Let's protect these few fourth-tier zombies first. Goodbye. And perhaps we won't meet again. Just as the ghoul was about to give the order to retreat quickly, Chen Guang also felt the misty cloak and looked solemnly at the sky, only to see a mass of black mist quickly disappearing into the darkness. Oh no! Chen Guang wanted to rush up to intercept, but someone on the rooftop of a building was shouting for help, and ordinary zombies had already reached the rooftop. Chen Guang gave up the chase, his body trembling as he suddenly jumped upward, taking advantage of the gap between the two buildings. He used the outer walls on both sides for leverage and swiftly leaped up to the rooftop. Kill! As soon as Chen Guang appeared, an unmatched aura erupted. With a single slash, the Dragon Soul effect unleashed its power, flying into the corridor entrance and killing all the zombies inside. Chen Guang glanced at the crowd and was relieved to see that everyone was fine. Some raised questions, while others speculated on their own, asking with worried faces, could they all be dead? Chao Sherwin rode on a flying skateboard, controlling flying knives to shoot zombies while simultaneously directing the rescue operation. The survivors witnessed this scene, raising their arms in cheers and shouting encouragement. Chen Guang didn't stay long. With a leap, he surprisingly jumped to another building's rooftop, slashing the approaching zombies to rescue the survivors. Anna rushed into the command building and was hit by a strong smell of blood. The ground was littered with severed limbs and arms, and all the guards were dead beyond recovery. She widened her eyes and quickly sprinted up the stairs, reaching the upper floor in just a few steps. She saw a chaotic office, equally drenched in blood and gore, but she couldn't find her mother or grandfather. "Where are you, Mom?" She continued upstairs, searching for her mother's figure. The traces of high-level mutated zombies stopped on the 12th floor, holding dual daggers. Anna arrived in the corridor and saw a wheelchair discarded in front of the secret room's door. Nervously, she walked over. "Mom, Grandpa." Upon entering the door, a pungent smell of blood rushed into her nostrils. The room was chaotic, showing signs of struggle, and there was a headless corpse in military uniform. It was her grandfather. "Grandpa." The daggers fell to the ground as Anna rushed over, unsure how to approach her grandfather's body. Her mouth opened wide in profound sorrow, yet no sound escaped. The grief was stuck in her throat, making it hard to breathe, but the pain of her uninjured heart felt even worse. In her tears, she finally spotted two heads on a shelf. One was her grandfather's, and the other was her mother's. "Ah, Mom, Grandpa." The pent-up anguish finally erupted, a heart-wrenching scream that echoed throughout the entire building. On the battlefield, Chen Guang had already met with Commander and Hafeng. There was no time for pleasantries as they were about to listen for orders on where to start exterminating the zombies when Chen Guang suddenly heard Anna's heart-wrenching cries. Something bad had happened. Chen Guang looked at Hafeng with a serious expression. "Where are your father and wife?" And Hafeng pointed blankly at the building behind him. "They are back there, safe." Chen Guang directly lifted Hafeng, squatting slightly, and suddenly made a leap into the sky. Chapter 78. Golden Passive unlocked, Thunder and Lightning. Chen Guang carried in Hafeng and jumped directly over 100 meters, crashing into the command building. They had already entered, and he threw Hong Feng onto the ground and looked bewildered, probably because they flew too fast and his soul was still lagging behind. There was no time to wait for him to recover. Faintly, they could hear the heart-wrenching cries of a woman inside the building. Chen Guang directly grabbed Hong Feng as if picking up a chick and rushed out of the corridor. In just a few breaths, they arrived in front of the secret room door. Upon entering, he saw Anna kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. In front of her were two neatly arranged heads. After all, they were not Chen Guang's close relatives, so he still retained some rationality. He searched around the secret room, but did not see the ghoul's head. Feeling frustrated, he punched the wall. With a loud bang, a large hole was smashed into the wall. Damn it, he got away. Chen Guang gritted his teeth. Chen Guang rushed out alone and saw the broken window. He leaped out and landed on the ground. Thud! As he landed, the newly formed cracks on the ground covered the existing patterns. Chen Guang's brain raced as he simulated that 3 people had fallen down. Did he have accomplices? Chen Guang did not witness it with his own eyes, nor did he experience it personally. Based on reasoning and analysis, he suspected that it was the accomplices of the ghouls who triggered this zombie tide in order to save people. At the entrance, speed evolvers were still a minority compared to the tens of thousands of zombies. They were merely a drop in the bucket. Just as over 100 speed evolvers were scattered across the area fighting the zombies, the tide of corpses pressed in with overwhelming numbers, and they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. At that moment, the main door was suddenly smashed open. Pioneer number 1 charged in first, followed closely by armored vehicles and pickups from the safe zone, one after another. Wang Pengzi, wearing 2 armored gauntlets and holding a knight's sword, jumped down directly from the 2nd floor of the Pioneer. The moment he landed, the sword pierced into the cement ground. Ground spike. Boom. A large area of stone spikes emerged from the ground, piercing through the scattered zombies completely. Pulling out the knight's sword, the stone spikes disappeared as if they had never existed. Wang Pengzi turned around and swung, beheading a nearby zombie with one stroke. Just then, the entire playground suddenly shone brightly. It was fireperson Fei, wearing a flaming trench coat, floating in mid-air and engulfed in flames. Wherever she saw a zombie, she shot fireballs at it. Explosions, burning, flames reaching the sky. Ice rain fell from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice spikes began to rain down from the sky, covering a large area with wide destructive power. It was Ailey from the Pioneer vehicle holding a staff high above her head, striking wherever she pointed, with the falling ice spikes directly piercing through the zombies' heads. After other warriors got off the vehicles, they also began to unleash their might. Those with immense strength could throw zombies hundreds of meters away to their deaths, while those with extraordinarily strong defenses could cause massive casualties among the zombie horde just by charging through. The most powerful belonged to the elemental mages. With over 80 people casting spells, their attacks were dazzling and colorful, like blooming fireworks, red, blue, yellow, green, and every shade in between. The survivors in the safe zone saw over 1,000 people return in this manner, unsure whether to cry or laugh. They cried for the many lives lost, but laughed because they were saved. Thus, this zombie tide, which started around 8 or 9 p.m., continued until 3 a.m., completely ending. The entire safe zone training camp, covering tens of thousands of square meters, had no surviving zombies left in any corner. After the battle, Chao Sherwin began to command the situation and tally the casualties. Originally, there were about 25,000 people in the training camp, and nearly 10,000 had died in this battle. Even Anna's mother and grandfather, as well as the former president of the Chinese Workers' Union, lost their lives in the tide of corpses. The deaths of his father and wife aged Commander and Hong Feng by several years. He blamed himself and locked himself in his room, refusing to see anyone who came to persuade him. The entire safe zone base was completely neglected and was taken over and managed by Chen Guang's team. Chao Sherwin was appointed in a time of crisis. Her background as an embassy assistant allowed her to quickly adapt to the post-battle calming efforts, and she even found time to command Wang Pengzi to quickly send people to repair the defensive fortifications. Chen Guang did not participate in any aftermath work, but instead followed the existing clues and tracked down to the mimetic forest training ground, arriving by a small stream where the clues were interrupted. Damn it! With a slash, he killed a lone, ordinary zombie, just as Chen Guang was about to explode in anger. Ding! Detected host, cumulative zombie kills, 10,000. Unlocked golden legendary passive, Descendant of the Dragon. Gained level 1 skill, Deprivation. Can take the genetic abilities of humans below the host level and convert them into card for your use. Chen Guang was taken aback. The strongest passive skill had been unlocked, the Descendant of the Dragon, and he received such a powerful ability at level 1. Deprivation implied that he could take away other superpowers. Having had this move before, he even managed to let the ghoul escape and took its immortality. He couldn't believe it wouldn't die. Now, it had caused such great casualties. How could he explain this to the victims' families? If I encounter you again, I swear I won't be human if I don't kill you. After the disaster, nearly everyone was helping one another. As Chen Guang walked by, everyone greeted him politely. Chen Guangjing planned to go to the car to study the golden passive when suddenly someone blocked his way. Guang, I want to become stronger. I want to evolve. As long as you are willing to help me, I can sleep with you anytime. Chen Guang was taken aback, realizing that this woman looked very familiar. He remembered that she was the one he had specifically instructed Chao Sherwin to pay special attention to last time. Dusha? What a weirdo. Chen Guang tried to walk past her, but Dusha hurriedly blocked his way and said, I just want to live. Can't you satisfy such a small wish? What exactly do you want me to give in return? Originally, Chen Guang didn't want to explain, but time and again, people came to him wanting to trade their bodies for a chance at evolution, and the rumors were almost becoming reality. You don't have to give anything. Surviving is your business. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know where you heard those rumors. I am a very traditional person and wouldn't casually sleep with unfamiliar women. Do you understand? After venting, Chen Guang turned to leave, but after just a few steps, he heard crying behind him. Dusha was still following Chen Guang, continuously wiping her tears, seemingly talking to herself, or perhaps trying to comfort herself. I used to be a patrol officer with a family and a career, and life was very fulfilling. But suddenly, one day, the world changed. I was ordered to be transferred to the port safety zone, and later they told me that women have special treatment. Who would have thought they would treat us like sows? After these days of interaction, I found that you are very upright and have broken my stereotype of Chinese people. You are strong and very manly. You know how to evolve into a strong person, but you never. The women who are close to you have all evolved. Doesn't that indicate something? I want to become stronger just to survive. I don't want to become a monster. Can't you tell me the method of evolution? I beg you. In a few days, I will arrange for all of you to go to the secret realm. Whether you evolve or die depends on your own fortune. Chapter 79. A muddy wall can't be supported. Giving someone fish is not as good as teaching them to fish. It's not just Dusha. There are also more than 15,000 people who survived in the base. If they want to live, they all need to evolve. Only in this way can they live a little longer. Chen Guang found Chao Sherwin and shared his thoughts, and she was also of the same mind. They both agreed that before all the survivors headed to the secret realm, it would be best to conduct some basic training to maximize the chances of survival. Originally, Chen Guang wanted to discuss this with Han Feng, but was still engulfed in sadness and unable to move on, so Chen Guang had to seek others. Fortunately, nearly all of the 1,000 people who had previously gone to the secret realm were mercenaries from the training camp. Chen Guang approached them, shared his thoughts, and they agreed with his idea. Next came the impromptu training, primarily targeting those ordinary people who had never fired a gun before. Chao Sherwin categorized the training into two parts. The first was to adapt to zombies, and the second was practical shooting training. The adaptation was quite simple. Since there were tens of thousands of zombies in the zombie tide, they had ordinary people dig out the pineal glands from the zombies' heads, with each person required to bring back at least 3. This was a rather intense training session, and almost every ordinary person ended up vomiting profusely. For an entire day, the mass grave was filled with the stench of decay and vomit. Training for shooting began on the second day. The shooting techniques taught by the mercenaries were very practical, focusing on close-range shooting known as cars, commonly referred to as the Mozambique drill. This was the most common shooting technique used in competitions and real combat by the military of the United States, and it was also one of the easiest to learn. Some practical shooting techniques were even learned by Chen Guang himself. The shooting training lasted for 2 days, consuming tons of ammunition, regardless of the results. On the 4th and 5th days, Chao Sherwin began to explain the secret realm and all the dangers that could be encountered during the trials in the realm of the gods. Sharpening the knife doesn't waste the woodcutter's effort. After 5 days of intensive training, the next 6 or 7 days will be spent leading a team to the secret realm for the trials. After team discussions, it was decided that Chao Sherwin would lead the team, with Fei and AI Li assisting to lead 15,000 survivors to the secret realm. Chen Guang originally thought that Hong Feng would remain in his state of despair, but unexpectedly, he emerged from his secluded room and joined the convoy heading to the secret realm. Thus, a convoy carrying 15,000 people set off grandly once again towards the suburbs of Paris. With their departure, the entire base was instantly left empty, with fewer than 1,000 evolved individuals remaining. Chen Guang sat on the rooftop of the building, gazing into the distance and noticing wisps of smoke rising from the cemetery area. He leaped down to see what was happening. It was Anna burning paper to honor her deceased mother and grandfather. In the past few days, she had cried all her tears dry, and now her heart was filled with hatred. The little girl who had always been cared for had finally grown up. Chen Guang placed a small white flower he picked by the roadside. Anna looked up at Chen Guang, nodded slightly, and continued to burn money. That's right, real money. Even paper is considered rare and precious in the apocalypse. Money is useless. Society has collapsed, order has disintegrated, and money, as a currency, is currently the most useless thing, too trivial to even be used for wiping. Chen Guang squatted beside her, picked up a stack of money, and threw it into the fire pit. Once a person is dead, they cannot come back to life. Those who are alive must look forward. Anna suddenly asked back, "When will you leave?" "In a few days, when everyone has the ability to protect themselves, that's when I will leave." Anna still didn't look up, her voice cold as she said, "I want to go with you." It was clear that she was resolute and determined. Chen Guang did not refuse, patting her shoulder as he stood up to take his leave. The trial of the gods was proceeding very smoothly, with a mortality rate of about 1 in 1,000. Chen Guang was taken aback and asked, "How can there still be dead people?" The messenger shrugged and said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. After all, they are ordinary people, and those who died were all cowards who didn't dare to shoot in front of the zombies." Assistant Chow also mentioned that out of more than 10,000 people, the evolution results were not very ideal. Only 3,000 soldiers successfully achieved a level evolution, while ordinary people evolved into various levels including B, C, D, E, and F. What the hell? Chen Guang was completely confused. There is also a def level? Didn't they say that gene evolution is divided into 3 levels? High, medium, and low? The messenger directly handed Chen Guang a small notebook with detailed explanations written in it. Chao Sherwin had already found the answer through the Book of Sages. There are 3 types of gene evolution agents: high, medium, and low. But the effects of the evolved superpowers vary depending on the individual's constitution. High level. The strongest combat power comes from elemental systems, followed by mental systems, and finally physical enhancement. Medium level. Physical enhancement and auxiliary abilities that are somewhat useless. Low level. Almost no superpowers can be observed, only considered as talent enhancement. According to the explanation given by the Book of Sages, gene evolution above a level has combat power almost all above 500. B-level gene evolution has combat power in the range of 300 to 500. C-level gene evolution has combat power in the range of 200 to 300. D-level has combat power hovering around 100. E-level only has abilities that differ from ordinary people, with more life skills and almost no combat use. F-level is even more useless, at most enhancing the 5 senses slightly, turning 3-color intuition into 4-color vision, and so on. Wow, Chen Guang only felt overwhelmed. Among the chicken ribs superpowers, X-ray vision is considered the strongest support ability. At least it allows for night vision, can see through walls, and is a good observer for guarding, standing watch, and searching for supplies. However, those abilities like rapid hair growth, the ability to keep people silent, and the capacity to attract iron are things even Chao Sherwin doesn't know the use of. Are there many of these low-level evolved beings? The messenger took a sip of water and replied affirmatively. Yes, there are many. So far, there are nearly 8,000 people. Chen Guang felt overwhelmed and confused. How could it turn out like this? Even if he were slow, it shouldn't be this bad to only kill one zombie in the first level. He received an F rating and was given a low-level evolution potion, which was almost equivalent to not evolving at all. Chen Guang's thoughts fell into a misunderstanding. He was so full of himself that he believed everyone should be as impressive as he was. However, he had not personally witnessed the struggles of those people, which were truly a sight to behold. When the challenge began, zombies appeared, and there were plenty who were so scared they wet their pants, others who missed their shots, and many who turned and ran. Those who managed to walk out of the divine realm were lucky, and the idea of them evolving superpowers was just a dream. God is fair. If these people were granted impressive superpowers, it would be unfair to the true warriors who bravely faced danger and fought against the zombies. Chapter 80. The Troublemaker. Chen Guang finished reading the letter and questioned, "What do these people mean? Are they looking for trouble?" The messenger replied, "They discovered the secret realm first and have set up isolation zones around it. They also said we are intruding on their territory, which is a provocative act. They have been pulling back and forth with us." Chen Guang asked again, "What is Chao Sherwin's attitude? Is it to fight for sovereignty or to take a step back for broader prospects?" The messenger shrugged. "I don't know about that." Chen Guang looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "It's really worrying." In the suburbs of Paris, near the secret realm, there were quite a number of survivors, over 1,000, most of whom were high-level evolvers, not to be underestimated in battle. Although there had not been any large-scale fights, interactions involving trash talk and provocations occurred frequently. The main issue was that these survivors were a bit too shameless. "This is our territory. While we were away, you came and stole our home, and you must compensate us. That's right, if you don't compensate, you can't leave. Let's see who can outlast whom." Commander stepped in to negotiate and spoke face-to-face with these people. "What compensation do you want? State your demands." A tall black man arrogantly said, "Anything is fine, but in the apocalypse, women are the most valuable. Leave us 100 women, and you can go." Commander grabbed the man's neck. In an instant, both sides had their guns drawn, tension rising, neither side willing to back down. "Oh, high-level evolver, are you fast? Can you outrun a bullet?" And Hong Fong stood his ground. "We have guns too. Who is afraid of whom?" The black leader snorted coldly, "I'm not afraid of zombies. Why would I be afraid of death? But I warn you, we are all desperate men. If it comes to a fight, not many of you will leave alive." As he spoke his most arrogant words, he opened his coat, revealing grenades inside. "Commander, go ahead. I can't stand these bastards anymore." In a fit of anger, and Hong Fong released his grip. Seeing this, the black leader smirked. "Since you're being polite, I won't make it hard for you. Just give me 1, 2, 3, 4. As he arrogantly counted the women, someone behind him whispered and pointed to the vehicles. The black leader had a sudden inspiration and changed his demands. "If you don't give me women, that's fine. Just leave this vehicle, and you can go." The vehicle he pointed to was Navigator 1, which reignited the suppressed anger. "Go to hell." Both sides were once again at a standoff. However, this time the black leader was the first to back down. "Okay, if you won't give it, let's change the terms." He looked around, noticing the large number of Chinese people, his eyebrows raised high. Under the guidance of his subordinates, he expressed their true intentions. "I see your Chinese gang is quite powerful. If you agree to let us join, we'll be one big family from now on. I can give up on all the cars and women. This could be the best resolution, each side taking a step back for a brighter future." These people had high mental strength, and my mind-reading ability had little effect. But I was sure their intentions were not as simple as they seemed. And Hong Fong also knew these people had ulterior motives, but the exit had been blocked by them. Continuing to drag this out would only deplete the food supplies, so it was better to settle things quickly. Let us fight. The civilian casualties would be unimaginable. Chao Sherwin had reservations. While both sides were shaking hands and making peace, the black leader was still boasting. "You made the right choice. If you don't take us with you, next month, it won't be so easy for you to come back. Now we're all family, right?" Ha ha. After the evolvers put down their weapons, they showed remarkable friendliness, and the initial tension quickly turned into camaraderie with the civilians. This finally eased the worries that had been hanging over in Hong Kong. However, this also fell right into their trap. In the evening, after Chao Sherwin mentioned this, Chen Guang didn't think too much about it. After all, the training camp wasn't his, and Han Feng could arrange it however he wanted. On the other side, the Gallic Evolvers quickly integrated into the training camp. Firstly, the Chinese were hospitable and not exclusionary. Secondly, these people were strong enough. In the apocalypse, most ordinary people admire the strong. Thirdly, they were deliberately trying to get close and build relationships to ultimately achieve their goals. During dinner that night, they heard some official announcements from these newcomers. The existing currency would be canceled, and the most valuable currency in the apocalypse would be precious bullet resources. Guns could be distributed freely, but bullets would be strictly controlled by the authorities. In the trading zone established by the officials, bullets were equivalent to currency and could be exchanged for anything. However, the items needed to exchange for bullets were not many. Firstly, the pineal glands from zombie heads. And secondly, women. The authorities needed women to fill the population gap caused by deaths, and everyone knew this. But the need for pineal glands puzzled the civilians. During training, each civilian had dug out at least 3 pineal glands. Don't you know? An ordinary zombie's pineal gland could be exchanged for 1 point of dark energy in the realm of the gods. A second-level zombie's pineal gland can be exchanged for 100 points, and a third-level zombie's pineal gland can be exchanged for 1,000 points directly. Oh no, I feel like I'm losing out big time. The greatest fear was that someone would stir the pot, turning what had been a consensus into unreasonable demands. Moreover, this consensus was closely related to their abilities and the heights they could achieve in the future. Now everyone was unhappy, though they didn't want to lead a riot. The voices of discontent were growing louder. Chapter 81. A mouse dropping spoils the soup as an aside after Dusa passed the trial of the gods. She became one of the few high-level genetic evolvers with a rare wind element talent. I have some bad news for you. She got straight to the point. The newly arrived Gallic evolvers are spreading rumors within the base, claiming that the pineal glands in zombie heads can be exchanged for high-level abilities and even advanced weapons in the realm of the gods. Their statements are causing chaos throughout the base, and if we don't clarify soon, it could lead to unrest. Chen Guang listened carefully and admitted, "They're telling the truth. The pineal gland is indeed used for this purpose." Du Sha was momentarily taken aback, and after a while said, "So, what you're saying is the previous zombie wave with tens of thousands of pineal glands all went into your personal wallets. How is that different from embezzlement?" Chao Sherwin hurriedly interjected. "First of all, you misunderstood. We did not embezzle. Do you understand communism?" Du Sha didn't expect the topic to shift so quickly. Chao Sherwin continued, "Let me be straightforward. The pineal glands from the heads of the previous zombie wave were all handed over to the commander, and a collective account was created in the realm of the gods, with a total of over 400 units of dark energy stored." Chen Guang couldn't help but click his tongue upon hearing this. "So many?" Chao Sherwin rolled her eyes and continued, "This dark energy belongs to the collective. Those who contribute the most to the base will receive special rewards, which can be exchanged for corresponding items based on the needs of the reward recipients." "Oh, I understand. I'll go explain this to everyone right away." Du Sha quickly ran off, and Chen Guang followed up with a question. "This idea was yours, right?" "Yes, that's right, but there are still flaws. I hope Han Feng can address this flaw in the future." Chao Sherwin admitted and added this statement. "What flaw?" Chen Guang asked curiously. "The wealth gap," Chao Sherwin explained. "If everyone were high-level evolvers, there wouldn't be this flaw, as they would all be on the same level. And whether or not they can obtain rewards would depend on individual contributions. But the current situation is that there are nearly 10,000 low-level evolvers in the base, while there are only a little over 3,000 high-level evolvers. This means that there are only a little over 3,000 competitors for rewards, which ultimately leads to the strong becoming stronger and the weak becoming weaker." Chen Guang rubbed his forehead. "This is really a hassle. Man's plans are not as good as heaven's plans. On the way, I gave suggestions to Han Feng, but who knew the trial results would be so unsatisfactory?" Chen Guang changed the topic and said, "Let's not bring this up anymore. We're about to leave, and it won't matter to us in the future. Let's continue researching the route." Chen Guang didn't want to bring it up, but after Dusa spread the rule, advanced evolvers found it quite beneficial. While ordinary evolvers couldn't be happy about it, Those who have survived until now are all quite shrewd. If they think carefully, they can see through the drawbacks. Some people had ulterior motives, and with the instigation of the Gaul survivors, it ultimately led to an uncontrollable situation. One day, as usual, Chen Guang and a few others went to the cafeteria for a meal, but as soon as they arrived at the counter, before they could even get their food, the cafeteria manager said coldly, "You want to eat? Each of you must hand over a bullet." Chen Guang was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The cafeteria manager, with a stern face, replied confidently, "Isn't it clear enough? If you want to eat here, you need to hand over a bullet. Gao Siu Guetstein. But others don't have to hand over bullets to eat." The cafeteria manager, hands on hips, pointed at Chen Guang and the others and started a rant. "Are you the same as everyone else? Everyone else is from the training camp, but you? Eating our food, using our resources, and about to leave while still trying to take advantage of us. Let everyone judge. Is this how you do things?" This nonsensical outburst ignited the anger of Chen Guang and the others. Many people present were also dissatisfied with Chen Guang, whispering insults nearby. "I used to think he was a hero, but it turns out he's just a vampire. Isn't it true? He grew strong thanks to our support, but what about us? People only care for themselves. Remember that day he used the weapon, the Qinglong Yinhua blade? I heard it was worth a lot of pineal glands. All the pineal glands we worked hard to dig out have gone into these ingrates' pockets." This cold and mocking sarcasm left Chen Guang and his companions feeling dejected. "Forget it. I'm not eating anymore. I'm smashing the plate and leaving. If you want to eat, go ahead, but don't come here to take advantage of us. We're not serving you." These people seemed to have forgotten who opened fire during the zombie tide to save them from danger. They didn't remember. They only knew that after Chen Guang and his group had taken enough advantage, they were about to leave. This led many ignorant citizens, incited by others, to believe that Chen Guang and his companions were bastards, no different from the evil, exploitative capitalists. What a joke, crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Ungrateful wolves, bah. If you don't want us here, we'll leave. We won't stay here to annoy you. Chao Shirwan remained relatively calm, analyzing the pros and cons, and said, "Although I know the system will become chaotic, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. These Gallic survivors are truly a bunch of troublemakers." Chen Guang said, "They're troublemakers. Were we?" Chao Shirwan quickly corrected herself. "It's a few rat droppings that spoil a pot of soup. To be precise," Chen Guang said coldly, "flies don't bite seamless eggs. Even if they want to stir up trouble, they need wind and fire to burn. Greed knows no bounds. I am truly disappointed in them." Just then, Fayer and AI angrily got into the car. "What's going on? Why has everyone in the base turned against us overnight?" "That's right, we have to provide bullets to eat. If we don't, we can't eat. What kind of situation is this?" While the two women complained, Anna quickly got into the car. "I'm sorry, I just heard that someone has been inciting trouble, and it seems like they want to cause a collective disturbance. My dad wants you to come over. What has to come will come. Let's go meet the commander." Under Chen Guang's lead, the group arrived at the Quiet Command headquarters building. They entered the large conference room and saw An Hafeng, who had been ignoring them for a long time. "Everyone is here. Please take a seat." Since the death of his wife and father, An Hafeng had been very dejected and no longer had his initial vigor. After everyone was seated, An Hafeng directly said, "I sincerely apologize for the unfair treatment you faced today in the cafeteria." Chen Guang raised his hand. "I don't want to hear this. I just want to know, before we leave, what solutions do you have for the current situation? I don't want to leave and then find out you have caused some trouble." And Hong Feng then stood up, looked out the window, and said softly, Chapter 82. This is called A Thunderous Grip. After lunch, all the members of the training camp, over 15,000 people, were collectively called to gather in the square. A platform had already been set up on the steps in front of the building, and Hong Feng stood at the podium and spoke in a microphone. "Comrades, today, I've called you all here to discuss some important matters." "What are you saying? We don't understand. Speak Gallic." And Hong Feng spoke in Mandarin, which the Gallic people couldn't understand, interrupting him with shouts and chaos. But Hong Feng ignored it and continued amidst the uproar. "The apocalypse has descended, and zombies are rampant. My father, the president of the Chinese Association, led the Chinese to occupy this training camp at the first opportunity, and I led the search and rescue efforts throughout Gaul to gather our compatriots together. We have come this far relying on the principles of unity and not abandoning each other. Who among you remembers what it was like when the zombie outbreak first occurred? How many warriors sacrificed themselves to save others? How many warriors sacrificed themselves to protect you? You have all forgotten the suffering we just experienced yesterday. And Hong Fong pounded his chest with his fist. Just a few days of stability, and everyone starts to undermine each other, abandoning faith. I feel very pained. Someone shouted stubbornly. Commander, we're grateful to you, but we do not welcome them. They're just passers-by, not one of us. That's right. They will eventually leave and take away so many of our weapons and ammunition, which are our means of survival. Why should we give them away for free? I refuse. We refuse. The shouts rose and fell, growing louder. If they want to take things, let them leave behind the high-tech weapons they exchanged in the divine realm. Yes, hand over the Qinglong Yinhua blade. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot silenced everyone, and Hong Fong raised his gun, the barrel still smoking. Everyone be quiet. Can I continue speaking now? And Hong Fong pointed his gun at the crowd and sternly said, You, and all of you scum are cowards who are just surviving in Gaul. As Chinese, instead of thinking about helping, you listen to instigators and insult your compatriots. What are your intentions? Can you face your conscience? Have you forgotten our homeland that raised us after living in Gaul for a few years? This scolding awakened all the Chinese, and they finally remembered their distant homeland, not knowing what kind of suffering it was undergoing. And Hong Fong changed his tone and continued, repairing electricity, bringing light, providing intelligence, and giving strategies so that all of us can evolve and adapt to this dangerous apocalyptic crisis. Which of you has not received their guidance? Yet how did you respond? Shameful. This is like them passing through our area, helping us fix electricity and roads, even giving us tips for the college entrance examination, allowing us to adapt to the apocalypse and survive. But you treacherous wolves, eating from the bowl while cursing the bowl, who gave you the face? You have shamed your ancestors. However, among the crowd, there were still those standing out like over 1,000 Gallic survivors. They all looked up, whistling and shouting, booing loudly. Their voices were so annoying that one couldn't help but want to slap them to make them shut up. What are you saying? We don't understand. Get down, stop talking. Dare you speak, Gallic? The entire Chinese crowd was left speechless, and then Hong Fong then shifted his tone, saying, Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. When we were in the secret realm, I felt something was off. Why has it only erupted now? It was waiting for this moment. As soon as Hong Fong finished speaking, bang, a sudden sniper shot rang out. The head of the black leader was blown apart on the spot. He had no chance to react and fell dead instantly. The next moment, thousands of advanced evolvers hidden in the crowd suddenly acted, directly subduing over 1,000 Gallic survivors. Those who tried to resist were met with the barrels of guns against their heads. Just as the scene was about to become chaotic, it was quickly suppressed. 3 against 1, they escorted over 1,000 Gallic people to kneel neatly in front. What are you bastards going to do? They shouted defiantly. What are we doing? Of course, we are exposing your intentions. Will you say it yourselves, or should I force you to say it? Over 1,000 people struggled to resist. But once Hong Fong gave a nod, bang, bang, those who resisted were shot in the head without any chance to struggle. I'll say it. I'll say everything. The remaining survivors admitted defeat, gathering their courage to reveal the truth. They had survived the early stages of the disaster and, after interacting with the authorities, were attracted by the conditions offered by the officials. So they became unofficial personnel for the officials. Their purpose was simple: to search for survivors and send women to the official safe zone in exchange for more resources dominating in the apocalypse. As for coming to the Chinese safe zone, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. The black boss who was shot dead was a cultivated agent of the officials, with the superpower of manipulating people's hearts. His goal was to cause the Chinese safe zone to fall apart, giving them an opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. As long as the internal situation was chaotic, pushing out the strong and leaving only ordinary people, they could seize power. Vehicles, weapons, supplies, and resources would all belong to them, and they could distribute them however they wanted. At that time, the leaderless Chinese gang would be ruthlessly exploited, reducing everyone to slaves. The revelation of this truth filled everyone with anger, and Hong Fong was a ruthless person and ordered all over 1,000 people to be sent to the confinement room. The common people turned around and thought again. The previously misled thoughts were actually instigated, and now they felt utterly ashamed. After these people were taken away, and Hong Feng surveyed the crowd and continued, "We will uproot the tumor, and now let's talk heart to heart. Who told you that the trials of the divine only have one chance? The Chen Guang team, whom you marginalized and insulted, is still researching ways to help everyone. But you insult them and want to drive them away. How shameful." The more Hong Feng spoke, the more everyone felt ashamed. Then he shifted his tone and loudly proclaimed, "Next, let me invite Chao Shuwen to the stage to give a speech." Chapter 83. The Power of Deprivation. The applause erupted like thunder, with everyone wearing expressions of anticipation, waiting for Chao Shuwen to appear. Inside the building, Chen Guang and Chao Shuwen stood by the window, and upon seeing Hong Feng's thunderous wrist, Chen Guang felt he had learned something. "I'm going to give a speech now. Aren't you coming with me?" "I'm not going. I'm not used to this kind of occasion." Chen Guang's eyes were fixed on the more than 1,000 people being taken away. If we talk about interest, he was even more interested in these individuals. Ever since the Golden Legend was passively unlocked, deprivation had yet to be used. Isn't this just the right time to study the effects of deprivation with over 1,000 samples? "You go ahead. I have other matters to attend to." Chen Guang left this sentence and quickly walked away, catching up with more than 1,000 survivors who had been taken away. Chao Shuwen stepped on a flying skateboard and flew directly out of the window, making a grand entrance that made many civilians envious. And Ha Feng handed the microphone to Chao Shuwen. "Next is your performance time. I'll deal with those ghosts. Go ahead, leave it to me." Chao Shuwen took the microphone and began her performance. "Who told you that evolution only has one chance? In the first level of the Trial of the Gods, there are a total of 5 challenge opportunities. If you don't perform well by killing 1 zombie, practice hard for a month. In the second level, if you perform well by killing 10 zombies, if not, then go to the 3rd level and kill 100 zombies. There will always be a chance to obtain advanced evolution." As soon as these words were spoken, all the ordinary people suddenly realized. Indeed, this was the case. How had they forgotten this before? Now, I will explain the for passing the trial of the gods. If you still can't obtain advanced evolution, it can only be said that you are too hopeless. On the other side, more than 1,000 troublemakers were escorted to the confinement room of the training camp, with 3 people responsible for holding 1 person, confiscating their weapons, leaving them unable to vent their frustrations even if they wanted to. After Chen Guang arrived, he first greeted the soldiers and then entered one of the isolation rooms to face a defiant survivor. "I am an official. If you kill me, the authorities will not spare you. Let me go quickly, or you'll regret it." Chen Guang didn't care what the other person was saying. He lightly tapped his fingers to open the system page and called up the Golden Legend passive. Descendant of the Dragon page, transformation, can transform all things in heaven and earth. First stage unlocked, deprivation. Without hesitation, he clicked it. The next second, the person seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, their body uncontrollably rushing forward, their head directly colliding with Chen Guang's palm. "Ah!" They cried out in pain, their cries heart-wrenching. It was visible to the naked eye that there was an aura around this person, as if they were being sucked dry by an extractor, depriving them of all their strength. Gradually, in Chen Guang's palm, a blue card appeared. Warrior Strength, Strength card. Once the card fully formed, the deprived person collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, looking extremely weak. What did you do to me?" After losing their power, they didn't even have the strength to lift their hand, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, motionless. "Not bad. You still have some contribution." Chen Guang received the power card, and Hong Feng rushed in anxiously, drawing his gun and pointing at the person on the ground. "If he dares to resist." "Are you okay? I'll kill him right now." "No need." Chen Guang pressed down on Hong Feng's wrist. "I have stripped him of his strength. He is now a useless person." "Stripped of strength?" And Hong Feng was a bit confused and completely didn't understand. Chen Guang calmly explained, "In the trial of the gods, the SSS rating granted me the superpower to steal the superpowers of others." Chen Guang told a benevolent lie, and Hong Feng believed it to be true. After all, so far, only Chen Guang had received an SSS rating. When he entered the realm of the gods, he clearly saw that on the large black building, Chen Guang's code crane, standing among chickens, was particularly eye-catching and striking. Impressive. And Hongfeng took the power potion from Chen Guang and looked at it. How to use it? Orally or by injection? Both are fine. Chen Guang moved to the next room, and under the witness of an Hongfeng, he deprived another person of their superpower. The process was extremely painful, but it was particularly satisfying to watch. The Chinese never initiate trouble, but when trouble finds us, we return it 100-fold. 1 minute for each, and by the time Chen Guang had stripped over 1,000 people of their superpowers, it had already been 17 hours. He acquired over 1,000 superpower cards, and surprisingly, there were also more than 100 rare elemental evolution potions. The harvest was abundant. These will be left to you as a reward. Whoever performs well will receive a bottle. Chen Guang handed half of the harvest to an Hongfeng and repeatedly advised. I heard from Chao Shirwan that evolution can happen multiple times. The first is strength, the next can be speed, then defense, and it can even evolve elemental magic. In short, as long as there are enough evolution potions, a super army can be created. Thank you for your help. I'm deeply grateful. A great favor is hard to express gratitude for. If you have any needs, just let me know. And Hongfeng's favorability toward Chen Guang soared, and he subtly felt that he was on the verge of surpassing respect and reaching a state of admiration. Uncle Lin, I do have something I need to ask. Chen Guang was straightforward and expressed his true thoughts, and Hongfeng took charge directly. No problem, leave this to me. Goodness, if they all left, who would protect the safe zone? There was no choice. The overwhelming enthusiasm for signing up put Chen Guang in a dilemma. Later, it was heard that on that day, and Hongfeng scolded everyone awake, reminding them that they were all children of Hua Guo, and the country was still in dire straits. How could they just survive in a mediocre manner? This was not the spirit of aspiring youth. Deciding who to take along became a trouble. After a day of discussion and with the analysis from Chao Shirwan, they finally decided on the candidates to take along. Chapter 84. Grand Farewell. Chao Shirwan's suggestions were very pertinent, considering various factors. It was ultimately decided that over 80 of the women to be taken along should be women. The reason was simple. In the apocalypse, with zombies rampant and a sharp decrease in population, the motherland needed a significant population boost, especially high-quality women, who were now the most scarce and valuable resource. If they stayed in the safe zone, they would inevitably bring unnecessary troubles, being targeted and attacked repeatedly by the EU. The safe zone might not survive the apocalypse. Therefore, among those who voluntarily wanted to set out with Chen Guang, the main focus was on single women, which eliminated a large group of rough men. Even when selecting men, they had to be carefully chosen. Single, preferably with no romantic experience, and ideally possessing evolutionary abilities, survival skills, and practical skills. After a thorough selection, Chen Guang ended up choosing 10 male candidates from the list of admirers. The situation with women was more complicated. Among the more than 50 European and American women brought by Chen Guang and others, most were unwilling to take the risk and preferred to stay in the safe zone to survive. Chen Guang stated that he would not force anyone. So the women who participated in the registration were mostly Chinese women. However, their evolved abilities were generally weak, mostly focused on life-supporting powers. The registration wave unfolded vigorously, completely entrusted to Chao Shirwan, with Chen Guang making the final decision. When the final roster was confirmed, Team Leader Chen Guang, Deputy Team Leader Chao Shirwan, Deputy Team Leader Wang Pengzi, Flame Ability User Feier, Ice and Water Ability User AI Li, Speed Evolver Anna, and Wind Ability User Dusa. The rest were all newcomers, with pre-apocalypse professions including chefs, white-collar workers, executives, models, and international students, plus 10 men, totaling 108 people. In the afterword, these individuals were referred to as the 108 warriors, who later became the strongest 108 people on Earth. On the night before departure, Chao Shirwan gathered the team members together and grouped them according to their strengths. Chen Guang was the overall leader and highest commander, while Wang Pengzi and I were deputy commanders. Wang Pengzi was in charge of the men's combat team, and I was responsible for the women's combat team. The women's combat team had 4 sub-teams: Ability User Team, led by Feier, Reconnaissance Team, led by Anna, Patrol Safety Team, led by Dusa, and Life Logistics Team, led by AI Li. The Ability Combat Team had the fewest members, with only a meager 5 people, including Fayer. The reconnaissance combat team was next, with 18 people, including Anna. The patrol safety team mostly consisted of ordinary revolvers, but they were responsible for firearms operations, totaling 36 people. The rest were logistics personnel managed by AI Li, making up a large portion of the team. Just as Chao Shirwan was appointing the teams, Commander and drove over in a truck, jumped out, and shook hands with Chen Guang. I don't have much to offer you. These weapons and ammunition are all I can provide. That is too polite. Chen Guang hurriedly declined, but Hong Feng patted Chen Guang on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Stop talking nonsense. This is my daughter's dowry. You better take good care of her in the future." Ah, did you misunderstand something? Chen Guang was confused, but Hong Feng had already regarded Chen Guang as a perfect match for his daughter. After all, as a father, Hong Feng could see through his daughter's feelings. "Don't let my daughter down. Take good care of her in the future. She's all I have now." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he kept wiping his eyes, stubbornly refusing to admit it, saying it was the sand that got into his eyes. On the last night before the journey, everyone was making final preparations. "Fatty, have all 12 vehicles been filled with gas?" "Yes, they're all full, but there's something strange." "What is strange?" Chen Guang asked, puzzled. Wang Fatty replied, "Since we last went to the secret realm, the gas in Pioneer number 1 hasn't really gone down. I thought the gas gauge was broken, but just now when I filled it up, I found it was full." Chen Guang didn't pay much attention and casually said, "Maybe it's the oil added by Chao Shirwan. Don't think about it anymore. Let's check the supplies again." It wasn't just Chen Guang who was busy. Everyone at the base was occupied, because Chen Guang and the others were leaving. Everyone was doing what they could in the night to express their gratitude and prepare to send off these respectable heroes in the morning. Commander's building, and Hong Feng personally cooked a feast for his daughter Anna. "I haven't taken good care of you in this life. You've always been closer to your mother and not so close to me. As your father, I haven't done my job well. If you don't like me, I don't blame you." "Dad, what are you saying? After all, you are my dad. You are leaving, and this might be a permanent goodbye. We may never meet again. Take this with you, consider it." And Hong Feng's tears flowed again, and he couldn't hold onto the bulletproof vest in his hand, dropping it to the ground. "Dad!" Anna also lost control of her emotions and hugged her father tightly, crying bitterly. Women's dormitory. A group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed girls surrounded Dusa, chattering away. "Are you really going to Hawaii with them? It's such a long, long journey. It's so dangerous outside. There's so many zombies. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Dusa packed her clothes and sorted her sleeping bag and luggage, smiling bitterly. "You don't understand. I feel that only by being by Guang's side can I feel secure. Once he leaves, that sense of security is gone. You've fallen in love with him, haven't you?" Dusa's face turned red. "No, you misunderstood. I haven't, I just..." She couldn't explain it clearly or articulate the complex emotions in her heart. That night passed in unrest. Chen Guang and others got up early, and the convoy was set to depart as soon as it was dawn. The main concern was to avoid being too enthusiastic or reluctant during the farewell. Chen Guang still underestimated the situation, as the Pioneer number 1 just led the way out of the parking lot and turned the corner towards the playground. He saw tens of thousands of people already waiting again. What is this for? Is it really necessary to be so grand? The vehicle moved slowly, with civilians surrounding the convoy, continuously throwing their heartfelt gifts onto the car. "Take this with you. Eat it on the way. This is my sunscreen, sister. Take care of your skin." The grand farewell ceremony, the enthusiasm of the people is unstoppable and incomprehensible to foreigners. The scene of tens of thousands of people bidding farewell is just a small spectacle compared to what lies ahead, as a row of soldiers stands neatly at the main gate. Each one stands tall and straight. In their arms, they hold bright red national flags, solemn and dignified. Forward. Step, step, step. Led by Hong Feng, the guard unit marches in perfect step towards Pioneer number 1. Chen Guang took up this red flag. This red flag represents our faith in our hearts. Please always remember that in the distant Gaul, there is still a group of compatriots who are always ready to sacrifice for our motherland whenever needed. Chen Guang held the national flag, feeling its weight. "Remember, I will not forget you. Salute." Within Hong Feng's command, thousands of soldiers saluted in unison, sending off Chen Guang and his group of warriors on their return journey in the most solemn manner. Chapter 85. Research Equipment Editor on the Empty, Dilapidated Street. The cold wind howled, blowing trash around. A lizard was lying by the roadside, looking around, when it suddenly turned its head toward the street corner, faintly hearing the sound of a convoy's engines getting closer. A long line of vehicles appeared in view. The lead vehicle was a modified navigator, forcefully clearing the way ahead. Following it were two modified Hummers and two armored vehicles, known for their durability and mobility, capable of interspersing in combat at any time. The sixth vehicle was a modified food truck with pots and pans hanging inside and a striking mural of a chef making noodles. The seventh vehicle was a modified bus, filled with living supplies, food, water, and everything needed. The eighth, ninth, and 10th vehicles were military transport trucks, loaded with firearms and ammunition, filled with 3 large trucks of weapons, providing living supplies and ammunition resupply for the journey. The 11th vehicle was a fuel tanker filled with diesel. The 12th and final vehicle was Navigator number 2, also completely modified, with weapons all over the vehicle, ready to be deployed in combat at any time. The convoy advanced majestically, arriving at this desolate and dilapidated abandoned town. Navigator number 1. Chen Guang was driving when Chao Sherwin took out the walkie-talkie and ordered, "It's already noon. Find a place to park and rest. The male team and the women's safety patrol team, get out and stand guard." With a click, as Navigator 1 parked, the following vehicles stopped one by one. 12 vehicles extended numerous gun barrels, and the male team, led by Wang Pongzi, held their guns and guarded the surroundings. No danger. Danger averted. Chao Sherwin launched a drone, and after a reconnaissance, she ordered, "Strange, maintain vigilance." Chen Guang glanced at the surveillance footage. "What's so strange?" Chao Sherwin murmured, "No matter where we go on the road, even if there are fewer zombies, we can encounter 1 or 2. But this small town doesn't have a single zombie. Isn't that strange?" Chen Guang said in silence. Maybe the survivors have already cleared the zombies in the small town. After finishing his words, he got out of the car and saw many people on guard, some getting out to stretch their legs, and even a woman tugging at her clothes, looking for a place to relieve herself. Chen Guang reminded, "Make sure to go in groups for convenience. Don't wander off alone." Understood. Beside the food truck, Chef Xiao Gua and his wife took out the ingredients and asked everyone what they wanted to eat for lunch, and they would prepare it for everyone. Seeing everyone eagerly signing up, Chen Guang said irritably, "Just have something quick for lunch. We'll find a safe place to eat something better in the evening." While speaking, he kicked a white bone on the ground. It was strange that it had been gnawed so cleanly by zombies. He looked up at the opposite shop, where the door was slightly ajar, swaying gently in the cold wind. Chen Guang took out a handgun, staying alert as he approached, carefully opening the shop's front door. He extended the gun inside first, surveying the interior decor. It was a very atmospheric bar, but after experiencing the apocalypse and a month or 2 of abandonment, the bar was in ruins, covered in dust everywhere. Chen Guang lowered his guard but still maintained a gun-holding posture as he entered the bar. He glanced at the counter and saw a complete skeleton. It was truly strange. He turned to check the pool table, jukebox, and booths, all covered in dust, with no signs of zombies having been there. But how on earth did these bones end up so intact? While Chen Guang was searching the bar, the restroom team was taking turns in the alley. The guards rotated for breaks. One group would finish using the restroom, and another would take their place. When the last woman finished and pulled up her pants, she noticed slight soil disturbance in the wet ground beneath her feet. The women didn't pay attention and continued chatting, laughing as they walked out of the alley. Just a short distance away, the ground disturbance grew larger, and suddenly a pair of tentacles emerged from the ground, followed closely by an ant the size of a small dog. The antennae swayed in the air, and upon confirming the presence of living humans, it hurriedly burrowed back into the soil, disappearing from sight. No one noticed this scene. Chen Guang felt strange at his heart. The corpses were all white bones. Even if zombies were hungry, they wouldn't gnaw the bodies so cleanly or eat so meticulously, unless zombies had evolved into refined eaters. When they came out of the abandoned bar, the team had already started distributing lunch. Chao Sherwin was holding the Book of Sages, reading while waiting in line. Chen Guang stood behind her and said softly, "Why don't you drive this afternoon?" Chao Sherwin looked up at Chen Guang in confusion. "What will you do if I drive?" "I want to borrow your book and take a look. I've had some insights lately and want to research some impressive things." Chao Sherwin rolled her eyes and casually handed the book to Chen Guang. "Don't get it dirty." "Understood." Chen Guang happily took it. Vice Captain, here is your luncheon meat. Compressed biscuits and purified water. Thank you. Recently, Chen Guang has received too many benefits, such as super equipment editor and deprivation. Chen Guang always feels that there is more to explore, especially with the super equipment editor. The equipment he modified turned out to be a rare silver card, and he doesn't know what it will ultimately become or if it will have the effect of a divine artifact. The Book of Sages is essentially an encyclopedia, providing answers about the realm of gods and new system features. The super equipment modifier is a unique ability of the main god, allowing for modifications and editing at will. The implication is that there are no limits to creativity. Anything can be created as long as the necessary special materials are available. Currently, Chen Guang lacks nothing in skills or weapons, but he is missing protective gear, although he already possesses exoskeleton combat support equipment. As his abilities improve, the attributes of this exoskeleton have become somewhat redundant, giving him a feeling of indifference towards wearing it. Therefore, Chen Guang wants to upgrade and modify his exoskeleton combat gear. Main components: high-carbon nanomaterial, rare resource. Upgrading requires a large amount of the same material. He also sorted through the existing and used weapons and equipment, finding a pile of various rare metals, but there is no high-carbon nanomaterial. Chen Guangji scratched his head. Where should I find high-carbon nanomaterials? Give me. What is it? What do I need it for? Chen Guang was puzzled. Chao Sherwin rolled her eyes. Didn't you want high-carbon nanomaterials? The material of this gun is high-carbon nanomaterials. Really? Chen Guang took it with surprise and quickly disassembled the rifle. Chapter 86. Researching without a break. As expected, this automatic rifle was small and delicate, weighing less than 5 pounds, making it most suitable for women. Most of the materials used were high-carbon strong nano, with only a small portion being metal. After disassembling it into pieces and gathering the materials together for scanning, absorption, and decomposition, it was far from enough. I still need more. Chen Guang got a bit impulsive and rushed to the transport truck to rummage through it, but he couldn't find many guns. Just as he was puzzled, he happened to see Du Sha and the other women holding the firearms he needed. You guys give me all the guns. You can use something else. Chen Guang is being unreasonable, taking away all the guns used by women. You're not the leader, yet you take them all? Chen Guang carried more than a dozen guns and casually pointed, "There are so many powerful automatic rifles in the car. Do we really need to use this one? I won't talk to you anymore. I'm very busy." Navigator 1, Deputy Team Leader, you need to manage the team leader. It's just this kind of lady's gun. And yet the team leader confiscated all of them. Facing everyone's complaints, Chao Sherwin also didn't know what Chen Guang was up to. Have you all eaten enough? If you're full, let's hurry up and hit the road, set off. With Chao Sherwin's favoritism, this matter was suppressed, and the convoy could only continue to move forward majestically. Inside the carriage, Chen Guang locked himself in the bedroom, where the bed was filled with gun parts. The high-carbon steel was of no use, but the high-carbon strong nano stacks were piled high, like a small mountain. Is this enough? After scanning, the quantity was sufficient. The exoskeleton cards were embedded in the editor. Rolling up his sleeves, he began designing the entire set of combat armor. After all, before it was just an exoskeleton, a few frames and tubes supporting the whole body, functioning under the principles of human biomechanics to serve a specific purpose. What Chen Guang needs to do now is to create a cool and powerful battle armor with all the necessary functions. Starting with the shoes, he will use the Windwalker boots and cover them with a layer of high-carbon nanomaterial, linking them to the leg armor and chest plate. The arm guards will be inspired by Wang Pengzi's gauntlets, and the shoulder armor and connection points, apart from looking cool, must not hinder slashing movements. Once the design of the armor's appearance is completed and the virtual image is formed, the entire set of combat armor will look stunning. This is the most perfect masterpiece I have designed since I started studying mechanical engineering. Next comes the most crucial step, adding extra attributes to the armor. Previously, dark energy was needed to add attributes, but now Chen Guang plans to take a different approach. He wonders if the stripped superpowers can be fused with the equipment. As soon as he thinks of it, he gets to work, and before he knows it, it is already evening. Sherwin, stop and refuel. The Navigator 2 is out of gas. The voice of Wang Pengzi comes through Chao Sherwin's headphones. She glances at the fuel gauge of Navigator I. taps it curiously to confirm it's not broken, and has no choice but to order the convoy will stop to rest, combat units on alert. The convoy slowly comes to a halt, and Wang Pengzi and the others get out to refuel. Chao Shiwen also gets out, opens Navigator I to take a look, and scratches her head in confusion. Strange, there is still so much fuel left. We haven't used any gas on this trip. It's not just Wang Pengzi who notices the situation with Navigator I. Even Chao Shiwen realizes something is off. After pondering for a while, she suspects that Chen Guang has made some modifications and decides to get in the vehicle to ask him. Chen Guang, are you in there? I need to ask you something. The door to the bedroom inside the vehicle opens, revealing a bed full of parts, and Chao Shiwen exclaims, "What are you doing?" Chen Guangman had oil stains on his hands as he was flipping through the instructions in the Book of Sages. "My book," Chao Shiwen said angrily, snatching it away. "Don't grab it. I haven't finished reading yet." Chen Guang's strength was great, and with a tug, he pulled Chao Shiwen onto the bed. "No means no. I won't let you dirty my books. But with your hands all covered in grease, I can't trust you anymore." Chen Guang helplessly said, "If you don't give it, then fine. Just go out and don't disturb me while I do my research." Then Chen Guang confidently pushed Chao Shiwen out the door and slammed it shut with a bang. Chao Shiwen was so angry that she forgot to ask the important question. "Vice Captain, the fuel is filled up. Should we continue on our way or set up camp here?" Chao Shiwen first looked at the time. It was already past 4 p.m. Then she checked the surrounding terrain map and thought the parking spot was quite good. "Let's set up camp here, distribute the night watch schedule, and prioritize safety." Yes. With the order to set up camp given, everyone got out of the vehicle to stretch their limbs. After AI Li and Fei Er came down from the rooftop, they first saw Chao Shiwen and asked in confusion, "Where has Captain Guang been since noon?" "He's dead." "Oomph." Chao Shiwen was still angry and shot a glare at the bedroom inside the vehicle before turning away. AI Li and Fei Er also glanced at the bedroom, shrugged, and got out to help set up camp. 1. 2. The chest fusion super defense was progressing very slowly. During this time, Chen Guang kept praying, fearing that any mistake in the steps would lead to a fusion failure. 98. 99. Just a tiny bit left. It felt like an eternity. Ding. Until the prompt sound came, indicating that the fusion was successful. Combat armor. Chest. Defense power. 100 beautiful. Chen Guang couldn't hide his excitement. This success had directly opened the door to a new world for him. Now that he knew the correct way to use the super equipment editor, would he still lack high-level equipment? Seizing the moment, he continued to fuse his arms. Using 2 power enhancement cards, 1 for each side, Chen Guang hummed a little tune, whistling and singing, waiting for the fusion of equipment and attributes. Although Chao Shiwen cursed Chen Guang, she was still quite worried about him. She personally brought food and water, which was self-heating rice, and came to the door, pressing her ear against the door panel to listen to the sounds inside. He was actually still humming a song. "Hey, are you going to eat or not? Bang, bang, bang. Are you planning to stay inside for a lifetime?" The door suddenly opened, and Chen Guang snatched the dinner without even saying thank you, slamming the door shut with a bang. "You!" Chao Shiwen stomped her foot in anger. Forget it. She went to eat alone, and after dinner, she arranged a night watch team. Looking at the afterglow of the sunset and the darkness reflecting the sky, she muttered to herself, "Why do I suddenly feel a sense of palpitations? Tonight might not be peaceful." This was an indescribable feeling. After a whole day of driving, she hadn't encountered any danger, which didn't feel like the apocalypse at all. It felt more like a team-building trip. In any case, it was better to be cautious tonight. Chao Shiwen thought this in her heart, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Chapter 87. Attack of the Mutant Ants. The night grew deep. Some people were chatting in the car, some were standing guard around, some were admiring the starry sky, and others were talking about love. Chao Shiwen was holding her laptop, opening the navigation map, observing their location. Even after zooming in and out, she couldn't see anything wrong, but where did this inexplicable sense of crisis come from? Inside the bedroom of the Pioneer No. 1 vehicle, all basic attributes that could be increased had been raised. Now, it just needed the final step to add an elemental attribute to this cool battle armor. The 8 elements were wind, earth, electricity, fire, water, metal, light, and darkness. The The dark element was the least necessary, since Chen Guang's talent was in this area. The earth element was okay, but since Wang Fatty had it, it felt a bit redundant for him to have it too. The four elements of wind, water, fire, and electricity seemed like a waste to use on equipment, making him a little reluctant. In the end, only the metal attribute was left. It could control metal and also had defensive effects, so that was it. He took out the only 3 metal element cards he had, chose a blue card, and began the equipment fusion. Hey, is it just me? Or does it feel like the speed of this fusion is much slower than before? 2, never mind. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll be patient and wait. Pioneer number 2. Wang Fatty and several single women were chatting enthusiastically when he suddenly felt a slight sense of unease. Don't talk. He quickly made a shushing gesture, his eyes fixed on the outside. However, he saw nothing unusual. It seemed that the strangeness was coming from underground. Just as Wang Fatty was seriously sensing, the ground shook slightly, and suddenly something broke through the earth. Large numbers of ants came pouring out of the ground, quickly lining up toward the vehicle convoy. Chao Sherwin also sensed the approaching danger and was concentrating on her perception. Suddenly, a deafening horn blared, startling everyone, including Chao Sherwin. Damn it, what's wrong with this car? Just as Chao Sherwin was checking if there was a problem with the horn, the Pioneer number 1 actually started on its own, leaving Chao Sherwin completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Then she saw the Pioneer number 1 moving back and forth on the spot, repeatedly crushing. What the hell? Just as Chao Sherwin was confused, Wang Fatty's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Not good. There are ants everywhere, all mutant ants. Chao Sherwin hurriedly leaned to the window to look outside. Goodness, countless ants had already climbed onto the vehicle. Top, top, top. The guards reacted as well, and all began shooting outside the vehicle. However, there were too many ants. Each one was nearly half a meter long, with heads the size of dog heads, and they climbed the vehicle at lightning speed, reaching the driver's window in just moments. They're mutant man-eating ants, run. The convoy needs to leave. If they stayed still, these ants could easily chew the tires to shreds, and even steel plates couldn't withstand the pressure. Quick, drive, drive. Everyone shouted in panic, turning the key to start the engine in one go, as Chao Sherwin ordered the vehicle to leave quickly. The Pioneer had already charged out in front, accelerating rapidly to a speed of 100 miles per hour. Chao Sherwin was pushed back by the powerful force, almost unable to catch her breath. She hurriedly gripped the steering wheel and, in confusion, tapped the horn while yelling at the people inside the vehicle. What are you doing? Knowing there's danger and still not coming out to help. Is this a joke? Is this funny? At this moment, Chao Sherwin still thought the anomalies of Pioneer No. 1 were Chen Guang's doing, completely unaware that this was the vehicle's own actions. Inside the bedroom, watching the completion rate reach 89, if he gave up now, he would waste an opportunity for metal evolution. Chen Guang wasn't that generous. Moreover, he had no idea what was happening outside, nor did he want to know. His entire focus was on this battle armor. Come on, come on. 99 finally, it was just a tiny bit away from completing this homemade battle armor. Just as Chen Guang was anxiously waiting. Ding, silver equipment. Homemade enhanced combat armor. All attributes 20, head, reaction 100, chest armor, defense 100, arms, strength 200, legs, speed 200, additional metal control, can control metal substances for attack or defense equip. In the next second, this silver card was embedded in the equipment slot. Instantly, silver light radiated from Chen Guang's body, dazzling with colorful brilliance. Helpa! Many ants had already climbed onto the vehicle, attacking frantically against the windows or the body. Their terrifying appearance and furry sharp teeth made a clattering noise that sent shivers down the spines of the women, who screamed for help with their eyes closed. Not to mention ordinary women. Even Chao Sherwin, Ai Li, and Anna were scared pale. The flames on fire burned fiercely, almost setting the vehicle ablaze. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants were natural nemesis of women, especially the mutated ones. Each was the size of a small dog. Through the window, they could clearly see the eerie, terrifying eyes and furry heads, which alone made the hair on their backs stand on end. Chen Guang, I can't hold on anymore, help me. Chao Sherwin had curled up in a ball, only knowing to scream in panic with her eyes shut. At this critical moment, the bedroom door opened, and Chen Guang rushed out, climbing up to the second-floor platform in a few steps. Li was curled up in the corner with fire, the two of them. One ice and one fire, canceling each other out, screaming in fear with their eyes closed. Anna had also climbed to the roof of the vehicle, standing on the solar panel and swinging at the air. The vehicle was covered in ants the size of small dogs, waiting for the opportunity to launch an attack on humans. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Guang, clad in brand-new battle armor, unleashed his power. The over 100 metal needles carried by the armor shot out, instantly piercing through all the mutated ants, causing them to lose their vitality. Thud! As they hit the ground, dust flew up, knocking the ants on the ground away. But the next moment, Chen Guang was overwhelmed by the incoming army of ants. Chapter 88. The Might of the Battle Armor Swish. Hundreds of flying needles exploded forth, sending dozens of ants scattering in all directions. The terrifying ants posed no threat to Chen Guang, mainly thanks to the prowess of his self-made battle armor. Roar! A Hummer came crashing in from behind, and Chen Guang easily leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, leaving a pair of footprints due to its weight. Swish! Hundreds of flying needles once again demonstrated their might, instantly piercing through all the ants on the Hummer, causing them to fall off the vehicle with a clatter. One vehicle down, 10 more to go. Chen Guang crouched slightly, then jumped up suddenly, flying through the air and getting a full view of the entire convoy. Originally, Chen Guang had requested that the distance between the vehicles not exceed 10 meters, but now, the distance between the convoys was over 200 meters at the longest, completely stretching the line and making it impossible to provide quick support. Where did so many ants come from? As he descended, Chen Guang continued to display his might, shooting needles that left a trail of silver light in the night sky. Swish, swish, swish. None of the mutated ants that were hit survived. They fell to the ground, kicking their legs before losing their lives. Thud! After landing, Chen Guang struggled to stabilize himself, performing a forward roll and half squat to steady his form before launching into the air again, controlling the flying needles with great power. When he was making the homemade battle armor, Chen Guang had already rehearsed countless combat strategies in his mind. After a few rounds of familiarization, his attacking skills became even more proficient. The crisis for the first 5 vehicles was resolved, but the convoy behind still faced grave danger, especially the supply convoy, where the ants had already begun to attack the people on the vehicle. Fortunately, these few were all defense enhancers, and their physical strength was such that even the old Chen Guang couldn't seriously injure them, let alone these ants. Chef Xiao Gua tore an ant apart with his bare hands, but there were still a few ants gnawing at him. He shook one off, but the others quickly pounced back to continue biting. Although they couldn't injure him, they were quite annoying. Are you guys not tired of this? Suddenly, a swift sound of something cutting through the air came, and when Xiao Gua reacted, he found that the surrounding ants were all kicking their legs and then stopped moving. In his moment of confusion, he saw a person in metallic battle armor land with a thud behind the vehicle, running a few steps before jumping again, controlling hundreds of silver afterimages to eliminate the other ant threats. Who was this person? Xiao Gua couldn't recognize Chen Guang, as the homemade battle armor had never been seen before. At the very back of the convoy was the flagship number 2, which had the most people inside and was also the most chaotic. They weren't even driving, still parked in place, led by Fat Wong, who was guarding the stairs with a large sword as ants kept climbing down. Da-da-da. Gunfire erupted, bullets flying everywhere, coupled with Fat Wong swinging his sword to hack at the ants, preventing them from succeeding. However, the flagship number 2 had already been overwhelmed by ants, with them crawling all over the outside of the vehicle, leaving no empty space on the entire vehicle. The disgusting ants scrambled down the stairs, and their numbers continued to grow. Fat Wong kept swinging his sword to kill, cursing as he did so. I'll chop you to death. I'll chop you to death. But the number of ants was too great. Even inside the vehicle, it was filled with ants. If it weren't for the combat team led by Dusa still shooting and killing some ants, this vehicle would have long been devoured completely. Just as Fat Wong felt increasingly helpless and sensed that the situation was dire, a sudden sound of something dropping like dumplings came from outside the vehicle. He turned his head to look out the window and saw all the ants climbing onto the vehicle falling down. What's going on? Just as Fat Wong was puzzled, A super soldier clad in mechanical armor, looking distinctly alien, descended from above at the front of the vehicle. Wherever he passed, the ants met their end without a sound. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Guang smashed the car window and shouted, "Aren't you going to hurry up and drive away? Do you want to wait to be eaten by ants?" His shout jolted Wang Pengzi into action, and he hurriedly stumbled to start the car, fumbling to get it going on the road. As a navigator started up, it crushed countless ants on the ground, leaving behind a neat row of crushed bodies. Chen Guang climbed onto the roof of the car, dealt with the ants, and then got down to take care of the ants on the platform before quickly getting inside the car. The panicked woman fired continuously at Chen Guang, causing his body to sway. "Don't shoot. Aim carefully, I'm one of you." The women finally reacted, staring at Chen Guang in shock. Seeing him control the silver light to kill indiscriminately, all the ants in his path were shot dead as he passed through. The convoy continued its normal progress. Although a few ants remained on the car, they were not a major problem. Chen Guang jumped off the car to eliminate future troubles. Active skill, Dragon's Might, when used, can instill fear in carbon-based life forms, causing them to completely submit to you. It can also use Dragon's Might pressure to make lower-level carbon-based life forms self-destruct with a cooldown of 1 day. The cooldown had already ended and it could be used. Dragon's Might activated, boom. An unmatched pressure spread out, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. The mutated ants on the ground and underground all exploded under this wave of pressure, with foul smells and acidic liquid spraying everywhere. With the crisis averted, Chen Guang turned and ran, spreading his arms, and began to chase the car, easily catching up to Navigator number 2 with a speed boost, moving alongside it. "Fatty, you're too slow." After the taunt, he disappeared into the night without leaving a trace. Wang Fatty stared blankly for a while and then murmured to himself, "Brother Guang, how come I didn't know you were this amazing?" Chen Guang caught up with a vehicle and notified the driver that the crisis was resolved, instructing them to maintain speed and distance. He chased all the way to the lead vehicle, Navigator 1, and jumped onto it, quickly stepping into the interior. At that moment, Chao Shi-1 was driving, while Anna, Ellie, and Phil were animatedly complaining. "Really, just now we saw an alien in full metal armor. So cool. He swiftly helped us deal with the mutated ants. We're not lying. Hey, look. He is coming. He is right behind you. I'm an alien. It's me." The mechanical visor of the armor opened, revealing Chen Guang's handsome face. "Wow." The three girls' eyes sparkled with excitement as they exclaimed in unison, "Iron Man." Chao Shi-1 immediately stood up and firmly pushed Ellie back down into her seat. "You drive. Chen Guang, come with me. We need to have a serious talk." Chao Shi-1's tone was not to be refused as she pulled Chen Guang directly onto the platform, her gaze fixed intensely on the high-tech armor, deliberately crossing her arms and putting on a show, saying, "Go on, where did this armor come from?" Chapter 89. Hidden so many secrets, Chen Guang picked up the bodies of the mutated ants from the car and threw them one by one out of the vehicle, saying, "I made them myself." Chao Shi-1 obviously didn't believe him and said, "You have no tools at all, just bare hands to scrape together battle armor. Who would believe that? I really made them myself." Chen Guang had tidied up most of the things before sitting down and saying, "Chao Shi-1, please take a seat." After that, Chen Guang tactfully said, "After I cleared the level, I received an SSS rating, and the main god rewarded me with a divine skill, the Super Equipment Editor. Not only can I modify equipment, but I can also modify weapons like this gun, this axe, this knife, and these." Every time Chen Guang spoke, a weapon would magically appear in his hand, just like magic, which was quite amazing. In fact, Chao Shi-1 had long known about Chen Guang's ability. She had also asked the Book of Sages, which explained it as spatial equipment, so she didn't press the matter further. "So, you've been hiding this all along?" Seeing Chen Guang pull out more and more, Chao Shi-1 couldn't help but tease him. "I'm not hiding anything. These are all unfinished products, and I haven't finished my research yet. Just give me a few more days, and I'll be ready to share the finished products." Chao Shi-1 tapped the mechanical armor and curiously asked, "So, the material of this armor is high-carbon nano?" "Yes, that's right. If I had enough materials, I could make a few more sets, but unfortunately, the current materials are only enough to make this one set." Chao Shi-1 pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "The strongest material on Earth is nanomaterial. Now I finally understand why there is a materials section in the Divine Mall. It's just what you need. Chen Guang awkwardly scratched his head. To be honest, he hadn't thought about it in that direction until Chao Sherwin mentioned it. He saw Chao Sherwin stand up, take out her phone, and while checking the photos of the Divine Mall, she propped her chin and analyzed, saying, "I've decided from now on, all the pineal glands we dig out from killing zombies will be yours to exchange for materials. That way, you can craft whatever equipment or weapons you need." Chao Sherwin's mind was definitely more agile than Chen Guang's, which reminded him to open the system to check the dark energy. It didn't disappoint him. Killing ants also provided a decent amount of dark energy. This time, he surprisingly accumulated over 210,000 dark energy, even more than what he got from the zombie tide. He couldn't help but wonder how many mutated ants he had killed with just one shout. Chao Sherwin then continued to ask Chen Guang several questions. And when Chen Guang let something slip, she learned that crafting equipment consumed evolution potions, which gave her leverage over him. Evolution potions? Where do you get extra evolution potions? Chen Guang explained. It's another ability given by the SSS rating, deprivation, which can strip others of their superpowers. Do you remember the more than 1,000 troublemakers in the training camp? I stripped them of their superpowers. Afterward, I split the spoils with an Hongfeng, and I kept about 500 evolution potions. You. Chao Sherwin was so angry that she was speechless. Do you know that a person can undergo multiple evolutions? You actually used it on self-made equipment. What a waste. It's driving me crazy. Chen Guang said indifferently. It doesn't matter. I have more than 500 bottles. I can use them as needed. Besides, my deprivation ability allows me to steal the enemy's superpowers at any time, so wasting this little bit is nothing. What can I say to you? Chao Sherwin sat down with a thud and said with a hint of complaint, "Most people are ordinary evolvers. Even we high-level evolvers have shortcomings. My mental strength is very high, but my physical constitution is weak. Wang Fatty is slow, and you have hidden a whole bunch of evolution potions, and they are potions with designated evolution directions. You didn't even tell me, yet you say you're not hiding anything." Feeling wronged by Chao Sherwin's words, Chen Guang only felt aggrieved. What does this even mean? I'm not hiding anything. I need these for research too. I don't want to explain to you. If you want them all, just take them. Chen Guang kept talking, and evolution potions kept appearing in his hands, which he tossed in piles into Chao Sherwin's arms. He made it sound like I was stingy. Chen Guang had a serious expression, and Chao Sherwin also realized that her tone was too heavy. Seeing that Chen Guang was still taking things out, she quickly refused to push it off. "You keep it for now. I have no place to put all of it." Chen Guang glared and said seriously, "Don't, or else someone might say I'm hiding something." Chao Sherwin had no choice but to beg for mercy. "I was wrong. It was a slip of the tongue before. Why are you really angry? You take these first, and when we reach a safe place, we can study everyone's second evolution." In fact, Chen Guang was thinking the same, but he hadn't put in the effort yet. At that moment, someone in the back seat climbed out of the window and shouted at the two in the lead vehicle, "Leader, Deputy Leader, there's a nuclear power plant up ahead. Should we stop and take a look?" This shout also startled Chao Sherwin, who turned to look at the two towering smokestacks that rose into the clouds like mountains alongside Chen Guang. "I finally understand." Chao Sherwin suddenly realized and quickly used his Bluetooth headset to give orders. "All vehicles, move forward at full speed. We must pass through the nuclear power plant area as quickly as possible. Absolutely no stopping." Chen Guang also realized why there were no zombies around. In more than a month since the apocalypse broke out, the nuclear power plant had been abandoned and left unattended, inevitably leading to a nuclear leak. Therefore, the area within dozens of kilometers had been contaminated by radiation. The mutated ants, having undergone genetic evolution along with nuclear radiation, had grown to such a size. If the ants had mutated like this, it was hard to imagine what other organisms might have mutated into, so the area around the nuclear power plant was definitely a danger zone. It was best to avoid it, and if avoidance was not possible, then run as fast as possible. Chen Guang no longer stood by and, pressing the button on his Bluetooth headset, ordered, "All vehicles, listen up. There is an unknown danger near the nuclear power plant. Proceed at full speed, and combat units maintain full alert to respond to any potential dangers tonight." Received. Before Chao Sherwin ran to the cockpit, She wanted to ask Chen Guang if he had modified number 1, but the words were swallowed back down. After all, she knew that Chen Guang had the ability to modify machinery, so modifying a vehicle was naturally a piece of cake. Ollie, move aside, I'll drive. Ollie stood up and switched seats with Chao Sherwin. The three girls quickly ascended the platform, looking at Chen Guang's cool battle armor with envy. So cool. Fei even reached out to touch it. I really want a set of such cool battle armor. Chen Guang picked up the modified sniper rifle and handed it to Anna, casually saying, "Wait, when I have enough materials, I'll make a set for you too." Chen Guang was just speaking casually, but the three women took it seriously and tirelessly helped Chen Guang search for rare materials in the days to come. Chapter 90. The sky full of fire and wind. The convoy maintained a distance of 10 meters and steadily moved forward in a line. Chen Guang stood on top of the car, looking ahead with a heroic posture. His helmet was equipped with a sniper scope and night vision capabilities, allowing him to spot all dangers within a kilometer. Anna, at 1 o'clock, about 1,500 meters away, there's a large animal in the woods. Anna lay on the second-level platform, setting up her sniper rifle, adjusting the night vision for focus, and aiming to identify the target. It seemed to be a cat, but with such a large size, it looked more like a tiger. Chen Guang, in the Apocalypse. Mutations have occurred. It's not surprising for a cat to turn into a tiger. Prepare to shoot. Understood. Anna rubbed her fingers together and steadied her breath. Bang! The bullet flew out, whistling as it pierced through the forest. It instantly blew apart the head of a mutated animal lurking in the woods. This gun feels so good. Anna couldn't help but exclaim, lovingly stroking the gun's body. At the 11 o'clock direction, about 1,100 meters away, there was a mutated squirrel in the tree. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would be hard to believe it was a squirrel. Anna quickly aimed her gun, noticing that the creature perched on the branch looked more like a little chubby thing, about the size of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Who would believe that? Bang! The bullet instantly blew the squirrel apart. Another shot, another kill. Fei Er and AI Li watched nearby, feeling excited. I want a sniper rifle too. Who wouldn't want one? But do you know how to use a sniper rifle? Just as the two girls were chatting, Chen Guang ordered sharply. Fei Er, AI Li, stop talking to the left. An animal the size of a cow is charging at us. Open fire quickly, it's getting closer. Fei Er and AI Li quickly fired their guns, while Marco recklessly sprayed the forest with his machine gun. But unfortunately, not a single bullet hit. Chen Guang kept staring at the shadow, which was moving quickly and surprisingly matched the speed of the evolved speedster, until it jumped out of the woods and came into view. It was a mutated shepherd dog. The size of a calf, the shepherd dog leaped out of the trees, zigzagging repeatedly to avoid all the bullets, even maneuvering around the lead vehicle to attack the rear supply convoy. Shoot! Shoot! The entire left flank of the convoy opened fire, and the dense gunfire sounded like firecrackers during the New Year. However, the firecracker-like gunfire startled the birds in the forest, causing them to all take off into the sky, blocking out the sun, their numbers countless. Signal flares launched. Whoosh bang! An orange-red signal flare shot into the sky, exploding in the night and illuminating the entire sky. Beneath the orange glow were countless mutated birds, darkening the heavens and the earth. Chen Guang hurriedly shouted orders. Lock all vehicle doors and windows. Enter sealed status for Navigator number 2, Fei Er, come up. Once the command was issued, all windows were sealed, and the second-level platform of Navigator No. 2 began to close to prevent flying mutated birds and beasts from taking advantage of the situation. Chen Guang reached out his hand and pulled Fei Er up from the second-floor platform, shouting the order. Seal off the second-floor platform. As the ceiling slowly descended, the mutated birds in the sky launched an attack, knocking the unsuspecting Fei Er down. She accidentally fell. Watch out! Chen Guang beat Fei Er's hunt. In a panic, Fei Er's whole body ignited in flames, the fire reaching the sky, igniting all the birds attacking her and burning a large area. Come on! Chen Guang pulled hard, and Fei Er got back on the roof of the car as the flames gradually died down. Don't put it out. Keep the fire burning. Burn these beasts to death. Chen Guang was controlling the flying needles for defense while giving orders to Fei Er. Flames erupted around Fei Er, reaching up to the sky and illuminating the night. Fire cloud palm. Fei Er struck towards the sky, and the flames surged towards the dense flock of birds above, hitting one or two each time without needing to aim. Chen Guang stared at the sky, filled with countless flying birds. Not enough. Can the fire get any bigger? Fiery with rage, Fei suddenly started practicing Tai Chi on the roof of the car. With her movements, the flames continued to rise, as if there were a huge bonfire on the car roof. Birds and beasts instinctively feared fire and dared not approach Fei, but all turned around to attack the supply convoy with full force. Clang, clang, the birds landed on the convoy's vehicles, their sharp beaks frantically pecking at the windows and bodywork. Crack! The windows could no longer bear the pressure and showed signs of cracking. Get away, so annoying. The windshield wipers activated to prevent the windshield from being attacked, but the effect was minimal. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted. A towering inferno shot up into the night sky, engulfing hundreds of birds in flames, causing them to fall like dumplings, crackling down. Some landed in the woods, igniting wildfires, thick smoke billowing and gunpowder filling the air. Well done, keep it up. Chen Guang praised with a word, and Fei continued to exert herself to release flames. At that moment, a fierce wind rose from behind, howling and swirling in the air. The instant it made contact with the flames, it fueled the fire, shooting straight up to the sky like a fire tornado. Amazing. The speed of the mutated birds was very fast, even able to dodge the flying needles. So Chen Guang's role was limited. However, he didn't expect that the combination of Fei and Deuce's wind and fire could produce such a powerful effect. A firestorm surged into the cloud layers, and beneath the clouds, the flames were raging, so intense that it seemed to ignite the clouds. The fire spread uncontrollably, igniting all the mutated flying birds, leaving them with no way to escape, and they fell from the sky like dumplings. Everyone drove while looking through the windows at the great fire in the sky, marveling at this rare spectacle in their lifetime. More and more birds, ablaze with fire, fell down, landing on the ground, in the woods, and even on car rooftops, countless in number. This is bad. Chen Guang saw that many birds had fallen on the oil tanker. If the fuel tank were ignited and an explosion occurred, the entire convoy would be doomed. You all continue. I'll go back to provide support. Chen Guang leaped into the sky, his mechanical battle armor slicing through the flames in a perfect arc, landing with a thud on the oil tanker. With a flurry of movements, he knocked all the burning birds off the vehicle. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, narrowly avoiding a disaster. Just as Chen Guang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed danger from the side. Thud! A sheepdog the size of a calf landed on the oil tanker. This beast had been trailing him all along, waiting for the opportunity to strike when it saw someone isolated. A beast is just a beast. Chen Guang directly took out the Qinglong Yinhua blade and stepped forward to run towards the mutated shepherd dog. Oh, whoa! The shepherd dog howled like a wolf, baring its sharp fangs as it charged at Chen Guang. Chapter 91. The night attacked the sky was filled with flames, and firebirds were falling around. On the oil tanker, a person and a dog confronted each other. In a narrow encounter, the brave would win. Oh, whoa! The mutated shepherd dog leaped to attack, and Chen Guang swung his blade in response. Whoosh! The shepherd dog surprisingly halted its charge just in time, the blade's light barely missing its head. The shepherd dog, being the smartest of canines, cleverly feigned an attack, stopping to bare its teeth at Chen Guang, showing its fierce demeanor and barking aggressively. You beast! If you won't come at me, I'll come at you. Chen Guang stepped forward, while the sheepdog retreated. As the distance closed in, the sheepdog suddenly lunged forward. Oh no! Chen Guang hurriedly blocked with the Qingtian Yinhua Dao. The sharp teeth of the shepherd dog bit down on the handle, gripping it tightly and pulling with all its strength. Shaking its head, it even tried to snatch the weapon. Unfortunately, a beast is just a beast. In the end, humanity was still superior. Just as the two were struggling against each other, Chen Guang's battle armor suddenly shone with brilliant light, and hundreds of flying needles shot out. Whoosh! The shepherd dog was still grappling, trying to seize the human weapon, but ended up getting hit by the flying needles, producing a crisp sound. Oh, whoa! The shepherd dog yelped in pain and let go, retreating while whimpering, its body crawling as it tried to lick the painful spots on its body. So tough, it didn't even pierce through. Chen Guang didn't stay long. Swinging his weapon, aiming to behead the shepherd dog. But the creature was very quick. It managed to dodge the strike, and the blade nearly hit the oil tank. Luckily, he stopped in time, avoiding a disaster. The shepherd dog seemed to be begging for mercy, wagging its tail at Chen Guang, probably realizing it wasn't a match for humans. So it wanted to retreat and back down. Get lost. Chen Guang carried a big knife and ordered the sheepdog. Sure enough, the mutated dog really understood, grunting and nodding, then jumped towards the vehicle and disappeared into the woods in the blink of an eye. After the war, looking at the sky, the convoy had already passed through the fiery sky area as the flock of mutated birds had caught fire, igniting a large area of woods behind, with thick smoke billowing and the mountain fire illuminating the entire night sky. In the dark ahead, the long road stretched on, while the flames rose high behind. It was only the first day on the road, and one couldn't help but wonder how many dangers lay ahead. The convoy kept moving forward, driving from dusk until dawn, enduring over 6 hours of long travel, finally passing out of the contaminated zone of the nuclear power plant. At dawn, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, and the low air pressure felt somewhat oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Brother Guang, let's stop and rest. We're out of fuel, Wang Pengzi reported, and Chen Guang furrowed his brows. How can we be out of fuel again? Chao Sherwin, can we stop? Yes. As Navigator 1 came to a halt, all the other vehicles also stopped. After a night of long travel, everyone realized the danger of this journey, and all got out of the vehicles, exhausted, to check for any damage and relieve their bladder pressure. I'm dead tired. Chao Sherwin got out of the car, stretched comfortably, and looked up at Chen Guang on top of the vehicle, saying, how about we rest for a few hours before continuing? Driving while fatigued could lead to problems. Chen Guang thought seriously for a moment. You all take a rest, I'll keep watch. Chao Sherwin then said, you haven't slept all night, yet you still have so much energy? I've already rested, so don't mind me, you all rest. Chen Guang was indeed not tired. Since his evolution, he had rarely slept, and usually a short rest was enough to sustain him for a whole day, so it wasn't a big deal. After Chao Sherwin and the women finished relieving themselves, they got in the car and found Chen Guang, holding a map and saying, just keep heading east. We are currently close to the Gallic border. After crossing the Sa-Ini River, we'll reach Lyon, which is a heavy industrial city in Gaul. I want to enter the city for 2 reasons. First, to help you find some rare materials, and second, to see if there are any survivors in Lyon. Originally, Chen Guang's intention was not to enter any urban area, as cities had a high population and many zombies. Chao Sherwin's desire to enter the city was clearly not for the sake of survivors, but rather for rare metals and materials, which she didn't explicitly mention. You're the navigator. It's up to you. Chen Guang stretched lazily and lay down on the second-floor platform. Chao Sherwin sat on the ground, leaning against Chen Guang. Does what you said last night still count? I want to undergo a second evolution. She finally revealed her true purpose. What aspect do you want to evolve in? Speed, Chao Sherwin said firmly. Chen Guang directly took out an evolution potion and handed it to her. List the shortcomings of others for me. Okay, thank you. Chao Sherwin happily accepted it, directly opened the bottle cap, took a deep breath, and drank it all in one go. Chen Guang was taken aback. Is that it? Chao Sherwin smiled with a hint of disappointment. The Book of the Wise has explained that the second evolution, 1T, have a strong reaction. It doesn't T hurt at all. After saying that, Chao Sherwin felt a flash before her eyes, and the world became blurry. After a few breaths, when she could see clearly again, she felt as if the entire world had slowed down, and she was slightly unaccustomed to it. The evolution is complete. I'll go gather information on everyone's weaknesses. Thank you. Chao Sherwin pecked Chen Guang on the cheek, and, before he could react, she vanished in the blink of an eye. What is going on? Chao Sherwin was decisive in her actions, and after the speed evolution, her efficiency increased several times. After understanding each person, she compiled a comprehensive list, and the documents for the second evolution were also prepared. Chen Guangong just finished using the restroom and was just pulling up his pants. The list has been compiled. Do you want to take a look? Wow. When did you come? Chen Guang hurriedly fastened his belt. Don't be nervous. I've just arrived, and I don't have the bad habit of peeping. Here's the list. There were 108 team members plus 5 core team members, a total of 113 evolution potions needed. Chen Guang compared them one by one. That's enough. And there's some left over. These are for strength, these are for speed, these are for defense, very few for mental, and hardly any for elemental. Chao Shiwen took it and marked them one by one, preparing to distribute according to the list. Just as the two were chatting, Anna rushed over to report. Not good. The bridge ahead has collapsed. This road is impassable. We can't get through. What? The two were taken aback. Anna's team was composed entirely of speed enhancers, responsible for scouting. During their break, she took her team to check the road conditions ahead, only to find that the bridge by the Thorn River had collapsed, which meant this route was blocked. Take me to see. Chen Guang got up and pulled Anna to leave, wanting to personally scout ahead. Wait for me, I'm going too. Chao Shiwen quickly chased after them. Chapter 92. Going to scout ahead, Chen Guang deliberately slowed down his pace, matching the speed of the two women, and they all arrived at the broken overpass. Team leader, deputy team leader. The exploration team members stood guard, and when they saw Chen Guang and the others approaching, they greeted them one after another. Below the bridge was the Sorn River, flowing long and swift with treacherous waters. Squatting down to examine the broken remnants, Chao Shiwen sniffed the scent of the soil and confirmed repeatedly the bridge collapse was caused by an explosion. It was man-made destruction. Chen Guang stared intently at the bridge pier on the Thorn River and casually said, "Have there been any sightings of zombies nearby?" "Yes," Anna replied. "There were a few wandering around when we arrived, and we killed them. This is the pineal gland." Chen Guang did not collect the pineal gland, but instead ordered, "Chop off an arm and bring it here." The scouting team members were all speed evolvers, and their movement speed was very fast. In just a few breaths, they brought back a zombie's arm. Chen Guang grabbed it and threw it forcefully, sending the zombie's arm flying over 100 meters into the rushing waters of the Sorn River. Just when everyone was puzzled, the arm floated downstream, where countless fish swarmed and leaped, gnawing it to the bone within a few breaths. Have the fish evolved? Everyone exclaimed. Chen Guang propped his chin on his hand, pondering, and asked, "Shiwen, are there any other routes nearby?" Chao Shiwen had already been checking the navigation, and just as Chen Guang asked, she happened to find a route. There is a small road that allows them to avoid crossing the river, continuing along the riverside road straight ahead. In front is the free city of Sa-Ini, and further ahead is Lion. But the downside is that they have to enter the city, which inevitably carries risks. The free city of Sa-Ini? Chen Guang curiously took the computer navigation, and Chao Shiwen continuously zoomed in, pointing at the overall image of the city, and said, "Liberty City is a famous city near Lion, built along the river, and the scenery is very beautiful." After finishing reading, Chen Guang nodded silently and said, "Chao Shiwen is a bit worried. Are you going by yourself? Do you want me to go with you?" Chen Guang grinned. "Don't forget, you still have important matters to attend to." What Chen Guang referred to as the serious matter was to get everyone to evolve quickly, so that they could meet in Free City after 4 hours of rest at noon. Chao Shiwen understood this, but he was still worried about Chen Guang acting alone. "Why don't I come along?" Anna volunteered, not waiting for Chen Guang to refuse. She said earnestly, "I want to learn survival skills from you. I don't want to be a decorative vase. Also, I understand Gallic, and I've been to Free City before. I can guide you." With this, Chen Guang really couldn't refuse. When they split up and were alone together, Chen Guang directly handed her a bottle of potion. "This is for you, drink it." Anna took it without thinking and drank it while walking. "Aren't you going to ask what it is? You wouldn't harm me." Anna seemed to trust him quite a bit. Chen Guang forced a smile and explained, "This is a body enhancement potion. After drinking it, your body's resistance to damage will increase, and ordinary zombies won't be able to bite through your skin." "Thank you." Anna blushed while following behind. "Don't get me wrong, everyone has this. It's the second evolution. Not a special benefit, just for you." "I know, but I'm still very grateful." The two chatted casually and soon found the way to Free City. Without further ado, they began to run at full speed. Free City, after the apocalypse, truly lived up to its name. Firstly, Lion was an important industrial city in Gaul, rich in machinery, electronics, chemicals, and heavy-duty vehicles, making it the second largest city after Paris. East of Lion was Geneva, the capital of Switzerland, so it was also considered a border city. When the apocalypse broke out, the high-ranking officials in Gaul first abandoned the renowned Paris and chose Lion as their primary base due to its unique geographical environment with mountains and rivers, ancient castles and bridges. Any approaching danger could be thwarted by raising the drawbridge. No matter how many zombies there were, they would not be able to breach the city center. Even more unexpectedly, after the apocalypse began, a divine domain suddenly appeared between Free City and Lion, just as the high-ranking officials were establishing themselves in Lion. This prompted the officials to immediately decide to protect this divine domain at all costs. Thus, Lion and Free City became refuges for survivors in the apocalypse. The residents of Lion were all dignitaries, at the very least high-ranking evolution warriors of the Empire, truly elite individuals. As for Free City, it was naturally left to some civilians to settle. With a slight change in rules and some benefits offered to the civilians, they would go mad serving the elites, vowing absolute loyalty. At present, on the road outside Free City, barricades were everywhere, with fishing lines connected to grenades. As long as any living being passed by and touched them, an explosion would occur, alerting the mercenaries stationed inside Free City to join the fight immediately. Chen Guang and Anna arrived nearby, looking at the scattered roadblocks and the tangled fishing lines. Chen Guang coldly smiled and said, "It's obvious that there are still quite a few survivors here." Anna confidently replied, "Good thing you brought me along, otherwise with the language barrier I wonder how you'd manage." Chen Guang's hand trembled, and the Qinglong Yinhua saber and battle armor were all removed, replaced by his previous black trench coat, and he took up the mutated fire axe again. The previous equipment was too eye-catching. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. "Here, take this and put it on." Chen Guang took out 2 masks, putting one on himself and handing the other to Anna. "Do we really have to wear these?" Anna asked reluctantly. "You know what you look like in the apocalypse? Your looks attract hate. Just be careful once we get into the city. If anything goes wrong, run immediately, and I'll cover you." "No," Anna promptly refused, saying, "If we really encounter danger, I'd prefer you not to intervene. It's best if you just stand by. If I truly can't handle it, then you can step in." With her dual knives strapped to her back and a modified sniper rifle in hand, she said with conviction, "I don't want to be protected for my whole life." Chen Guang thought for a moment. "You're right. I give you full marks for this awareness. It's settled then. As long as it's not a matter of life and death, I want to interfere with you." Anna pulled the gun bolt and said with enthusiasm, "My life is in my own hands. After all, I still have to take revenge myself." Chapter 93. The outer perimeter a gentle breeze blew, and the weeds swayed along the desolate road. A thin fishing line was also gently swaying, with one end tied to a hand grenade. As long as the fishing line was triggered, the grenade would explode. The layout of fishing line grenades stretched for over 100 meters. The survivors in this Free City are truly wasteful. It's a waste, but it's okay. When Chao Shi and the others come over, these grenades will all belong to us. After Chen Guang muttered a few words, he raised his chin and said, "Stop looking, let's go." To the east of Sorn Free City is the clear and rushing Sorn River, and on the other side is a town shimmering in the river's light. Crossing the fishbone layout area and walking about 400 meters further, there's a fast food restaurant standing by the roadside. Inside the shop, 4 men are loudly playing cards. Guns are placed beside them, and the stakes on the table are all bullets. "Damn, lost again." One of the thin men slammed his cards down on the table and looked up. "Someone," he exclaimed, quickly grabbing the automatic rifle next to him. The other 3 companions were startled and hurriedly aimed their guns outside. In the street, amidst the wind-blown dust and trash, a man and a woman were approaching. A woman. The 4 men seemed to be invigorated, with 2 quickly moving to the window to keep watch with their guns, while the other 2 rushed out one after the other. In an instant, 4 gun barrels were aimed at the man and woman outside. "Put your hands on your head. Raise your hands, or we will shoot." In fact, these 4 had already been in Chen Guang's line of sight. They only noticed the 2 when they reached the door. If they really intended to act, these 4 would have already become corpses. "Okay, don't shoot." Anna pretended to panic as she raised her hands and carefully lowered the sniper rifle. "We are survivors. We are not zombies. We mean no harm." "Oh, such a nice voice. You must look very beautiful." One of the thin men stepped forward, kicked the sniper rifle aside, and grinned as he reached out to take off Anna's mask. "Let me see what you look like." Just as his hand was about to touch Anna's mask, something suddenly moved, and he felt a flash before his eyes. A sharp blade was pressed against the thin man's neck, and Anna took him hostage, shouting at the other three, "Put down your guns, or I'll kill him. Put down your guns. Hurry up, she's a high-level speed evolver." The three companions realized that Anna was not to be trifled with. They had just seen a flash, and the thin man was taken hostage. Such speed was something even a fool could recognize. They were not on the same level. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. The three companions voluntarily lowered their guns and raised their hands in surrender. "We didn't know you were a high-level speed evolver. We apologize, sorry. Anna didn't expect that after just one encounter, these four would back down. She thought there would be a massacre. "Don't try any tricks. Come out and line up properly." The four men dared not resist and stood in the street with their hands raised in surrender. Anna held the knife, pointed at the four, and questioned, "What are you doing?" Chen Guang also couldn't understand Gallic, so with nothing to do, he walked into a fast food restaurant. He glanced at the poker and bullets on the tables, surveyed the surroundings, and confirmed there were no lurking dangers before stepping outside and calmly sitting at the door, waiting for Anna to finish her interrogation. After a few minutes, once Anna had asked everything she wanted to know, she turned to Chen Guang and asked, "I've asked everything. How should we deal with these four people? Kill them or let them go?" Chen Guang casually said, "The weak swing their blades in anger at the even weaker, while the strong swing their blades in anger at the stronger. You decide for yourself." Anna coldly sheathed her sword, not afraid of the four ordinary people causing trouble, and walked over to Chen Guang to begin her report. After asking enough questions, she learned that there are about 10,000 survivors in Freedom City. They call themselves unofficial mercenaries, responsible for holding the line in Freedom City and preventing the tide of corpses from attacking. Between Freedom City and Lion City, there's a realm of the gods, primarily used to isolate the secret realm. Lion City has over 100,000 people, all of whom are upper class, nobles, or high-level evolvers. And there's also an imperial army of 10,000 people, each of whom is a high-level evolver. Only high-level evolvers can enter Lion City. Ordinary people or low-level evolvers can only live in Freedom City. Chen Guang became interested. Has order been reestablished? You could say that most of the Gallic nobles and capitalists live in the city of Lion, and the zombies in the city were all wiped out by the Imperial warriors half a month ago. Chen Guang got up with the axe and glanced in the direction of Free City. In other words, if we want to get there, we still have to go through the layers of checkpoints in Lion City. It should be like that. Chen Guang rested the axe on his shoulder. "Let's go. First enter Freedom City and see what's going on." After saying that, Chen Guang walked ahead, with Anna picking up her sniper rifle, closely following him. The four people watched as the two walked away, then put down their hands and began chattering. A high-level evolved being, and he is actually so respectful to that man. Who is he? Did you see the axe that man is holding? It seems to cost around 3,000 essence, pineal gland, in the Goddess Mall. Fuck. Seeing two high-level evolved beings in one day is really like encountering a ghost. Since the end of the world, after experiencing the initial chaos, the collapse of order and its reestablishment, the previous laws have become completely useless, replaced by a barbaric system where the strong are respected and the one with the bigger fist is right. Nobles, capitalists, and upper-class people promote and spread the idea of strength being supreme for their lofty lives, coupled with the abilities displayed by high-level evolved beings, who are not afraid of bullets, possess immense strength and incredible speed. Even able to summon winds and rains, they are as powerful as gods, killing zombies as easily as chopping vegetables. In such circumstances, the slave mentality of ordinary people arises, bowing down to the strong. The new society is divided into different classes, facilitating control. The weak remain weak, and the strong remain strong, leading to severe class differentiation. Therefore, it is understandable that the four had a complete 180-degree turn in their attitude towards Anna. They initially thought she was a lamb, but unexpectedly found out she was a wolf, almost costing them their lives. They must keep their eyes open next time. Do you think high-level evolved beings are everywhere? Don't dream about it. Every high-level evolved being is a chosen one. They are the holy sons and spirits, gods who could do anything, and you won't encounter them again. All four thought this way, but they never expected that just a few hours later, the rarest convoy in the apocalypse would arrive, driving straight in, carrying over 100 high-level evolved beings, passing by them in a grand manner. The four were dumbfounded, almost scared silly. Chapter 94. Freedom City of Soren Anna and Chen Guang walk side by side, entering the classical atmosphere of Freedom City. The entire city was built along the river, with beautiful scenery, rippling water, and lush greenery. Inside the city, there were dense buildings, but the streets were empty and sparsely populated, revealing a sense of desolation. Occasionally, one could see one or two people in the alleys of the classical town, sitting on sofas in the street, honing their sharp Rambo knives. When the two passed by, they exchanged glances with the knife sharpeners, both sides showing strong vigilance, their fierce eyes seemingly ready to devour. Continuing to walk through the town, they occasionally saw people laughing heartily inside abandoned cars, but when the two got closer, the laughter stopped and they held their knives defensively. They did not attack proactively. And Chen Guang was too lazy to argue with these ordinary people, stopping occasionally to admire the classical street scenes and scenery of Freedom City. Aside from the small number of people, everything else was quite nice. It must have been a beautiful city before the apocalypse. After Chen Guang expressed his feelings, Anna responded, "I used to travel to Freedom City often, and there was a holiday inn ahead, decorated in a particularly European style, but the environment was really bad." Chen Guang stared coldly at the person upstairs, sneering, "I really didn't expect that just 2 months into the apocalypse. Order could be restored, and all the zombies in the city could be cleared out. It's truly surprising. Ahead, I was talking about this hotel." Oh, Anna's expression froze, her brows furrowing slightly. From a distance, the hotel resembled an ancient castle, its exterior looking particularly high-end and grand, with iron railings, walls, and a stone castle that had a certain artistic charm. However, at the entrance, the original Holiday Hotel sign had been altered, spray-painted with the words Trading Paradise of Freedom City. Anna read the words on the sign and explained, "This place has been turned into a trading market." Chen Guang raised his chin and said, "Let's go in and take a look." The two entered the gate, crossed the spacious courtyard, and saw some strange people in bizarre outfits glaring at them as they walked in. The moment the door creaked open, a wave of noise rushed toward them. The hotel lobby had been transformed into a bar hall, with various tables and chairs haphazardly scattered everywhere, and about a few hundred people were shouting and making a ruckus. Some were arm wrestling, some were cheering, some were indulging with women, some were drinking and cheering, and there were even people playing the piano, watching the decadent performances on stage. Most of the crowd was made up of men, dressed in strange attire, a mix of leather jackets and football pads, punk-style studded belts. And almost everyone was carrying a gun. Although there were fewer women, there were still quite a few, most of them scantily clad, posing in various corners. Women in bikinis served tea and water to the men, and some were even chained by their necks, being led around like dogs. The whole scene was utterly debauched, with a cacophony of voices and noise. "This is too." Upon seeing the full picture, Anna instinctively blurted out. Immediately after, the men near the entrance noticed a woman voluntarily approaching and curiously fell silent to look over. It was like a row of dominoes. One table after another gradually quieted down until the entire hall turned to look at the entrance, all eyes fixed on the unwelcome guest walking into the trap. Chen Guang stepped inside and sighed, "This really is a good place." Anna followed closely behind, but several burly men suddenly stepped forward, blocking her path and mocking her with taunts. "Oh, can't survive anymore? Want to sell yourself? Ha ha! Little girl, take off your mask and let us see your face. We'll take good care of you." The men burst into laughter, while the women looked on with helpless and numb expressions, staring at the indifferent Anna. "Little girl, the rule in the trading market is that women don't wear clothes. Come on, let us see your figure." Just as a punk man stepped forward, ready to grab in his chin, whoosh, a blade suddenly appeared, resting against the punk's neck. "Try moving and see what happens." "Fuck." A friend nearby quickly drew his gun, but before he could raise it, whoosh, another blade was already against his neck. "Do you want to die?" Advanced speed evolver. The entire place fell silent, everyone gaping with pale faces. After all, an advanced evolver, and a woman at that. How could she appear in Free City? Wasn't this like a phoenix landing among crows? I was wrong. Unsurprisingly, The two men with blades at their necks immediately went weak at the knees and knelt on the ground. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell out of the way. The two men scrambled away like dogs, while the others also stepped aside, not daring to make any blocking movements. Anna quickly moved behind Chen Guang, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. We shouldn't have come here. Don't worry, since we're here, let's make the best of it. Help me translate what this says up here. Chen Guang pointed to a huge blackboard on which a list was written in chalk. Anna took a glance and translated. This is the transaction list and menu. Purchasing the essence, pineal gland, of zombies and animals, 1 bullet for every 1,000 units. And for women aged 18 to 30, 1,000 bullets. And for those aged 30 to 40, it decreases with age. 31 years old is 900 bullets, and so on. Over here is the menu. Drinking water is 1 bullet. 1 piece of bread is 2 bullets. A glass of beer is 3 bullets. Meat steak food is 4 bullets. And female services are 5 bullets. Just as the two were looking at the menu, a male lobby manager in a suit and glasses hurried over. 2 senior revolvers. May I ask what you would like to order? I can offer you the best prices. Chen Guang turned to look at him, and Anna shot a glare to the side. The 4 men at the table hurriedly stood up to give their seats, not daring to linger for a moment. Anna swept all the clutter off the table onto the floor with a knife, signaling Chen Guang to sit down. Bang! Chen Guang placed the fire axe on the table. Since they were here, they couldn't leave empty-handed. They might as well have lunch here. Anna sat down and began to give orders. 2 servings of beer and steak, please. She casually pulled a handful of bullets from her waist pouch and placed them on the table. The well-dressed waiter counted the bullets, smiled, and went to prepare, calling out as he left, "Don't just stand there. Everyone keep going, don't look." The noise and commotion resumed, but many people occasionally glanced over, keeping an eye on Anna and Chen Guang's every move. Before long, a female server approached with drinks, playfully setting down 2 pitchers of beer and throwing a flirtatious glance at Chen Guang. "I can serve you without needing bullets. Just give me a chance, and I'll take good care of you. Get lost." Anna shouted sharply, causing the woman to retreat, looking aggrieved. She was then pulled into the arms of a man behind her, who gave her a slap on the backside. Chapter 95, Lord of Freedom City. You little slut think you can get something nice? Just because strong men have played with you. Does that mean you can enter the upper city? Don't dream. Let go of me, no. The woman shook her head and struggled, which only brought laughter from the crowd. Even if you were lucky enough to get pregnant, your child wouldn't be able to enter the upper city either. Don't dream. Just play along with us. The female server was tossed around like a ball by the men. That's enough, Anna shouted, and the joking men instantly fell silent, though some continued to defend themselves. It's just a bit of fun. What's the big deal? A friend pulled the defending man away, whispering, "Stop talking, be careful, or she'll chop your head off." After escaping, the woman knelt on the ground and bowed to Anna, pleading, "Please, I'm willing to be your slave, to give you my soul. Just take me away from this hellhole." Just as Anna looked at the female server, unsure of how to handle the situation, suddenly, the sound of numerous footsteps came from the stairs. A large group of fully armed individuals quickly appeared, cutting through the crowd and surrounding Anna and Chen Guang. Anna gripped 2 knives with both hands, and Chen Guang held the axe, his eyes narrowed, ready to fight. "Ha ha!" At that moment, a large, rotund man entered the crowd, first glancing at the woman kneeling on the ground, and then kicking her, sending her flying several meters away. "Get lost, bitch. Don't dirty our noble eyes." The fat man was in his 50s, balding, and when he smiled, he resembled a toad. He approached Anna with a grin and extended his hand. Hello, I'm the Lord of Freedom City, and I'm a noble, a high-level power evolver." Anna did not shake his hand, her face stern as she coldly asked, "What do you want?" Not receiving any respect, the fat man had to sit down at the table himself, still smiling as he asked, "Are you 2 outsiders, or did you come from Lion?" Anna replied confidently, "We are outsiders. Is there a problem?" "Oh, so you are outsiders." The fat man no longer had anything to worry about. His smile faded as he coldly said, "You 2 must have had a hard time escaping. Would you like to stay in Freedom City and work for me? I guarantee you'll have a good life." This fat man was truly a schemer. He thought these 2 high-level evolvers didn't know the rules of Freedom City and Lion and wanted to recruit them as his subordinates. Little did he know, Anna had already learned all the rules here. What if I refuse? Anna coldly questioned. If you refuse, that's fine. Guests are always welcome. Just then, 2 servings of fried steak were brought over, and the fat lord gestured, Eat. Don't be polite. This meal is on me. The delicious aroma of the steak filled the air, and Anna's fingers twitched, but without Chen Guang nodding, she didn't dare to move. Go ahead and eat. After all, it's a rare opportunity. Chen Guang checked with his true eyes and confirmed that it was non-toxic and edible. He took off his mask, cut open the steak, and started eating. Anna was also drooling with temptation, took off her mask, and began to devour it hungrily. The fat city lord had been staring at Anna, and when he saw her finally take off her mask, he was immediately stunned. Beautiful. Such looks are absolutely a rare gem in the world. Coming back to his senses, he continued, Stay by my side, and there will be plenty of steak. I swear to God. Anna rolled her eyes and was not impressed. The fat city lord stopped pretending. You think you can be so arrogant? Let me tell you, if you were from Lion, I might respect you a bit, but you're an outsider, so don't blame me. Swish. All the guards aimed their guns at Anna and Chen Guang. The fat city lord laughed heartily as he stood up, instructing his men to surround the two. Continuing to boast, although the rules are strict, it's illegal for the lower class to kill nobles, but nobles can kill nobles without any crime. I'm a noble, and you are not nobles yet. Catch them and send them to my room. I've never played with such a beautiful high-level evolver before. Just as dozens of gun barrels were approaching, pressed against Anna's forehead, swish. The speed evolver quickly displayed his skills, swinging 2 knives rapidly, creating a flurry of blade lights. Anna held her double knives in defense. Crack! Every gun was cut in half without exception. Now it's your turn. You don't just stand there. Help me catch her, and I'll reward you with 10,000 bullets. At this moment, everyone in the room drew their guns. Hundreds and thousands of barrels aimed squarely at Chen Guang and Anna. Chen Guang calmly finished the last bite of his steak and asked coldly, Do you need my help? No need. Anna squinted, insisting on handling it herself. Catch her. I want her alive. The fat city lord shouted loudly, ordering the diners to rush forward like madmen. However, ordinary evolvers were no different from ordinary people. The difference in strength was clear. Anna's figure moved so quickly it created afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. What are you waiting for? Just after the fat city lord shouted in terror, a deafening sniper shot echoed through the hall. Anna suddenly felt as if her shoulder had been hit by a hammer. Her body leaned slightly, and when she looked at her left shoulder, a bullet fell off. She was a second-stage evolver with a defensive talent as her second evolution, allowing her physical strength to withstand bullets, something even Chen Guang hadn't anticipated. How is that possible? You're a double evolver. The fat city lord was dumbfounded. Had he known this woman was so fierce, he wouldn't have dared to target Anna. Anna's gaze sharpened as she looked towards the direction the bullet had come from. Help me take out the sniper. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of white light shot out, and a man fell from the second floor with a thud, landing on the ground with hundreds of red spots oozing blood from his body. Brother. The fat city lord screamed in terror. This was his younger brother. The two had survived the apocalypse together, achieving great success and both becoming high-level evolvers. But he never expected his brother would die so inexplicably. I will kill you. The fat city lord was filled with rage, raising a dining table to smash it towards the two. As the dining table was thrown, just when it was about to hit Anna, whoosh. The solid wood table was split in two, and then a flurry of blades flashed. By the time the fat city lord reacted, blood was gushing from his neck, and he knelt on one knee, dying on the spot. With the death of the lord of Freedom City, all the ordinary people dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Even the sniper was helpless. Such a monstrous high-level evolver was too terrifying. If they didn't run, they would be waiting to die. Chapter 96, Heavy Truck Processing Plant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rushing air filled the hall as a reinforced fire axe spiraled towards the door. With a thud, it embedded itself in the cement floor at the entrance, causing cracks to spread, making everyone who had rushed to the door feel terrified. Did I allow you to leave? Chen Guang picked up a beer and gulped it down in one go. He slammed the cup on the table and scanned the room with a cold gaze. Anna pointed her dual blades at everyone and said sternly, Although there are many of you, each one is a coward. You have to be a coward. The abilities of advanced evolvers are comparable to deities, and they are not something ordinary people like you can handle. Spare us. It's our fault. We know we were wrong. Shut up. I didn't ask you to speak. No one is allowed to talk. Anna threatened everyone with her blades, establishing rules for them. Chen Guang questioned sternly while holding up a frame. The first question, what are the conditions to enter Lion City? After Anna translated, she said sharply, "Speak." He stammered and replied, "To enter Lion City, one must be a high-level evolver. Of course, both of you are qualified to enter. How will the people inside know that we are high-level evolvers? There's a checkpoint near Thorn Bridge outside the city, guarded by Imperial soldiers. Whether someone is a high-level evolver can be checked there." Chen Guang thought seriously for a moment and then asked, "Are there any Chinese survivors in Free City?" This question left everyone in the room exchanging glances. "Yes, there are, but they're not in Free City," the lobby manager said in a terrified voice. "The apocalypse caused by the Chinese, how could such a lowly group have the right to be free people, they?" Before Chen Guang could respond, Anna rushed in and started punching and kicking. I see. I will confess everything." The lobby manager covered his face and said submissively, "To the north of Free City. There is a heavy vehicle processing factory where the Chinese are locked up and working day and night." Chen Guang stood up suddenly, filled with rage and murderous intent. "Tell me the location." The lobby manager trembled and drew a map on the ground. "Right here, outside the Free City of Thorn. Go 15 kilometers north past the Divine Realm." After confirming the location, Chen Guang strode out. "Anna, you stay and receive the main force. Once everyone arrives, take them to the factory. But I want to go with you." Anna chased after him for a few steps. As Chen Guang walked past the doorway, he pulled out the axe stuck in the ground and said sternly, "Listen, you stay here to receive the main force." After speaking, he crouched slightly and suddenly jumped, soaring dozens of meters into the sky, scaring those who saw him half to death. He could actually fly. Was he even human? Anna rushed out and saw that Chen Guang had already disappeared. She was both anxious and angry. The main force needed to come quickly. It was an emergency. However, at that moment, the convoy had just finished clearing mines and was driving grandly into the border inspection station. The four of them stared in disbelief as the end-of-the-world fortress convoy passed by majestically. Everyone in the vehicles looked spirited, scaring the four of them so much that they didn't dare to leave the house, trembling as they crouched by the window, watching the convoy drive away. The vehicles can move? Am I dreaming? I also suspect I'm dreaming. Fully armed, Chen Guang was running at high speed while drinking a speed evolution potion. Everything in front of him became blurry and then instantly clear, feeling like his speed had taken a leap. He opened the system to take a look, and his current attributes were Host, Chen Guang, Mythical Level Talent, Dark Attribute, Combat Power, 116, 705, 000, Strength, 257, 420, Speed, 137, 420, Reaction, 117, 320, Defense, 100, 220, Mental Strength, 123, 220, Special Equipment Weapons, Divine Weapon, Qinglong Yinwen Knife, Attack Power, 5,000, All Attributes, 200, Attack comes with Dragon Soul Effect, Weapon Skill, War God Incarnation, Martial Saint Descend, Silver Equipment, Homemade Enhanced Combat Armor, All Attributes 20, Head Reaction, 100, Chest Armor Defense, 100, Arm Strength, 200, Leg Speed, 200, Additional Metal Control Attribute, can control metal substances for attack and defense, Collector's Ring, Mental Resistance Necklace, Passive, Descend into the Dragon, Transformation, Deprivation, Eye of Truth, Critical Hit, Divine Skill, Super Equipment Editor, Weapon Skill, Martial Saint Descend, Dragon Soul, Comprehension Skill, Aid Extremes Fist, Active Skill, Lightning Strike, Dragon's Might Cooling Down, Rage Skill, Ice Ceiling 10,000 meters. His speed was now 557, and each full force jump could reach over 500 meters, flying 100 meters every second. Jumping off the rooftops felt like flying. Boom! He rushed forward upon landing, and in less than a minute, he had already reached outside Freedom City, even being able to clearly see the distant fog secret realm. But there was no time to admire it. He rushed straight towards the heavy-duty truck factory. Heavy-duty truck factory. As the second largest automobile production country in the EU, the automobile industry is a pillar of the local economy. After the apocalypse broke out, the heavy-duty truck factory was immediately protected, but later it was swept clean by imperial warriors and had long since resumed production. If it weren't for the global blackout, with this factory covering thousands of acres, if it operated at full capacity, it could easily handle not just a lion, but the foundational projects of the entire country. However, since the blackout, all projects had to be manually crafted, and fully automated production lines had become a joke. There weren't enough people in the apocalypse. What to do? The Chinese became the focus of attention. Whipping, exhaustion, and hunger led to daily deaths from overwork, and there was no room for complaints. The rulers claimed that if they hadn't taken them in, they would have been out feeding zombies, so see whether it was more difficult here or outside. Crack! Fully armed imperial warriors, holding whips, harshly struck the laborers. If you don't want to die, just work obediently, a bunch of lazy monkeys. Each laborer was nearly carrying hundreds of pounds of heavy iron, struggling to deliver it to the smelting furnace. A few middle-aged technicians wearing broken glasses knelt on the ground repairing the generator, and after some disdainful efforts, they finally got it started. The entire iron smelting production line regained power, and they let out a huge sigh of relief. The rulers casually clapped their hands and said with satisfaction, "Well done, reward." What was brought out was a mixture of leftover food scraps, breadcrumbs, and other slop like pig food. The starving technicians rushed over and began to wolf it down, stuffing it into their mouths in a scramble. One middle-aged man knelt down, crawling to the ruler's feet. "You promised that if we restored power, you would release my daughter. Please return my daughter to me." Bang! Without warning, a shot rang out, and the middle-aged man rolled on the ground in pain, hugging his shoulder. Chapter 97. In all martial arts, only speed prevails. You dare to bargain with me? I said to restore the entire processing plant's power system. You only restored the power to the smelting workshop. The ruler, speaking, crouched down viciously and pressed the hot gun barrel directly into the bloody wound. The middle-aged man screamed in agony, while the others shrank back, not daring to raise their heads or look. The ruler then shoved the gun barrel into the man's mouth. Bang! A shot blew his head off, and blood splattered everywhere. The ruler stood up nonchalantly, and an imperial warrior stepped forward, using a dagger to detach the head and extract the pineal gland, then dragged the body out of the factory like a dead dog. Clang! Outside the factory was a mass grave. All the dead would have their pineal glands extracted and their bodies discarded in the pit outside. At this moment, there were at least 1,000 corpses in the pit, each head severed. The deaths were brutal, and with a rising temperature, the stench of decay attracted countless mosquitoes, swarming thickly among the pile of corpses, an uncountable number. 2 imperial warriors brushed the dust off their hands, jokingly half-laughing. How many is this today? 18, right? More and more are dying these days. Most probably won't survive this month. The boss said, as long as we can restore the power equipment. Not a single one of these people will be left. They will all be killed for their pineal glands. Don't say, the Chinese are quite clever. The problems that our scientists couldn't solve were actually figured out by those few electricians. Boom! Just as the two were chatting while walking into the factory, a sudden explosion sounded behind them. Dust flew and smoke billowed, sending the 2 imperial warriors flying several meters. Cough, what's going on? The 2 staggered to their feet and looked back at the billowing smoke. Until the dust completely settled, they saw a person in high-tech armor, holding a 2-meter-long knife, standing majestically beside the mass grave. Who are you? Chen Guang did not expect that the ground he fell onto was soft, muddy earth. As soon as he steadied himself, he saw a pit filled with thousands of corpses, rotting bodies, all with distinctly Chinese faces. Each person had been disemboweled, and their pineal glands had been removed. Chen Guang only felt a surge of anger rushing to the top of his head swelling, and the veins in his temples throbbing. Someone behind him questioned him, speaking in eagle language. Chen Guang turned abruptly, his qinglong Yinhua blade held horizontally as he swung it like autumn winds sweeping through fallen leaves. I am your death. A loud battle cry shook the heavens, and the phantom of 100 zhong rapidly expanded, a wave of energy erupting forth, instantly knocking 2 warriors away. Before they even hit the ground, they had already breathed their last. Boom! The gate's barriers were completely destroyed by the wave of energy. No substance could withstand Chen Guang's full-force strike. The 100-Zhong Phantom quickly contracted, merging completely with Chen Guang as the war god descended, unstoppable. As Chen Guang charged forward rapidly, in just a few blinks, he had already entered the factory premises. Any Imperial warrior he encountered moved so quickly they left behind afterimages. He dashed past, swinging his blade to kill, then moved on to the next target. Just as the previous victim turned their head, their body was cleaved in two, and within a second, he crossed 100 meters to slay the next, not giving them a chance to react. Boom! As Chen Guang went on a killing spree, the factory's watchtower collapsed with a crash, crashing to the ground and causing an explosion, flames shooting into the sky, illuminating the fleeting shadow left by Chen Guang. An enemy attack. Someone shouted an alarm, but before they could even comprehend what was happening, their head was severed, leaving them unaware of their demise. Inside the factory, Imperial soldiers who were urging the laborers heard the commotion outside and curiously stood by the window to look out. What was happening? The next moment, they saw a streak of light flash before them, arriving at an incredible speed. Crash! The sudden impact shattered the factory windows, sending the unfortunate Imperial soldier flying, plummeting along with the broken glass into the furnace below. Chen Guang stood on the second-floor platform, his vision first catching the sight of glass flying everywhere, followed by the emaciated, haggard laborers below. His eyes turned red again, and his speed surged to the extreme once more. In just a second, Chen Guang had dashed around the second-floor platform, sending all the Imperial soldiers' heads flying into the air, their soft bodies collapsing to the ground. Some laborers shouted in panic, creating a resonance, as everyone helplessly knelt on the ground, with some even bowing and begging for mercy, pleading not to be killed. "I am here to save you." Chen Guang's shout drowned out all the pleas for mercy in the crowd. Every Chinese laborer stared in disbelief, gazing up in worship at the man on the second platform, illuminated by the sunlight, holding a green dragon crescent blade, exuding an imposing presence and remarkable grace. It's our own people, finally here to save us. We are saved. The laborers could not have imagined that they could still be rescued. Their expressions of excitement were varied. Some knelt on the ground, bowing in gratitude. Others wept bitterly. And some pounded their chests in despair, unable to utter a sound. "I'm sorry, I'm late." With that, Chen Guang's figure vanished rapidly, his speed far exceeding the limits of human eyesight. Swift, swift, swift. In the world of martial arts, nothing is indestructible. Only the fast cannot be broken. Chen Guang had almost no extra moves. He simply passed by these people, and their bodies were already split in two. However, these people were not enough for Chen Guang to vent his anger, so he turned his gaze towards the direction of the melting furnace. A large group of fully armed Imperial soldiers were holding their ground here, seemingly protecting some important personnel. The Qinglong Yinyuan knife fell to the ground, and his figure reached its peak again. The harsh sound of metal scraping echoed, and a spark flew like lightning, reaching the factory door in an instant. A row of heads took off in unison, falling in disarray all over the ground. Shoot him dead." The ruler didn't even see what kind of being had arrived and ordered an indiscriminate attack in a harsh voice. At the same time, the ruler was also a speed evolver. He quickly took out a gun and aimed it at the door, ready to shoot. Whoosh! Hundreds of brilliant afterimages shot out in all directions, killing all the armed soldiers in the factory in a second. So fast! The ruler's first reaction was this. As a high-level evolver, he actually didn't see how his subordinates died, which was quite unbelievable. Turning his head to look at the door amidst the intense light, he faintly saw a figure. Finally, he could see clearly that the newcomer was a human clad in sci-fi armor, quickly approaching him with a large knife. You devil! Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew out, but the opponent's speed was even faster than the bullets. He only managed to fire 3 shots before being sliced in half with a swift blow. So fast! His last word became an eternal nightmare. Chapter 98. I'm here to take you home. When the ruler fell to the ground dead, several electricians were so frightened that they lost their composure, hiding behind the machine tools, trembling and clutching their heads, too afraid to look at the bloody scene. Chinese? Chen Guang suddenly asked these two words, causing the bodies of the electricians to tremble slightly as they raised their heads to look at the god of death. Who are you? They dared not ask further, fearing that if the other party was unhappy, they would be sliced in half with a single knife. However, the other party was clearly speaking Mandarin, which filled them with immense anticipation. I am here to save you. Which places in this factory are still holding Chinese people? Excited, the few of them crawled forward on their knees and pointed towards the distant office building. There are many Chinese women locked up. Hurry and save them. Before they could finish speaking, they felt a gust of wind pass by, and when they turned their heads, they found nothing but emptiness. If it weren't for the corpses on the ground, they would hardly believe that what had just happened was real. Chen Guang once again unleashed his ultimate speed, and in a flash, he arrived outside the building. The doors and windows were welded shut with iron bars, reinforced glass, and a password-locked entrance. But this did not stop Chen Guang. He didn't even bother to use the door normally, and simply charged through with his body. Boom! The door was shattered into pieces. Inside the hall, there were about 10 armed soldiers, who immediately aimed their guns at the entrance and pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chen Guang dodged left and right, his movements reaching an extreme level of speed, even clearly seeing the bullets grazing past his nose. Shoot! Whoosh! With just that sound, hundreds of flying needles shot out, piercing through all these people, causing blood to flow from their 7 orifices, and they lost their lives on the spot. A soldier, holding up his pants, stumbled out, just about to aim his gun when he saw the bodies all over the ground. Before he could react, a shadow appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Grabbing his neck with one hand, he lifted him up and slammed him against the wall. Were the Chinese women being held? Downstairs in the basement. Crack! With an effortless squeeze, the throat was crushed, and he collapsed to the ground, kicking a few times before losing his breath. Chen Guang quickly ran downstairs. The password gate to the basement was right in front of him. Inside the basement, all the women captured since the apocalypse were held, not just Chinese women, but many others as well. Most of the Chinese women were local international students who had come to seek refuge with their parents at the onset of the apocalypse, only to be captured by imperial soldiers or caught by mercenaries and sold to the empire. The entire basement housed hundreds of young women. They were the lucky ones, while many unfortunate ones had already committed suicide due to unbearable humiliation or had been beaten to death. Among these women, there were several blonde-haired, blue-eyed women holding whips, who were the leaders here. To survive in the apocalypse, they didn't hesitate to collude with capitalists, turning on their fellow women. With a bit of power, they magnified their inner evil, taking pleasure in bullying other women. Today, for some unknown reason, gunshots rang outside, and screams filled the air. They had never been outside and speculated it was a zombie attack, continuously intimidating these women, cursing, "What are you crying for? If you keep crying, you'll attract the zombies. I'll throw you out to feed them. Shut up, no crying." The whips struck the women repeatedly, leaving them battered and bruised. Suddenly, the entrance door was violently broken down, and dust filled the air, frightening all the women into pale faces and screams. A blonde woman instinctively drew her sidearm, trembling as she aimed at the doorway. But in her fear, her hand shook and the gun fell to the ground. Panicking, she picked it up and aimed again, only to see a man in sci-fi armor appear at the entrance, instantly feeling relieved. "Oh my noble lord, you scared us." The woman approached with a submissive demeanor, politely nodding and bowing, saying, "These are the factory race owls. If you want some fun, I can help you choose." Chen Guang suddenly grabbed the woman's throat, not even looking at her, and shouted. Most Chinese women cover their mouths, and even when terrified, they dare not make a sound. However, hearing the familiar Mandarin spoken by the other party directly broke down most women's defenses, causing them to burst into tears out of joy. And then they stumbled out in a frenzied cry. "You are Chinese? How is this possible?" The blonde woman being choked turned red in the face. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't it said that only those with noble bloodlines and devout followers could be chosen by the gods? How could you, atheist, possibly? Chen Guang coldly glared at her. "What are you mumbling about, making noise?" At that moment, a woman rushed forward, picked up the gun from the ground, and fired several shots at the blonde woman. Bang, 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 after directly shooting her dead. The woman stubbornly wiped away a tear and turned the gun towards her own temple. Stop! Chen Guang did not intervene when she shot the blonde woman. But when she tried to commit suicide, Chen Guang suddenly acted and knocked the gun away. The woman crouched on the ground, hugging her bruised legs, burying her head in her knees, sobbing as she said. Her words made all the women react, causing a ripple effect, and they all cried together, creating a thunderous uproar, leaving Chen Guang feeling overwhelmed. Chen Guang shouted sternly. Chen Guang's sudden wake-up call had a certain effect. The women, with tears streaming down their faces, helped each other to stand up, looking at Chen Guang with tearful eyes. At this moment, everyone regarded him as a hero. We will follow you. Chen Guang led the team to bring the women out of the basement. When they saw the sunlight again, the women could no longer suppress their emotions of grief and anger. They sat on the stone steps outside the building, crying tears of joy and embracing each other in sorrow. At that moment, a group of people rushed from the direction of the main gate, fully armed, each moving at an incredible speed. A woman, dressed in a flying skateboard and wearing glasses, took the lead and quickly arrived in front of Chen Guang. She was Chao Shirwan, a diplomatic assistant from the Chinese embassy, here to provide support and awaiting instructions from the team leader. Following her, Anna and other speed-powered individuals also arrived at the scene, with Anna leading the way and saluting Chen Guang. The reconnaissance team of 18 members was fully assembled, ready for instructions. Each of these women had a fierce look on their faces, a stark contrast to the crying women on the ground. This made the helpless, weeping women realize that there was indeed another way to survive in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 99. It's terrible. Search the entire factory and gather all survivors in the square, waiting for the logistics convoy to arrive for immediate protection and rescue. Yes, just as Anna and the others were about to disperse, Chao Shirwan interrupted in time. Wait, how do we know who the survivors are and who the enemies are? Chen Guang Ly glanced over the entire factory and said coldly, the ones who shoot at you are the enemies. After finishing his words, Chen Guang turned back and re-entered the building. Chao Shirwan turned around and ordered, search and rescue. The team members quickly dispersed, armed and vigilant, advancing to search for survivors in each workshop, leaving behind hundreds of stunned women at the entrance who considered themselves weak. Compared to these women, who only knew how to cry, they deserved to be bullied. Chen Guang returned to the office building and sensed that someone inside was calling for help, and it was the voice of a Chinese woman on the top floor of the building. The factory owner's office had been transformed into a luxurious guest room after the apocalypse. 8 women, all pure-looking and exceptionally beautiful Chinese female students, were locked inside this room. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they pressed their faces against the window and witnessed the entire process of the female team entering the factory. They were extremely excited, feeling that they had been saved, and thus they shouted for help at the top of their lungs. This also alerted the soldier on the top floor, who had originally been hiding and trying to escape a disaster. However, upon hearing the women's cries, he had a sudden idea and rushed into the room, brandishing a gun to threaten them. Shut up! All of you close your mouths or I'll kill you. He charged in, intending to take someone hostage and use them as leverage to escape. But as he got closer, he was taken aback by the courage of the women, who actually engaged in a struggle with him. Some grabbed his legs, while others tried to snatch the gun away. This was truly a bold move on their part. With a casual wave of his hand, he knocked several women down. Not satisfied, he kicked a few more in a fit of rage, and after venting his anger, he grabbed one woman's hair and prepared to drag her away. Ah, you bitch, you're looking for death. With a slap, he knocked the woman down. Fueled by anger, he aimed his gun at the woman who was biting him. Bang! The bullet pierced her abdomen, and she staggered and fell. In a daze, her eyes were fixed on the window, holding on to the hope that remained. Suddenly, a mutated fire axe crashed through the door and flew straight towards the soldier. Thud! He intended to fire a few more shots, but instead, the axe cleaved his head open, causing him to collapse to the ground, dead beyond recovery. Chen Guang rushed in quickly and first saw the 8 women who were barely clothed. Eventually, his gaze landed on the woman who had been shot in the abdomen. As he rushed over, he grabbed a bedsheet and draped it over her. Hold on, the logistics team will be here soon. You must hold on. The woman covered her bloody belly, sweating profusely from the pain, her lips turning blue, and she trembled as she asked, Who are you? A faint smile appeared on her pale face. Her head tilted, and she fainted. She wasn't dead yet, but she was struggling to breathe. Chen Guang directly picked her up in a princess carry, looked at the other 7 injured women, and commanded, "You all find something to cover yourselves, then follow me." The women wiped their tears, gathered whatever they could find, bath towels, bed sheets, blankets, to wrap around their bodies, barefoot, and quickly followed Chen Guang downstairs. The convoy finally arrived, driving straight into the factory gate. What came into view was a courtyard filled with emaciated compatriots. Many of them had no spark of life in their eyes. "Quick, save them!" Wang Ponzi shouted as he got out of the car, directing the accompanying personnel to rescue their compatriots. "They are our people, our logistics team. The motherland has finally sent someone." The hoarse cries merged into one, drowning out the occasional gunfire. Everyone in the convoy got out of the vehicles, and seeing such a tragic scene, the women, made of water, couldn't help but cry like rain, rescuing while weeping, bringing water and food to help their compatriots through this difficult time. It's too tragic, truly too tragic. Ordinary citizens couldn't bear to watch this scene and threw themselves wholeheartedly into the rescue, doing what they could. The 18-member reconnaissance team, along with Chao Shi and Chen Guang, continuously rescued more people from various areas, all gathering in the square. The number of people grew larger, reaching hundreds and then thousands, gradually approaching 10,000. But there were not just Chinese people. According to incomplete statistics, there were only over 3,000 Chinese among them. Most were injured, the women covered in wounds and bruises, while the men were mostly emaciated, some with rotten, inflamed skin, leading to complete nerve damage in their hands and feet. After being rescued, nearly everyone was wrapped in blankets. Some lay on the ground, barely alive, some found relatives and cried in each other's arms, and others curled up, shivering. The gunshot wound is too severe. The stomach was penetrated by a bullet. There are not enough medical conditions and supplies. I am powerless. The only doctor on the team, who had set off from the training camp safe zone, was named Xiao Xiefeng. She had studied medicine before the apocalypse, worked as a doctor and a forensic doctor, and performed surgeries, but she had never treated patients under such harsh conditions. "No matter what, we will do our utmost to save them." Chen Guang just dropped this sentence, turned his head to look at the injured on the ground, feeling overwhelmed. How to rescue them? There aren't even basic antibiotics. A skilled cook can't make a meal without ingredients. Isn't this making things difficult for me? Without medication, Xiao Xiefeng is also powerless. Damn it. Bang. Chen Guang punched the body of the navigator with such force that it caused the entire vehicle to tilt to one side, almost leading to a rollover. Fortunately, the navigator corrected itself in time, and the tires landed back on the ground, avoiding an unnecessary accident. Chen Guang, Chao Shi rushed over, anxiously saying, "There's a comrade here who is in trouble, and we don't have enough doctors. What should we do? What can I do?" Chen Guang replied, "Where is he?" Chao Shi led the way, and Chen Guang quickly followed, only to see a technician with graying hair, eyes vacant, and barely breathing. His body was rotting in multiple places, with pus and decaying mud mixed together. Most of the skin around his wounds had already turned black, leaving an unforgettable impression. "Leader." He trembled as he reached out his hand. Chen Guang firmly grasped his hand and said earnestly. As soon as Chen Guang's voice fell, he swallowed his breath, tilted his head, and departed from this world. Chapter 100. The Raucousness of Shameless Villains. Such situations are common. Many Chinese laborers endured the harshness of slavery, but ultimately could not survive the turbulence. At the very moment of liberation, their spirit was completely exhausted, and their vitality gradually faded away. One death after another created an exceptionally heavy atmosphere on site, and Chen Guang's mood plummeted to the lowest point. This was the first time he felt such immense pressure and even a sense of powerlessness. "Brother Guang, what should we do? The number of dead is increasing, and we have too few people. We can't save them." Wang Ponzi also expressed his deep sorrow, wiping his tears while asking, "What can I do? What do you want me to do?" Chen Guang questioned sternly, as he truly had no way to save anyone. Chao Shi stood on the flying hoverboard, gradually rising into the air, and shouted loudly, "Fellow compatriots, we are short-staffed. Please embody the spirit of mutual help. those who can move, and those with lighter injuries. Please take care of the severely injured. I beg everyone. Most of the women in the audience were physically unharmed, but their spirits had been shattered. After being rescued, they felt a bit dazed, silently shedding tears while wrapped in blankets. With Chao Sherwin's reminder, they stubbornly got up one by one and joined in caring for the injured. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. The laborers had been oppressed for a long time, had not eaten a full meal, were beaten daily, and engaged in heavy physical labor 24 hours a day. Any wound on their bodies had already festered, and in the face of shortage of medicine, the chances of survival were almost negligible. Woo, director, hold on. The country has sent people to rescue us. Please don't die. The female secretary knelt in front of her director, crying and calling out, hoping the director on the verge of death could pull through. After saying her last words, the director took her final breath, still tightly clutching a small notebook. Director, the secretary cried as she took the notebook from the director's hand and turned to find Chao Sherwin to explain the situation. I understand there are so many people, at least tens of thousands, but there are only a few thousand here. The female secretary wiped her tears and said, most people didn't make it. They died at the hands of zombies, and the rest are here. Sigh, I see. Chao Sherwin felt the weight of the list in her hand. Just then, a discordant voice came from the direction of the supply convoy. Why don't you give us the supplies first? You Chinese caused us this harm. You must take responsibility. That's right. You have harmed us so badly. You should take care of us first. They're almost dead. What use is it to take care of a bunch of corpses? You should take care of us, living people, first. These people spoke with a clumsy Mandarin accent, sounding like they were not pure Chinese. What's going on? Chao Sherwin curiously walked over quickly and saw a group of about a few hundred people arguing with the small Gua couple from the supply convoy. This group of over 100 people looked relatively clean, with fewer injuries, and each had an air of righteous indignation on their faces, as if they were owed millions. The quarrel among the hundreds of people left the small Gua couple overwhelmed. Please stop arguing. There are not that many supplies left. If you want food, please line up and don't shout. Why give important water to those about to die? You should give it to us first. That's right. After all, we're the victims. You must apologize to us. Shut up. What are you shouting for? Chao Sherwin scolded sharply, questioning. Who are you? We are people from the Ban country. So what? The Hua country has harmed the whole world. We people from Ban country have also been implicated. You must give us an explanation. That's right. Compensate us with all your food and water, or this matter is not over. The noise was overwhelming, and Chao Sherwin was stunned. What were the people from the Ban country causing a ruckus for at this time? Wasn't this just chaos? Chen Guang also heard the voices and was about to come over to check the situation when he saw a woman spit and curse under her breath. These detestable kidnappers, always claiming that we harmed them. When they were captured, they kneeled and acted like dogs, living far better than we do. Another Chinese person followed up, saying, Isn't that right? I need to report this to the leadership. These detestable kidnappers, helping the foreigners as overseers, have bullied us Chinese people a lot. And now they still have the face to ask for supplies. Seeing that many Chinese people were complaining, Chen Guang's expression turned cold as he walked over slowly. The sound of the supply convoy grew louder, with hundreds of people shouting, even drowning out everything else. We must have an explanation. We demand compensation. The Chinese embassy must take responsibility, or we will sue you in the international court. Just as the shouts reached a fever pitch, bang! Suddenly, the leading kidnapper's head exploded, splattering blood everywhere. The crowd fell silent, and everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the top of the vehicle. They saw Chen Guang casually toss the sniper rifle back to Anna, scanning the crowd with cold eyes, and said indifferently, What you said is correct. We are the Chinese embassy, not the kidnapper's embassy. So we only take responsibility for the safety of the Chinese people. As for you kidnappers, you can fend for yourselves. You bastard. Shameless. Chen Guang glared. And in the next second, the speed evolvers led by Anna collectively raised their guns and aimed at the shouting people, forcing their recently erupted anger to be suppressed. Can't understand human language, huh? Chen Guang's voice echoed across the square again. I said, let you fend for yourselves. If you need help, go find your embassy in the kidnapper's country. Don't shout here. Do you understand? But we are being implicated by you. Bang! The speaker's head suddenly exploded. This time it was Anna who fired the shot. Click, click. Anna pulled the bolt back and continued to aim at the kidnappers looking for trouble, even provocatively raising her chin. Anyone who shouts again, I'll shoot. Now, no one spoke. They all shrank their heads, afraid to make a sound. Chen Guang coldly scanned the entire area and suddenly shouted, Get lost. The captors were so frightened that they stumbled and scrambled away. Those bastards who think they can take advantage of others. Do they really think I'm a sick cat just because the tiger isn't showing its power? Muttering to himself, he jumped down from a supply truck and looked at the stunned Chao Shirwan, saying coldly, When persuasion doesn't work, a strong hand is the best choice. Saving time and effort. Passing by Anna, he patted her shoulder. Good performance, keep it up. Yes, sir. Chapter 101. Disguised infiltration in a Lion City, actually. Among the nearly 10,000 people being rescued, the majority were Chinese, but not exclusively. There were survivors from other countries as well. Most of them just needed to be spoken to nicely, and they could be given some food. However, the captors were a bit shameless, still trying to use their power to intimidate others, putting on a show of authority as if they were still in control, which was truly laughable. After being intimidated, the captors didn't dare to shout, but also didn't dare to leave far, hiding outside the square and continuing to mutter, demonstrating their shameless spirit. Chen Guang, stop. Chao Shirwan stepped forward to catch up with him. Chen Guang, he said sternly, No, you did the right thing. I'm not trying to say that. Chao Shirwan handed the notebook to Chen Guang. Most of the survivors are not Chinese workers from Gaul. They fled from factories in neighboring countries. Hearing that Gaul and Huagua have a good relationship, which is why they came here for refuge. This shows that other countries have a more intense attitude towards Chinese people. What do you want to say? Chen Guang looked solemnly at Chao Shirwan. I want to say, leaving Gaul, our path will be even harder. Chao Shirwan felt downcast and glanced at the emaciated people around. The whales were everywhere, and the floating debris was just as overwhelming. We had already distributed most of the food we brought. The most critical issue was the lack of medicine. I really don't know how many of these people will survive in the end. Just mentioning this made Chen Guang feel overwhelmed. As for food, we can search in the factory. With such a large factory, there must be some food reserves. Chao Shirwan also thought of this point. I'll send someone to look for supplies soon. As for medicine, in this apocalypse, bullets and medicine are strictly controlled. It's very difficult to obtain medicine without entering Lion. Chen Guang rubbed his forehead, pondered for a moment, and said, How about this? You lead the team to find supplies, and I'll figure out the medicine. Chao Shirwan